Chapter 2851, Mana Reconstruction. What an amazing bridge. When Shi Feng spread his senses across the broken bridge, he was astounded. This was because this bridge was actually made entirely of mana that had solidified. Although this mana was solid, it was akin to sand. He could walk on this bridge without it collapsing like a sandcastle only because of special mana constructs holding the grains of sand together. After thinking up to this point, Shi Feng promptly extended his mana domain to take control of these mana constructs and prevent the bridge from collapsing any further. However, the instant he did so, he was stunned. Manipulating solidified mana, is this taxing? Shi Feng had plenty of experience manipulating mana that had condensed into a mist or liquid. In fact, he could control liquid mana as if it were his own arms. Yet, when he tried manipulating only a small bit of solid mana, he felt as if he was trying to move arms that had been injected with lead. Not only was the process incredibly strenuous, but even the slightest distraction meant immediately losing control of the mana. Meanwhile, the difficulty of maintaining the entire bridge's integrity was akin to holding up a weight of tens of tons. Not to mention, he also had to have this solid mana move according to his will to reconstruct the collapsed portion of the bridge. Looking at the continuously collapsing bridge, Shi Feng finally understood just how difficult this trial was. Let alone reconstructing the bridge, just keeping the bridge from collapsing any further was already a monumental task. As Shi Feng racked his brain over how to prevent the bridge from collapsing, the phantom of a gigantic dragon was quietly observing him in a distant cloud of mist. His grasp on mana is too immature. Let alone 3 days, he won't last even 3 hours at this rate. After taking a look at Shi Feng's understanding and control over mana, the dragon shook its head and wings, disappearing silently from the mist. Time passed quickly. Now, less than half of the broken bridge, which was originally over 20 meters long, remained. Moreover, the bridge's rate of collapse was even accelerating as it grew shorter. This won't do. At this rate, the entire bridge will be gone in less than half an hour. I need to think of a way to stabilize a small portion of the bridge first. Shi Feng had a headache as he looked at the collapsing bridge. He gave up on manipulating the entire bridge and chose to secure only a 2-meter length of the bridge. This was also the maximum amount of solid mana he could currently manipulate. Any more and the solid mana would challenge his control. Everything progressed just as Shi Feng expected. In less than 20 minutes, the portion of the bridge he had given up on collapsed completely, and only the 2-meter stretch under his feet remained relatively stable. Even so, this small portion was still disintegrating gradually. How strange! Shi Feng stared in confusion at the drastically slower collapse. The mana constructs that had been keeping the bridge together before clearly had their mana supply cut off and operations stopped after I arrived. However, the bridge's initial rate of collapse was much slower than when I started controlling it. The rate of collapse accelerated afterward. When he saw the broken bridge starting to collapse right after he appeared, he thought it signaled the start of his trial and represented his time limit. However, when he began manipulating the solid mana, he realized that he had been mistaken. The mana constructs keeping the bridge together had simply stopped operating, so the solid mana would naturally try to revert to its original form. Is there something wrong with my manipulation method? Shi Feng couldn't help entertaining such a question. However, he promptly shook his head and denied this thought. No, I was simply manipulating the solid mana according to the original mana constructs. There shouldn't be a problem with my manipulation method. Otherwise, the entire bridge would have collapsed instantly instead of breaking apart bit by bit. A mana construct was similar to a magic array. If one did not use the appropriate method to manipulate a magic array, it would not activate. This was also the case for mana constructs, except mana constructs were much more fragile than magic arrays, crumbling if manipulated incorrectly. Due to his understanding of mana constructs, Shi Feng had to wonder what exactly he had done wrong in preventing the bridge's collapse. Due to the eternal energy surrounding him, Shi Feng's mind was operating with unprecedented clarity and activity. Numerous ideas came to mind, and he considered the issue from various perspectives. When less than 1 meter of the bridge remained, Shi Feng's eyes suddenly widened in realization. I see. I've been doing things wrong from the very beginning. I shouldn't have tried to force the mana. Whether manipulating my own mana or the ambient mana, I should guide it down the desired path instead of compelling it to do so. While forcing mana does produce some results, mana has its own operating principles. Not only is forcing mana strenuous, but the bridge's mana will also conflict with my own mana. Upon thinking up to this point, Shi Feng immediately began guiding his own mana into the mana constructs holding the broken bridge together. He no longer compelled it to enter the mana constructs. However, guiding mana was much more difficult than he had thought. This was because the mana in the environment was heterogeneous. Even his own mana was composed of various types of mana. Needless to say, trying to guide all these diverse types of mana to do the same thing was an impossible task. This meant that he had to refine and separate the different elements of mana in his body and have them do different things. Originally, accomplishing such a refinement would require a lot of time. After all, the disparate elements of mana in his body were all intermixed. Just separating them would already drive countless expert players to despair. To put this task into perspective, one could imagine a player's mana body as a box filled with millions of marbles of different colors, and these marbles represented mana of different elements. If players wanted to use a specific type of mana within their bodies, they would have to sort through all of these marbles and take out the ones they wanted to use. Doing so would be incredibly difficult and time-consuming. Not to mention, a mana body was much more complex than a box of marbles, which would further add to the difficulty. Fortunately for Shi Feng, he had acquired a Saint's Legacy. Although the Ice World Saint's Legacy focused more on the ice element, the Legacy had provided an introduction to the other elements. Thank goodness that Saint Legacy mentioned the various elements of mana. Otherwise, I likely wouldn't have any hope of completing the trial this time. Shi Feng couldn't help smiling bitterly as he sensed the jumbled mana flowing within his body. Previously, when he made use of mana, he did not bother segregating it at all. He simply used it as it was and didn't find any problem with it. Now, however, he realized that his past actions had thoroughly mixed up the various types of mana in his body and made them even more difficult to separate. Separating the various types of mana in his body without knowing their basic properties would be akin to sorting a box of colorful marbles while colorblind. That would be mission impossible. Immediately, Shi Feng began classifying his mana based on the Ice World Saint's introduction on the various elements. Fire-type mana was violent, scorching hot, and extremely difficult to control. Ice-type mana was quiet, cold, and hardly moved. Wind-type mana was free, refreshing, and spirited. Different elements of mana had their own habits and operating principles. If it were in the past, Shi Feng would have found it impossible to distinguish them in detail. However, Shi Feng was currently a half-step Grandmaster Magician. While distinguishing between the various types of mana remained difficult, it wasn't impossible. One trick he thought of to facilitate this process was constructing a single attributed elemental magic array for each of the various elements. This magic array would act as a filter and capture only the specific element of mana it was made to capture. The other elements would pass through the magic array unimpeded. This way, whenever he wished to call upon a particular element, he could immediately use the corresponding elemental magic array to gather the mana he needed. Originally, constructing these elemental magic arrays within one's mana body was a very delicate task. Even a half-step Grandmaster Magician like Shi Feng would need 1 or 2 days to construct all of the necessary elemental magic arrays. However, thanks to the eternal energy surrounding him, Shi Feng spent only 15 minutes constructing all the necessary magic arrays. Immediately, the various elements of mana in Shi Feng's mana body gathered at specific locations, no longer one big heterogeneous mess. Amazing. So, this is the effect of segregating mana. When Shi Feng scanned the mana in his body, he found that not only had its purity undergone a qualitative transformation, but his mana body also resonated far more powerfully with the environment. In fact, he also had a much easier time manipulating the magic array responsible for controlling his mana body. Now, he could even operate his mana body with a 3-fold manipulation method. So, this is why I couldn't cross the 110% threshold despite my concentration having reached the Tier 4 peak standard. Looking at the system notification that had appeared before him, Shi Feng grew ecstatic. Just a moment ago, his mana body's completion rate had hit the legendary threshold. His mana body had reached a 120% completion rate. Meanwhile, the instant his mana body reached the 120% threshold, Shi Feng sensed his physique improving significantly and his perception of his surroundings rising to a whole other level. Most importantly, his mana was not only much denser than before, but its quantity had also doubled. Now that I'm done segregating my mana, it's about time I started taking on the trial. Shi Feng shifted his gaze toward the half-meter-long bridge underfoot. Chapter 2852, Breakthrough, Tier 5 Concentration. Chapter 2852, Breakthrough, Tier 5 Concentration. Even without Shi Feng deliberately maintaining the bridge, the aura he radiated was now enough to slow the bridge's collapse drastically. A 120% completion rate mana body truly is amazing. No wonder people thought players could contend against a dragon of the same tier once a player's mana body reached 20% completion. Shi Feng was astonished as he studied the stabilized bridge underfoot. Despite not making a conscious effort to control his mana body, he exerted a powerful stabilizing effect on his surroundings. With how powerful his current mana body was, he couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful his mana domain had become. Fighting a dragon of the same tier and level aside, he could now contend against a half-step demon king of the same level at the very least. Afterward, Shi Feng began injecting his segregated mana into the broken bridge. Once he did so, the broken bridge seemed renewed. The bridge's gradual collapse instantly halted, and its toughness had clearly risen to a whole new level as well. At this time, the bridge could probably receive Tier 4 attacks without sustaining any damage. Amazing. Sure enough, this is the true way to use mana. In the past, whenever he activated a skill or spell, he would make use of every type of mana available in his body to manipulate the ambient mana around him. Achieving a 10% efficiency by doing so would already be fortunate. This was because most skills and spells utilized only a specific element of mana to activate. To manipulate only a specific type of mana in the environment, using the corresponding element of mana to do so would yield the best results. Using other elements would still allow one to exert a certain degree of control, however, the efficiency would be incredibly poor. A backlash might even occur. Now that Shi Feng had perfectly matched his mana with the ambient mana, he could use the ambient mana's power at 100% efficiency. One could easily imagine how much of a boost to his combat power this change would bring. After thoroughly stabilizing the broken bridge, Shi Feng shifted his attention to the mana constructs keeping the bridge together. Keeping the bridge's mana constructs stable and operational could be considered the bottom line for this trial. If he wished to pass the trial, he would need to reconstruct the bridge. Otherwise, all he could do was stand still and stare idly at the distant land until his time ran out. This is, after carefully inspecting the bridge, Shi Feng was surprised. Previously, he had focused entirely on stabilizing the bridge, so he hadn't spent much time observing the bridge itself. Now that his mana body had reached a 120% completion rate, his perception of his surroundings had improved to a point where it felt as if he had again taken over a half-step Demon King's body. As expected of the Dragon Race's trial, this bridge's mana constructs are simply phenomenal. Shi Feng sighed in awe as he observed the broken bridge's structure. This bridge has made use of practically every property and operating principle of the various elements of mana. Without a considerable understanding of these aspects, it would be impossible to create such mana constructs. In God's domain, it was already a heaven-defying task for players to gain a deep understanding of the operating principles of the various types of mana. Hence, making proper use of these types of mana was simply a luxury players couldn't afford. In fact, even the Iceworld Saints Legacy provided a detailed introduction of only Ice-type mana and just briefly touched on the other elements. Needless to say, the Legacy didn't include instructions on how to use these other mana types. However, the bridge Shi Feng stood on perfectly displayed the basic use of the various elements of mana. It was much better than a simple text introduction. Of course, it wouldn't be an easy task to see how exactly this bridge was constructed. This was because ordinary Tier 4 existences couldn't get a clear view of the operating principles of mana, let alone the operating principles of a mana construct. Only dragons with their high life ratings could possibly accomplish such a feat at Tier 4. Even so, this situation was definitely a massive opportunity for Tier 4 players. The biggest hurdle Tier 4 players needed to cross to reach Tier 5 was the construction of their personalized mana body. This process required players to have not only excellent control over mana, but also a profound understanding of the operating principles and usage of mana and knowledge of the construction of mana bodies. Meanwhile, the broken bridge underneath Shi Feng just so happened to address these problems. Suppressing the impatience in his heart, Shi Feng immediately began reconstructing the broken bridge with his own mana. Following this, time passed quickly. Although reconstructing the bridge was incredibly challenging due to the eternal energy surrounding him, Shi Feng found that the incomparably complex mana constructs weren't impossible to understand. Despite encountering failure one after another, Shi Feng did not grow disappointed but even became increasingly excited instead. This was because he was making progress with each failure. As he continuously adjusted his utilization of the various mana types, his control over them also improved in precision and efficiency. After experimenting for 2 days straight, Shi Feng finally constructed a half-meter-long bridge. I did it. I finally did it. An indescribable sense of joy and excitement welled up in Shi Feng's heart as he looked at the portion of the bridge he had reconstructed. Although the bridge he reconstructed looked much cruder than the original bridge, it did not send him plunging into the abyss below when he tried to stand on it. Most importantly, he had finally gained a basic understanding of the various mana constructs. This meant that he had finally reached a qualified level when it came to utilizing the various elements of mana. With these achievements, he was confident he could begin constructing his Tier 5 mana body. Of course, Shi Feng did not let his achievements blind him. He still gave the trial's completion top priority. After all, having a divine dragon as a companion was much more important than constructing his personalized mana body. Immediately afterward, he resumed reconstructing the broken bridge and advanced toward the distant land. Although Shi Feng had spent 2 days reconstructing his first half-meter-long segment, now that he had a foundation, he could reconstruct the subsequent segments much more quickly. Moreover, he also improved his precision with every segment he reconstructed, which in turn made his reconstructions look increasingly refined. After working for nearly a day, Shi Feng finally reached the 500-meter mark, his achievement extending his time limit by 1 day. The distance from the starting point to the distant land is roughly 20 kilometers. So, I'll need to extend the bridge by 7 kilometers or so to pass the trial. If I can complete 500 meters per day, I should finish this trial within half a month. After Shi Feng made some rough mental calculations, anticipation filled him. Although he would be spending much more time in this trial than he initially expected, the harvest he would gain was very much worth the time spent. After resting for a moment, Shi Feng promptly resumed his job as a construction worker. Meanwhile, after another 8 days had gone by while Shi Feng was reconstructing the broken bridge, a loud tearing sound suddenly appeared in a secret land in the eastern continent. A spatial channel several kilometers tall and 20 kilometers wide was sealed in this secret land. The moment the loud tearing noise sounded, the divine runes sealing this spatial channel shattered and faded out of existence. It is still starting in the end? An illusory figure appeared before the spatial channel. After looking at the spatial channel with a complicated gaze, this figure then disappeared without a trace. At the same time as this illusory figure disappeared, nearly 20 figures emerged from this gigantic spatial channel. Every one of these figures exuded powerful and ancient auras highly incompatible with the surrounding space. Ha ha ha! It's finally open! Our guild was even the first to discover it. So, this is an alternate god's domain? Why is the ambient mana here so thin? Although the mana density is somewhat low here, it is still another god's domain. Hurry up and notify the guild leader and the others. Tell them that the seal has been lifted and that the world passage is open. Have them make the necessary preparations. I'll go ahead with the team to understand the situation of this god's domain. We must claim this world for ourselves ahead of the other guilds, said the middle-aged man standing at the head of the team. At the middle-aged man's words, the team immediately split into 2 groups. 3 players returned to the world passage, while the remaining 15 players charged straight toward the secret land's exit. As these foreign invaders were taking action, Shi Feng was struggling inside the distant special space. I didn't think that reconstructing the bridge would place such a huge burden on the brain. It's already been 8 days, yet I haven't even reached the 3,400-meter mark. I've also exhausted more than half of my concentration already. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the distant land. At this time, he more or less understood why the giant dragon had such low hopes for him. Originally, he thought that he could progress 500 meters a day. However, the more time he spent in the trial, the greater the mental pressure he suffered from reconstructing the bridge. Whenever he tried manipulating the bridge's mana constructs, he felt like needles were pricking his mind. Moreover, the degree of pain intensified as he progressed, making the bridge's reconstruction increasingly difficult. Now, he couldn't even manage 300 meters in a day. Despite this situation, Shi Feng had no intention of giving up. After all, every moment he spent in this special space allowed him to improve his control over the various elements of mana. If possible, he even wished he could spend several months in this special space. However, this obviously wasn't allowed, as proven by the increasingly powerful mental pressure he suffered. This feature was most likely implemented to deal with anyone trying to exploit this special space's benefits. Shi Feng continued pushing forward for the next 3 days. By the end of the 3rd day, Shi Feng would suffer intense pain even if he only slightly manipulated his mana. After the 4th day, Shi Feng's complexion had not only become deathly pale, but even his consciousness was beginning to blur. Meanwhile, as his consciousness grew increasingly hazy, he gradually understood that his time in the trial was coming to an end. This wasn't just because he was running out of time, but also because he would thoroughly exhaust his concentration and collapse after a few more attempts. The next moment, after Shi Feng completed another 1-meter-long segment and was about to lose consciousness, the system's crisp and indifferent voice suddenly entered his ears. System, congratulations, your concentration has reached the Tier 5 standard. It is also detected that your mana body has reached the 120% completion rate. You have one opportunity to receive a world blessing and reconstruct your sea of consciousness. Do you wish to activate the world blessing now? Opportunity will be rejected by default if you do not respond in 3 minutes. Chapter 2853, Upgraded Soul. Chapter 2853, Upgraded Soul Reconstruct My Sea of Consciousness? Shi Feng was shocked and confused as he looked at the system notification. The concept of reconstructing one's sea of consciousness wasn't foreign to him. In fact, he knew plenty about it. However, it was precisely because of this that he found this situation unbelievable. The sea of consciousness, to put it simply, referred to a player's soul. It was also something related to the promotion of Tier 5 players to Tier 6. The qualitative transformation of the soul. Any player who wished to get promoted to Tier 6 needed to have not only a powerful body but also a powerful soul. Only when both requirements were met could players get promoted to Tier 6. Of the 2 conditions, the requirement of a sufficiently powerful soul was more difficult to fulfill. This was because the soul was an illusory object. The only thing players could do to upgrade their soul was continuously raise their concentration standard. By doing so, their soul would automatically grow stronger over time. However, this form of improvement was incredibly slow. Even if a player's concentration reached the Tier 5 peak standard, their soul wouldn't develop that fast. If one wished to let one's soul undergo a qualitative transformation, one would need to experience numerous events that tempered the mind. Of course, there was an even quicker method to do so, raising one's concentration to the Tier 6 God-ranked standard. This was an incredibly frightening concentration standard where players could continuously modify and improve their sea of consciousness through their own will. The benefits a Tier 6 concentration provided were far superior to those of a Tier 5 concentration. In addition, there was also a third method, relying on external items to destroy one's inherent sea of consciousness and construct a new one. This method was similar to how players with Tier 6 concentration modified their Sea of Consciousness, only much more ruthless and thorough. Reconstructing a Sea of Consciousness meant destroying everything that currently existed and creating a completely new one. It was different from what players with Tier 6 concentration did. These players would gradually address the flaws of their existing Sea of Consciousness, refining it over time. For Tier 5 players, the opportunity to reconstruct their Sea of Consciousness was both rare and precious. Shi Feng never even dreamed of receiving such an opportunity before getting promoted to Tier after. Pondering in silence for a moment, he chose to accept the World Blessing and the opportunity to reconstruct his Sea of Consciousness. System, the World Blessing will be granted in 30 seconds. Please make the necessary preparations. The higher your completion rate, the better the reconstructed Sea of Consciousness will be. The higher the completion rate, the better? Not daring to be careless, Shi Feng took a deep breath, stopped work on the bridge, and focused only a portion of his consciousness on stabilizing it to prevent it from collapsing. He planned to give the reconstruction process his all. 30 seconds went by in the blink of an eye. Shi Feng felt an unprecedented pain assault him as if his soul was getting ripped out of his body. Had he not absorbed the Tier 4 hellfire before, he wouldn't have been able to endure this pain at all. However, after 10 seconds of this soul-wrenching pain, it disappeared all of a sudden. Simultaneously, Shi Feng felt his mind go completely blank. As for his soul, what remained of it were only countless soul fragments. Immediately afterward, numerous magic arrays appeared before him. These magic arrays were so complex that despite being a half-step Grandmaster Magician himself, he was still shocked. He spotted over a dozen Grandmaster Magic arrays. As for Master Magic arrays, they easily numbered over 100. Meanwhile, all of these magic arrays joined together to form an incomparably large soul array. System. You have 4 hours to reconstruct your Sea of Consciousness. Once 4 hours have passed, the World Blessing will disappear. If you do not achieve at least a 40% completion rate by the end of these 4 hours, your Sea of Consciousness will not be reconstructed. Afterward, as a consequence of having your soul shattered, you will enter a weakened soul state for 20 natural days. 20 days? Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised by the penalty for failure. Opportunities and risks came hand in hand in God's domain. In fact, a 20-day penalty could even be considered very light. If a Tier 5 expert were to find out that this opportunity came with such low risks, they would do everything they could to secure it. Subsequently, Shi Feng stopped thinking about other things and focused on copying the soul array into his Sea of Consciousness. He couldn't decide whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. The fortunate part of this situation was that he had accepted the World Blessing while in this special space full of eternal energy. He would have a much easier time drawing the soul array in this environment. The unfortunate part was that, along with the destruction of his soul, he had lost the ability to stabilize the broken bridge. In other words, he didn't have 4 hours to complete the soul array at all. Despite his frustrations, Shi Feng did not give up on this opportunity. Moreover, due to the eternal energy's effects, he managed to familiarize himself with the Master Magic arrays and replicate them with ease. The soul array's completion rate rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1%, 3%, 7%. In just 1 hour, Shi Feng had already completed 16% of the gigantic soul array. At this rate, he could definitely reach the required 40% within 4 hours. Even if copying the Grandmaster Magic arrays later would slow down his progress, reaching 40% shouldn't be difficult. Another 1.5 hours went by, during which the soul array's completion rate had reached 35%. Shi Feng found his progress unbelievable. Hence, he attempted to copy his first Grandmaster Magic array. The instant he completed the magic array, his progress rose from 35% to 38%. It increased by this much? Shi Feng looked at his progress bar in surprise. Completing a Master Magic array didn't even increase his progress by 0.5%. Now, completing just one Grandmaster Magic array had raised his progress by 3%. Meanwhile, under the Eternal Energy's effects, his speed in copying the Grandmaster Magic array wasn't much slower than when he worked on the Master Magic arrays. Without my support, the bridge can last 3 hours at most. I only have about 20 minutes left now, so I can only attempt one more Grandmaster Magic array. Although Shi Feng guessed that the broken bridge would remain stable for 3 hours without his support, that was only an estimate. As a precaution, he decided to conclude his attempt after copying one more Grandmaster Magic array. The Soul Array was massive. However, the crucial parts of the Soul Array were still the dozen or so Grandmaster Magic arrays, particularly the 6 serving as the Soul Array's core. Originally, Shi Feng had thought to complete more Master Magic arrays to allow the core magic arrays to exhibit greater functionality. Unfortunately, he clearly did not have time for that. Now, he could only grit his teeth and draw the second core magic array. Time passed quickly. 10 minutes later, Shi Feng finished drawing the second core magic array. The Soul Array's completion rate jumped from 38% to 41%, reaching the system's requirement. Upon seeing this, Shi Feng chose to complete the reconstruction. System Magic Array completion rate at 41%. You have met the basic requirement for reconstruction. Your Sea of Consciousness will be reconstructed according to the constructed magic array. Do you wish to begin the reconstruction? reconstruct. Shi Feng promptly chose to go through with the reconstruction. Although he had more than an hour remaining before the world blessing disappeared, if he died midway, his reconstruction attempt would become forfeit as well. The next moment, after he approved the reconstruction, the soul array drawn in his sea of consciousness began operating. Although the soul array was still incomplete, just like the system stated, it was functional. As his sea of consciousness's reconstruction began, Shi Feng experienced an unprecedented mental clarity. His mind became much more active, and his reaction speed also improved significantly. After 20 seconds into the reconstruction, he discovered that his previously blurry sea of consciousness had become much more tangible. The change was akin to mist condensing into water. The change might not seem significant, but the density of his sea of consciousness had undergone a qualitative transformation. Although his sea of consciousness was still in an illusory state, Shi Feng could tell that his thinking speed had more than tripled. So long as he focused his mind, he could observe the world around him in a decelerated state. Amazing. Shi Feng was astonished as he inspected his newly reconstructed sea of consciousness. No wonder so many Tier 5 experts in the past had been so crazy about reconstructing their sea of consciousness. With my current sea of consciousness, even though my concentration is only at the Tier 5 basic standard, the rate of my soul's improvement is probably faster than someone with Tier 5 peak concentration. His concentration remained at the Tier 5 basic standard. However, his soul's strengthening rate was superior to even that of experts with Tier 5 peak concentration. The next moment, when Shi Feng opened his eyes again, his surroundings looked completely different from before. The range of his mental perception had increased from 100 yards to 500 yards, and his 5 senses had also undergone a qualitative transformation. Similarly, his body felt more flexible and sharper than ever before. At this time, even though he wasn't actively manipulating his mana, the 2-meter-long bridge under him actually remained nearly stable. Moreover, his concentration was no longer depleted. Instead, it was brimming like never before. It seems I shouldn't have any problems completing the trial now. Shi Feng smiled subconsciously as he looked at the relatively stable bridge. Previously, he had to make an effort to ensure that the bridge did not collapse. Doing so had taken up a lot of his focus. Now, he no longer needed to split his attention between the reconstruction and maintaining the bridge's integrity. He only needed to concentrate on reconstructing the broken bridge. This would reduce his mental stress by a large margin. Following this, Shi Feng resumed reconstructing the bridge. He had a much easier time than before, which allowed him to progress at a flying pace. After just 3 more days, his progress finally reached the 1/3 mark of the entire bridge. However, Shi Feng had no intention of stopping here. After all, the eternal energy in this place was simply wonderful. By staying here, he could not only further his understanding of the various mana types, but also familiarize himself with his new sea of consciousness, and verify the theories he thought up for his new mana body. Hence, he did not rush to exit the trial, continuing to advance and reconstruct the broken bridge. As Shi Feng got closer to the distant land, he found that he also had to improve the quality of the supports he constructed. Otherwise, the bridge wouldn't be able to withstand the corrosion of the abyss below. After working for another 4 days and arriving at the halfway mark, he could no longer advance any further. However, his failure to progress wasn't because he had exhausted his concentration, but because the supports he constructed could no longer withstand the abyss's corrosion. Short of a qualitative transformation, they wouldn't be able to hold up the bridge at all. It seems this is as far as I can go. Shi Feng couldn't help feeling a little disappointed as he looked at the distant land. At this time, it looked much clearer than before. From what he could sense, he should be able to receive massive benefits in that land. However, with his current standards, it was evidently impossible to construct a bridge of a much higher quality. Shi Feng immediately chose to leave this special space. Chapter 2854, Upgrading the Abyssal Blade. Chapter 2854, Upgrading the Abyssal Blade inside the ancient dragon temple. How surprising, the dragon phantom exclaimed in astonishment when Shi Feng suddenly appeared before it. Despite having the body of a human, you actually managed to clear a trial made for the dragon race. Moreover, you managed to reach the halfway point. This is a rare achievement, even among the dragon race. A rare achievement? Shi Feng was surprised by the dragon's words. The dragon race was an apex race. The perception of dragons was definitely far superior to his own. Not to mention, there were even divine dragons among the dragon race. For divine dragons, let alone reaching the halfway point, even completing the entire bridge and reaching the distant land shouldn't be strange. After all, the life rating they possessed far exceeded that of humans. That's right, this is a rare achievement, the dragon phantom said, nodding. In the dragon race's long history, only 5 have managed to reach the halfway point while still at Tier 4. Every one of them is a genius of the dragon race with an excellent bloodline. Hence, I find it truly incredible that you accomplished the same feat with just the body of a human. Shi Feng was surprised once more. He never thought that even among the dragon race, only 5 dragons had reached the halfway point while still at Tier 4. Reaching the halfway point was indeed a challenging task. Not only would one need to have a sufficiently powerful soul, but one would also need to utilize the various elements of mana to their very limits. However, having a powerful soul was a given for dragons. As for utilizing the various elements' basic properties, this was also as easy as drinking water for dragons. Otherwise, there was no way dragons could be so powerful. Normally, dragons that can reach the halfway point are already adults. I can now see why Auerbeck decided to let you undertake the trial, the dragon phantom said, its eyes filled with praise as it looked at Shi Feng. Now, according to the ancient contract, you may take one of the 3 treasure chests stored within the treasury. As soon as the dragon phantom finished speaking, 3 massive treasure chests appeared before Shi Feng. The instant these treasure chests appeared, the mana within the dragon temple immediately thickened. In fact, a faint hint of divine might now wafted into the temple, as expected of the dragon race's reward. I doubt I can get such loot even from killing a tier 6 god. Shi Feng was filled with an indescribable sense of shock as he inspected the 3 treasure chests before him. The trial rewards this time were simply mind-blowing. If taken to the outside world, any one of these 3 treasure chests could drive the entire god's domain wild. The first chest, named the Blackstone Treasure Chest, gave players 1 fragmented legendary weapon and 2 pieces of fragmented legendary equipment that suited them. The second chest, named the Red Crystal Treasure Chest, contained 4 items, either Tier 5 skill books or Tier 5 legacy guidances suitable for the player. The third chest, named the Purple Jade Treasure Chest, rewarded players with 10 to 12 God Crystals. The Blackstone Treasure Chest aside, both the Red Crystal Treasure Chest and Purple Jade Treasure Chest provided things Shi Feng greatly desired. At this time, he only needed to create a personalized mana body to get promoted to Tier 5. Hence, Tier 5 skill books were of great importance to him. If he relied only on legacy skill points, he would be able to acquire only 2 Tier 5 skills at best. God Crystals were equally important to him. This was because God Crystals were needed to upgrade many of the weapons and equipment he possessed, and upgrading these items would provide a tremendous boost to his combat power. Pick one. The Dragon Phantom smiled faintly when it saw the gleam in Shi Feng's eyes. I will teleport you back in 3 minutes, so you'd best not take too long in choosing. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng said earnestly, I've decided. I will go with the Purple Jade Treasure Chest. While the Red Crystal Treasure Chest was indeed important to him, he was, after all, still at Tier 4 right now. Moreover, the items appearing inside the Red Crystal Treasure Chest were completely random. If he were unfortunate, he might end up getting 4 Tier 5 legacy guidances. Moreover, God Crystals weren't easy to come by. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long he would have to wait before he received another opportunity to improve his weapons and equipment further? Alright, this Purple Jade Treasure Chest is yours, the Dragon Phantom said, lifting a claw. Immediately, the barrier sealing the Purple Jade Treasure Chest disappeared. Shi Feng chose to open the treasure chest without hesitation. After all, there was no way he could bring such a massive treasure chest away. The instant the treasure chest opened, divine might gushed out of it. Bathed in this divine might, even ordinary Tier 4 players would grow fearful and dare not approach the treasure chest. However, now that Shi Feng's concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard, resisting this divine might wasn't much of a problem. In fact, he was confident he could stand tall in the presence of even a bona fide Tier 6 god in his present state. 11. Shi Feng couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he saw the number of God Crystals in the treasure chest. If not for the luck attribute having no effect on high-caliber treasure chests, he definitely would have activated Divine Providence to boost his luck. After all, the value of 1 God Crystal nearly rivaled that of fragmented legendary items. Moreover, God Crystals were just as rare as fragmented legendary items. Although that's 1 less God Crystal than I hoped for, I have more than enough to upgrade my weapon now. The next moment, Shi Feng had the Abyssal Blade absorb 4 God Crystals without hesitation. Now that he was at the half-step Tier 5 standard, only the Light of 2 Worlds was an adequate weapon for him. The Abyssal Blade couldn't keep up with him any longer, hence he had to upgrade it. After the Abyssal Blade absorbed the 4 God Crystals, its skills got upgraded to Tier 4, and its basic attributes underwent some changes. One-handed sword, magic weapon, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement, strength 3000, agility 2000, attack power 2025% of strength attribute, attack speed 23% of agility attribute. All attributes increases according to user's level. Ignore levels plus 35 attacks have 70% chance to cause 2050% damage, 40% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases attack speed by 2% to a maximum of 30%. When equipped, strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 50%, intelligence increased by 35%, endurance increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 40%, all effects of weapon-related skills increased by 20%, all item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 6, increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment Tier 4 can be evolved, Devour 9. God Crystals to evolve to Tier 5. Additional active skill 1. Darkness Bind. Tier 4 W binds all enemies within a 500-yard radius for 4 seconds and reduces their defense and magic resistance by 100% for 20 seconds. Cooldown 40 seconds. Additional active skill 2. Darkness Domain. Tier 4 Time converts an area of 800 yards around the user into a darkness domain, weakens the senses of all enemies within the darkness domain, and reduces enemies' basic attributes by 20%. While inside the darkness domain, the user may control up to 36 strands of power of darkness. Each strand carries a force equivalent to 100% of the user's strength and causes 200% darkness damage. Duration, 60 seconds cooldown, 10 minutes additional passive profound inheritance. Mana Abyss, Tier 4. The higher the density of the mana surrounding the abyssal blade, the more power the weapon will exhibit. The power of the weapon can be increased up to 150%. Additional active profound inheritance. Black Dragon Soul, Tier 4. Grants the user the Black Dragon King's soul and transforms the user into the Black Dragon King. The higher the density of the surrounding mana, the higher the Black Dragon King's life rating will be. Can use the skill Dragon Breath. Duration, 10 minutes cooldown, 15 hours. A sword recast from the fragments of an ancient unknown weapon. The Black Dragon King's power has been sealed within the sword, although the Black Dragon King has cursed the weapon. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. If the wielder cannot suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 70%, unable to be dropped, unable to be traded, unable to be destroyed. After the Abyssal Blade absorbed the 4 God Crystals, its attributes and skills received significant improvements. Although the magic weapon was still no match for the Light of Two Worlds in terms of attack power and attack speed, it was still top tier among fragmented legendary weapons. Shi Feng felt very satisfied after upgrading his weapon. Now that he had the Tier 4 Abyssal Blade, combined with his half-step Tier 5 standard, he was confident he could hold his own even against a real Tier 4 dragon. After all, once he transformed himself into a Tier 4 dragon, his combat standards and mastery over the elements would become much superior to the average Tier 4 dragons. Although Shi Feng also had the option of repairing the disintegration armor instead of upgrading the Abyssal Blade, he had decided against it. The disintegration armor was legendary set equipment. If he couldn't gather the complete set, the equipment requirement of an individual piece would be higher than normal. This would make it impossible for him to equip the disintegration armor. After all, legendary weapons and equipment were crafted for Tier 6 gods. Aside from a few unique legendary weapons and equipment, most would need players to reach Tier 5 at minimum to equip them. If he repaired the disintegration armor and ended up unable to equip it, he would definitely die of regret. Hence, he decided to upgrade the Abyssal Blade instead, to play safe. As for the disintegration armor, it wouldn't be too late to find more God Crystals to repair it once he had reached Tier 5. It's time to leave, the Dragon Phantom said, snapping Shi Feng out of his reverie. It then raised a claw at Shi Feng. Immediately, divine runes appeared around Shi Feng one after another, enveloping him completely. His body then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the Dragon Temple. When the divine runes surrounding Shi Feng disappeared, he found that he was back in the Summoning Tower's Summoning Altar. Chapter 2855, Global Transformation. Chapter 2855, Global Transformation. Inside the Summoning Altar, as the divine runes enveloping Shi Feng disappeared, Auerbach snapped his eyes open and stared at him in surprise. You succeeded? Actually, Auerbach could tell that Shi Feng had completed the trial the moment he laid eyes on the human. This was because Shi Feng looked completely different in his eyes right now. Although there was no change to Shi Feng's level, the mana he radiated was completely different from before he challenged the trial. Not only did Shi Feng's mana blend much better with the ambient mana, but the quality of his mana had also undergone a qualitative transformation. The fact that Shi Feng had such exquisite control over his own mana proved that he had conquered the trial. However, Auerbach still found this situation unbelievable. Shi Feng would already be plenty amazing if he managed to complete the trial on his 3rd attempt. Yet now, Shi Feng had actually completed the trial on his 1st attempt. I got lucky. Shi Feng nodded. If his concentration hadn't broken through to the Tier 5 standard at the very last minute, which allowed him to receive the world blessing to reconstruct his sea of consciousness, completing the trial would have been a pipe dream. No, it is impossible for someone to pass the trial by relying on luck. It is all because of your own strength, Auerbach said, shaking his head. Since you've passed the trial, according to our contract, I, Auerbach, acknowledge you as my contractor from now on. DM. Now, as soon as Auerbach finished speaking, Shi Feng felt a scorching sensation on his left arm. Before Shi Feng realized it, the symbol of a silver dragon had been branded on his left arm. Simultaneously, the system's emotionless voice rang out in his mind. System, congratulations. You have completed the 2nd phase of the epic quest Void Cage and received the Silver Divine Dragon Auerbach's acknowledgement. You have become a true dragon's contractor. You now have the ability to call upon the Silver Divine Dragon to fight for you at any time, rewarding 30 legacy skill points and 1 level. Shi Feng's level immediately rose from level 150 to level 151. His legacy skill points also increased by 30. If you encounter any troubles in the future, call upon me, Auerbeck said. With the contractor's mark, I can teleport to your location at any time. However, you should still be cautious. The contractor's mark has limited power. I cannot sense its location in certain areas. Moreover, the current god's domain is no longer the same. Although you have made significant growth, if you behave too aggressively outside, you might still fall into a desperate situation. You might even have your soul annihilated. Different? Has the world passage opened already? Auerbeck's words startled Shi Feng. Auerbeck could defeat even ordinary Tier 5 individuals. Since he was issuing such a dire warning, the current god's domain must have undergone drastic changes. That's right. The world passage is completely open now. Existences of another world have invaded this world. In fact, some of God's domain's rules have already changed. You will understand what I mean if you go out and take a look, Auerbeck said, nodding. He then pointed at the door that was sealed by a magic array and continued. If you encounter trouble, it is best if you summon me immediately. Thank you for your warning, Your Excellency. I will be careful. Shi Feng nodded and mentally noted to himself to be more careful. Afterward, he departed from the summoning altar. As for Auerbeck, the Silver Divine Dragon resumed its slumber in the summoning altar. The moment Shi Feng exited the summoning tower, he was stunned. What dense mana! The density of the Starlight Fortress's ambient mana had more than doubled compared to before he went to the Dragon Temple. Apart from Zero Wing City, probably no other guild city in God's domain possessed such dense mana. Even Stone Forest City couldn't compare. Moreover, Shi Feng could feel his affinity with mana increasing while bathed in this dense mana. He could also perceive the operating principles of mana with much greater clarity. This place was practically a weakened version of the ancient God's domain. However, compared to the mana environment, the changes to the Starlight Fortress's player population were even more shocking. Before Shi Feng left to challenge the Divine Dragon's trial, the Starlight Fortress's player traffic had already reached a very frightening level. However, the present fortress's player population had more than tripled since then. Shi Feng even spotted quite a few Tier 4 experts just on the street he was walking on. Moreover, he sensed the presence of at least 70 Tier 4 experts inside the Starlight Fortress. This number was simply mind-blowing. However, this still wasn't the most shocking part about the fortress. Compared to the Starlight Fortress's interior, the fortress's surroundings were much more crowded. From what Shi Feng could tell, well over 1 million players were lining up to enter the fortress. These players weren't ordinary players. Even the weakest one among them was a Tier 3 player, and every one of them was at least at level 135. There were also Tier 4 experts standing in the queue. If not for these players standing in line obediently, Shi Feng would have suspected that these people were aiming to capture the Starlight Fortress. However, before Shi Feng could recover from his surprise, he saw a group of people charging through the main street toward the fortress's entrance. This group's leader was none other than Magic Eye Goddess Phythalia, the commander of Divine Tribe's Divine Hymn Legion. At this time, Phythalia had reached not only Tier 4 but also level 145. Given the intensity of the mana she radiated, she had broken through her mana body's 100% threshold as well. From what Shi Feng could tell, Phythalia should also have at least 2 fragmented legendary items on her. In her current state, she could probably hold her ground against a superior mythic monster of the same level. Moreover, aside from Phythalia, there were 3 other Tier 4s in the team she led. These 3 players were at the Void Realm standard and boasted 8 or more pieces of epic equipment. The only unfortunate part was that none of them had transcended the limits of their mana bodies. Even so, the strength of Phythalia's team was more than enough to raid superior mythic monsters of the same level. However, Phythalia and the others looked anxious as they rushed toward the entrance. Did something happen? Curious, Shi Feng stealthily followed Phythalia's team. Divine Tribe could be considered Zero Wing's strategic ally on the Western continent. Moreover, it was tasked with maintaining the Starlight Fortress's security on Zero Wing's behalf. Unless something major occurred, someone of Phythalia's status wouldn't take action. If need be, Shi Feng naturally had to lend her a helping hand. Shortly afterward, Phythalia's team arrived at the Starlight Fortress's entrance. At this time, the players outside the entrance were staring curiously at a group of people standing before the fortress's checkpoint. To be precise, it was a mixed group of NPCs and players. Among these players were 5 Tier 4s. As for the NPCs, there were actually over a dozen Tier 4s among them. Why are people of the Blood Alliance here? Don't the superpowers in the Alliance mainly operate out at sea? It is indeed strange. From what I remember, they've never been active on land. Instead, they've been dominating the seas since the start of the game. Even the 5 great super guilds don't dare offend them out at sea. I heard that many naval forces have clashed with the Outer Worlds forces at sea. Although neither side managed to secure an advantage, the Blood Alliance suffered heavy losses in these clashes. Rumor has it that the Alliance has over 5 million Tier 3 casualties thus far. 3 of the Alliance's islands were razed to the ground. The players in the queue couldn't help starting heated discussions among themselves as they looked at the Tier 4 players and NPCs. While the Blood Alliance's sphere of operations was mostly limited to the sea, the Starlight Fortress was nowhere near the sea. Just teleporting from a coastal city to the Starlight Fortress cost nearly 6 gold coins. Are they greedy for the Starlight Fortress's benefits? That's probably the case. After all, the current Starlight Fortress is simply amazing. Its mana density and the benefits the mana provides are much greater than what you can find elsewhere on the continent. Not to mention, it is also near a God Mode regional dungeon. That can't be, right? Don't they know that a Tier 4 Divine Dragon is guarding this place? That's not something Tier 4 existences can go up against. While everyone wondered why members of the Blood Alliance had come to the Starlight Fortress, Fithalia's team arrived before the Blood Alliance group. Guild leader Brute, to what do we owe this sudden visit? Fithalia asked a thin man wearing a gray robe and carrying a dark wooden staff. The Blood Alliance had arrived with more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs and 3 of the Blood Alliance's top 10 Tier 4 experts. It definitely wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Blood Alliance came with bad intentions. Commander Fithalia, you don't need to be so nervous. We are not here to ask for trouble. Moreover, we aren't here to meet you, Brute said, smiling faintly. In fact, this matter doesn't have anything to do with Divine Tribe. We are simply here to find Zero Wing and negotiate a partnership. Negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing? Fithalia laughed at Brute's statement. I naturally don't have a say in such a matter. However, seeing as you've brought so many Tier 4 NPCs with you, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like you've come for a friendly negotiation. I didn't call them here, Brute countered, shaking his head. These people are the representatives of various NPC naval forces. Representatives of NPC naval forces? Fithalia was surprised by Brute's answer. If only one NPC force had sent these Tier 4 NPCs, she wouldn't have found the situation strange. However, it was a different story if these NPCs represented multiple NPC forces. This was something she had to take seriously. In God's domain, the reason many kingdoms and empires had chosen not to spread their influence to the sea wasn't just the presence of powerful sea monsters. Another reason was the extraordinary strength of many NPC naval forces, with some even having Tier 5 NPCs leading them. Nodding, Brute said in an indisputable tone, That's right. It's fine if you do not let us enter, Commander Fithalia. However, I don't mind letting you know that the Blood Alliance plans to requisition a portion of the Starlight Fortress's temporary residences to resist the Outer World invaders. Chapter 2856, Half-Step Tier 5. Chapter 2856, Half-Step Tier 5. Requisition? Fithalia was momentarily stunned by Brute's words. Have you lost your mind, Brute? Fithalia wasn't the only person to have such thoughts. The spectating crowd thought so as well. The Blood Alliance, with its many superpowers and NPC forces, was indeed powerful. However, the Alliance's strength was only in the sea. On the Western continent, the Blood Alliance held no advantages. Since the Starlight Fortress was far from the sea, the Blood Alliance had no way to dispatch a large army to the Starlight Fortress. Moreover, the Starlight Fortress's defenses were something that even the 5 great superguilds were helpless against. After all, the fortress had a Tier 4 Divine Dragon guarding it. Even Tier 5 NPCs wouldn't dare go against such an existence. This was why Zero Wing could retain control over the Starlight Fortress despite having barely any of its own forces stationed on the Western continent. Otherwise, the surrounding NPC forces with Tier 5 NPCs leading them would have long since targeted the fortress. The only measure one could employ to suppress the Starlight Fortress was to place a thorough lockdown on the Star Valley. However, the Blood Alliance clearly didn't have the capability to pull off such a feat. Lost my mind? Laughing, Brute retorted, I don't think so at all. The Starlight Fortress indeed possesses powerful defensive capabilities, and there are very few forces in God's domain capable of threatening it. However, if over 100 Tier 4 NPCs lock down the Star Valley, I wonder how long the Starlight Fortress will last. Over 100 Tier 4 NPCs? When Brute finished speaking, the spectating crowd gasped. Currently, not only were NPCs much higher leveled than players on average, but NPCs were also stronger than players of the same level and tier on average. This was because NPCs' weapons, equipment, skills, and spells were superior to those of the average player. Meanwhile, a force of more than 100 Tier 4 NPCs was something not even a kingdom possessed. In other words, the Blood Alliance could actually dispatch an entire kingdom's top combatants to seal a map. Moreover, I heard that the situation over on the Eastern continent is quite adverse, and many superpowers have already gotten annihilated. Even Zero Wing can barely keep itself afloat and can't roam about freely. In such a situation, obtaining resources will naturally be impossible, Brute said. Without the Starlight Fortress's resources, I believe Zero Wing will have even more difficulty surviving, right? Hence, we are inviting Zero Wing to become a member of the Blood Alliance right now. Not only will we help the Starlight Fortress develop, but we will also help Zero Wing defend against the Outer World invaders. Wouldn't this situation be the best of both worlds? Upon hearing Brute's proposal, nobody present could offer any rebuttals, not even Fithalia. The chaos on the Eastern continent was no longer a secret. The entire God's domain had been greatly shaken on the day the World Passage had opened, the sudden event catching countless powers off guard. After all, a group of unknown player forces had suddenly appeared and taken over many guild cities of first-rate guilds. In fact, these unknown player forces had even laid their hands on the guild cities of superpowers. Originally, these superpowers had planned to retaliate against these unknown invaders. However, when they marched their armies to reclaim their cities, they found a large number of experts already gathered in their captured cities. Moreover, there were even many Tier 45 among these players. Needless to say, none of the superpowers managed to recapture their cities. Initially, the various powers of God's domain thought that this was merely a hidden superpower making its public debut. After all, this wasn't the first time such a situation had taken place. Many player forces would continuously accumulate their strength in secret and make a powerful debut all of a sudden. Hence, the various powers of God's domain had not placed too much attention on this matter. However, the next day, over a dozen superpowers had suddenly made their presence known to the world, and the number of Tier 4 players these superpowers commanded far exceeded that of the local superpowers. On that very day, these new superpowers annihilated a local superpower and split up its territory among themselves. This war had thoroughly stupefied the various powers of God's domain. It was one thing to see a new superpower emerge, but it was another thing altogether to see so many superpowers appear out of the blue. Moreover, all of these superpowers boasted an incredible number of Tier 4 players. No matter how one looked at this situation, it was simply unbelievable. After a series of frantic investigations, the various powers of God's domain eventually discovered that these new superpowers didn't originate from their version of God's domain, but from another God's domain. Moreover, the players belonging to these superpowers didn't live on Earth but on an interstellar continent. The human population of this interstellar continent rivaled that of Earth. Most importantly, the average combat standard of these interstellar continent residents was much higher than that of Earthlings. This was because the world of God's domain was everything for these people. In addition, these outer world superpowers were much stronger than the native superpowers. In fact, the two couldn't even be compared on the same level. In less than 5 days, these outer world superpowers had not only destroyed several native superpowers, but even taken over 7 kingdoms. These kingdoms were now paradises for outer world NPCs, who rapidly harvested the various resources available in these kingdoms to keep growing stronger. Meanwhile, in response to these invaders, the various native kingdoms and empires had gathered players to fight off these outer world players and NPCs. The subsequent war was most likely one of the biggest in God's domain's history, as several dozen kingdoms and empires had joined hands to counter the invasion. And after fighting dozens of battles, both large and small, the Eastern Continent's native forces eventually managed to isolate the Outer World's NPC forces to one corner of the continent. However, in exchange for this outcome, the Eastern Continent's native forces had lost nearly 1/3 of their land. Moreover, this isolation affected only the Outer World's NPC forces. The Outer World's individual NPCs and player forces could still roam freely. In a situation where native players were inferior in terms of both levels and combat standards, the Eastern Continent's players were at an absolute disadvantage. Only by cooperating with native NPCs could they resist the Outer World players. It was obvious that the Eastern Continent's native forces would crumble in the near future as more and more Outer World players and NPCs invaded the Eastern Continent. In fact, it wouldn't be long before the Western Continent would get dragged into the war, since the various sea zones were already engulfed in the flames of war. If the Starlight Fortress were to get isolated now, Zero Wing would definitely suffer immeasurable consequences. After all, due to the Outer World forces occupying many of the Eastern Continent's resource spots, prices of various resources had more than doubled. If Zero Wing were to lose the resources from the Starlight Fortress, the guild would most likely struggle to defend its guild cities. In this situation, Phythalia herself was powerless to do anything. Even if Divine Tribe were willing to help Zero Wing with all of its strength, there was no way Divine Tribe could win against a force of over 100 Tier 4 NPCs. Eventually, Phythalia sighed and said, "I understand. I'll convey your words to Zero Wing." "Good then." Nodding, Brute said indifferently, "However, our patience is limited. Tell Zero Wing that they only have 1 day to reply. If they don't give us an answer by then, we will begin sealing the map immediately." 1 day? Phythalia frowned. This was too short. It was barely enough time for her to convey the message and for Zero Wing to hold a short discussion among its executives. Zero Wing wouldn't have any time to make the necessary preparations at all. That's right. Only 1 day. Zero Wing had best not waste any time. That wouldn't be beneficial to the Blood Alliance or Zero Wing, Brute said in a determined tone. I can even tell Zero Wing now that if they refuse our offer, while it might give the Blood Alliance some trouble, I can guarantee that they will suffer 100 times more than us. After Brute finished speaking, the Tier 4 NPCs standing behind him promptly unleashed their auras. The combined aura of over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs pressured even Phythalia. If not for the buff from standing inside the Starlight Fortress, she might have even succumbed to this mighty aura and stumbled back. As for the other Divine Tribe members, their complexions had paled. It was evident that they felt very uncomfortable beneath this frightening aura. However, just as Phythalia was about to speak up, a calm and deep voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. A partnership won't be necessary. Zero Wing doesn't need allies like you bunch. At this voice of rejection, everyone present turned reflexively toward its origin, curious to see who would be so bold as to decide for Zero Wing. Who said that? Come out. Brute, in particular, reacted with anger and displeasure. He never thought that someone would dare openly challenge the Blood Alliance. Black Flame? Zero Wing's guild leader has arrived already? When everyone present saw the cloaked man approaching Phythalia and Brute, they quickly recognized him, based on the two longswords hanging by his waist, as well as his dark and determined eyes. Guild leader Black Flame? Phythalia was stunned when she saw Shi Feng. This was because Shi Feng's present self was completely different from when she last met him. Not only did his body radiate frighteningly dense mana right now, but she could also sense a difference in life rating between them. Half-step tier 5? When the elderly level 167 tier 4 NPC at the head of the Blood Alliance's group saw Shi Feng, he gasped in shock. Half-step tier 5? How is this possible? When the surrounding players overheard the elderly NPC's words, they similarly gaped at Shi Feng with astonished gazes. Nowadays, tier 4 players were no longer as rare as before. Hence, most tier 3 players in God's domain no longer found tier 4 players foreign. At the same time, they also knew just how difficult it was to get promoted from tier 4 to tier 5, as well as how wide the gulf between tier 4 and tier 5 existences was. Meanwhile, a half-step tier 5 existence referred to tier 4 individuals who had achieved an incredibly high standard in their control over mana and their mana body. After reaching this stage, so long as a tier 4 individual successfully constructed a sufficiently strong mana body for themselves, they would become a tier 5 existence, an existence even NPC empires feared greatly. Yet, in an era where mainstream players had just reached tier 3 and only an extremely small number of experts had reached tier 4, they were now being told that Shi Feng had already reached the half-step tier 5 standard. No matter how they thought about it, this didn't seem plausible. However, as a tier 4 NPC had said these words, they were unlikely to be false. What kind of guidance do you have for me, I wonder? Guild leader Brute, Shi Feng asked calmly as he stared at Brute. Chapter 2857, Black Flame? Chapter 2857, Black Flame? Your Black Flame? Brute was stunned when he saw Shi Feng, half-step tier 5. In the current era, where the various superpowers barely had any tier 4 players under their command, a half-step tier 5 existence was practically invincible. In fact, one would have difficulty finding a half-step tier 5 existence even among the Outer Worlds players and NPCs. That's right, I am, Shi Feng said, nodding. So, it's guild leader Black Flame. Everything before was only a misunderstanding. We don't have any intentions of isolating the Starlight Fortress, Brute said, smiling fawningly. Since you aren't interested in partnering with us, the Blood Alliance won't force the issue. Guild leader Black Flame. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave now. As soon as Brute finished speaking, he turned around, planning to leave the Starlight Fortress together with the Blood Alliance's members. He had no intention of staying even a second longer. A misunderstanding? Shi Feng laughed at Brute's words. Guild leader Brute, you brought over a dozen tier 4 NPCs and came all the way here to declare that you plan to isolate the Starlight Fortress. Yet you're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Since you've already come here, then stay here. After saying so, Shi Feng manifested his mana domain, enveloping a 4,000-yard radius in liquid mana. As soon as Shi Feng unleashed his mana domain, Brute and the others stiffened. Their bodies felt indescribably heavy, as if they had sunk into a swamp. The level 160-plus tier 4 NPCs were just barely able to counter this suppression by releasing their own mana domains. However, none of them could manipulate the mana around them. Phythalia was astonished when Shi Feng took action. She never thought that he would do so without a second word. After all, the Blood Alliance's side had more than a dozen tier 4 NPCs. While these NPCs might not be a match for Shi Feng in a one-on-one fight, if they worked together, they could potentially take on even a tier 5 existence. Not good. This is world creation. The elderly tier 4 NPC leading the other NPCs exclaimed, an indescribably grim expression appearing on his face as he stared at Shi Feng. The fact that Shi Feng was at the half-step tier 5 standard was already plenty frightening. That, combined with his control over mana being at the world creation standard, meant he could fight tier 5 existences already. In front of such an expert, even a group of tier 4 individuals would be insignificant. What made tier 4 individuals much more powerful than tier 3 individuals was their ability to strengthen their abilities using the ambient mana. However, individuals who had reached the world creation standard could create a miniature world with their mana domain. All the mana within the domain would operate by rules favorable to the user and disadvantageous to hostile forces. Unless one had similarly reached the world creation standard, manipulating the ambient mana while standing in a world creation level mana domain would be impossible. One could only rely on the mana in one's body to do battle, essentially losing all the advantages of tier 4. World creation was something Shi Feng achieved after his concentration had reached the tier 5 standard. To be precise, he had first reached the Grand Master Magician standard after his concentration had reached the tier 5 standard. Then, his mana domain had automatically transformed into a miniature world. He didn't even have to transform it consciously. Run, Brute shouted in a panic. Run? With your abilities? Shi Feng unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and activated Darkness Bind. After getting upgraded to Tier 4, Darkness Bind's range had improved tremendously. The next moment, pitch-black chains emerged from the void within a 500-yard radius and instantly constrained the Blood Alliance members' movements. The chains not only prevented the use of skills and spells, but also drastically reduced their target's mobility. Shi Feng appeared before the Blood Alliance members and brandished the Light of Two Worlds. Tier 4 Legacy Skill, Formless Blade, Swords Transmigration. 13 sword lights shot at the chests of Brute and the others, so fast that barely any of them managed to react to the attacks in time. Of the Blood Alliance players, only Brute, who had broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body, managed to activate a Tier 4 defensive spell in time. Even so, the Tier 4 barrier he summoned shattered after receiving Shi Feng's attack. As for the other Tier 4 players, none of them survived the attack. Even a Tier 4 shield warrior died on the spot. The Tier 4 NPCs fared a little better than the players. Because of their significant advantage in levels and equipment, they all managed to activate a Tier 4 defensive skill or spell in time and block the attacks directed at them. Even so, having used up one of their life-saving measures, these NPCs wouldn't be able to reuse these skills and spells within a short time. However, Shi Feng had no intention of giving the Blood Alliance's members any room to catch a breather. After completing his first attack, he promptly activated Blade Domain and executed Swords Transmigration once more. Under Shi Feng's control, the 7 magic swords exhibited power at the Tier 5 standard. Brute and the Tier 4 NPCs were cornered and had no choice but to work together to cope with Shi Feng's attacks. Despite not holding anything back, they were still forced to use their life-saving measures one after another. For a time, explosions and spatial tears roiled the entrance of the Starlight Fortress. After these noises continued for around 30 seconds, Brute and the Blood Alliance's Tier 4 NPCs all turned into ashes, becoming deader than dead. They died, just like that. So, this is Black Flame's strength? Amazing. Isn't he basically a Tier 5 now? The spectators gaped in shock when they saw the Blood Alliance's people annihilated, unable to get their minds around this situation for a long time. After all, Brute was a domain realm expert. If he worked together with more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs, they could probably raid even Tier 5 legendary monsters. However, in front of Shi Feng, these powerful individuals were like children. Throughout the fight, they could only defend themselves. They didn't have any leeway to retaliate or even heal themselves. Anyone who slipped up on their defense for even a moment got killed instantly. At this time, let alone the spectating crowd, even Phythalia was flabbergasted by this situation. She never thought that a person's combat power could achieve such frightening heights after reaching the half-step Tier 5 in world creation standards. With such combat power, Shi Feng could probably go up against a true Tier 5 existence. Meanwhile, after killing the Blood Alliance's members, Shi Feng didn't hesitate to pocket the items they dropped. Simultaneously, he marveled at the excellence of the items they dropped. Just the epic weapons and equipment he obtained numbered more than 10. Moreover, every one of them could be used up to level 100. After collecting his loot, Shi Feng went to Phythalia's group and said gratefully, "Thank you for helping out with the Starlight Fortress's troubles throughout this period. If not for you all maintaining the fortress, it would have most likely become a mess long ago." From the Blood Alliance's movements, he could tell that many powers on the Western continent already had their sights set on the Starlight Fortress. The threat of the Divine Dragon was no longer sufficient to ensure the Starlight Fortress's development. After all, so long as these powers isolated the Starlight Fortress and prevented other players from visiting it, they could easily stifle the fortress's development. "You exaggerate, Guild Leader Black Flame. However, you dealt a heavy blow to the Blood Alliance. The Alliance is unlikely to take this lying down," Phythalia said. She then added, "We have already conducted a thorough investigation into the Blood Alliance. It consists of more than 10 superpowers and quite a number of powerful NPC forces. Some of these NPC forces even have Tier 5 NPCs leading them. This is why even the Outer World invaders are just barely able to suppress the Blood Alliance and not defeat it outright. With Shi Feng's strength, offending superpowers wouldn't be a problem. However, it was a different story for NPC forces. Now that NPCs were no longer restricted by the system, so long as there were sufficient benefits to be had, they would be more than willing to take action against players. If a Tier 5 NPC were to attack the Starlight Fortress, even if the fortress could remain standing, it would still be a nightmare for the fortress. Relax. Even if a Tier 5 does come, they can do nothing," Shi Feng said, chuckling nonchalantly. If it were before he had challenged the trial, he would indeed hesitate to clash with the Blood Alliance. However, he now had the ability to contend against Tier 5 existences. Not to mention, the Starlight Fortress even had Auerbeck guarding it. The Silver Divine Dragon could suppress even ordinary Tier 5 existences of the same level. Do nothing? Phythalia's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't help growing curious about the basis of Shi Feng's confidence. In the current era where gods had secluded themselves, Tier 5 existences were considered the strongest combatants in God's domain. This was the same for the Outer World. Every Tier 5 individual was a strategic existence that could single-handedly ensure the safety of a region. Hence, she found it inconceivable that Shi Feng already had the ability to go up against Tier 5 existences. Not to mention, these were Tier 5 NPCs they were talking about, not Tier 5 players. Commander Thalia, may I trouble you to get me these materials? Instead of explaining his confidence, Shi Feng took out a list and handed it to Thalia. I am willing to purchase them using magic crystals at double the market value. After taking a look at the materials on the list, Thalia found that although these materials were rare and valuable, gathering them shouldn't be a problem with Divine Tribe's abilities. This shouldn't be a problem, but why would you want to purchase these materials at such a high price? With Zero Wing's abilities, you should be able to gather these materials yourself. There's no need to pay double for them, much less pay in magic crystals, Thalia asked as she looked at Shi Feng strangely. Aside from the magic elven stone, the other materials on the list were relatively easy to obtain for a superpower. So long as Shi Feng returned to the eastern continent, he could gather these materials at any time through Zero Wing. There was no need to pay such an exorbitant price. Not bothering to hide his motives, Shi Feng explained calmly, I don't have a choice. I urgently need these materials to connect the two continents. I won't have enough if I rely on only the Starlight Fortress's material stockpile, so I have to ask your guild to acquire them for me. Now that he could summon the Divine Dragon to his aid at any time, he could do many things that he dared not do before. Connect the two continents? Thalia momentarily doubted her ears when she heard Shi Feng's words. How was this possible? The two main continents of God's domain were incredibly far apart from each other. This was why the various superpowers had desperately contended over intercontinental teleportation arrays. Even so, these teleportation arrays came with a lot of limitations. If Shi Feng really had a way to allow people to travel between the two continents freely, then that would be simply amazing. However, Shi Feng just smiled in response to Thalia's doubt and did not explain himself further. His past self would indeed be incapable of accomplishing such a feat. However, now that he was a Grandmaster Magician, combined with the Starlight Fortress's summoning tower, such a feat wasn't particularly difficult. Chapter 2858, Intercontinental Teleportation Magic Array. Chapter 2858 Int. Intercontinental Teleportation Magic Array, Starlight Fortress, Summoning Tower. After spending over 80,000 magic crystals to purchase all of the materials he needed from Divine Tribe, Shi Feng immediately began working on the Summoning Tower's teleportation array. The Summoning Tower's main purpose was to summon monsters. It was a construction unique to the Starlight Fortress. However, the Starlight Fortress itself could be considered a teleportation tower, as it possessed a teleportation array and a spatial node passed down since ancient times. These inheritances were what allowed the Summoning Tower to summon monsters from other worlds to fight for the Starlight Fortress. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be possible for the Summoning Tower to facilitate intercontinental teleportation. However, Shi Feng was now a grandmaster in manipulating magic arrays. He even possessed a teleportation magic array design, hence he could make the impossible possible. Not to mention, he had also seen quite a few guild cities that possessed player-made intercontinental teleportation arrays in his previous life. To achieve intercontinental teleportation, one needed to fulfill 3 conditions. The first condition was to have a Grandmaster Magician. The second condition was to have a teleportation magic array design. The third and most important condition was to have a spatial node on one of the two continents. Only after fulfilling these 3 conditions could one construct an intercontinental teleportation magic array. Meanwhile, there weren't many spatial nodes on the two continents. In total, they numbered less than 20. Moreover, many of them were in dangerous forbidden lands. However, so long as one managed to secure a spatial node, they could freely travel between the two main continents, no longer subject to the various limitations of ancient intercontinental magic arrays. This was why Shi Feng was adamant about acquiring the Starlight Fortress previously. The only flaw intercontinental teleportation arrays had was their colossal energy consumption. Instead of using magic crystals like ordinary teleportation arrays did, an intercontinental teleportation array required mana stones as fuel. Moreover, each teleportation cost 10 mana stones. If the job of synthesizing mana stones using magic crystals were left to a master alchemist, it would cost nearly 1,000 magic crystals per teleportation. With such a high cost, even superpowers wouldn't be able to afford to teleport people between continents in large numbers. However, even with such a limitation, the intercontinental teleportation array was still plenty amazing. After all, the two main continents had different resources. Trading in these resources could net massive profits. Moreover, transportation by teleportation was much more convenient than by air or by sea. Most importantly, an intercontinental magic array could allow a guild to synergize its forces on the two continents. This guild could operate on the two continents as if operating on a single continent, free of the problems arising from operating on 2 different continents. This was also one reason Shi Feng had been desperately working to become a Grandmaster Magician all this time. As Shi Feng was quietly constructing the intercontinental magic array in the Summoning Tower, Divine Tribe's executives suddenly held a meeting in the guild's temporary residence in the Starlight Fortress. Thalia, is what you say true? Can Black Flame really connect the two continents? Great Elder Adolf asked in disbelief as he looked at Phythalia. When Adolf heard that Shi Feng had reached the half-step Tier 5 and world creation standards and single-handedly killed over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs, he had already been incredulous. Yet, Phythalia was now telling him that Shi Feng could also create an intercontinental teleportation array. How could he possibly believe her? However, Adolf also understood one thing very clearly. Phythalia was never one to exaggerate things. Since she had said so, then this matter was most likely true. Only, he still couldn't help seeking further confirmation from her. With Black Flame's personality, it's unlikely he would lie. Not to mention, he doesn't have any reason to lie to us, Phythalia replied after giving the matter some thought. After all, even if he can't connect the two continents, with the strength and potential he has displayed and the Starlight Fortress's support, should Zero Wing fall on the eastern continent, it can easily rise again on the western continent. Zero Wing won't need our support at all. That makes sense. Adolf nodded. The Starlight Fortress had a Tier 4 divine dragon guarding it. Unless a Tier 6 god or a group of Tier 5 existences attacked the fortress, nothing could threaten the fortress. Not to mention, Shi Feng was already highly likely to get promoted to Tier 5. Whether it was now or in the future, he definitely couldn't be underestimated. The reason I called everyone here is to recommend that we deepen our partnership with Zero Wing, Phythalia said as she took out a set of documents detailing the Eastern Continent's situation. After sending a copy to everyone present, she continued, "This is the latest report on the Eastern Continent's state of affairs. Several more superpowers have come from the Outer World recently. Although there shouldn't be any large-scale battles occurring between the Outer World invaders and the Eastern Continent's natives, friction between the two sides will definitely occur one way or another. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's resources are extraordinary. A battle between Zero Wing and the Outer World invaders is inevitable. Hence, I propose that we have some of the guild's Tier 4s head to the Eastern Continent to support Zero Wing. This way, Divine Tribe will have some initiative in future partnerships with Zero Wing." When Phythalia finished speaking, everyone present promptly nodded in agreement. Before today, they had merely treated Zero Wing as an ordinary superpower and did not put much thought into their partnership with the guild. However, after today's incident, they could no longer afford to do so. This was because Zero Wing possessed not only a half-step Tier 5 expert, but also an intercontinental teleportation array linking the two continents. Once word of this teleportation array got out, the Starlight Fortress would undoubtedly become the Western Continent's focal point. At that time, the Starlight Fortress's income would definitely multiply by tenfold or more. If Divine Tribe could get a cut of this pie, it would be of significant help to the guild. With Divine Tribe's foundations, the resources from the Starlight Fortress might even allow it to rival the 5 great super guilds. I don't see any problem with this. Looking at Phythalia, Adolf pondered for a moment before saying, "Since we are going to help Zero Wing on the Eastern Continent, Phythalia, take McCaffrey and Crimson with you. The two of them should be able to help Zero Wing solve many problems." "Thank you, Great Elder." Phythalia was overjoyed when she heard Adolf's words. McCaffrey and Crimson Witch were top combatants of Divine Tribe. The two of them possessed fragmented legendary items and were fully geared in epic weapons and equipment. Most importantly, both had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies. Crimson Witch, in particular, had even reached the 105% completion rate. Adolf aside, the completion rate of Crimson Witch's mana body was the highest in Divine Tribe. If not for Phythalia owning a fragmented legendary weapon, she wouldn't be a match for Crimson Witch. I'll contact the two of them in a moment. As for everything else, I'll leave it up to you, Adolf said, nodding. Originally, Adolf had other plans for McCaffrey and Crimson Witch. However, taking into account Zero Wing's potential, he deemed deepening Divine Tribe's relationship with Zero Wing much more valuable. Shortly after Divine Tribe's executives concluded their meeting, Shi Feng completed the intercontinental teleportation array at the top of the summoning tower. Good, the spatial coordinates are stable. Now, I just need to set up a corresponding teleportation array on the Eastern Continent, and the two continents will be connected. Shi Feng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the intercontinental teleportation array before him. This intercontinental magic array was definitely his best creation since he began playing God's Domain. Not only did constructing this magic array require a lot of knowledge and understanding of the various elements of mana, but he also had to convert a master teleportation magic array into a grand master teleportation magic array. The difficulty of such a feat was simply extraordinary. Shi Feng suddenly received a call soon after completing the intercontinental teleportation array. "Guild Leader Black Flame, I have already arranged the matter you asked before," Phythalia said as she looked at Shi Feng through the video chat. Smiling, she continued, "You can head over to the Eastern Continent together with us at any time. If it's the intercontinental teleportation array in the Hellforest City Secret Land, we should be able to reach the Eastern Continent in less than 2 days." Together? Surprised by Phythalia's words, Shi Feng asked, "You plan on heading to the Eastern Continent as well, Commander Phythalia?" From what he understood, Divine Tribe had never shown any interest in the Eastern Continent. The guild had always focused on the Western Continent. Not to mention, the current Eastern Continent was an incredibly dangerous place. Most importantly, Divine Tribe had to pay a huge price to send people to the Eastern Continent. The superpowers controlling ancient intercontinental teleportation arrays normally charged around 8,000 magic crystals and various precious materials per person when facilitating travel between the two continents. Moreover, this was still considered a friendship price. Even for a superpower, having many people travel between the two continents would still be a considerable expenditure. In response to Shi Feng's question, Fithalia nodded and smiled. Our guild has some matters to deal with on the eastern continent. I'm afraid we will have to trouble you at that time, Guild Leader Black Flame. You're being too polite, Commander Fithalia. Your guild has helped me plenty on the western continent, Shi Feng said, chuckling. If you encounter any trouble on the eastern continent, feel free to look for me. Since you've said so, I definitely won't hold back when that time comes, Guild Leader Black Flame, Fithalia said, her smile turning even brighter. Naturally, Shi Feng nodded. Besides Divine Tribe's status on the western continent, just being able to form friendly relations with Fithalia herself was already well worth his time. After all, there weren't many players capable of reaching Tier 6 in God's domain. Shi Feng ended his call with Fithalia, then sorted out the Starlight Fortress's income. He collected the 2.14 million gold and 930,000 magic crystals the fortress earned during this period and made his way to the fortress's entrance. And after he met up with Fithalia's group of 3, they promptly made their way to the Hell Forest City Secret Lands Intercontinental Teleportation Array. After waiting for more than a day for the teleportation array to activate, Shi Feng transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the secret land. Chapter 2859, Returning to the Eastern Continent. Chapter 2859, Returning to the Eastern Continent, Demon Mist Valley. What rotten luck. We actually got teleported to a forbidden land. Crimson Witch frowned as she observed the faint red mist surrounding her. Divine Tribe had conducted a thorough investigation into the Forbidden Lands on both continents. This was because these locations were incredibly dangerous. Current players couldn't visit them. Moreover, players would first have to exit the Forbidden Land before they could teleport out of the map. After players entered level 100 plus maps, it was found that these maps possessed plenty of spatial tiers and random teleportation points. Any one of these traps had a high chance of teleporting players to dangerous locations like Forbidden Lands. Hence, to reduce the chances of their important combatants dying after getting teleported forcibly to a forbidden land, the superpowers investigated the various forbidden lands and provided this information to their members. The Demon Mist Valley was one of the better-known forbidden lands on the eastern continent. The reason for its fame was the red mist shrouding the map all year round. Anyone who entered this place, even Tier 48, would have their physique and senses heavily suppressed, unable to exert even half of their normal combat power. In addition, the monsters in the Demon Mist Valley possessed incredibly powerful defense and magic resistance. The weakest monster here was a level 130 Great Lord. There were also plenty of mythic monsters and even superior mythic monsters. Even Tier 4 experts would have a very low chance of survival if they got sent to this forbidden land unprepared. Hence, the various superpowers had placed particularly great importance on the Demon Mist Valley. Our luck isn't all that bad. At least we didn't get sent to the central region. We're only at the boundary between the inner and outer regions. McGaffrey, the Silver Lion Legion's vice commander, said after checking his map. Pointing at the valley and the forest in front, he continued, "We should reach the outer region in 3 hours if we head in that direction." The Demon Mist Valley did not just prevent teleportation, but its red mist also prevented Tier 4 players from flying. In fact, even flying mounts could only walk here. Guild Leader Black Flame, let us hurry out of here. We'll get surrounded by monsters if we stay for too long. At that time, leaving the Demon Mist Valley will become even more troublesome, Fithalia suggested as she looked at Shi Feng. Although the red mist heavily suppressed players' perception, the monsters inside the Demon Mist Valley were unaffected. Hence, monsters would almost always notice players before players detected them. In addition, now that monsters in God's domain had gained self-awareness and greater intelligence, they would almost always ambush players in packs. Not to mention, their group was currently in the Demon Mist Valley's inner region. According to Divine Tribe's research, the chances of a superior mythic monster appearing here was quite high. Quite a number of mythic monsters also roamed the area. If their group caused a huge commotion, it could easily attract a pack of mythic monsters. Even for Tier 4 players like themselves, fighting multiple mythic monsters was very dangerous. Sure, Shi Feng nodded. After arriving in the Demon Mist Valley, he had already spread his senses. Despite his perception getting suppressed to just a 2,000-yard radius, he still managed to discover 2 mythic monsters and more than 30 level 140-plus Grand Lords. It would indeed be very troublesome if their small group had to fight against all these monsters. Following this, the group of 4 made their way into the valley under Shi Feng's lead. Now that Shi Feng's concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard and his control over mana had achieved world creation, even after walking through the valley for over an hour, the 4 did not come across a single battle. This situation confused Fithalia and the others, and they could only assume that an army of players had cleared this valley recently. However, as the group approached the outer region, the density of the monsters in the area also increased. Although Shi Feng had a perception range of 2,000 yards, he still had greater difficulty finding a safe route to travel. Huh? Players? Suddenly, Shi Feng detected strong mana fluctuations coming from a forest some distance ahead, indicating a battle taking place there. After advancing a little more, the group even began hearing sounds of battle. Shortly after hearing the noise, the group saw a level 145 superior mythic, ranked 4-winged feathered dragon rising from the forest 1,000 yards away. The feathered dragon then used a breath attack, turning the forest within a 500-yard radius into ash. Along with the destruction of a portion of the forest, 3 figures, 1 female and 2 males, entered the sight of Shi Feng's group. These 3 players were all Tier 4 players. Shi Feng even recognized 2 of them. One was 16th Cloud, the second vice-guild leader of Shining Tiger. The other was the assassin Sorrowful Silence. The only reason the trio managed to survive the feathered dragon's breath attack was the Tier 4 Guardian Knight of the group. However, after taking on that breath attack, the Guardian Knight did not have much HP remaining. None of the 3 was a healer either, so the Guardian Knight could only rely on potions to heal himself. Evidently, it wouldn't be long before they fell to the superior mythic monster. Damn it, to think we'll actually die here? 16th Cloud, who wielded a crimson staff, glared at the 4-winged feathered dragon's 60-meter-long frame with inevitable frustration. That's right. We should have fought those people outside instead. It would be much better than getting killed by this monster, Sorrowful Silence said, nodding in agreement. There's no helping it. Who would have thought we would encounter such a monster as soon as we ducked into the inner region? 16th Cloud said with a bitter smile. I guess fate really wants us dead. They had gone to great lengths to escape the Outer World experts' pursuit, running all the way from the Demon Mist Valley's outer region to the inner region. Originally, they thought they could lose those Outer World experts after hiding in the inner region. They never imagined that a superior mythic monster might be guarding the border. The 4-winged feather dragon wasn't just a superior mythic monster, it was also the realm lord of this area. Even a 20-man Tier 4 team would have difficulty fighting it under normal circumstances, what more under the Demon Mist Valley's suppression. And worse, the feathered dragon could fly. There was no way to escape it. Players that encountered the feathered dragon had only 2 options, kill it or be killed by it. There was no third option. However, before 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence could continue their conversation, the feathered dragon flapped its 2 sets of wings, sending countless wind blades at the 3 players. The boss did not give the trio a chance to catch a breather. Upon seeing the approaching wind blades, 16th Cloud swung her crimson staff, instantly raising a wall of flames in front of the 3. The wall of flames rose over 100 meters, blocking all the oncoming wind blades, and once the flames stopped the attacks, they transformed into a phoenix that flew toward the feathered dragon. Tier 4 Curse, Phoenix Flame. Phoenix Flame was actually a Tier 4 offensive curse. However, 16th Cloud not only utilized it as if it were a defensive curse but even switched it to offense afterward. Her mastery of this Tier 4 curse was simply superb. However, just as the phoenix was about to devour the feathered dragon, the latter suddenly let loose a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, the flames making up the phoenix got extinguished one after another. The phoenix eventually disappeared before it could reach the feathered dragon's body. Mana annihilation? 16th Cloud was thunderstruck when she saw the flames disappearing, her mind unable to accept this situation. If the flames had merely failed to damage the feathered dragon because they lacked power, she would still be able to understand it. However, as she held full control over the flames, she could tell that the flames hadn't died naturally. Instead, they got extinguished because the mana used to create and fuel them had been annihilated. How can a boss hold such a skill? This is cheating. Sorrowful Silence fell into despair as he looked at the feathered dragon. Although he didn't know the exact details of the situation because he wasn't the creator of those flames, he could tell that those flames had died due to mana annihilation. In other words, all spells would be a joke in front of the feathered dragon. Moreover, as an inferior dragon, the 4-winged feathered dragon possessed incredible defense. If magical attacks were ineffective against it, it would be a nigh invincible existence. After destroying 16th Cloud's curse, the feathered dragon flapped its wings and sent wind blades at the 3 players once more. It seems this is the end for us. Looking at the innumerable oncoming wind blades, 16th Cloud could only shrug helplessly and wait for death to claim her. Originally, she had hoped her Tier 4 curse would heavily injure the feathered dragon, creating an opportunity for their party to escape. However, let alone heavily injuring the feathered dragon, she couldn't even damage it. In front of an inferior dragon capable of using mana annihilation, an elementalist like herself was nothing but a joke. She was of no threat to it at all. Yet, just as the countless wind blades were about to strike 16th Cloud and the others, a magic barrier suddenly emerged from the ground before them. The barrier stopped the wind blades, releasing the trio from death's grip. Crystalline barrier? When 16th Cloud saw the shattered magic barrier in front of her, she immediately recognized the Tier 4 spell used to create it. With his keen eyes, Sorrowful Silence quickly noticed some figures emerging from the distant forest. Vice Guild Leader, there are people coming from over there. At Sorrowful Silence's words, 16th Cloud promptly turned toward the direction he indicated. What entered her vision were 4 people, 2 male and 2 females, emerging from the forest roughly 500 yards away. It was evident that these 4 people were responsible for the Tier 4 defensive spell that had saved their party. Black Flame? When 16th Cloud saw one of the cloaked men of the group, she couldn't help her surprise. She had met with the man known as Black Flame once before when negotiating with Zero Wing for partnership on behalf of Shining Tiger. However, after that event, she had paid very little attention to Zero Wing, focusing it all on developing Shining Tiger's forces in the Glory Empire. If not for Shi Feng having accomplished astonishing feats that shook the entirety of God's domain, she would have long since forgotten his appearance. Chapter 2860, Eastern Continent Situation. Chapter 2860, Eastern Continent's Situation. 16th Cloud and the others noticed the three people moving behind Shi Feng and were stunned when they saw the faces of these three people. No way. Commander Phythalia of Divine Tribe's Divine Hymn Legion is here. Isn't Divine Tribe active only on the Western Continent? She's not here alone. Even the Silver Lion Legion's Vice Commander McCaffrey and Divine Tribe's Crimson Witch are here. Both of them are Divine Tribe's top combatants. Crimson Witch is probably the one who helped us just now. Why did they come here all of a sudden? Although Divine Tribe wasn't famous on the Eastern Continent, it was very well known on the Western Continent. The guild's development had even skyrocketed recently, and it was now in existence close to rivaling the 5 great super guilds. Naturally, Divine Tribe was many times stronger than a recently established superpower like Shining Tiger. Yet, 3 of Divine Tribe's top combatants were now here. With the ability of these 3 people, they could normally preside over the guild affairs on their own. Having the 3 of them together was akin to Divine Tribe having its trump card legion stroll down the street of a city. Unless Divine Tribe was planning an important operation, such an action would be a complete waste of manpower. However, before 16th Cloud and the others could recover from their surprise, Phythalia and McCaffrey suddenly appeared beside the 4-winged feathered dragon. Phythalia promptly brandished her longsword and bombarded the Realm Lord with a rain of swordlights. As for McCaffrey, he raised his greatsword and stabbed it into the ground. Subsequently, massive greatswords emerged from the ground and stabbed at the airborne feathered dragon. Compared to the Shining Tiger trio, Phythalia and McCaffrey evidently had far superior control over mana. Their ordinary Tier 4 skills nearly rivaled Tier 5 skills in power. They also perfectly coordinated their attacks, such that the feathered dragon could only defend against the attack of one and had no choice but to take the attack of the other. 31,654,250. Damage exceeding 30 million appeared above the feathered dragon's head, the attack provoking a pained cry from the superior mythic. Although this amount of damage was nothing compared to the feathered dragon's nearly 20 billion HP, 16th Cloud and the others couldn't even damage the Realm Lord. And how strong. So, these are Divine Tribe's top combatants? 16th Cloud was astonished when she saw the combat prowess Phythalia and McCaffrey displayed. Although 16th Cloud recognized that she still couldn't rank at the very top of God's domain in terms of combat power, she was still a Domain Realm Tier 4 expert. She was also fully equipped with epic equipment. Yet, compared to Phythalia and McCaffrey, she still had a long way to go before reaching the top of God's domain. However, before Shining Tiger's trio could overcome their shock from Phythalia and McCaffrey's display of power, an overbearing swordlight suddenly cut through space and sliced off one of the feathered dragon's claws. The attack wrenched an agonized shriek from the feathered dragon, and its HP instantly plunged by more than 100 million. The horrified feathered dragon immediately flapped its wings and fled the scene like a powerful storm, not daring to remain for even a moment longer. The feathered dragon was much faster than the average Tier 4 flying mount. Upon seeing this scene, 16th Cloud and the others reflexively turned toward the origin of the swordlight with stunned looks on their faces. This was because the origin of this swordlight was none other than Shi Feng. Currently, he radiated a mana so dense that it was liquid. How is this possible? 16th Cloud gaped in shock at Shi Feng. Not only did Shi Feng scare a superior mythic-ranked Realm Lord away with one attack, but the strength of his mana was simply unbelievable. The density of his mana was something she had seen radiating from only Tier 5 NPCs. However, while the information Shining Tiger obtained said that Shi Feng was indeed powerful to the point where he could slay Tier 4 NPCs, it did not say that he was this powerful. The attack Shi Feng had used to scare the feathered dragon away wasn't a skill because the attack did not create any mana fluctuations whatsoever. It was an ordinary attack executed with a combat technique. Meanwhile, seeing the feathered dragon fly away left Shi Feng feeling a little frustrated. How unfortunate. The Demon Mist Valley's restraint prevented even him from flying, hence, if a flying monster fled from him, he had no way of catching up, not to mention the 4-winged feathered dragon was even a Realm Lord. This was why players had an incredibly difficult time killing mythic monsters or above in Forbidden Lands that prevented flight. After all, the majority of the mythic monsters in Forbidden Lands could fly. Unless players prepared an ambush beforehand, they could, at most, repel mythic monsters but not kill them. Are you 3 alright? After seeing the feathered dragon flying into the distance, Shi Feng approached 16th Cloud's group and asked curiously, "This isn't a place ordinary Tier 4s can visit. Why did you come here?" Unlike the Ruined Mountain Range, which was a forbidden land only for humans, the Demon Mist Valley was a forbidden land for all life much more dangerous than the Ruined Mountain Range. Tier 4 players traveling alone or in a small group could only explore the valley's outer region, at most. Normally, if players wished to enter the Demon Mist Valley's inner region, they needed a team of 20 Tier 4 players at the very least. Meanwhile, 16th Cloud's group only had 3 people. Entering the valley's inner region was a death sentence for them. You misunderstand us, Guild Leader Black Flame. If possible, we wouldn't have chosen to enter this place either, 16th Cloud replied with a bitter smile. The 3 of us entered this place because we had no other choice. Otherwise, the Outer World Tier 4 experts chasing us would have long since killed us. She was both Shining Tiger's second Vice Guild leader and a Tier 4 Domain Realm expert. If it were a month ago, nobody would believe her if she told them that other players were hunting her and had even driven her into a desperate situation. In fact, if 16th Cloud had come across such a situation, she definitely wouldn't tell anyone about it. Now, however, 16th Cloud did not mind revealing this matter to an outsider at all. She also didn't find it damaging to her self-esteem. On the contrary, she even felt proud about the situation. The 3 of you were actually cornered? Is the Eastern Continent situation that bad? Shi Feng was surprised by 16th Cloud's words. In his previous life, Tier 4 experts remained existences that could not be underestimated, even 10 years after God's Domain's launch. Even superpowers with Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts wouldn't have an easy time targeting and hunting down Tier 4 experts keen on escaping. After all, there were simply far too few experts in God's Domain capable of getting promoted to Tier 4, and the bare minimum requirement for players to participate in a hunt for Tier 4 players was to be Tier 4 themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to catch up with and surround the targeted Tier 4 player at all. And while Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts were indeed capable of overpowering Tier 4 experts in a head-on fight, they had to track down their target first before they could do anything. Hence, even for the various superpowers, hunting down Tier 4 experts was a headache. Yet 16th Cloud's group of 3 Tier 4 experts was actually getting hunted. This told Shi Feng that the Eastern Continent was in far direr straits than what Divine Tribe's report described. Guild Leader Black Flame, you must have been away from the Eastern Continent during this period, right? 16th Cloud wasn't particularly surprised by Shi Feng's question. Without withholding any information, she replied, a few days ago, another 10 or so Outer World superpowers arrived on the Eastern Continent. One of these superpowers is incredibly strong, probably on the level of the 5 great superguilds. This superpower has many Tier 4s, as well as Tier 3 experts that exhibit combat power at the Tier 4 standard. Because of this superpower's appearance, the originally stable situation on the Eastern Continent changed instantly. Previously, the Tier 4 experts of the Eastern Continent superpowers could still roam the Demon Mist Valley's outer region. Now, however, let alone grinding peacefully in the outer region, we'd be fortunate not to get hunted by those outer world experts. Previously, there had indeed been a huge difference between the Eastern Continent superpowers and the outer world superpowers. However, it wasn't as if the Eastern Continent superpowers were utterly helpless to fight back. After all, even in the outer world, reaching Tier 4 wasn't easy. As a result, the outer world superpowers did not have many Tier 4 players under their command either. However, after that superpower showed up, the outer world's forces suddenly gained a slew of Tier 4 combatants. This instantly shattered the balance between the two sides and placed native Tier 4 experts like herself at an absolute disadvantage. Almost all of the Eastern Continent's resource-rich maps had already become the backyard of those outer world players, and trying to level up in these maps was now a monumental challenge for native players. No wonder you ran all the way here. Shi Feng finally understood the situation. There were many ways in God's Domain to allow Tier 3 experts to possess Tier 4 combat power. Besides Tier 3 mana set equipment, combat arrays were more than capable of doing the job. However, combat arrays were incredibly rare, and producing them was also extremely troublesome. This was especially true when it came to the materials required. Nevertheless, so long as one managed to manufacture combat arrays capable of granting Tier 3 players Tier 4 combat power, one would be more than capable of dealing with Tier 4 players. After all, the precondition for Tier 4 players' invulnerability to Zerg tactics was that their opponents were Tier 3 combatants or weaker. If a Tier 4 player had to go up against a group of Tier 4 players, even a Tier 4 Apex expert would be pushed to the brink of death very quickly. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you plan on leaving the Demon Mist Valley, I'd advise you to wait here for the time being. We entered this place just recently, so those outer world experts are probably still hanging around the outer region, 16th Cloud said. Although those Tier 3 experts with Tier 4 combat power are strong, their resistance to the foreign energy in the environment is still at the Tier 3 standard, so they can't stay in a forbidden land for too long. Judging by Shi Feng's reactions, 16th Cloud guessed that the man had not been updated about the Eastern Continent situation for quite some time now. Although Shi Feng was indeed extraordinarily strong and even had 3 powerful experts following him, his group would most likely still face a bitter battle if it had to go up against a large number of Tier 4 combatants. If the 4 weren't careful, they might even end up losing their lives. At present, the wisest option would be to wait until those Tier 4 combatants had left the Forbidden Land. Thank you for the warning, but that won't be necessary. Shi Feng shook his head in response to 16th Cloud's advice. After voicing his gratitude, he promptly led Phythalia and the others out of the inner region. When Shi Feng's party of 4 had gotten several hundred yards away, Sorrowful Silence and the Tier 4 Guardian Knight turned to 16th Cloud. "What should we do now?" Sorrowful Silence asked. "Do we wait here? Now that the 4-winged feathered dragon had fled this place, they should be safe for some time. We don't have a choice. Let's follow Guild Leader Black Flame," 16th Cloud replied, gritting her teeth. "It might be impossible to break out of the encirclement with just the 3 of us, but with the strength of Guild Leader Black Flame's group, we should have a chance." 16th Cloud and the others ran after Shi Feng's group. Chapter 2861, Natives. Chapter 2861, Natives. Demon Mist Valley, Outer Region. Due to the red mist shrouding the Demon Mist Valley all year round, the Forbidden Land was very humid, abounding with lush vegetation. Unlike the plants found in the outside world, the plants here seemed self-aware as they constantly moved about slowly. This made one feel they were traversing a maze when they traveled through the valley. "Damn it, those people sure know how to run. If they'd just tamely let us kill them, we wouldn't have to suffer so much." A level 143, Tier 4 female swordsman grumbled in dissatisfaction. "That might be the case, but we also have to thank these people," a level 143, Tier 4 male berserker standing beside the female swordsman said. "If not for these native Tier 4 experts, we wouldn't have an opportunity to earn Alliance contribution points." "I guess that's true. So long as we gather a few more points, we will be able to stay in the luxury zone where those major powers stay," the female swordsman said, nodding. A hint of anticipation flashing across her eyes, she continued, "I heard that the luxury zone even sells drugs that extend one's lifespan. We can also use the extra points we earn to exchange for those drugs. I've heard about them too. Normally, those things are reserved for the upper-class young masters and young ladies. Ordinary people like us have no chance to touch these things," said a middle-aged man who was a level 145 Tier 4 elementalist. "Now, though, those major powers have no choice but to ask professionals like us for help to take over this backwater world. It's a pity that the natives here are too inferior. Their control over mana, skills, and spells is terribly clumsy. If they were a little better, we would have more targets to hunt and more points to earn." As these Tier 4 players were chatting merrily, a party of players was eyeing them with contempt. "These mercenaries really know how to dream. Do they think they can exchange for those life-extending drugs so easily?" Jade Leaf commented as she looked at the bragging Tier 4 experts in disdain. "Even our guild has trouble getting our hands on a few bottles, yet they think mercenaries like them can exchange for some?" "Jade, you can't say that. If we don't provide these people with some benefits, how would we get them to work for us?" Awakened Abyss said, smiling. "Moreover, thanks to this operation, we also get to exchange for those precious life-extending drugs without limit this time. This is a rare opportunity from the higher-ups. In the world they lived in, life-extending drugs were incredibly precious items. Even children of major families like themselves had great difficulty getting their hands on a bottle. However, they could now use the Alliance contribution points they earned from killing native Tier 4 experts to exchange for these drugs, a precious opportunity even for them. After all, who wouldn't want to live a longer life? Before Awakened Abyss could continue speaking, a level 144 Tier 4 ranger suddenly approached him in a hurry. "Commander, we found traces of a group of people. These should be auras left behind by natives," the ranger reported in a quiet tone. "3 of the auras belong to the 3 people we were pursuing earlier. Good. Gather everyone for an ambush," Awakened Abyss commanded with a smile. "So long as we kill them once, we'll see how Shining Tiger will continue bringing their members here to grind." The main reason the Eastern Continent's native superpowers continued to survive was their Tier 4 experts leading teams into Forbidden Lands to grind. Killing the native superpowers Tier 4 experts once would be more than enough to deal a heavy blow to the native superpowers, especially if the death penalty players suffered were increased. While EXP meant very little to Tier 4 players, it was a different story for weapons and equipment. If Tier 4 experts suddenly lost 2 or 3 pieces of their equipment, the native superpowers would definitely suffer heartache. It would also be very challenging for these native Tier 4 experts to recover from their losses. Understood. At Awakened Abyss's command, the ranger promptly contacted the other members of their hunting group to gather at the specified ambush point. In a woodland in the Demon Mist Valley's outer region, if we continue running in this direction for another 4 to 5 hours, we should be able to leave the Demon Mist Valley, 16th Cloud said excitedly as she pointed at a mountain range looming in the distance. The Demon Mist Valley's terrain continuously changed. The one constant in this place was the mountains. Meanwhile, the distant mountain range was none other than the 1/16th Cloud's party had passed through to enter the Forbidden Land. The sight of this same mountain range meant that their journey was nearing its end. Once they left the Demon Mist Valley, they could teleport to safety using a return scroll. At that time, the Outer World invaders wouldn't be able to chase them. Sorrowful Silence and the Tier 4 Guardian Knight also grew excited when they saw the distant mountain range. The 3 of them had been inflicted with a curse that drastically increased the death penalty they suffered and would randomly resurrect them within the Forbidden Land. Previously, they thought that they no longer had any hope of surviving this ordeal. Now, their hopes were rekindled. It would have been incredibly difficult for their party of 3 to escape the outer region by themselves. After all, the outer region had not only outer world players hunting them, but also powerful monsters roaming everywhere. If they got entangled with monsters for too long, the resulting commotion would definitely attract the outer world players to them. However, when following Shi Feng's party of 4, they actually did not encounter a single monster. It was as if those monsters had vanished from the map. They had to marvel at Shi Feng's party's heaven-defying luck. Now, all they needed to do was run to that distant mountain range. After that, they would be able to fly freely in the sky like birds. However, when the 7 arrived at the foot of the mountain range, a magic barrier suddenly enveloped them. Given its 1,000-yard radius, one could easily tell that it was at the master standard. Even superior mythic monsters would have difficulty breaking out of it. Not good. We got fooled. 16th Cloud's complexion paled when she saw the barrier forming. She had thought that they had already shaken off the outer world players' pursuit. Evidently, these outer worlders had simply waited for them to throw themselves into this trap. With this area sealed with a master magic barrier, they had no hope of escaping whatsoever. Just then, a savage and brawny level 145 man emerged from the forest in front of Shi Feng's group and said with a sadistic look, "You people have made me wait for a very long time. Let's see how you get out of this situation now." The last time his hunting group had come across Shining Tiger's party, it should have succeeded in annihilating the trio. However, the instant 16th Cloud noticed the ambush, she had decisively fled with her party before his hunting group could trap them with a barrier. This time, his hunting group had discovered traces of 16th Cloud's party early and managed to discern where the party was heading, and with this information, his hunting group could easily set up an ambush. At this time, 16th Cloud couldn't help looking at Shi Feng with guilt. Guild leader Black Flame, this is all my fault. If I had suggested we take another exit, they wouldn't have caught us. The Demon Mist Valley didn't have just one exit. Had they chosen any of the other exits instead, they wouldn't have gotten trapped. Vice Commander Cloud, you don't need to blame yourself, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. After all, I was the one who asked you to find the nearest exit. Even if you didn't guide us, we would have had to clean up these hindrances sooner or later. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, the approaching brawny man automatically frowned. Clean up us hindrances? What big words you have there. Commander Eagle, why are you wasting time speaking with these people? These ignorant natives just don't know how large the gap between them and us is. Let's just get rid of them now. Shi Feng's words enraged the outer world players surrounding his party. In their opinion, the residents of this god's domain were no different from natives living in an undeveloped wilderness. Yet, these natives weren't kneeling and begging them for mercy, but even treating them like annoying flies. Such arrogance was beyond salvation. However, while the outer world hunting group's 30-plus Tier 4 experts and 100-plus Tier 3 experts were raising a ruckus, the brawny man leading them turned his gaze toward Awakened Abyss's group. Commander Abyss, you're finally here. May I know if your group will be taking action, or will you leave it to us? Chapter 2862 Hunter, or Hunted? Chapter 2862 Hunter, or Hunted? Quasi-Eagle's words agitated the Tier 4 experts around him so much that they wished they could charge forward and finish off the 7 native players in front of them immediately. Currently, the Alliance's price for native Tier 4 experts was 300 contribution points per kill. If a curse was used on the kill, they would receive 1,000 points. These prices represented a fortune, even for the luxury zone's residents, let alone residents of the commoner zone like themselves. If converted into income, 1,000 Alliance contribution points were equivalent to 10 years of salary for an ordinary person living in the luxury zone. Indeed, the Interstellar Alliance's bounty for native Tier 4s was that high. This demonstrated the Interstellar Alliance's determination in acquiring this god's domain. More importantly, Alliance contribution points could be exchanged for money, but not vice versa. Meanwhile, Alliance contribution points could be used to exchange for many items and resources that normally could not be bought with money. Hence, the 7 Tier 4 players in front of them were basically walking treasure troves. Even if they split the points among their group, they would still earn a significant income. However, Awakened Abyss did not respond to Quasi-Eagle's question. Instead, he stared at the group of native players in front of him. More precisely, he was looking at the cloaked man standing at the head of this group. Despite being surrounded by over 100 Tier 4 combatants and suppressed by a master magic array, this cloaked man remained incredibly calm. Guild leader Black Flame, you've really made me search for you. Awakened Abyss ignored everyone around him, focusing solely on Shi Feng, the words he uttered carrying endless rage and killing intent. Although Awakened Abyss had eventually gotten rescued from Skyspring City's prison, his reputation in the guild had still plummeted. As a result, despite being one of the guild's top 3 talents, he had no choice but to complete a bunch of meaningless missions, such as hunting down Shining Tiger's Tier 4 experts. Hence, Awakened Abyss bore deep hatred for Shi Feng. Only, after the world passage opened, he had not obtained any information on Shi Feng's whereabouts, so he had no opportunity to reclaim his honor. However, Shi Feng ignored Awakened Abyss's anger and hatred entirely. Looking at the young man, Shi Feng said calmly, "So, it's Commander Abyss of 100 Ghosts. It seems you've improved a lot since we last met. Awakened Abyss was evidently much stronger than when Shi Feng saw him in Skyspring City. The young man had not only reached level 14-5 but even broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body. His mana body's completion rate definitely rivaled Fithalia's. Most importantly, aside from sporting epic set equipment, Awakened Abyss also had 3 fragmented legendary items on him. Given that he was at the Domain Realm and had gotten far in the Realms of Truth, the combat power he could display was most likely superior to the average Tier 4 NPCs. That's right. This is all thanks to you, Guild Leader Black Flame. Awakened Abyss gnashed his teeth at Shi Feng's words. Since we had the fortune of meeting today, how about we 1-1? Just as Awakened Abyss was about to propose a duel, Jade Leaf hurriedly tugged his sleeve and said quietly, Abyss, don't mess around. His strength has already reached monstrous levels. Moreover, the Elder told you that now still isn't the time for us to make an enemy of Black Flame. Awakened Abyss had been imprisoned in Skyspring City, so he had not witnessed the battle outside the Secret Covenant Tower. Back then, not only did Shi Feng single-handedly slay hundreds of weakened Tier 4 faux Saint Saboteurs as if he was cutting up a bunch of vegetables, but he also revealed extraordinary trump cards. Shi Feng also possessed an incredibly powerful mana domain. When he deployed his mana domain, none of the faux Saint Saboteurs managed to exhibit more than half of their usual combat power. While one of the reasons Wind Shadow had chosen to surrender to Zero Wing was indeed the mobile fortress's threat, a larger part was Shi Feng's trump cards. Hence, he had chosen to surrender and compensate Zero Wing. Although their hunting group currently had a significant advantage in numbers and even had a Master Magic Array suppressing Shi Feng, Jade Leaf still couldn't see their group having any chance of victory against Shi Feng's party. At Jade Leaf's reminder, Awakened Abyss gradually cooled down. I know. Although Awakened Abyss wanted nothing more than to kill Shi Feng right now, his circumstances were no longer the same as before. He could no longer afford to act willfully. Take Jade Leaf, for example. In addition to protecting him, she was also tasked with supervising him. If Awakened Abyss dared defy Wind Shadow's command and Jade Leaf reported his disobedience, it wouldn't matter whether he managed to kill Shi Feng or not, nothing good would come of it. In fact, he might get even more marginalized in the guild. After Awakened Abyss finished his conversation with Jade Leaf, he turned to Quasi-Eagle. Commander Eagle, remove the barrier. We're leaving. At Awakened Abyss's words, Quasi-Eagle and the other Tier 4 experts of the hunting party were all stunned. What's going on? 16th Cloud also goggled in shock. She couldn't understand why the situation had taken such an unexpected turn. While she wasn't aware of the history between Awakened Abyss and Shi Feng, she could tell from the anger and hatred Awakened Abyss had displayed towards Shi Feng a moment ago that Awakened Abyss wouldn't let them go. In fact, it was already incredible that Awakened Abyss did not take action immediately. Yet, Awakened Abyss was now saying to let them go. If not for her clearly sensing the resentment Awakened Abyss radiated, she would even suspect that Awakened Abyss had merely been feigning anger before and that he actually had an excellent relationship with Shi Feng. Let alone 16th Cloud, even Shi Feng found this situation surprising. He couldn't help wondering if Awakened Abyss had blown a fuse or two in his brain from his previous outburst and had a slip of the tongue. Commander Abyss, what are you saying? Looking at Awakened Abyss in confusion, Quasi-Eagle asked, We've expended so much manpower and resources to hunt them down, yet you want us to just release them? It wasn't easy to hunt down and surround the native superpowers Tier 4 experts who were now operating very cautiously. If it were before, they would have required a team of only a dozen or so Tier 4 combatants to hunt down a handful of native Tier 4s. Now, they needed to mobilize over 100 Tier 4 combatants just for 3 of Shining Tiger's Tier 4 experts. Since their hunting group had surrounded 7 Tier 4 experts, 4 more than expected, they would make a fortune if they simply finished the job. Yet, Awakened Abyss was telling them to let these Tier 4 experts go. For a moment, Quasi-Eagle suspected that Awakened Abyss had gone crazy. In response, Awakened Abyss clenched his fists and repeated, Yes, let them go. 16th Cloud and her 2 guildmates heaved a deep sigh of relief at Awakened Abyss's affirmation. Although they didn't know why such a situation was happening or who exactly Awakened Abyss was, Awakened Abyss appeared to be the leader of this hunting group, and since the leader had spoken, her party should be safe. However, contrary to the Shining Tiger Trio's expectations, Quasi-Eagle, the mercenaries' leader, behaved as if he had not heard Awakened Abyss's command. He didn't call off his subordinates or remove the Master Magic Array. Sorry, but I cannot listen to your words, Commander Abyss. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with this guild leader Black Flame, but I need to take care of my brothers. We went to great lengths to trap these people in a barrier. If we let them go now, my brothers will have nothing to eat. Looking at Awakened Abyss, Quasi-Eagle smiled faintly and said, Since you are unwilling to take action, we will do it instead. If you can't bear to watch, you can shut your eyes and stand aside. I promise we won't let your friends suffer and will finish the battle quickly. I support you, boss. Commander Abyss, even if you're the leader, you have to ask our weapons first whether we agree with your commands. That's right, Commander Abyss, if you can't bear to attack your friend, just stand aside. The other mercenaries promptly voiced their agreement with Quasi-Eagle. Players like them relied on bounties to make a living. Now that they had found themselves a big catch, there was no way they would let their prey get away. When Awakened Abyss heard these mercenaries' words, he had an urge to puke blood. When did I become friends with Black Flame? Despite his anger at the mercenaries' comments, Awakened Abyss was actually delighted about this situation. In fact, he wished these mercenaries would blow up this situation even further. At that time, even if the higher-ups of his guild wanted to pin the blame on him, they couldn't. Although Awakened Abyss was slightly displeased that he wouldn't get revenge with his own hands, watching Shi Feng get killed wasn't a bad option either. Jade Leaf, on the other hand, frowned at this sight. She never thought that these mercenaries would be so crazy. These mercenaries were treating a monster like Shi Feng as an average Tier 4 expert under the command of the native superpowers. Instead of conducting detailed research on the man, the only thing they had in their minds was money. Jade, you saw it yourself. I tried to let him go, but these people aren't willing to do so. There's nothing I can do about this. Pretending to be angry, Awakened Abyss said, these mercenaries simply aren't treating me like their leader at all. That's why I've been saying that I'm not suited to leading these mercenaries. After this mission, you must talk to Elder Windshadow for me. Forget it, we're leaving. Jade Leaf couldn't be bothered with these mercenaries. The instructions of the guild's higher-ups were simple. They were to avoid making an enemy out of Zero-Wing no matter what for the moment. However, since they had no control over these mercenaries, the higher-ups naturally couldn't blame them for negligence if the mercenaries acted on their own. Jade Leaf promptly drew 100 Ghosts members aside, refusing to participate in this affair. Good. Seeing Jade Leaf moving away, Quasi-Eagle smiled and said, brothers, time to work. Make sure not to show too ugly of a scene to our dear Commander Abyss. The other mercenaries present laughed, all them gazing at Shi Feng's group with ill intentions. Friends, don't blame us for this, we're only doing this to make a living. For our sake, I'll have to trouble you to suffer a little bit, Quasi-Eagle said as he looked at Shi Feng's group of 7, his eyes radiating killing intent. Trouble? Shi Feng chuckled. It seems you people have made a mistake. Mistake? Quasi-Eagle eyed Shi Feng strangely. What mistake? You've mistaken the roles of the hunter and the hunted in this situation. After saying so, Shi Feng extended his mana domain, instantly enveloping a 2,000-yard radius in his mana and shattering the magic barrier trapping the 7. Chapter 2863, Peerless Overlord. Chapter 2863, Peerless Overlord World Creation. How is this possible? 16th Cloud gaped in shock when she saw the magic barrier disappear and the pressure weighing down her body vanished. She simply couldn't bring herself to believe this situation. Even acquiring a mana domain was already tough for Tier 4 players. Anyone who managed to do so would become an absolute powerhouse among Tier 4 existences. Meanwhile, world creation was something even Tier 5 existences had difficulty achieving. Anyone who reached the world creation standard could create a small world of their own, which was much more powerful than a barrier created using a magic array. It was akin to a passive, large-scale magic barrier. What was even more amazing was that the owner of this small world could isolate enemies from the ambient mana. So long as the trapped enemies had yet to reach Tier 5 or the world creation standard or did not possess fragmented legendary items capable of countering a world creation mana domain, resisting the owner of the small world was impossible. In front of a world creation expert, Tier 4 experts were hardly any different from Tier 2 and Tier 3 players. They just had stronger basic attributes and physiques. Let alone 16th Cloud, even Awakened Abyss and Jade Leaf were stunned by this situation. How can he be at the world creation level already? Isn't he just a native? Awakened Abyss couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. Even in the gods' domain they came from, only experts standing at the apex of the world had reached the world creation standard, all of them old monsters belonging to the few transcendental powers. However, Shi Feng's appearance indicated he was only 30, at most. Moreover, the gods' domain he lived in was not only sparse in mana, but also lacking in legacies. No matter how Awakened Abyss looked at it, there was no way anyone in this god's domain could achieve such strength at this stage of the game. So, this is his hidden strength? Jade Leaf was horrified by this revelation. Previously, when Windshadow told her that Shi Feng was still hiding a lot of his strength and that they needed to be careful around him, she hadn't thought much of his warning. She had reminded Awakened Abyss to avoid clashing with Shi Feng simply because she did not want to disobey Windshadow's orders. However, after Shi Feng revealed his hidden strength, Jade Leaf found him much scarier than even Windshadow's predictions. The next moment, before Quasi-Eagle and the other mercenaries could snap out of their daze, Shi Feng's Light of Two Worlds swung toward them. Tier 4 skill, Lightning Edge. Countless sword lights descended from the sky, creating a mesmerizing river of light. Quasi-Eagle and the other mercenaries indeed possessed combat power at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, even the weakest Tier 3 expert among them was at the Refinement Realm standard. However, since they couldn't tap the ambient mana, none of the defensive maneuvers and life-saving skills they used could withstand Shi Feng's attack. As a result, apart from Quasi-Eagle and a Tier 4 Elementalist, both of whom had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies, everyone else lost their lives to the sword lights. When the River of Light disappeared, a ravine dozens of meters deep and nearly 1,000 meters long had formed in the forested region, with weapons and equipment strewn inside it. How was this possible? Quasi-Eagle, who had survived thanks to a Tier 4 defensive skill, was stupefied when he saw most of his team of more than 100 Tier 4 combatants wiped out. When he and the surviving elementalist looked at Shi Feng again, they shuddered involuntarily, horror swamping their hearts. The two of them finally understood that what Shi Feng had said earlier was true. From start to end, their team had merely been a bunch of clowns. They arrogantly thought of Shi Feng's group as sheep for the slaughter, not knowing that they themselves were the actual sheep. World creation, no wonder Awakened Abyss conceded without hesitation. Quasi-Eagle smiled bitterly as he looked at Shi Feng. The loss of levels was a small matter for Tier 4 players like them. However, the loss of weapons and equipment wasn't something that they could recover from easily. Boss, what should we do? The level 44 Tier 4 male elementalist asked Quasi-Eagle in a panic. There's no way we can get away from him inside this small world. We also can't fly inside the Demon Mist Valley. Once a world creation expert unleashed their mana domain, escape was impossible, especially for players like themselves. At the elementalist's question, Quasi-Eagle gritted his teeth and said to Shi Feng, "Friend, my brother and I surrender. We are willing to compensate you with 2 pieces of top-tier epic equipment for each of us. What do you think?" Quasi-Eagle's proposal surprised Awakened Abyss and the other 100 Ghosts members. The commander of the Wild Hunt mercenary group was considered above average among the Tier 4 experts in their god's domain. For him to actually bow down to another was simply unbelievable. Quasi-Eagle was known to be a ruthless person in their god's domain. He had once gone up against a guild all by himself. Despite getting killed more than a dozen times, he still did not give up clashing with the guild. Eventually, the guild in question suffered a major loss in a guild war. And with Quasi-Eagle incessantly targeting the guild's experts, the guild had no choice but to concede and provide all sorts of compensation to Quasi-Eagle to put this feud to rest. This incident had spurred Quasi-Eagle's rise to fame. He had then gone on to establish the present Wild Hunt mercenary group, which had a reputation as a pack of mad dogs in their god's domain. Yet, Quasi-Eagle was actually taking the initiative to admit defeat after suffering such a small setback. How could Awakened Abyss and the others not find this situation surprising? Unfortunately, Shi Feng showed no interest whatsoever in Quasi-Eagle's proposal. 3 pieces. We'll pay 3 pieces of epic equipment each, Quasi-Eagle said, gritting his teeth. Even if you kill us, the most we will drop is 2 items each. Top-tier epic equipment is rare even in the present god's domain. This is definitely a worthwhile transaction for you. Normally, Quasi-Eagle wouldn't have minded getting killed. However, he currently had a precious treasure on his person, and it had a certain chance of dropping upon death. It was precisely thanks to this treasure that he had managed to break through his mana body's 100% threshold. Meanwhile, this was only the tip of the iceberg of what this treasure had to offer. Although he didn't know what exactly this treasure was, since it had such an ability, it was definitely more valuable than even fragmented legendary items. He naturally wouldn't dare bet on the chance that it wouldn't drop, hence he endured the humiliation of surrendering. However, before Quasi-Eagle could finish speaking, Shi Feng had already slashed out with the abyssal blade. First sword, light shadow, you lunatic. When Quasi-Eagle and the elementalist saw the towering greatsword descending toward them, they promptly activated another life-saving skill. The two of them then fled in different directions, neither daring to receive the descending greatsword. They could clearly sense the frightening power the illusory greatsword carried. This attack was most likely much stronger than even that of superior mythic monsters. Receiving it would be suicide. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. As Quasi-Eagle and the Tier 4 Elementalist used up one life-saving skill after another, Shi Feng executed Light Shadow time and again. After 5 consecutive slashes, Quasi-Eagle and the Elementalist finally fell to the illusory greatsword and transformed into ashes, each of them dropping 2 items as they died. This scene rendered Awakened Abyss and Jade Leaf speechless for a long time. So, this is the power of world creation? 16th Cloud similarly found herself at a loss for words when she saw Quasi-Eagle getting killed in just a few moves. Her party of 3 had previously clashed with the mercenary commander. Despite the 3 of them working together to fight him, they were still at a disadvantage. Yet, Shi Feng had overwhelmed Quasi-Eagle and another Tier 4 expert, who had also broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body, so much that the two couldn't even retaliate. Afterward, Shi Feng collected the loot from Wild Hunt, then glanced at 100 Ghosts' group. Awakened Abyss and the dozen or so Tier 4 experts around him shuddered involuntarily. A few of them even stumbled 2 steps back. Shi Feng turned to 16th Cloud and the others. Let's go. Leaving behind the petrified members of 100 Ghosts, Shi Feng led 16th Cloud and the others straight out of the Demon Mist Valley. Chapter 2864, Astonishing Zero Wing. Chapter 2864, Astonishing Zero Wing. He's finally gone. Jade Leaf heaved a deep sigh of relief when Shi Feng's group disappeared into the distance. Previously, she thought that Shi Feng would take action against them. Although they weren't afraid of getting killed, losing equipment would still impact them to a certain extent. Black Flame. Awakened Abyss glared at the distant sky. Just you wait, I'll get back at you one day. Although Shi Feng was indeed powerful, he wasn't an invincible existence. This was especially true in the War of Worlds. let alone Tier 4 world creation experts. Even Tier 5 NPCs were incapable of stopping their invasion. Otherwise, so many kingdoms on the eastern continent wouldn't have fallen so soon after the War of Worlds began. Now, while it might seem like both sides had reached a balance, they were merely accumulating their strength. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the next large-scale operation began. Abyss, you'd better not mess around. Black Flame is much scarier than we initially expected. If you disrupt the Alliance's plans, even Elder Windshadow won't be able to protect you, Jade Leaf warned. What we need to do now is notify the Elder about Black Flame as soon as possible. Although a peerless overlord like Shi Feng couldn't affect the overall situation of the war between the two gods' domains, he could still affect the outcome of some war theaters. I know. Awakened Abyss nodded. After this operation, I'll return to headquarters and apply for a trial slot. You'll apply for the trial now? Isn't it too soon? Jade Leaf asked in surprise. The god's domain they came from was different from this god's domain. Their world had plenty of legacies. One of the more valuable legacies 100 Ghosts possessed was an ancient trial, and the entry slots for this trial were generally reserved for the guild's top talents. However, while this ancient trial could provide significant growth to players, it also came with significant risks. Failure would put players' souls into a weakened state for a long period. Moreover, every top talent in the guild had only one opportunity to challenge this trial. If I can improve my strength now, I can earn more contribution points in the upcoming war. So long as I accumulate enough points, I can just exchange for another trial slot. Awakened Abyss had long considered challenging the ancient trial. The Interstellar Alliance was adamant in acquiring the Eastern Continent, hence it had offered incredibly lavish rewards to those willing to contribute to this cause. With his status as one of 100 Ghosts' peerless geniuses, acquiring another slot for future use wouldn't be difficult so long as he made enough contributions in the war. His only problem was that he needed to achieve world creation in this trial. Previously, Awakened Abyss had only heard rumors regarding the strength of world creation, but he hadn't known exactly how powerful the ability to create a small world was. However, after seeing Shi Feng's battle, he finally understood the power of world creation. This was why he had decided to challenge the trial ahead of time. Arctic Canyon, Zero Wing City, several bright flashes appeared above the teleportation array inside Zero Wing City's teleportation hall as Shi Feng's party of 7 teleported into the city. So, this is Zero Wing City? 16th Cloud was astonished when she arrived inside the teleportation hall. What incredibly dense mana. Although she had long since heard rumors that Zero Wing City's mana was extraordinary, she found that the city was even more amazing than the rumors had depicted it to be. Zero Wing City was bustling with people. All sorts of NPC merchants and NPC nobles were walking down the street outside the teleportation hall. She spotted even Tier 4 NPCs wandering the city. If not for her coming to Zero Wing City to sign a partnership contract with Zero Wing on behalf of Shining Tiger, she would have never realized that Zero Wing City was such an amazing place. Thalia, McGaffrey, and Crimson Witch were also shocked by the city. Not only did Zero Wing City possess superior mana to the Starlight Fortresses, but its security standard was also incredible. There were even Tier 4 NPCs patrolling the city. Zero Wing City's security standard was something no other guild city in God's domain could even imagine having. While the various superpowers boasted Tier 4 NPCs of their own, these NPCs were personal guards the various superpowers nurtured. The superpowers treated every one of these NPCs as their most precious combatants, normally using them to defend entire towns or cities single-handedly. However, in Zero Wing City, Tier 4 NPCs were actually tasked with leading patrol squads. Moreover, there wasn't just one such patrol squad patrolling the city streets, but many. The Tier 4 NPCs that were precious in the eyes of the various superpowers were no different from cabbages in Zero Wing City. Shi Feng, though, did not find this situation particularly surprising. Zero Wing City was currently the only main guild city in God's domain. It was even situated in the Arctic Canyon, a high-level neutral map. The number of Tier 4 NPCs seeking to develop themselves here would naturally be significant. Hence, Zero Wing City could recruit a group of Tier 4 NPCs to serve as soldiers. Not to mention, Zero Wing City's mana environment rivaled that of the ancient God's domain, making the city even more attractive to Tier 4 NPCs. After all, if one wished to develop themselves further, one would need to improve one's understanding of mana. However, Shi Feng had to admit that Zero Wing City had truly made significant progress while he was gone. Not only had the strength of the city's NPC soldiers improved, but even the players occupying the city had grown stronger. Now, the players here were all Tier 3 or above, with even the lowest leveled among them at level 36. He had even noticed quite a few Tier 4 players in the city. On the way from the teleportation hall to Zero Wing's residence, Shi Feng had spotted more than 10 Tier 4 players, which meant that Zero Wing City was even more prosperous than the Starlight Fortress. After all, any player capable of entering Zero Wing City now was a member of either Zero Wing or one of the guild's partners, and this drastically reduced the number of players capable of entering the city. Apart from that, the number of Zero Wing's members present in the city had reached an incredible number. When Zero Wing City was first opened after its promotion to main city, only several tens of thousands of Zero Wing members had entered it. Yet, according to the information Shi Feng received from the guild residents, there were more than 500,000 Zero Wing members in the city now. Given that one needed to be at least Tier 3 to operate around Zero Wing City, Zero Wing currently had at least 500,000 Tier 3 players under its command. This number definitely surpassed that of ordinary superpowers by a large margin and rivaled what super guilds had. Guild leader, this is our guild's latest development report, Liang Jing said with a hint of pride as she handed Shi Feng a statistics report. Although a lot of things had occurred on the eastern continent during Shi Feng's absence because of the mobile fortress and 3 guild cities, Zero Wing managed to hurdle most of these problems. In fact, during the War of Worlds, Zero Wing City had practically become a shelter that all players sought to enter. Many annihilated guilds and wandering adventurer teams had chosen to join Zero Wing, which resulted in Zero Wing's member count skyrocketing. If not for resource limitations, the guild's member count would have most likely doubled by now. Amazing. Shi Feng was astounded when he read the numbers on the report. At present, Zero Wing's total Tier 3 member count already exceeded 800,000, more than 500,000 of which were operating in Zero Wing City. The rest were operating in Stone Forest City, Silver Wing City, and the mobile fortress. However, this still wasn't the most astonishing part. What was more important was that Zero Wing now had 73 Tier 4 players under its command. This number was even higher than what the average super guild had. For a moment, Shi Feng even wondered if he had returned to the wrong guild. After all, super first-rate guilds currently had only a dozen or so Tier 4 players, with stronger ones having 20. Super guilds had only around 30 or 40. Only existences like the 5 great super guilds had over 70 Tier 4 experts. Moreover, according to Liang Jing's report, Zero Wing still had over 40 players stuck inside their respective Tier 4 legacy lands, and half of them were expected to succeed in their promotion. In other words, Zero Wing would soon have over 100 Tier 4 experts under its command. Of course, the main reason Zero Wing could produce such frightening numbers was Zero Wing City's environment. The environment here allowed players to continuously improve their knowledge of and control over mana. Looking at Shi Feng's surprised expression, Liang Jing suggested, Guild leader, several more outer world superpowers arrived on the eastern continent recently, and some of the eastern continent superpowers got annihilated as a consequence. I think we should absorb the Tier 3 and Tier 4 players of these fallen superpowers. Since our income of resources has reached a bottleneck, and we can support only so many guild members with what we currently have, I wish to open Zero Wing City further. With the city's advantages, we can easily acquire even more resources. Then, we can recruit more experts into Zero Wing. Shi Feng nodded in agreement with Liang Jing's suggestion. The War of Worlds was indeed a scary event, but it was also a good opportunity for development. This was because the moment the World Passage opened, the players of the 2 gods' domains were enemies. Not only were players from the 2 gods' domains incapable of adding each other as friends, but they couldn't communicate with each other through the system either. In addition, players of the 2 worlds could kill each other without accumulating any crime value. In fact, native players would even receive gifts and EXP from killing outer world players, albeit significantly lower EXP than the EXP awarded for killing monsters and NPCs. Most importantly, native players couldn't join outer world guilds and vice versa. Hence, native forces were the only option available to members of fallen superpowers. We should indeed open Zero Wing City further to the public. Smiling, Shi Feng added, Before that, though, we still need to do something. We still need to do something? Liang Jing parroted in confusion. In her opinion, Zero Wing had already done everything possible and reached its current development limit. To expand its forces further, the only option it had was to open up Zero Wing City. As for Zero Wing's other territories, developing them any further was impossible at present. That's right. Nodding, Shi Feng took out a document and said, Prepare the materials on this list for me. I need them immediately. Further opening Zero Wing City to the public was a must. However, before doing so, he needed to complete the intercontinental teleportation array. With it, the city's opening would generate much better results. Chapter 2865, Special Loot. Chapter 2865, Special Loot. After Liang Jing left the room to prepare the listed materials, Shi Feng finally had time to sort through the loot from the outer world players. Even the weakest among Quasi-Eagle's group was a Tier 3 player with Tier 4 combat power, so they all possessed excellent equipment, especially those Tier 3 players. If he could gather a complete set of their equipment, he would be able to increase Zero Wing's number of Tier 4 combatants by 1. As Shi Feng inspected the loot, he couldn't help feeling some awe at the outer world players' equipment. Every one of those Tier 3 experts was actually geared in Tier 3 mana set equipment. In the current God's Domain, a full set could easily sell for over 10,000 gold. However, compared to the Tier 4 experts' loot, the Tier 3 experts' loot was inferior by a large margin. Even the worst item dropped by the Tier 4 Outer World players was level 150 epic equipment. Some of them had even dropped parts of epic set equipment. Judging by the loot, Shi Feng could say with certainty that these Tier 4 Outer World players were using full sets of epic set equipment. Even the current Zero Wing didn't have epic set equipment. Setting aside how rare epic set equipment was, even if one found a way to obtain a set, one would still have to expend an incredible amount of time and manpower to acquire the full set. After all, there was no way to gather a full set just by killing one type of boss monster. One would have to kill multiple types of bosses. Moreover, these bosses were not guaranteed to drop the equipment one desired. In other words, if one didn't kill a large number and variety of bosses, gathering a complete set of epic set equipment would be impossible. Meanwhile, killing a bunch of level 150 mythic ranked bosses was a task that required a large number of tier 4 players. Of course, one part of an epic set equipment from the Outer World players didn't prove anything. However, Shi Feng didn't have just one part, but 5. Moreover, this was merely the loot he got from killing tier 4 experts of an Outer World mercenary group. He could easily imagine how excellent the equipment of the Outer World superpowers tier 4 experts was and how many tier 4 experts these superpowers possessed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a measly mercenary group to gather so much epic set equipment. No wonder the Eastern Continent's superpowers are powerless to retaliate. In terms of equipment standards alone, they are already behind by more than half a year. Not to mention, there is also the massive difference in the number of tier 4 experts. Shi Feng's head ached as he looked at the items before him. Originally, he thought that the difference between Earth's God's Domain and the Interstellar Continent's God's Domain lay only in the number of tier 4 experts and combat techniques they possessed. Now, he found that there was a massive gap even in weapons and equipment. He had to admit that the threat level of the Outer World's players and forces exceeded his expectations. After all, even now, Zero Wing could manufacture only individual pieces of epic equipment. Moreover, the production volume was incredibly low since only a handful of players could make them, and worse, according to the statistics report regarding Zero Wing's Tier 4 members, less than 30% of them were currently equipped with 5 or more pieces of level 150 epic equipment. The rest had only 3 or so pieces of level 150 epic equipment on average. As for epic set equipment, dream on. Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts had that many pieces of level 150 epic equipment mainly because of the Arctic Canyon. In addition, Yanya and Cleansing Whistle had returned from the ancient god's domain with a large number of level 150 epic equipment. If not for these factors, Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts would be even more poorly equipped right now. However, it wasn't exactly accurate to describe Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts as poorly equipped. At the very least, they were much better equipped than the native superpowers Tier 4 experts. They were only inferior when compared to the Outer World's Tier 4 experts. It seems I'll have to start acquiring some top-tier epic weapons and equipment once I finish setting up the intercontinental teleportation array. Otherwise, even if we have enough Tier 4 experts, we still won't be able to go up against the Outer World superpowers. While it was indeed important for one to acquire legacy guidances and improve one's control over mana after reaching Tier 4, that didn't mean one could just ignore one's weapons and equipment. After all, there was at least a 20% difference in basic attributes between a full set of disparate epic equipment and a full set of epic set equipment. This difference would become even more significant with amplification by skills and mana control. After Shi Feng finished inspecting the weapons and equipment dropped, he set his sights on a shabby crystalline statue. When he inspected the statue, though, he was stunned. An eternal item? No matter how he looked at the crystalline statue, it appeared ordinary. Yet, when he tried inspecting it, he actually failed to get any information. All he got was a bunch of unknowns. Moreover, when he carefully spread his senses around the statue, he felt an urge to devour this statue, just like when he received the World Stone from Phoenix Rain. Immediately, Shi Feng activated Omniscient Eyes to identify the statue. Due to his mana body having reached the 120% threshold, Omniscient Eyes took less than 30 seconds to finish the appraisal. Origin Statue, Eternal Item Effect 1, guides the principle of all things. Effect 2, Indestructible Object, guides the principle of all things? Shi Feng was momentarily confused by the item description. The World Stone's description stated that it could stabilize the principle of all things. It had allowed him to log in and out of the game freely while in the ancient god's domain. However, what did the system mean by guiding the principle of all things? Just as Shi Feng was wondering about the origin statue's function, Liang Jing contacted him. Guild leader, I've prepared the materials you asked for. I can have them delivered to the teleportation hall now. Okay, I'll head over right away. At Liang Jing's report, Shi Feng stopped studying the origin statue in his hand. After casually storing it in his bag, he hurried to the teleportation hall to strengthen the existing teleportation array. Only with the modification could the teleportation array manipulate enough mana to connect with the Western Continent's spatial node and form a stable teleportation channel. And once a stable channel was established, easy travel between the two continents would become possible. He would no longer have to trouble himself with searching for unreliable ancient teleportation arrays. Zero Wing City, Battle Arena. The Battle Arena covered an area of several sports stadiums. Presently, the establishment was crowded with players, and even Tier 4 players were waiting in line to reserve a combat room. The liveliness here was even more exaggerated than the auction houses of imperial capitals. Looking at McAfee and Crimson Witch, who had just exited a combat room, Thalia asked curiously, "Afri, what do you think of the combat room's effects?" Initially, they had visited the Eastern Continent to assist Zero Wing and deepen the relationship between Divine Tribe and Zero Wing. However, after experiencing Zero Wing City's mana, they couldn't suppress their curiosity about the effects of training in such an environment. Hence, they came to this place to sate their curiosity. After all, the battle arena was the only place in Zero Wing City that allowed players to do combat. How should I put it? After pondering for a moment and mentally sorting his words, McAfee said, "If the Starlight Fortress's training efficiency is a 10, then this place is above 30. Isn't that too much of an exaggeration?" Thalia couldn't help feeling skeptical of McAfee's evaluation. Although she knew that McAfee was an austere person and that Zero Wing City's environment was extraordinary, McAfee's evaluation of the city's training effect was simply too exaggerated in her opinion. For players of their caliber, the quality of their training environment would need to be significantly better for them to see any improvements to their training efficiency. Hence, no matter how excellent Zero Wing City's environment was, she couldn't bring herself to believe that someone like McAfee would see his training efficiency triple. No, it's not an exaggeration. Commander Thalia, although the mana here isn't misty, when you start manipulating the ambient mana, you'll discover that its density is actually much greater than the mana mist you find in the outside world, Crimson Witch insisted earnestly. If you fight against an expert of the same caliber in this environment, the insights you can get are on a completely different level. This is especially true for your control over mana. I really don't know how Zero Wing accomplished this. They actually managed to let a guild city have such dense mana. You can even view the operating principles of mana with such high clarity. She's right. If I can train here, I'm confident I can further improve my mana body in less than 10 days, McAfee said, nodding. He then looked enviously at the Zero Wing members in the building. The Divine Tribe trio had the fortune of visiting Zero Wing City only because they had followed Shi Feng to the Eastern Continent. If not for Shi Feng granting them access, they wouldn't have been able to enter the city. They also wouldn't have realized how astonishing the city's environment was. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members could actually enjoy the environment here every day. How could he not envy them? At his current standard, increasing his mana body's completion rate by even 1% was incredibly challenging. Yet, in Zero Wing City, he saw the chance to improve his mana body rapidly. A glimmer appeared in Crimson Witch's eyes as she insisted, "Commander Thalia, we must recommend establishing a temporary residence in Zero Wing City to the Grand Elders and Guild Leader once we return. It doesn't matter even if we have to pay a significant price. The short-term effects might not be obvious, but the long-term benefits for the guild are absolutely unimaginable. Surpassing the 5 great super guilds might even become possible." Thalia smiled wryly at Crimson Witch's strong recommendation. "I want to, but once the intercontinental teleportation array is activated, I'm afraid it'll become difficult for Divine Tribe to secure a temporary residence." Once Zero Wing's intercontinental teleportation array began operating, so long as the 2 continents' superpowers were not stupid, they would understand just how valuable Zero Wing City was, not to mention the extraordinary mana environment in this place. She could easily imagine how many superpowers would seek to garrison Zero Wing City at that time. "No, you can't say that, Commander Thalia." Looking at Thalia, McAfee suddenly smiled and said, "I heard that Black Flame lives in Yuantian City's upper zone. With your family's influence and connections, if you personally paid him a visit, wouldn't he agree to a partnership immediately?" Thalia was a potential successor of a powerful family based in the upper zone. Her beauty and figure in the real world were also at the level of toppling nations. If she personally visited someone in the upper zone and sincerely proposed a partnership, hardly anyone in the upper zone would refuse her. Upon hearing McAfee's suggestion, Crimson Witch nodded in agreement. "You two," Thalia sputtered, rendered speechless by her 2 companions. However, before Thalia could say anything more, a sudden commotion came from outside the battle arena. Then, the mana in the city grew violent and irritable. When Thalia and her companions walked out of the lobby, they promptly noticed a tower of light rising from the teleportation hall's direction. Chapter 2866, Astonishing Transformation. Chapter 2866, or 28666, or 8 Astonishing Transformation. "It's done." Shi Feng grew ecstatic as he took in the pillar of light rising from the teleportation array in front of him. Previously, he had indeed been certain that he could strengthen the teleportation array until it could handle enough mana to support a teleportation channel connecting the 2 continents. However, when he began working, he started to have doubts. After all, the teleportation channel had to span not only the distance between the 2 continents, but also the distance between the western continent's edge and the Starlight Fortress, which was nowhere near the ocean. If the teleportation array didn't have enough mana for this additional distance, it still wouldn't connect with the spatial node in the Starlight Fortress. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. At this time, Liang Jing called him and asked in a panic, "Guild leader, did something happen on your side?" A pillar of light suddenly came from the teleportation hall. Right now, everyone in the city is talking about it, thinking that something big happened there. The teleportation hall was an important economic resource for Zero Wing City. At the same time, it was the foundation of the city's prosperity. In the absence of a guild residence and the teleportation array, players could only run to the distant Arctic Canyon. If this were to happen, Zero Wing's partner forces and their members would definitely be less enthusiastic about visiting Zero Wing City. Relax, everything's fine, Shi Feng said, chuckling. I just completed the teleportation array connecting the two continents. From now on, we can freely teleport to the western continent from the teleportation hall, and there won't be any restrictions on time or head count. We can freely teleport to the western continent? Liang Jing was momentarily stunned, her mind failing to process Shi Feng's words. Her eyes were wide with disbelief as she looked at Shi Feng's face on the screen. Before the World Passage's activation, connecting the two main continents held great importance only in terms of trade. However, after the World Passage opened, battlefields appeared all over the eastern continent, and massacres became common out in the wild. Due to the chaos and constant threats, many of the eastern continent's powers and players sought to develop on the western continent. Unfortunately, there was a limited number of ancient teleportation arrays on the eastern continent. Even among the superpowers, very few could travel between the two continents. Moreover, even these few superpowers could transport only a small number of elites at a time. Now, Shi Feng was telling her that Zero Wing City's teleportation hall could facilitate travel to the western continent without any restrictions. How could she possibly believe this? If news of this matter were to get out, a tsunami of players would flood Zero Wing City within a day. This function would overturn the situation on the eastern continent. It was game-changing. Yes. Didn't you propose to open Zero Wing further? Smiling, Shi Feng said, now that the intercontinental teleportation array is completed, you can announce to the public that Zero Wing City will be fully open to the public starting today. Our partner and subordinate forces will enjoy a 70% discount on all teleportations. Originally, he had not intended to fully open Zero Wing City so soon. However, the city's development was astonishing, hitting a bottleneck already. To further spread Zero Wing's influence, he could only fully open Zero Wing City to the public. In this way, Zero Wing could attract an ocean of wealth and resources to Zero Wing City, as well as more expert players to the guild. Fully open the city? Guild leader, isn't this a little too soon? Liang Jing panicked at Shi Feng's words. Zero Wing City's present environment and security standards are already enough to drive many players and superpowers wild. Once news that our teleportation hall is connected to the western continent spreads, we will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of all forces on the eastern continent. Even the Outer World's forces will probably go nuts over Zero Wing City. Liang Jing didn't even need to think about what would await Zero Wing City if the city were fully open to the public. It would definitely spark massive changes in the entire eastern continent. No, the entire God's domain. The intensity of the changes would not be the slightest bit inferior to the World Passage's activation. At that time, Zero Wing would become the focal point of the entire God's domain even if it tried to maintain a low profile. With access to such frightening resources and influence, Zero Wing would soon grow into an existence that could surpass even the 5 great super guilds combined. This definitely wasn't an outcome any superpower native or outer world would be willing to see. Hence, as long as news of Zero Wing City's full opening spread, Zero Wing would become the common enemy of all native and outer world superpowers. While Zero Wing had recently grown significantly, it definitely couldn't go up against so many superpowers simultaneously. Not to mention, the outer world superpowers were existences that had successfully destroyed more than a dozen kingdoms. Moreover, the number of Tier 4 NPCs a kingdom commanded far exceeded Zero Wing's number of Tier 4 experts. The royal capitals of NPC kingdoms had stronger defenses than Zero Wing City, yet these cities had still fallen in the end. Of course, a large part of why these kingdoms had fallen was the Outer World's NPC forces. However, nobody could say for certain that the Outer World's players couldn't guide or cooperate with the Outer World's NPC forces to target Zero Wing. Naturally, Shi Feng understood Liang Jing's concerns. In an earnest tone, he explained, I understand, but this is a problem we will have to face sooner or later. Thus, we should strike while the iron is hot and strengthen Zero Wing in one fell swoop. If we succeed, we'll have a much better chance at contending with the native and outer world superpowers. Previously, 16th Cloud had provided him with plenty of information regarding the outer world's various forces. Hence, he understood that the main reason the eastern continent had yet to fall completely was that only a small portion of the outer world superpowers and NPC forces had crossed the world passage. However, as more time passed, more outer world NPC and player forces were bound to arrive on the eastern continent. Eventually, Zero Wing would have to go up against these outer world forces. To put it simply, Zero Wing wasn't in a race against the various forces but against time. Under these circumstances, the guild would naturally be better off developing as quickly as possible. Rather than acquiring small amounts of resources and developing slowly in secret, Zero Wing would be better off going big and developing rapidly while the outer world's forces were still settling down in the eastern continent. Not to mention, Zero Wing currently had a lot of partner forces already. With these partners, it wouldn't necessarily be impossible for Zero Wing to go up against the native and outer world superpowers that had yet to develop themselves adequately. This, Liang Jing, was momentarily at a loss for words. In her opinion, Shi Feng's decision was simply absurd. However, she didn't have a better suggestion. Relax. I know what I'm doing, Shi Feng consoled when he saw Liang Jing's hesitancy. Just get everything prepared on your side. Also, notify Melancholic and Yulan about this. I'm afraid you three will be very busy in the future. Liang Jing had no choice but to nod helplessly. Shi Feng had always acted more like a figurehead than an actual guild leader. Although he had laid a massive foundation for the guild, he would leave the guild's daily maintenance and operation to others. Naturally, Liang Jing felt incredibly frustrated by this situation, and she frequently wished she could curse him to his face. Deep down, however, she still felt happy and excited for some inexplicable reason. After disconnecting the call, Liang Jing promptly began making the necessary preparations, while Shi Feng headed to Zero Wing City's City Lord's Mansion. City Lord's Mansion, second underground floor, statue room. At this time, apart from Shi Feng, everybody else had been told to leave the room. Shi Feng had also temporarily removed the entry rights for core members and ordered the 2 Tier 4 fine gold guards outside to prevent anyone from approaching the room. Now that my concentration is at Tier 5, and my understanding of and control over mana have reached their limits, it's about time I tried breaking through to Tier 5. Looking at the ancient beast sculpture in front of him, Shi Feng began constructing an entirely new mana body. Chapter 2867, Promotion to Tier 5. Chapter 2867, Promotion to Tier 5. Although Shi Feng had never tried to create a personalized mana body, he was very confident of success now that he had grasped the basic use of mana's various elements, and his mana body had reached a 120% completion rate. After spending close to an hour inside the statue room, Shi Feng finished constructing a brand new mana body. Simultaneously, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, the strength of the constructed mana body is at 144% of your current mana body. It is not at the Tier 5 standard. Shi Feng revealed a wry smile as he looked at the system notification. Sure enough, constructing a Tier 5 mana body isn't easy. In his opinion, the new mana body he constructed was perfect. He had thoroughly implemented the basic properties of the various elements of mana into his mana body. He had even built an elemental magic array for each element, making it much easier to manipulate the ambient mana. Hence, he never thought that the strength of the new mana body would be at only 44% of his current mana body. From what he heard in his previous life, the requirement for the constructed Tier 5 mana body would depend on the rank of the player's existing mana body. The higher the rank, the lower the requirement. Take the gold mana body, for example. One would need to construct a mana body that was at least 300% stronger to meet the Tier 5 mana body standard. On the other hand, a bronze mana body's owner would need to reach 500% to get promoted to Tier 5. This was why expert players needed to secure the best mana body possible at Tier 3. This decision didn't just relate to the strength of one's mana. It also served as a massive hurdle to reaching Tier 5. If I didn't meet the requirement even with 24%, it seems I'll need to reach at least 200% to get promoted to Tier 5 with an epic mana body. After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng took out the Sword Saint's legacy he had obtained in the Ancient God's domain. He then began accepting the legacy guidance in silence. The mana body he constructed just now was already the limit of his current abilities. In his opinion, there were 3 possible reasons behind his failure to meet the requirements. The first was that his control over mana was insufficient. The second was that his understanding of mana was insufficient. The third was that his understanding of mana bodies was insufficient. Shi Feng felt that his control over and understanding of mana had already reached the limits of Tier 4. It should be impossible to improve on them any further. Not to mention, the Dragon Phantom in the trial had praised his level, and even stated that some Tier 5 dragons might not be able to rival him in these 2 aspects. Hence, these 2 aspects were unlikely to be his stumbling block. In that case, the problem should lie with his poor understanding of mana bodies. Meanwhile, solving this problem was simple. Previously, he had refrained from accepting the Sword Saint's legacy guidance because he was afraid of wasting it. Back then, he felt that his foundation was still lacking and that he still needed to accumulate more strength. The stronger he became, the greater his harvest from the legacy guidance. However, his foundation had now grown so sturdy that even Tier 5 adult dragons might not be a match for him. It was the perfect moment for him to accept the Sword Saint's knowledge. Following this, time passed rapidly inside the statue room. A flood of information kept pouring into Shi Feng's mind. The more information he browsed through, the brighter his eyes became. Thanks to this information, many of his questions had gotten answered. He also grew increasingly mesmerized by the Sword Saint's knowledge. After the legacy guidance was over, Shi Feng stared at the ancient beast sculpture idly, his mind immersed in the knowledge he gained. While Shi Feng quietly processed the Sword Saint's legacy guidance, a commotion raged in Zero Wing's guild cities. Just a moment ago, Zero Wing had announced that it would open Zero Wing City to the public. All players could teleport to Zero Wing City via Sky Spring City and enter it from the Arctic Canyon. Everyone who received this piece of news found it to be unbelievable. Awesome. This is great. I heard that you could raise your training efficiency by several times inside Zero Wing City. I never thought that Zero Wing would open such an amazing place to the public. That's not all of it. Did you see the levels of Zero Wing's members? Not that long ago, I was at roughly the same level as their Tier 3 members. Now, they're at least 3 levels above me. The grinding speed in the Arctic Canyon is simply ridiculous. Nowadays, no player on the eastern continent was unaware of Zero Wing City's existence. However, as Zero Wing had reserved the city for its exclusive use, everyone not affiliated with the guild could only watch in envy from the sidelines. Even the various superpowers were helpless against Zero Wing City. Now that Zero Wing City is open to the public, how could they not feel excited? Less than half an hour after Zero Wing's announcement, practically every native player and player force on the eastern continent had found out about it. Firewing Empire, Secret Pavilion's headquarters. As the most well-informed transcendental organization in God's domain, the Secret Pavilion was one of the first guilds to learn of Zero Wing City's public opening. It had even found out detailed information, such as Zero Wing City's entrance fee pricing and current player population. Uncle Yuan, it seems, Zero Wing finally plans on giving its all. Purple Jade smiled as she read the detailed report in her hands. Looking at Yuan Tiexin, she said, "This development will probably make the Eastern Continent's superpowers pretty anxious." At this time, Purple Jade's aura had already undergone a massive transformation. Not only did she give off an otherworldly vibe, but she also exuded an indescribable feeling of sharpness. She was now a level 53 Tier 4 Sword Emperor. The mana she radiated even appeared somewhat misty. If Shi Feng were to see her now, he would be surprised. Zero Wing's development has reached a bottleneck. If the War of Worlds did not take place, it might have been able to continue developing quietly for some time. While sorting through the reports spread across his desk, Yuan Tiexin was slightly surprised when reading the news on Zero Wing. However, now that the Outer World players have intruded into the Eastern Continent, Zero Wing has to open Zero Wing City to acquire even more resources if it wants to make any further progress. However, it is also a risky move given Zero Wing's current state. I initially thought Zero Wing would maintain a low profile for a while longer. Black Flame's opening the city as soon as he returned was beyond my expectations. I can't help thinking that he is rushing things a little too much. Yuan Tiexin did not doubt that Shi Feng had opened Zero Wing City to the public because of the Outer World players' invasion. However, while doing so would allow Zero Wing City to develop rapidly, it would also turn the city into an eyesore. The Outer World superpowers were not as easy to deal with as the Eastern Continent's native superpowers. Not to mention, the Outer World superpowers definitely would not wish to see the remnant forces of the native superpowers they defeated flocking to Zero Wing's banner and creating a colossal native power. Previously, the Outer World superpowers had refrained from targeting Zero Wing because the latter had always operated like a turtle, limiting its members' activity to the vicinity of its strongholds. With Zero Wing's guild cities and mobile fortresses' immense defensive capabilities, devouring the guild was a very challenging proposition. The guild cities of other superpowers posed much easier targets. However, now that Zero Wing had fully opened Zero Wing City to the public, even a fool could foretell the consequences of this action. With the city's massive advantages, Zero Wing would become the strongest and largest guild on the Eastern Continent. Moreover, it wouldn't take long for this future to come to fruition. Given this situation, although Zero Wing was a tough nut to crack, the Outer World superpowers would still choose to annihilate Zero Wing first for the sake of their future. However, unlike Yuan Tiexin, not only did Purple Jade not feel confused by this situation, but it had even ignited her fighting spirit. Uncle Yuan, since you're free right now, why don't we go take a look at Zero Wing City? I've been thinking of visiting Guild Leader Black Flame. I've improved a lot after returning from that place, but I haven't had a chance to test myself. I can use this chance to ask Guild Leader Black Flame for some guidance and see which one of us has made greater improvements during this period. After she returned from her training, nobody among the Secret Pavilion's younger generation could match her. Since she had always set Shi Feng as her target, she was very curious to see whether she could now defeat him and become God's Domain's #1 swordsman. All right. Since you wish to go, I'll go with you. Yuan Tiexin revealed a bitter smile as he took in Purple Jade's spirited look. She had been restless ever since completing her training. However, he also felt that Shi Feng would be a good opponent for the current Purple Jade. Afterward, Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade departed the Secret Pavilion's headquarters and teleported to Sky Spring City. While the Eastern Continent was in an uproar over Zero Wing City's opening, inside the City Lord's mansion of Zero Wing City, Shi Feng's eyes opened abruptly. Amazing. As expected of a complete legacy guidance from an ancient sword saint. After processing the Sword Saint's legacy guidance, Shi Feng finally understood what exactly a complete legacy guidance was. He also understood why Fire Dance would make such significant improvements after experiencing the legacy guidance. The legacy guidance described the properties and usage methods of the various elements of mana in detail and provided a comprehensive introduction to the components and basic applications of the mana body. Although the information provided mainly targeted the swordsman class, it was also beneficial to the other classes. This was especially true for the information on the mana body's components. Of course, if one lacked a good understanding of the fundamental properties of mana's various elements, one would have difficulty understanding all of the information provided. Naturally, one's improvements would also be limited. This was because all of the mana body's basic applications mentioned in the legacy guidance required familiarity with the various elements of mana. My previous considerations for the mana body were too arbitrary. Moreover, they were all modifications based on my existing mana body when the Tier 5 mana body is essentially something completely different. When Shi Feng thought about the mana body he previously created, he couldn't help laughing at his ignorance. Why were Tier 5 entities so much more powerful than Tier 4 entities? It was because Tier 5 existences possessed life ratings far superior to Tier 4 existences. The two couldn't even be considered the same type of creature. Yet, he had foolishly tried to use his Tier 4 mana body as a base for his Tier 5 mana body. His idea was fundamentally flawed. Another reason contributing to a Tier 5 existence's strength was their powerful mana. The mana flowing within their bodies was no longer gaseous or misty. Instead, it was liquid. Hence, when constructing a Tier 5 mana body, one had to liquefy their mana. If one couldn't achieve such mana, constructing a Tier 5 mana body would naturally be impossible. After thinking up to this point, Shi Feng began his second attempt at constructing his Tier 5 mana body. Liquefying one's mana might be incredibly difficult for others, but it wasn't an impossible task for a Grandmaster magician like Shi Feng. All he needed to do was integrate a magic array that condensed mana within his mana body. Moreover, he had even identified the magic array for this job, the 12-array magic world. The 12-array magic world was an ancient magic array created by a saint. Although its simplicity meant even master magicians could learn it, Shi Feng felt that this magic array was incredibly powerful, particularly its ability to improve the mana affinity of those within its range. At the very least, such a feat was still beyond him even now. Shi Feng began trying to integrate the 12-array magic world with the mana body he constructed. 1 failure, 2 failures, 3 failures. Time passed rapidly as the number of failures piled up. After an unknown amount of time had gone by with success still nowhere in sight, Shi Feng began to doubt his plan's feasibility. However, just when he considered giving up, system, congratulations, you have successfully constructed a new mana body. The constructed mana body strength is at 36% of your current mana body and has reached the Tier 5 standard. The created mana body is evaluated to be at the epic rank. Do you wish to replace your current mana body with it and get promoted to Tier 5? A Tier 5 epic mana body? Shi Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. He had known that so long as he succeeded, his personalized mana body wouldn't be of low quality, it would reach the gold rank at the very least. However, he never expected that integrating the 12-array magic world into his mana body would yield such an astonishing result. He immediately chose to replace his mana body without hesitation. He had created this mana body out of sheer luck. If he tried recreating it, he wouldn't necessarily achieve a similar standard. Hence, he naturally had to accept it. Chapter 2868 Sword Saint. Chapter 2868-868 Sword Saint. When Shi Feng chose to replace his existing mana body, the mana within the room practically vanished. His new mana body had drawn even the mana stored within the deep void. Like a hungry beast, his new mana body devoured the mana around it, nourishing itself continuously. This phenomenon lasted for more than a minute before it finally stopped, and the room's mana gradually recovered. Tier 5? So, this is the power of Tier 5? When Shi Feng sensed the frightening power his body exuded effortlessly and the indescribable feeling of omnipotence, he finally understood why even Tier 4 world creation experts couldn't defeat a bona fide Tier 5 existence. He also fully understood the strength and terror of Tier 5 existences. Compared to when he was a Tier 4, the mana flowing inside his mana body was many times denser. The volume of his mana had also increased by more than tenfold. Now, even the world around him was having trouble holding his mana. If even the world of God's domain itself could not withstand the mana of a Tier 5 existence, there was no need to mention the small world created by a Tier 4 world creation expert. Moreover, this wasn't the only factor that made Tier 5 existences powerful. System, congratulations. You have become a Tier 5 Blade Saint, Sword Saint, all basic attributes plus 5,000, all resistances plus 500, mana recovery rate increased by 300%, all physical and magical attacks received that are below Tier 5 will be weakened by 40%, all basic attributes increased by 100%, physique increased by 200%, and reaction speed improved by 100%. rewarding 200 legacy skill points. He had received a flat increase of only 2,000 points to all basic attributes when he got promoted to Tier 4, yet received a 5,000 point boost for reaching Tier 5. None of his weapons and equipment could provide such a significant amount of basic attributes, not to mention the massive boost to his physique. Right now, even if he replaced all his equipment with bronze equipment, he could still beat up a Tier 4 expert fully geared in epic equipment. In terms of basic attributes, he could match a Tier 4 expert with several pieces of fragmented legendary equipment. Only a legendary weapon could offset this difference. As for legendary equipment, the basic attributes provided would still be slightly insufficient to fill the gap. Of course, basic attributes didn't represent everything. If a Tier 4 expert's combat standards surpassed a Tier 5 expert's, the Tier 4 expert could still emerge victorious in a fight. With this power, I will have no problem fighting even Tier 5 NPCs. After seeing his basic attributes, Shi Feng felt more confident about Zero Wing's future development. His strength and agility attributes both exceeded the 60,000 mark already. Typically, a Tier 4 berserker fully geared in epic items would have only around 15,000 strength at level 150, and even if the berserker possessed a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon, the berserker would only have about 22,000 or 23,000 strength. As for NPCs, according to the research of players in his previous life, a level 180, Tier 5 NPC would have around 70,000 or 80,000 points in their main basic attributes. While Shi Feng was still inferior to Tier 5 NPCs in basic attributes, this difference wasn't impossible to overcome. Moreover, now that he had reached Tier 5, every level up he achieved would significantly boost his basic attributes. With his current equipment, he could easily breach the 80,000 mark once he reached level 180. Not to mention, his combat standards were much superior to the average Tier 5 NPCs. Overall, he was already more than capable of contending with level 180 Tier 5 NPCs. Of course, while he might have the ability to fight Tier 5 NPCs, he wasn't so arrogant as to provoke Tier 5 NPCs. After all, he currently could cope with the most common Tier 5 NPCs, but if a Tier 5 NPC possessed even a single piece of legendary equipment, he would have to avoid them like the plague. It seems I'll have to get Fire and the others to search for some god crystals. In an era where gods had secluded themselves from the world, Tier 5 existences were indeed the apex combatants of God's domain. However, there were still significant differences even among Tier 5s. The possession of legendary weapons and equipment played a vital role in this difference. Only after obtaining a legendary weapon or equipment could a Tier 5 expert enter the leading echelon of Tier 5 existences and walk around God's domain without fear. Such a Tier 5 expert would be an invincible existence short of Tier 6 gods. However, if a Tier 5 expert did not own a legendary weapon or equipment, they would only be second-rate among Tier 5 existences, regardless of any heaven-defying combat standards. While they might be able to contend against Tier 5 experts belonging to the leading echelon, they would never be part of it. Indeed, the difference between having a legendary item and not having one was precisely that massive. In the past, every Tier 5 expert capable of transcending tiers to fight Tier 6 god-ranked experts owned a legendary weapon or equipment, with some even having more than one. If Shi Feng wanted to roam God's domain without fear, obtaining a legendary weapon or equipment was of utmost importance. After Shi Feng familiarized himself with his Tier 5 mana body, he left the statue room. However, when he stepped into the City Lord's mansion's lobby, he was stupefied by the sight that greeted him. People crowded the room to capacity. Apart from the Zero Wing members maintaining order, the other players in the lobby were members of guilds and adventurer teams. These players were lined up in front of the service counters to rent either a shop or a private house in Zero Wing City. They had bloodshot eyes and frantic looks on their faces as they waited in line. Il lay. If not for the 200 Tier 3 NPCs, 3 Tier 4 NPCs, and many Tier 3 members of Zero Wing maintaining order, a fight would have long since broken out in the lobby. Didn't I tell Liang Jing to raise the rentals for the shops? Did she make a mistake? Shi Feng found this scene very puzzling. Anyone who wasn't a fool could tell how popular Zero Wing City currently was. However, Zero Wing City had limited land. Even if it was now a main city, it still didn't have enough land to satisfy the eastern continent's entire player population. Hence, to maximize Zero Wing's profits, raising rentals was a must. Shi Feng approached one of the service counters to inspect Zero Wing City's shop's rental prices. However, what he saw made him gasp. How ruthless is she? Even a small shop located in Zero Wing City's outer area had a rental of 3,000 magic crystals and 600 gold per week, more than double the price Shi Feng intended. The amount of magic crystals Liang Jing charged was particularly maddening. Ever since the Outer World players invaded the eastern continent, magic crystal production had plummeted, and the various native powers had suffered immensely. In Shi Feng's opinion, renting a small shop in the city's outskirts for 1,000 magic crystals would already be pushing the envelope. Liang Jing's price of 3,000 magic crystals was no different from daylight robbery. As for the shops located on Zero Wing City's main street, the minimum price was 20,000 magic crystals. One couldn't even use coins to offset part of the rent. Moreover, one had to bid for these shops in an auction. Despite these cutthroat prices, players still filled the city lord's mansion's lobby. Shi Feng found this situation utterly unbelievable. For a moment, he even wondered if magic crystals had suddenly depreciated during his seclusion. Just when Shi Feng thought of contacting Liang Jing to ask her about Zero Wing City's situation, he suddenly received a call. The caller was none other than Liang Jing. "Guild leader, can I interrupt you for a moment?" Liang Jing asked anxiously. "Did something happen to Zero Wing City?" Shi Feng asked strangely. "No, it's just that the secret pavilion's people came to visit. Aside from them, 3 of the 5 great super guilds have sent representatives to us. There are a lot of them, and some of them don't seem to be here with kind intentions," Liang Jing said nervously. "They are waiting in the residence's reception room right now, and they say they must meet with you, no matter what." The secret pavilion was a transcendental power, while the 5 great super guilds were godlike existences in the virtual gaming world. If news that 3 of the 5 great super guilds had arrived were to spread, it would cause a sensation. "All right, I got it. I'll head over now." "Have them wait for a moment." Shi Feng chuckled when he heard Liang Jing's words, not at all surprised by this situation. After all, the current Zero Wing City was no ordinary city. What would be strange would be these titans of the gaming world not showing any reaction. He immediately left the city lord's mansion and made his way to Zero Wing's residence. Chapter 2869, Apex Gathering. Chapter 2869, Apex Gathering, Zero Wing Residence, top floor reception room. As the primary guild residence of a main city, Zero Wing's guild hall was a 30-story tall building almost 200 meters high. One had an unobstructed view of the entire Zero Wing City if one looked out the top floor reception room's windows. Since Zero Wing City was located in a snowland and backed by the endless sea, the view here was unique for players who often operated around NPC cities surrounded by greenery. Unfortunately, none of the dozen or so people currently seated in the reception room showed any interest in admiring this beautiful scenery. Instead, they focused on sizing up each other. Zero Wing City has attracted a lot of bigwigs. Yuan Tiexin was a little shocked as he observed the room's occupants. Mythology's Grand Elder Qingtian, Netherworld Empire's Grand Elder Nether King Relos, and even the Solar Temple's honorary elder Qiang Tianhe. It seems these guilds are serious this time. 3 of the 5 great super guilds had sent representatives to Zero Wing City. Moreover, these representatives were all key figures in their respective guilds' management, individuals fully capable of making decisions on behalf of their respective guilds. Usually, meeting even one of these individuals would be challenging, yet 3 of them had gathered in Zero Wing City. However, Yuan Tiexin's surprise didn't last too long. After all, Zero Wing had created too huge a scene this time. The 5 great super guilds could no longer ignore it. At this stage of the game, there was probably no guild uninterested in a teleportation array that could facilitate unrestricted travel between the 2 main continents. The ongoing War of Worlds only served to make this intercontinental teleportation array even more precious. If not for another important matter occupying the secret pavilion's guild leader, Yuan Tiexin wouldn't be the one sitting in this room, representing the secret pavilion. Netherworld Empire sure moved fast. It has been active only on the western continent all this time, yet it sent an old guy like the Nether King here, Mad of Mythology said, surprise appearing in his eyes as he looked at a bald old man in a white robe. "It hasn't been long since I last met him, yet this old guy's strength has already improved so much. The mana he's radiating has nearly doubled in density. I also see 2 new pieces of equipment on him. That's normal. He wouldn't have given Odin so much trouble if he hasn't made any significant improvements after all this time," Situ Qingtian, the white-haired old man seated beside Matt, said calmly. He then glanced at the masked young man standing behind Relos and continued, "That masked kid behind Nether King, though, is quite something. Although I can't say for certain, he shouldn't be any weaker than Prosciutto." Surprised by Situ Qingtian's assessment, Matt looked toward the masked youth and asked, "Is he that strong?" The silver ghost Prosciutto was already the strongest among mythology's younger generation. Not only did he possess excellent equipment, but his mana body had even exceeded the 110% completion rate already. Now, only a handful of people within the guild could defeat him. After hearing Situ Qingtian's assessment, Cold Shadow, who sat on the elderly man's other side, also looked at the masked youth in surprise. Situ Qingtian had instructed countless students, and his insight was many times superior to that of youngsters like Matt and herself. Since Situ Qingtian had given the masked youth such an evaluation, the youth definitely couldn't be underestimated. It's not just that masked kid. The long-haired kid sitting beside Qiang Tianhe isn't any weaker either, Situ Qingtian said, smiling as he looked at the long-haired male youth seated some distance away from him. "I have to say that times have changed. He looks to be around 26 or 27 years old, yet he has already reached the peak of the domain realm's 2nd step. It's been 3 decades since I last saw such talent." When Situ Qingtian finished speaking, Cold Shadow was surprised again. Even now, she was barely touching the fringes of the domain realm's 2nd step, and it would still take a lot of time and effort for her to reach it, let alone climb to the peak of the 2nd step. Experts capable of reaching this step were as rare as a phoenix's feather in the virtual gaming industry. If such an expert could take one more step forward, they would become an existence standing at the very apex of God's domain. Su Qingtian did not lower his voice when speaking. He also didn't talk through a private channel. Hence, every Tier 4 expert in the reception room heard his words loud and clear. Row all of the youths present, including Purple Jade and Netherworld Empire's masked youth, turned reflexively to look at the long-haired youth carrying the blood-red greatsword, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Sichu Qingtian, you're still the same gossipy bastard as before, Xiang Tianhe said, glaring at Sichu Qingtian. While our kid has indeed made a breakthrough recently, do you think I can't see through that young lass beside you? If I'm not mistaken, she has at least 4 fragmented legendary items on her, right? As soon as Xiang Tianhe finished speaking, everyone's head snapped toward Cold Shadow. The masked youth and the long-haired youth, in particular, looked at her with fiery gazes. Nowadays, epic weapons and equipment were a lot more common in God's domain. Fragmented legendary items, on the other hand, were still incredibly rare even for the various superpowers. Even in Netherworld Empire and Solar Temple, less than 30% of their Tier 4 experts had even one fragmented legendary item, while their Grand Elders would be fortunate to have 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items. Yet, Xiang Tianhe had revealed that Cold Shadow owned at least 4 fragmented legendary items. How could they not envy her? After reaching their level, every fragmented legendary item could provide them with significant improvements. The total improvement 4 fragmented legendary items could provide would be massive. This old bastard. Cold Shadow glared at Xiang Tianhe. A display of talent would, at most, make others envious. However, weapons and equipment were a different story. Unlike talent, others could snatch these items. With her current strength, she wouldn't stand a chance if 2 or more of the people present attacked her. After all, every person in the room was a bona fide monster. Looking at Cold Shadow, Xiang Tianhe smiled and asked, "What is it? Do you wish to take action, young lass?" Xiang Tianhe? Glaring at Xiang Tianhe coldly, Situ Qingtian threatened, "Do you think we won't dare make a move?" Immediately, the atmosphere in the room solidified, an indescribable sense of coldness spreading throughout the room. At this development, the members of Mythology and Solar Temple instinctively gripped their weapons. If an ordinary Tier 4 expert were to stand in this heavy atmosphere, they would most likely break out in a cold sweat and flee the scene immediately. What rotten luck. Just what are these people trying to do? Yuan Tiexin grew a little nervous as he looked at the members of the 2 super guilds. Mythology's and Solar Temple's Tier 4 experts were far from ordinary. This was especially true for Situ Qingtian and Xiang Tianhe. A fight between them would be a calamity. The others in the room might even become collateral damage if things got too out of hand. To make matters worse, Netherworld Empire's members also showed signs of restlessness. Evidently, if Mythology and Solar Temple fought, Netherworld Empire wouldn't mind joining in the fray. Just as a fight was about to ensue, the woman standing by the room's door all this time suddenly stepped forward. She was none other than Fire Dance. At this time, not only was Fire Dance at level 155 already, but the quality of the mana she radiated was also much more powerful than when she first entered the statue room. Looking to the members of Mythology and Solar Temple, Fire Dance warned, "Everyone, this is Zero Wing's territory. Fighting is forbidden here. I ask you to show Zero Wing some respect." Show Zero Wing respect? Glancing at Fire Dance, Xiang Tianhe said nonchalantly, "Sure. As long as you can get C2 to shut up, I won't have any problems." Not one to fall behind, Situ Qingtian looked at Fire Dance and said, "Young lady, this old man isn't trying to disrespect Zero Wing, but Xiang Tianhe has gone too far. So long as you can get that old ghost to apologize to us, we won't take any direct action." The 2 old men's rejoinders rendered Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade speechless. Fire Dance was indeed powerful, but she was still slightly weaker than the 2 old men. At most, she could contend against the younger generation of Mythology and Solar Temple. Hence, it was impossible for her to silence the 2 guilds all by herself. Moreover, based on the words spoken by Xiang Tianhe and Situ Qingtian, the 2 of them were clearly trying to make a show of power to Zero Wing. If Fire Dance failed to deal with this situation appropriately, she would make a fool of herself and Zero Wing. However, without any hesitation, Fire Dance calmly told the 2 old men, "If you 2 refuse to give up, then please leave Zero Wing City. Zero Wing does not welcome such guests." Chapter 2870, Shi Feng Sword. Chapter 2870, Shi Feng Sword. Fire Dance's words resounded like thunder in the reception room, causing silence to descend on the room momentarily. Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade also stared at Fire Dance reflexively. Has she lost her mind? Both Situ Qingtian and Xiang Tianhe were big shots who spoke and acted on behalf of their respective guilds. The 2 had behaved rudely to show off their power and gain an advantage in their upcoming negotiations with Zero Wing, but Fire Dance's words cornered them. They couldn't back down without harming their reputation. If these 2 old men got angry for real, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Zero Wing City had many Tier 4 players and NPCs defending it, if the two old men were intent on making a ruckus, it would take a long time for the city to suppress them. They might even escape capture. After all, this wasn't the first time they had done such a thing. Most importantly, the two of them represented Mythology and Solar Temple, two of the 5 great superguilds. Moreover, compared to the other 3, these 2 super guilds held far greater influence on the eastern continent. The 2 guilds might currently be incapable of retaliating against Zero Wing, but as holders of reserve seats for God's Domain's 12 great guilds, they could ruin the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom with just a word. Now that the Outer Worlds forces were rapidly expanding their influence, the NPC kingdoms and empires had limited combat power to spare. As a result, the united army these countries formed couldn't protect every kingdom on the continent. With the resumption of the war imminent, if Mythology and Solar Temple requested the NPC forces not to defend the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom, the 2 kingdoms would face swift destruction. Without the support of these 2 kingdoms, even if Zero Wing had Zero Wing City and the ability to teleport between the 2 continents, its income would still plummet. This was because most of the independent players and guild players visiting Zero Wing City could reach the city only via Sky Spring City's teleportation hall. It wasn't possible to teleport to Zero Wing City from other NPC cities. If Sky Spring City disappeared, these players would naturally lose the means to teleport to Zero Wing City. Meanwhile, Zero Wing couldn't garrison any other NPC city at this time. The special rights Zero Wing received from the War God's Temple as a reward from the reserve seat competition were a one-time privilege. If Zero Wing wished to garrison another NPC city, it would have to become a reserve for God's Domain's 12 great guilds. However, this wasn't possible right now. This was also precisely the reason Mythology, a guild that had been suppressing Zero Wing all this time, dared to come to Zero Wing's doorsteps and negotiate for partnership. The next moment, Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe turned to Fire Dance, a hint of coldness and playfulness in their eyes. Little girl, we traveled a long distance to come to negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing. Is this how Zero Wing treats its guests? Situ Qingtian asked as he visually inspected Fire Dance. Revealing a faint smile, he continued, if Zero Wing doesn't wish to partner with Mythology, Mythology will naturally find it unfortunate and frustrating. However, if Zero Wing comes across difficulties in the future, don't blame Mythology for not helping. Situ's words might not sound nice, but they are logical. Qiang Tianhe also looked at Fire Dance and said in a deep voice, we came here with kind intentions. Now that the Outer Worlds forces have invaded the eastern continent, only by cooperating will we be able to stop their advance. If we separate on bad terms here, the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom will suffer. When Fire Dance heard the 2 elderly men's words, her complexion sank. She never expected the 2 of them to suddenly stand on the same side and work together to pressure Zero Wing. Seeing Fire Dance's grim expression, Situ Qingtian chuckled and said, I know you have your own difficulties, young lady. I'm sure you just made an unintentional mistake just now. Your words represent only your thoughts, right? At this time, Situ Qingtian did not dare to truly offend Zero Wing. After all, the benefits of Zero Wing City were too great to pass on. However, he still had to teach Fire Dance a lesson and let her know that she couldn't provoke just anyone in God's domain. Qiang Tianhe, who remained seated, nodded and chimed in. That's right. There are some things you can't say arbitrarily, little girl. Elders like us might be able to ignore such a transgression, but if it were anyone else, your words would have severe consequences. Nether King Relos shook his head and sighed at this situation. Fire Dance was too young. Because of her inexperience, she had failed to notice that Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe had aimed for such an outcome right from the very beginning. They had deliberately made a commotion in the reception room in the hopes of hooking Fire Dance. Now that she had taken action on Zero Wing's behalf, she was bound to suffer humiliation. Driving away Mythology's and Solar Temple's members wouldn't be possible unless Zero Wing was willing to abandon the profits of the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom. Just when Fire Dance was at a loss as to what to say, the doors to the reception room suddenly opened. A tall figure then entered, looked at Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe, and demanded coldly, do you old fools think Zero Wing's main force commander cannot represent Zero Wing? Or do you think Zero Wing is a pushover? I can tell you now that Fire Dance's previous words represent my will. You may leave now. Shi Feng did not speak loudly, but a bone-chilling cold enveloped the entire room at his words. Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe, in particular, were dumbfounded. Even Relos, who had been a spectator all this time, was stunned. He never thought that Shi Feng would chase off Mythology and Solar Temple without any negotiations. Guild leader Black Flame, aren't you going a little too far? Situ Qingtian asked in a cold voice. Our 2 guilds have come in sincerity. Are you going to abandon the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom just because of a little girl's few words? At this time, Qiang Tianhe interjected hurriedly, Guild leader Black Flame, must you take things so seriously? We were merely making a joke. Abandonment is a joke? Looking at the 2 elderly men before him, Shi Feng sneered, you 2 think too highly of yourselves. I'll give you 5 seconds to leave. Otherwise, I'll send you back myself. Shi Feng's words shocked everyone present once more. Is he really going to do that? When Yuan Tiexan looked at Shi Feng, he felt that Shi Feng was even crazier than Fire Dance. Fire Dance had merely acted to preserve Zero Wing's reputation. However, Shi Feng was blatantly declaring war on mythology and Solar Temple. After this declaration, even if Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe previously wanted to pursue negotiations for a partnership, they wouldn't do so anymore. Good, very good. Situ Qingtian suddenly smiled as he looked at Shi Feng. This old man admires your will to make an enemy out of mythology and abandon 2 kingdoms. However, I'm curious to see how you plan on sending this old man back. After saying so, Situ Qingtian stood up and unsheathed the dark greatsword slung on his back. Simultaneously, not only did his body radiate a frightening aura, but the mana surrounding him also took on a near-liquid form, sparkling as it circled his silvery gray armor. Sensing the pressure he radiated, Fire Dance and the other youngsters in the room subconsciously took a step back. As expected of this old bastard, his mana body has broken through the 115% threshold. He can probably hold his own against even a superior mythic monster of the same level now. Relos was astonished when he sensed Situ Qingtian's unparalleled aura. Everyone has been saying that you are God's domain's strongest, guild leader Black Flame. This old man has been curious about the validity of this rumor for a long time now. After Situ Qingtian unleashed his aura, Qiang Tianhe, who sat nearby, also stood up and raised a crimson staff. The white robe he wore instantly transformed into a robe of flames, making it seem as if the god of fire had just descended to the mortal world. The aura he radiated was not the slightest bit inferior to Situ Qingtian's, and his level had even surpassed Situ Qingtian by 1, at level 54 already. Amazing. So, these are the apex combatants of these 2 super guilds. Yuan Tiexin was astounded as he looked at Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe. Under normal circumstances, the average Tier 4 expert would have difficulty fleeing from a superior mythic monster of the same level, let alone fighting one. Yet these 2 elderly men now radiated an aura rivaling that of a superior mythic monster of the same level. Their combat power ranked at the very top of God's domain at this stage of the game. Now, even a dozen Tier 4 experts working together would most likely have difficulty suppressing Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tian. Not to mention, the 2's combat standards were incredibly close to reaching the beyond domain realm. Let's see how you recover from this now, Black Flame. Cold Shadow, who now stood at a side, grew excited when she saw that Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe intended to take action. She might not know precisely how powerful Qiang Tianhe was, but she knew how powerful Situ Qingtian was. Moreover, it had been a long time since she had seen Situ Qingtian take action. With the 2 of them working together, even a monster like Shi Feng would have difficulty defeating them within a short period. A fight between Shi Feng, dubbed God's domain's strongest expert, and 2 legendary figures in the virtual gaming industry deserved to be called an apex battle in God's domain. If both sides fought for a sufficiently long time, she might gain enough insight to improve her combat standards further. Cold Shadow wasn't the only person with such thoughts. Purple Jade, Netherworld Empire's masked youth, and Solar Temple's long-haired youth were similarly curious to see how this fight would play out. Since you 2 want me to send you back, I'll grant you your wish. After glancing at the 2 elderly men, Shi Feng stopped concealing his aura and mana. Immediately, the space within the room froze, a stifling pressure enveloping everyone. Even Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe subconsciously stumbled 2 steps back, their eyes filled with fear and confusion as they gaped at Shi Feng. Tier 5? The same question simultaneously ran through the minds of the 2 elderly men. However, before they could respond to the situation, Shi Feng suddenly appeared before them, his movement so fast that it seemed as if he had split into 2. Shi Feng then stabbed their hearts with his sword. Afterward, Shi Feng returned to one entity, now standing quietly by the window wall behind the 2 elderly men. And before anyone realized what had happened, the sword in his hand was already back in its sheath, as if Shi Feng had never drawn it. Meanwhile, Situ Qingtian's and Qiang Tianhe's HPs, which exceeded 10 million, had 0 out by the time everyone realized what was going on. The 2's bodies then collapsed to the ground, neither managing to react from start to finish. Chapter 2871, Tier 5? Chapter 2871, Tier 5? They're dead? The spectators in the room were stunned to see Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe collapsing to the floor, their minds failing to process this situation. Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth from Solar Temple, in particular, appeared petrified, their bodies remaining utterly motionless as they stared at the 2 sprawled corpses. How is this possible? The instructor failed to endure even a single hit? Compared to everyone else present, Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth had a much better understanding of Situ Qingtian's and Qiang Tianhe's strengths. Setting aside the fact that the 2 elderly men had combat standards close to the beyond domain realm, just their basic attributes and mana bodies were more than enough for them to combat superior mythic monsters of the same level. Despite being so monstrously powerful, Situ King Tian and Chiang Tianhe had failed to mount even the slightest bit of resistance to Shi Feng before dying. This was simply unbelievable. Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were similarly astonished at this situation, their minds unable to recover from the shock even after a long time. They had expected a heaven-defying battle and even felt that Shi Feng had been unwise to provoke Situ Qingtian and Chiang Tianhe. After all, if these two superior mythic equivalents went all out, destroying Zero Wing's residence wouldn't be impossible for them. Even if Shi Feng eventually succeeded in killing them, Zero Wing would still have to pay a significant price. Yet now, however, unlike everyone else present, Nether King Relos's attention wasn't on Situ Qingtian's and Chiang Tianhe's corpses. Instead, he stared at Shi Feng's figure standing calmly by the window wall, his eyes wide with fear and horror. A Tier 5 Sword Saint? Although it was only an instant, Relos had felt unprecedented fear overwhelming his body when Shi Feng executed his attack. That spine-chilling fear hadn't come from just witnessing Shi Feng's frightening power. Instead, it was an instinctive, bone-deep fear. Relos was no ordinary Tier 4 player. He was someone who had developed his mana body to an incredible extent. If he were facing a player of the same tier, his body wouldn't have such a reaction. The only way Relos could explain this situation was that Shi Feng was no longer a Tier 4 player. Instead, Shi Feng was already a Tier 5 Sword Saint. Although Relos had subconsciously muttered to himself, he had not done so on a private channel. Hence, no matter how soft his voice had been, the Tier 4 experts present heard him loud and clear. Tier 5? Everyone turned toward Shi Feng, one after another. Previously, they had been so shocked by Situ Qingtian's and Chiang Tianhe's deaths that they had forgotten about Shi Feng's existence and the brief stagnation and fear they had felt. How is this possible? He's reached Tier 5 already? Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth wore grim expressions as they looked at Shi Feng, their minds in denial. Shi Feng no longer concealed his power. Hence, everyone in the room could feel tremendous pressure originating from a difference in life rating. Shi Feng's life rating was something no Tier 4 player could possess, no matter what. If a Tier 4 player's life rating were equated to a bonfire, then Shi Feng's life rating was like the scorching sun. Unless he deliberately suppressed and concealed his life rating, there was no way anybody could fail to notice it. Is this why he dares to ignore the two super guilds? When Yuan Tiexin looked at Situ Qingtian's and Chiang Tianhe's corpses and then at Shi Feng's nonchalance, the shock in his heart multiplied exponentially. Meanwhile, Purple Jade was at a loss for words, a complicated expression on her face. She had come to Zero Wing City to determine her growth and whether she could catch up to Shi Feng. However, let alone catching up, the two of them weren't even standing on the same playing field anymore. Tier 5. In the current era, Tier 5 existences were already considered the apex existences of God's domain. They were capable of single-handedly destroying an entire kingdom, monsters that no current Tier 4 player could hope to go up against. Guild Leader. Firedance's eyes brimmed with jubilation and shock when she looked at Shi Feng. This revelation was too shocking. If Zero Wing still had to be fearful of the 5 great super guilds before, then it could now ignore their existence. After all, the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 5 was utterly massive. Even if the 5 great super guilds had many monstrously strong players and even individuals at the Beyond Domain realm, none of them would be a match for a Tier 5 existence. Unless the 5 great super guilds similarly produced a Tier 5 expert, it wouldn't matter, even if they attacked Zero Wing with a large number of Tier 4 experts. Not to mention, destroying a guild city was child's play for a Tier 5 player. Only a main city-level guild city could repulse a Tier 5. Moreover, if one didn't have any means of retaliation, even a main city would eventually fall to a Tier 5 player. While Firedance was inwardly celebrating Shi Feng's achievement, Shi Feng turned his sights to Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth from Solar Temple. He then said calmly, "I only dealt a small punishment to the two of them today. If your two guilds pull such a stunt one more time, I won't mind visiting your headquarters." Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth did not have any thoughts of refuting Shi Feng. They promptly left the reception room together with their guild members. Netherworld Empire's and Secret Pavilion's members quietly watched with complicated feelings as the two super guilds members left. Before, they had been treating Zero Wing as just another superpower. However, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Zero Wing the #1 guild of God's domain now. Not only did Zero Wing possess a Tier 5 Sword Saint, but it even had a Holy Land like Zero Wing City. At this point, even the 5 great super guilds couldn't hope to compete with it. Given enough time, Zero Wing was sure to become God's domain's #1 guild. At this point, Relos suddenly stood up from his seat, approached Shi Feng, and said respectfully, "Guild Leader Black Flame, I, Relos, wish to establish a partnership with Zero Wing on behalf of Netherworld Empire. We do not want much. We only need 1 temporary guild residence in Zero Wing City. In return, Netherworld Empire will provide Zero Wing with resources and business connections in the Western continent. We will also establish a military alliance with Zero Wing to resist the Outer World players. May I know what you think of this proposal, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Although Raylos's respectful demeanor and sincere offer might seem surprising to others, the masked youth from Netherworld Empire and Yuan Tiexin did not find this situation unexpected at all. While reaching Tier 5 might not be impossible for an expert like Raylos, it would still be incredibly challenging. This was because the promotion to Tier 5 had nothing to do with a player's combat standards. Instead, it depended entirely on one's control over and understanding of mana and the ability to construct a Tier 5 mana body. Before reaching Tier 5 himself, Raylos would only be seeking death if he behaved arrogantly in front of a Tier 5 existence. Not one to fall behind, Yuan Tiexin also extended a similar partnership offer on behalf of the Secret Pavilion. The only difference was that the Secret Pavilion would only help defend Zero Wing City and Stone Forest City. It would not take part in any other battles. Sure, I can agree to your conditions, Shi Feng said after hearing the two guilds' offers. However, I have an additional condition. Upon receiving this encouraging response, Raylos grew a little excited and prompted, "Please speak, Guild Leader Black Flame." Initially, Raylos thought that Shi Feng wouldn't agree to his offer and would choose to monopolize Zero Wing City's resources. Shi Feng's willingness to negotiate was a positive outcome. Yuan Tiexin also nodded in agreement with Raylos's words. Shi Feng smiled and said, "My condition is simple, a complete guild legacy. If your two guilds can provide me with your complete guild legacies, I can give you temporary residences in Zero Wing City immediately." Zero Wing was not lacking in resources at the moment. So long as Zero Wing City remained standing, the guild would have no trouble acquiring resources. However, a guild's development did not rely solely on resources. It also needed manpower and talents. Hence, acquiring a complete guild legacy was of utmost importance for Zero Wing. Only with a complete guild legacy could Zero Wing reliably nurture its experts to the domain realm. "Okay, I agree to your condition on Netherworld Empire's behalf," Raylos answered without hesitation. Upon hearing Raylos's response, Yuan Tiexin gritted his teeth and said, "The Secret Pavilion has no problem with this either." When Shi Feng heard the two guilds' positive replies, he inwardly sighed in relief. After all, a guild legacy was the root of a guild. Many guilds would rather face annihilation than share their guild legacy. He then nodded and said, "Good, I wish our three guilds a happy partnership from now on." Shortly afterward, Shi Feng signed a contract with the Secret Pavilion and Netherworld Empire, taking an essential step towards Zero Wing's becoming God's Domain's #1 guild. As Shi Feng concluded his discussion with the two guilds, news of his promotion to Tier 5 and his killing Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe in Zero Wing City quickly spread and reached the ears of God's Domain's various powers. For a time, the entire God's Domain was in an uproar. Chapter 2872, God's Domain, shaken. Chapter 2872, God's Domain, shaken. Zero Wing City, Battle Arena. Guild Leader Black Flame has been promoted to Tier 5. 16th Cloud was stunned when she read the report she received. Looking at Sorrowful Silence, she asked, "Have you verified this?" Although quite a number of God's Domain's Void Realm experts had gotten promoted to Tier 4 already, with Domain Realm experts even making considerable progress in developing their mana bodies, everyone was still a long way from reaching Tier 5. Creating a Tier 5 mana body was an entirely different matter from improving the completion rate of one's mana body. Since most Tier 4 experts hadn't even developed their mana bodies to a significant extent, getting promoted to Tier 5 shouldn't be possible. Hence, 16th Cloud found it truly hard to believe that Shi Feng had already reached Tier 5. However, instead of getting the answer she hoped for, Sorrowful Silence nodded solemnly. He then said in a shocked voice, "Yes, I happened to be in another reception room at the time, negotiating with Zero Wing's representative for a long-term lease of the Battle Arena's combat rooms. My room was quite close to the reception room used to host the Secret Pavilion and the three super guilds." Every Zero Wing member on the floor reacted strongly. I also saw Mythologies and Solar Temple's members leave the residence looking grim. In reality, Sorrowful Silence didn't just hear about Shi Feng's promotion to Tier 5 from Zero Wing's members. He had also personally experienced the frightening aura Shi Feng had exuded. Despite being in an entirely different room, he had still sensed that aura clearly, and it had been much stronger than the auras of the Tier 5 NPCs he had come across before. Of course, the Tier 5 NPCs Sorrowful Silence met previously had never displayed any killing intent. They had even been actively suppressing their auras. In comparison, Shi Feng had not held anything back when he attacked Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe. This was why Sorrowful Silence was confident Shi Feng had reached Tier 5. This is interesting. 16th Cloud revealed a hint of joy and excitement after hearing Sorrowful Silence's confirmation. Now that Zero Wing has a Tier 5 combatant and opened Zero Wing City to the public, the Eastern Continent's status quo will get reshuffled. That's right. Thank goodness we're already strategic allies with Zero Wing, Sorrowful Silence said, nodding in agreement with 16th Cloud. Tier 5 existences were different from Tier 4 existences. Tier 4 players couldn't capture a guild city all by themselves. That was a task that required a large number of Tier 4 players. When Tier 4 players were still scarce, Zero Wing might have been able to pose a significant threat to the various superpowers, but it didn't threaten their roots. However, the situation had changed. A Tier 5 player could effortlessly capture a guild city, even a superpower's headquarters, which meant that Zero Wing had the power to uproot and destroy superpowers. Moreover, now that Zero Wing's expert count had skyrocketed, it was entirely capable of expanding its territory and occupying more guild cities. It wouldn't face a manpower shortage even if it captured 5 or 6 more guild cities. When the Eastern Continent's various powers received this piece of news, the superpowers that had always been working against Zero Wing fell into an awkward situation. This was especially true for Starlink. Upon learning about Shi Feng's promotion to Tier 5, Starlink's executives all had ashen complexions. Inside the guild leader's office of Starlink's residence in the Dark Knight Empire, Commander, now that Black Flame has gotten promoted to Tier 5, he definitely won't spare Starlink. Should we migrate our experts to the Western Continent now? A level 150, Tier 4 female ranger suggested as she looked at the handsome youth quietly reading documents in the office. How many times have I told you to refer to me as guild leader? I am no longer just the commander of Tremorous Clown, but Starlink's guild leader as well, Lu Tiandi said as he glanced at the enchanting female ranger. Yes, guild leader, the ranger responded calmly as she looked at Lu Tiandi. She then repeated, should we migrate now? That won't be necessary. Looking at the report in his hands, Lu Tiandi explained nonchalantly, Black Flame's promotion to Tier 5 is indeed a big problem for us, but there's no need for us to be afraid of him yet. The Eastern Continent situation is no longer the same as before. The Outer World's forces are Zero Wing's biggest problem. Black Flame's promotion to Tier 5 should pose a considerable headache for those Outer World players. Moreover, Zero Wing has severed all chances of friendly relations with Mythology and Solar Temple. In the next war, the Eastern Continent's native NPC forces will definitely not provide Star Moon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom with any support. At that time, Zero Wing might not even be able to defend its own guild cities, let alone target other forces. If I were Black Flame, I wouldn't have exposed myself as a Tier 5 so soon and become a target for the Outer World forces. Instead, I would focus on raiding dungeons and world bosses to raise my guild's strength. God's Domain isn't a single-player game. A single Tier 5 player cannot stop all of the Outer World's NPC forces. The enchanting ranger's eyes brightened at Lu Tiandi's words. Doesn't this mean we have a chance? We can forget about Silverwing City since the Outer World forces will capture it. On the other hand, we can get our hands on Stone Forest City since it is close to the Dark Knight Empire. Even if Black Flame is Tier 5, he can defend only one location at a time. Once the war resumes, he'll be preoccupied with Zero Wing City. At that time, we can find an opportunity to secure Stone Forest City, Lu Tiandi said, smiling. However, this isn't something we can accomplish alone. Go and contact the superpowers that have a grudge against Zero Wing now. I believe they will be more than willing to come on board this plan. Yes, sir. The ranger nodded. While God's Domain's various powers were reeling from the news of Shi Feng's promotion to Tier 5 and preparing countermeasures, Shi Feng had finalized his discussion with the Secret Pavilion and Netherworld Empire over the specifics of their partnership. Guild leader, now that we have the 2 guild legacies, we can probably nurture a batch of Void Realm experts and possibly Domain Realm experts within a short period, Firedance said. When she thought about how the Secret Pavilion and Netherworld Empire would be sending all their information on the Realms of Refinement to Zero Wing's headquarters tomorrow, she couldn't help feeling excited. Although the guild legacy Zero Wing received from Unyielding Soul previously was indeed valuable, the information provided allowed Zero Wing to nurture experts only to the Flowing Water Realm at a reliable rate. It was still a far cry from a complete guild legacy. After all, only Void Realm experts could serve as a superpower's mainstay. Zero Wing had far too few of such peak experts. The only reason Zero Wing managed to produce as many Tier 4 experts as it had now was the various God's Domain legacies, an excellent training environment the guild possessed. Even then, these Tier 4 experts could only rank among the lower rungs of Tier 4 players. That's right. Shi Feng nodded. He similarly felt happy over this matter. Only when Zero Wing possessed a complete guild legacy of its own could it become a true titan in God's Domain. Once the guild had the Secret Pavilions and Netherworld Empire's guild legacies, it would no longer have to worry about lacking peak experts. Zero Wing could also recruit more talented players, since these talents would no longer have to worry about Zero Wing lacking a guild legacy. Guild leader, what should we do next? Firedance asked. Now that we've become enemies with Mythology and Solar Temple, the Outer World forces will target Star Moon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom once the war resumes. Should we start withdrawing our forces from those 2 kingdoms? Mythology and Solar Temple held significant influence in the Eastern Continent. It was also certain that the Outer World forces would target Zero Wing. However, with Zero Wing's current strength, defending Star Moon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom wouldn't be feasible. To reduce Zero Wing's losses, the guild ought to begin pulling its forces out of these 2 kingdoms as soon as possible. Next, chuckling, Shi Feng said, go and gather all of the guild's Tier 4s now. Gather all of the guild's Tier 48? Shi Feng's command confused Fire Dance. With the imminent war, what they should do was relocate the mobile fortress and Silverwing City. Otherwise, once the Outer World's NPC army arrived, Zero Wing would lose both strongholds. Yes. Smiling, Shi Feng said, since I've reached Tier 5 already, it's about time we took care of the trouble over at the Orc Empire. We'll also use this opportunity to let the various superpowers know the consequences of offending us. The current God's Domain had far too little knowledge of Tier 5 existences. Even if Shi Feng had killed Situ Qingtian and Xiang Tianhe, the various superpowers only knew that he was much stronger than Tier 4 players. They still didn't understand what Tier 5 represented. I'll have them gather right away. Fire Dance burned with eagerness when she heard Shi Feng's words. Ever since she had gotten promoted to Tier 4, she had never had a good fight or launched an all-out war against other superpowers. She also wasn't the only person to hold such sentiments. The other Tier 4 experts in the guild harbored similar thoughts. Now, they finally had the opportunity to display their strength. Chapter 2873, Present Zero Wing. Chapter 2873, Present Zero Wing Orc Empire, Silverwing City. Droves of people came and went on the city's main street. More than half of these people were NPCs from the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Due to the world passages opening and the invasion of the Outer World's player and NPC forces, both native players and NPCs had their range of activity restricted significantly. As the strongest city in the Orc Empire, one capable of fending off attacks from anything below Tier 5, Silverwing City had already become a mecca for the neighboring kingdoms and empires players and NPCs. Moreover, the news of Black Flame reaching Tier 5 sent the number of players visiting Silverwing City skyrocketing, resulting in overcrowding. All of these new arrivals sought to join Zero Wing and develop long-term in Silverwing City. At this time, Tier 4 experts radiating frightening auras appeared in Zero Wing's residence, one after another. The arrival of these experts instantly silenced the bustling residents. Even the players lining up to take the test to join the guild couldn't help feeling frightened. What's going on with Zero Wing? Why have so many Tier 4 experts gathered? Are they here to maintain order since there are so many people applying to join the guild? Amazing. So, this is Zero Wing? I saw over 50 Tier 4 experts already. Some super guilds don't have this many Tier 4 experts. That's not all of it. Look at their equipment. Every one of them has at least 3 pieces of level 150 epic equipment. I wonder when I'll be able to get one for myself. The eyes of the players lined up in the residence's courtyard widened in shock as they took in Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts. Previously, they had recognized that Zero Wing was a powerful guild, but felt that it had become a superpower in God's Domain only because of Zero Wing City and Black Flame's undefeated legend. Upon seeing the situation now, they realized that Zero Wing's foundation was far more terrifying than they thought. Not only did Zero Wing possess far more Tier 4 experts than most superpowers, but these experts also had superior equipment standards compared to the various superpowers Tier 4 experts. Currently, over 50 Tier 4 experts were gathered in the courtyard. This was a spectacular scene that those present would rarely get to see in their lifetimes. Not to mention, these Tier 4 experts were not repressing their auras at all. When these auras overlapped, they came together to generate an aura far more frightening than that of superior mythic monsters. Even Tier 3 experts shuddered involuntarily, forced to keep their distance from these Tier 4 experts. Why would Zero Wing gather so many Tier 4 experts here? Is it conducting a major operation or something? This is indeed unusual. A guild would gather so many of its Tier 4 experts in one place only for a special event. As the number of Tier 4 experts kept increasing, the non-members in the courtyard felt something amiss. Even Zero Wing's members started growing antsy at this situation. Ji Lurong looked at Violet Cloud, who had just arrived in the courtyard, and asked, Big Sis Violet, do you know why the guild leader suddenly summoned us? I don't know either. Big Sis Fire suddenly contacted me and told me to come here right away, Violet Cloud replied, shaking her head. She then visually inspected Ji Lurong and exclaimed in surprise, Lurong, your mana body is at the 110% completion rate already? You've made so much progress. Ji Lurong had joined Zero Wing only recently. Although Zero Wing was much stronger than before, the fact that Ji Lurong managed to increase her mana body's completion rate from under 105% to her current 110% proved that she was monstrously talented. Hee, it's because of the Sword Saint legacy Big Sis Fire gave me. If not for it, I would have taken much longer to reach 110%, Ji Lurong said, smiling. Inwardly, she still felt a little delighted. After all, only a tiny number of experts in God's Domain had managed to develop their mana bodies to a 110% completion rate at this stage of the game. However, when Ji Lurong carefully sensed the mana surrounding Violet Cloud's body, her delight instantly vanished. The mana close to Violet Cloud had already liquefied. Although it was limited to a small portion of her mana, it was still better than nothing. The fact that Violet Cloud could accomplish this feat meant that her mana body's completion rate had already reached 115% or above, according to what Shi Feng told them. She might have even reached the 120% completion rate already. At this time, a masked, middle-aged man clad in black approached Ji Luorong. The aura this man radiated practically rivaled that of a superior mythic monster. This middle-aged man was none other than Crimson Mask, another Eternal Glory member who had joined Zero Wing. "Commander, why did Big Sis Fire suddenly call for us? Is something big going on?" Crimson Mask asked curiously as he looked at Ji Luorong. "I don't know. Big Sis Fire only told me to come here as soon as possible and nothing else." Ji Luorong shook her head. When she noticed the qualitative transformation of Crimson Mask's demeanor, she couldn't help sighing to herself ruefully. Why, initially, Crimson Mask had opposed Eternal Glory's joining Zero Wing. He felt that even without joining a guild, he could still develop Eternal Glory to great heights. However, after a few bouts with Fire Dance and receiving a sound thrashing each time, Crimson Mask had changed completely. Now, he was even referring to Fire Dance as Big Sis. However, Crimson Mask was much more fortunate than someone else, his fate considerably better. Besides Crimson Mask, a lunatic named Invincible Swallow had come to Zero Wing to challenge Violet Cloud, and the fate this lunatic suffered was simply terrible. That fight could be described as an adult beating up a toddler. Afterward, when Invincible Swallow returned for a rematch at a later date, Violet Cloud just so happened to be out on an errand. Aqua Rose had been present at the time, so he challenged her instead. After that match, Invincible Swallow began questioning his life. Even now, he was still training crazily in Stone Forest City's battle arena every day. While Zero Wing's Tier 4 members wondered why Fire Dance had suddenly gathered them, a man and a woman approached the courtyard from a distance. These two people were none other than Shi Feng and Fire Dance. Shi Feng was just walking casually, yet his steps distorted the space around him. It was as if the surrounding space couldn't contain his presence and could crumble at any time. In addition, as Shi Feng did not bother concealing his aura, everyone present gasped involuntarily when they sensed it. Although Shi Feng wasn't directing any hostility at anyone, merely letting his aura radiate freely, the Tier 4 players present felt their bodies becoming incredibly heavy as if someone had tied metal weights to their bodies. As for the Tier 3 players present, they instinctively retreated from Shi Feng, not daring to move even an inch closer to him. "He's the guild leader?" Crimson Mask was shocked as he looked at Shi Feng. Before today, Crimson Mask had only ever heard the name of Black Flame. From the gossip circulating inside Zero Wing, he knew that Shi Feng was Zero Wing's #1 expert and that his existence was the linchpin of the entire guild. Crimson Mask had thought that Shi Feng was only slightly stronger than Fire Dance. However, given this situation, Shi Feng wasn't just somewhat stronger than Fire Dance. He was practically standing on a whole other level. Aside from Crimson Mask, many of the Tier 4 experts who had joined Zero Wing recently were also stunned by Shi Feng's terrifying aura. After glancing at the crowd gathered, Fire Dance reported to Shi Feng, guild leader, apart from the 2 vice guild leaders and around a dozen others who are currently occupied with important matters, all of the guild's Tier 4 members are here. "Not bad." Shi Feng nodded in approval as he scanned the crowd before him. A total of 59 Tier 4 players waited in the courtyard, their levels ranging from level 14-8 to level 56. More than half of these players had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies already, with nearly 20 having reached the 105% threshold and 7 at the 110% threshold. The 7 to reach 110% completion rate or above were Violet Cloud, Fire Dance, Ji Luorong, Alluring Summer, Yan Tianxing, Yilua Fei, and Silent Blade. One could consider this lineup a spectacular force at this stage of the game. At this time, Kola, who had already reached level 150, could no longer hold back his excitement, asking, "Guild leader, are we going to raid the Orc capital city?" The Orc capital city's core area was a special secret land. The degree of danger in this secret land closely rivaled that of a God Mode regional dungeon. The loot inside was likewise incredible. However, one required a sufficiently large team of Tier 4 players to raid it. This was why nobody had succeeded in raiding it even now. Meanwhile, Zero Wing currently had 59 Tier 4 players and 1 Tier 5 player gathered. They were already more than qualified to raid the Orc capital city's secret land. When everyone heard Kola's words, they immediately grew restless. After all, this was a level 150 plus secret land they were talking about. They would definitely gain significant harvests if they raided it. "No, I didn't gather you here for the Orc capital city, but for something else instead," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "Something else?" Kola and the others grew confused. "That's right." Smiling, Shi Feng explained, "To ensure our survival in the upcoming war and Zero Wing's future development, I plan on annihilating Ancient Rock City and eliminating Beast Emperor from the Orc Empire." Chapter 2874, Descending upon Ancient Rock City. Chapter 2874, Descending upon Ancient Rock City Orc Empire. Ancient Rock City. The walls of Ancient Rock City were over 50 meters tall. Despite numerous faux saint monsters roaming the barren land outside the city walls, the Tier 3 players patrolling atop the walls completely disregarded these monsters as if they did not exist. Surprisingly, the faux saint monsters that most of the Eastern Continent's players regarded as a nightmare showed no intentions of attacking Ancient Rock City. They behaved like scarecrows under the city walls. At this time, a merchant caravan composed of over 100 players and over a dozen horse-drawn carriages slowly approached ancient Rock City from a distance. Despite catching sight of these players, the countless faux saint monsters roaming the barren land outside ancient Rock City behaved as if they did not see this caravan. Looking at the level 120 faux saint monsters around him, a level 136, tier 3 swordsman escorting the caravan exclaimed, "The Sacred Heart Amulet Saint's hand sold us is amazing. Those mythic faux saint monsters ignore us even when we're only 30 yards away from them." Even NPCs were helpless against the faux saint monsters running rampant in the many neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. The danger made it increasingly difficult for merchant caravans to make money. However, so long as a caravan carried a Sacred Heart Amulet, it could avoid the faux saint monsters' attacks altogether. At the swordsman's words, the level 137, tier 3 guardian knight sitting at the head of the caravan looked at the Sacred Heart Amulet in his hand. With a hint of ambition in his eyes, he said, "I know, right? We must buy some more of these Sacred Heart Amulets in ancient Rock City. We can make a fortune reselling them in the neighboring kingdoms and empires." The Sacred Heart Amulet was a non-bag space item. Although players could wear it on their person, they couldn't store it in their bags. It also couldn't be transported by teleportation. However, Saint's Hand sold the Sacred Heart Amulet only in ancient Rock City. None of Saint's Hand's other residences sold it. Many merchant players and adventurer teams had realized that they could make a fortune by purchasing the Sacred Heart Amulets in bulk from ancient Rock City and reselling them in the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Nowadays, many faux saint monsters roamed the territories of the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. Leaving the safety of towns and cities would expose players to not only the standard monsters, but also a large number of faux saint monsters. The Sacred Heart Amulet could mitigate the danger. More importantly, the Sacred Heart Amulet was a consumable, so it was always in high demand in the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. Selling these amulets in these countries wouldn't be a problem. The main reason their Fighting Tiger adventurer team had invested a considerable fortune into hiring more than a dozen advanced carriages was to make an even bigger fortune off these amulets. At this time, a level 136, tier 3 female ranger standing atop the leading carriage pointed at a distant silhouette and shouted, "Commander, we're almost at Ancient Rock City. Okay, everyone, get yourselves ready, newbies especially. Ancient Rock City is different from other guild cities," the leading guardian knight shouted through the team chat. Although the city prohibits fighting, it is still a bona fide dark city. There are tons of dark players there, so make sure not to get marked by them. Otherwise, we'll be in a ton of trouble once we leave the city. At the Guardian Knight's words, the team's veterans promptly took out a magic scroll for the Tier 1 Mana Guard spell and used it on themselves. With the Mana Guard active, the common tracking mark would be ineffective against them. Upon seeing this, the newbies to Ancient Rock City also took out the magic scrolls they prepared and used the scrolls on themselves. As the caravan trundled increasingly closer to Ancient Rock City, the newbies couldn't help gasping in shock at their first sight of the towering stronghold. Ancient Rock City was undoubtedly the most spectacular guild city they had ever seen in their careers in God's domain. Not only did the city have walls over 50 meters tall guarding it, but it covered an area rivaling NPC main cities. Most importantly, two 30-meter-tall faux saint monsters flanked the city's entrance. The two monsters wore steel plate armor, and each carried two gigantic swords. If one inspected these two monsters with an identification skill, one would find that they were level 160 superior mythic, ranked faux saint slayers. The aura of these two faux saint slayers sent involuntary shudders through all the players entering Ancient Rock City. Just by standing there, the two superior mythics made everyone feel as if their souls would get devoured. Besides the two faux saint slayers standing guard, more than 30 evil dark dragons wheeled in the sky above Ancient Rock City. These 50-meter-long evil dark dragons radiated auras close to rivaling the superior mythic ranked faux saint slayers. When the Fighting Tiger adventurer team arrived before the city gate, the members spotted a long line of players and NPCs waiting to enter the city. Many of these NPCs exuded dense bloodlust, which proved that they roamed the dark side of God's domain. At this time, however, even Tier 4 NPCs were obediently waiting in line. Amazing! There are so many Tier 4 monsters and NPCs here. Even a kingdom's capital city isn't comparable to this place, the first-time visitors among Fighting Tiger exclaimed. Of course! Ancient Rock City is Saint's Hand's main headquarters. Moreover, the city has already become a mecca for the dark forces operating in the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. If we include the city's defensive structures, even the outer world forces will have difficulty taking down Ancient Rock City. Now, many well-known and top adventurer teams are developing here, the leading Guardian Knight explained. From what I heard, the superpower Miracle has also dispatched many experts to garrison Ancient Rock City. Ancient Rock City is the safest city in the Orc Empire. Nobody will dare target it. The Saint's Hand member conducting inspections nearby overheard the Guardian Knight's words and couldn't help putting on a prideful expression. Currently, Ancient Rock City was only one step away from becoming a main city. Its combat power far exceeded that of guild cities of the various superpowers. Had Saint's Hand not been wary of the Outer World's NPC forces, it would have long since flattened the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire, becoming an existence surpassing the 5 great super guilds. However, as the Fighting Tiger adventurer team was undergoing inspection, a gigantic figure suddenly approached Ancient Rock City from the distant sky. Its speed was as fast as a mighty gale, and it stopped only after arriving in front of the city. The steel behemoth over 100 meters long hung in the sky roughly 400 yards from Ancient Rock City, overlooking the entire city. Several dozen players stood on this steel behemoth. At this steel behemoth's appearance, the entire Ancient Rock City went into an uproar. It's the Crimson Dragon flying ship. That's Zero Wing's flying ship. Quick, look, isn't that Black Flame? Nowadays, almost everybody in God's domain was familiar with the Crimson Dragon flying ship. After all, this thing had long since become Zero Wing's signature. Zero Wing was even using some of these flying ships to transport cargo across the sea, to the envy of many superpowers. However, Zero Wing's sudden visit to Ancient Rock City confused many of the city's players. Meanwhile, upon spotting the Crimson Dragon flying ship, the evil dark dragons patrolling the city's airspace let loose deafening roars. The 2 faux Saint Slayers standing guard by the city's entrance also raised their heads and gripped their weapons, going on full alert against the flying ship. As everyone in Ancient Rock City fell into panic and confusion, Shi Feng looked down at the city below from aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship and shouted, 5 minutes. I will give you 5 minutes to withdraw from the city if you do not wish to get dragged into Saint's Hand's problem. Anyone who doesn't withdraw after 5 minutes will disappear from God's domain together with Ancient Rock City. Chapter 2875, Ancient Rock City. In Peril, Chapter 2875. Ancient Rock City in peril. Is Zero Wing planning to attack the city? This is crazy. Zero Wing must have lost its mind. How dare they attack Ancient Rock City? Inevitably, Ancient Rock City's inhabitants doubted Shi Feng's declaration, with many of them considering it a joke. Saint's Hand had continuously strengthened Ancient Rock City. Currently, the city's defenses were superior to those of other guild cities, and the combatants stationed within the city were more than enough to instill fear in the various superpowers. Not to mention, the dark forces of over a dozen countries gathered in the city. Apart from dark guilds, there were also plenty of NPC forces among these dark forces. These forces had paid a considerable price to settle in Ancient Rock City and even treated the city as their base of operations. Anyone who dared to attack Ancient Rock City would make an enemy of these dark forces. Be it dark guilds or dark NPC forces, every one of them had at least 2 or 3 Tier 4 combatants under their command. Moreover, Miracle had recently garrisoned the city, so there should be close to 200 Tier 4 combatants defending Ancient Rock City right now. One could conquer an entire kingdom with that many Tier 4 combatants. Most importantly, Ancient Rock City was currently an advanced guild city, only 1 step away from becoming a main guild city. Ancient Rock City's resident players weren't the only ones shocked by this situation. Beast Emperor, who was conducting research in the City Lord's mansion, inadvertently crushed the research instrument he held when he received news of Zero Wing's sudden arrival. Black Flame, how bold of you! It seems you've gotten arrogant while I was lying low. Beast Emperor growled with a cold glint in his eyes. Lord Beast Emperor, Black Flame is rumored to have reached Tier 5 already. Should we notify the Sacred Envoy? The level 52 Tier 4 Berserker who had made the report asked. News of Shi Feng's promotion to Tier 5 had long since reached the ears of God's domain's various powers. Meanwhile, a Tier 5 player was in existence even Saint's Hand had to be wary of. Putting away the tools on his table, Beast Emperor glanced at Saint's Hand's guild leader, Furious Fist, and smiled lightly. No need. Call for some people and come along with me. I want to see what exactly gives Black Flame the confidence to act arrogantly in my Ancient Rock City. After saying so, Beast Emperor turned around and left. A robust man with black skin covered in flashing runes who stood guard before the research room silently trailed him. Yes, sir. Furious Fist hurriedly followed after the robust man. Less than 3 minutes after Shi Feng's declaration, many players and adventurer teams, afraid of trouble, had already withdrawn from Ancient Rock City. Only dark players and a few courageous normal players chose to remain. At the same time, players from the various dark adventurer teams and dark guilds also gathered at Ancient Rock City's entrance, one after another, and watched the fleeing players. These cowards. Zero Wing sent only a few dozen players, yet these people are already running away. Zero Wing is famous after all. It's normal for them to run away. Not to mention, Black Flame is also here. It'd be strange for them not to escape. These people are simply idiots. Zero Wing won its past battles only because of the powerful defenses of its cities. That's right. So what if Zero Wing managed to produce a Tier 5 player? We'll teach these guys what it means to offend us dark forces. The dark players revealed expressions of rage and excitement as they looked up at the Crimson Dragon flying ship. Zero Wing's reputation was through the roof right now. Moreover, Shi Feng had gotten promoted to Tier 5. Hence, players were starting to consider Zero Wing God's domain's #1 guild. If a battle were to occur in the outside world, dark players like themselves would indeed be afraid of Shi Feng. However, it was a different story if the battle took place inside Ancient Rock City. With the city's magic array, they could still take him on with the many Tier 4 players they had. Not to mention, a large number of Faux Saint monsters protected Ancient Rock City, including 2 superior mythic-ranked Faux Saint Slayers. Even if they couldn't kill Shi Feng, they could, at least, make the other members of Zero Wing suffer. As the 5-minute limit approached, the number of players retreating from Ancient Rock City also increased. At this time, the players that had withdrawn from Ancient Rock City suddenly felt a chill envelop their bodies. Even Tier 3 experts found themselves partially kneeling on the ground. The next moment, a group of 40 players flew out from the City Lord's mansion. Apart from Furious Fist and Saint's Hand's Tier 4 executives, 17 players on the team were people that none of Ancient Rock City's inhabitants had ever seen before. These 17 players looked nothing like humans. Not only were their bodies pitch black, but there were also flashing runes engraved all over their bodies. These players' auras were also stronger than even that of superior mythic monsters. When combined, their auras transformed into a tsunami that swept through the entire city and its surroundings. Amazing! Is this Saint's Hand's rumored blood-stained Night Legion? That's not all. Even Beast Emperor left the City Lord's mansion. It seems we'll have a good show this time. Indeed. I heard that Beast Emperor has constantly been plotting revenge on Zero Wing after getting slaughtered at the Secret Covenant Tower. Now that Zero Wing has come knocking on his door, there's no way Beast Emperor will spare Zero Wing. The various major powers experts standing atop the city walls were surprised when they saw Beast Emperor and the Bloodstained Knights making an appearance. At the same time, they were shocked by the power Saint's Hand displayed. The superpowers on the Eastern Continent had always been fearful of Saint's Hand, and this situation greatly confused the various major powers. However, after seeing Saint's Hand's top combatants, they realized that the superpowers' fear of Saint's Hand wasn't without basis. Setting aside the fact that Saint's Hand had over 20 Tier 4 experts at the Void Realm or above, just the 17 rumored Bloodstained Knights were more than enough to instill fear into any player force. After all, even a Tier 4 player would tremble in fear if they had to go up against a Bloodstained Knight, let alone 17 Bloodstained Knights simultaneously. That would be a nightmare. Shortly afterward, Beast Emperor's group arrived above the city gate. Seeing this, the various powers' leadership promptly stepped forward to greet Beast Emperor. Thousand Miles, one of Miracle's Vice Guild leaders, was even among them. Thousand Miles' actions astonished the various major powers present. They never thought that even a superpower like Miracle would defer to Beast Emperor. After Beast Emperor responded to a few greetings, he flew into the air with his subordinates and glared at Shi Feng on the Crimson Dragon flying ship. He then said coldly, "Black Flame, you and I could have stayed out of each other's way in the Orc Empire, yet you chose to come to attack me. So long as you apologize right now, I can ignore this transgression for the time being. Otherwise, none of you will be returning alive today." After Beast Emperor finished speaking, a frightening amount of evil energy erupted from the 17 Bloodstained Knights behind him, distorting the surrounding space and muddying it. The terrifying power within the evil energy made even those who had fled more than 1,000 yards from the city tremble. Moreover, the 2 Faux Saint Slayers had flown to flank the Crimson Dragon flying ship, while the 30-plus evil dark dragons had surrounded it, thoroughly sealing off all of Zero Wing's escape routes. The fleeing players gasped at this scene. With such a force under Saint's Hand's command, the guild could take on even an empire. Damn it. I thought Saint's Hand was going to suffer this time, but it seems I miscalculated. Zero Wing has always relied on Black Flame to survive. Now, it seems Zero Wing has finally met its match. If this situation isn't handled properly, apart from Black Flame, the other Zero Wing members present probably won't leave alive. At this time, even a fool could tell how powerful Saint's Hand's forces were. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even an NPC force with a Tier 5 combatant under its command wouldn't dare to offend Saint's Hand casually, let alone Zero Wing. Apologize? Shi Feng laughed. Beast Emperor, it seems you're growing senile. Have you forgotten how you died at my hands last time? You, bastard. Shi Feng's words enraged Beast Emperor. However, before Beast Emperor could say anything more, mana exploded from Shi Feng's body. Immediately, an indescribably heavy pressure descended on the entire ancient rock city, world creation. The next moment, Beast Emperor and the others plummeted to the ground one after another. Even the Tier 4 experts standing on the city walls found themselves on one knee under the strong pressure. Chapter 2876, Shock. Chapter 2876, Shock. Impossible. Every player inside Ancient Rock City nearly had their eyes fall out of their sockets when they saw Beast Emperor and the other Tier 45 plummeting to the ground. Even the Zero Wing members present were stunned. This scene thoroughly exceeded their imagination. In the current God's Domain, Tier 4 players were already considered peak combatants and displayed a guild's foundation. Yet, under Shi Feng's mana domain, Beast Emperor and the other Tier 4 combatants on his side could exhibit only 20% or so of their usual combat power. They even lost their ability to fly and manipulate ambient mana. In the blink of an eye, these existences that originally stood at the peak of God's domain had become no different from Tier 3 players. At this time, let alone a Tier 5 player like Shi Feng, even Tier 4 experts could slaughter Ancient Rock City's defenders. This is the strength of Tier 5s. When the players who had evacuated Ancient Rock City looked at Shi Feng hovering proudly above the city, an indescribable sense of shock and horror filled their hearts. As veteran players of God's domain, they knew that a significant difference existed between tiers. They also knew that a Tier 5 player undoubtedly stood at the apex of all players in the current God's domain. However, only after witnessing the power of a Tier 5 player did they understand how large the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 5 was. In front of a Tier 5 existence, Tier 4 players would only be making fools of themselves if they tried to win by Zerg tactics. The Tier 4 monsters among Ancient Rock City's defenders, though, weren't as badly off as the Tier 4 players. Because monsters mainly relied on their basic attributes and rarely manipulated the ambient mana to do combat, their penalty was not as large as the Tier 4 players. Regardless, the mythic-ranked evil dark dragons still had their combat power reduced by half, whereas the superior mythic-ranked foe saint slayers had theirs reduced by 30%. Moreover, all of them lost their ability to fly. Against Tier 4 players capable of flight, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Unlike everyone else, Shi Feng wasn't surprised at the scene before him. Everyone failed to understand that his mana domain was different from the average mana domain. Existences at the world creation standard could create a small world within their mana domains. The power of such a mana domain was on an entirely different level compared to the average mana domain. Even a Tier 5 existence would be at a disadvantage if they got caught within a Tier 5 world creation expert's mana domain without any countermeasures, let alone Tier 4 players and monsters. Meanwhile, after experiencing this unexpected turn of events, a hint of fear had surfaced in Beast Emperor's eyes. Despite this situation, he still sneered, "Black Flame, don't get too delighted just yet. Don't forget that this is Ancient Rock City." As soon as Beast Emperor finished speaking, an enormous, threefold magic array manifested from the City Lord's mansion. After the magic array gathered mana from the surroundings for a brief moment, it released pulses of mana that enveloped the city. Immediately, the city defenders felt the heavy pressure on their bodies disappear. Now, although Shi Feng's mana domain still subjected everyone to a certain degree of suppression, their combat power had recovered to 80% of their usual. More importantly, they had also regained their ability to fly. Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he looked at the barrier enveloping Ancient Rock City. What a powerful barrier. It seems you've invested quite a lot into this city. His mana domain could render even Master Magic barriers useless. One would need to use at least a Grandmaster Magic barrier to contend with his mana domain. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Magic arrays were incredibly rare in God's domain, let alone a Grandmaster Magic array that could cover an entire city. The value of every set of scrolls for such a magic array could rival that of fragmented legendary items. Black Flame, do you think you're the only one with the means to defend cities? Looking at Shi Feng, Beast Emperor sneered, "This is an ancient Grandmaster Magic array. Although Ancient Rock City hasn't reached the main city level yet, it is no weaker than a main city in terms of defense. Although you're Tier 5, don't even think about taking down Ancient Rock City. A main city's defensive magic array was wholly capable of withstanding Tier 5 attacks. So long as the magic array had a constant energy supply, even Tier 5 existences shouldn't think of penetrating it." Meanwhile, exhausting the energy supply of a main city's defensive magic array wasn't something just one Tier 5 existence could accomplish. One would need several Tier 5 individuals or siege weapons with Tier 5 destructive power to do so. However, Zero Wing only had one Tier 5 combatant now. In other words, breaking through Ancient Rock City's defensive barrier would be nothing but a pipe dream. When Beast Emperor finished speaking, the members of the various powers in Ancient Rock City sighed in relief. They then looked at Shi Feng with sneers on their faces. "Black Flame, so what if you're Tier 5? That's right, what can you do by yourself?" When Shi Feng had extended his mana domain before, everyone within Ancient Rock City had felt strong pressure overwhelming them. Saint's Hand's Tier 4 experts were no exception. However, now that Ancient Rock City had deployed its defensive magic array, even a Tier 5 player like Shi Feng would be helpless against them. Next, all they needed to do was fight a war of attrition, something they did not fear in the slightest. After all, Ancient Rock City had accumulated a massive stockpile of magic crystals from the sales of Sacred Heart amulets. Not to mention, the Outer World's NPC forces would soon begin the second war against the Eastern Continent's native forces. And in this upcoming war, the Outer World forces would set Zero Wing as their primary target. Zero Wing couldn't afford a war of attrition with Ancient Rock City at all. The longer it fought, the worse off it would be in the upcoming war. Guild leader, let's attack the barrier together. I want to see how long it can last against our combined attacks, Fire Dance said, gnashing her teeth as she looked at Ancient Rock City's arrogant residents. That's right. If it spells with tier 5 power, I can use a few as well. I refuse to believe we can't break this barrier, Zhao Yuru said, nodding in agreement with Fire Dance. For other tier 4 players, exhibiting tier 5 power would indeed be a challenging task. However, her Frost Flame's Wrath was a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon. With it, the Fire and Ice-type tier 4 spells she cast could exhibit tier 5 power. No, that won't be necessary, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Zhao Yuuru was a bona fide mobile turret. If he hadn't gotten promoted to tier 5, she would rank at the very top of Zero Wing in terms of firepower. However, besieging a city was different from attacking monsters. The defenders inside the city could launch attacks to counter Zhao Yuuru's spells. The defenders could even target her directly, preventing her from casting her spells altogether. This would drastically reduce Zhao Yuuru's ability to damage the defensive magic array. Having only the occasional tier 5 attack land on the defensive magic array would yield hardly any effect. But we can't just sit still and do nothing, right? Zhao Yuuru said in annoyance. Although she knew that she couldn't contribute much, it was still better than nothing. Moreover, if they allowed Saint's Hand to continue behaving so arrogantly, it would deal a massive blow to Zero Wing's morale. After all, Zero Wing had already declared to the public that it would capture Ancient Rock City. Currently, everyone was watching this fight. The various powers absent from this battlefield were no exception. They were all observing every detail of the battlefield and tensely awaiting the outcome of this siege. If Zero Wing won, then the various superpowers would no longer dare entertain thoughts of resisting Zero Wing on the eastern continent. However, if Zero Wing returned foiled, many superpowers would begin having designs on Zero Wing. They might even ally with Saint's Hand to deal with Zero Wing. Of course not, Shi Feng said, chuckling. I'm merely saying that you don't need to take action. All you need to do is watch. Just watch? Zhao Yueru looked at Shi Feng in confusion. The guild city in front of them rivaled a main city. How could they possibly capture it just by looking at it? The other Zero Wing members present were also confused, failing to understand what was going through their guild leader's mind. However, Shi Feng did not bother explaining himself. Instead, he flew to an altitude several hundred meters above Ancient Rock City and began chanting an incantation, his chanting causing the surrounding mana to swarm toward him. Upon seeing Shi Feng's actions, Ancient Rock City's defenders laughed. Are you trying to use a tier 5 large-scale destruction spell? Beast Emperor sneered as he looked at Shi Feng. This is nothing but a futile struggle. Let alone a tier 5 sword saint like yourself. Even a tier 5 divine mage can't do anything against Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. Everyone, prepare for battle. Target the flying ship. Beast Emperor ignored Shi Feng's attack, as there was no way weakened tier 4 attacks could do anything against Shi Feng. However, it was a different story for the Crimson Dragon flying ship. The flying ship wouldn't last long before a barrage of tier 4 attacks. It would fall quickly even if Zero Wing's tier 4 experts defended it. The many tier 4 magical classes atop the city walls promptly began casting their respective spells, while the other tier 4 ranged classes launched attacks at the flying ship. The 30-plus evil dark dragons took to the skies and bombarded the flying ship. The Zero Wing members aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship felt an invisible pressure weighing down their bodies. Upon seeing the oncoming attacks, Fire Dance yelled hurriedly, "Magical classes, deploy defensive magic arrays. Even a tier 5 legendary monster would suffer if it tried to take on the attacks of more than 100 tier 4 individuals, let alone tier 4 players like themselves." Moreover, the Crimson Dragon flying ship only had tier 4 combat power. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, Shi Feng finished his incantation's final verse. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a spatial tier spanning over 1,000 yards appeared above Ancient Rock City. The spatial tier made it seem as if the sky was about to collapse, inevitably drawing everyone's attention. What is Black Flame trying to do? Questions filled everyone's mind as they gazed at the gigantic spatial tear. Simultaneously, everyone felt an inexplicable chill overwhelm their heart. They could sense something terrifying in the spatial tear, and this feeling made even their souls shudder with dread. Before anyone could say anything more, a gigantic claw the size of a 4-story building extended from the spatial tier. Subsequently, a titanic figure gradually emerged from the spatial tier, blotting out the sky completely. When everyone eventually discerned the identity of this figure, they were dumbfounded. A dragon, Chapter 2877, Divine Dragon's Might. Chapter 2877, Divine Dragon's Might. A Tier 4 dragon? It's a real Tier 4 dragon. Any veteran of God's domain would have heard of the creatures known as dragons. Ancient Rock City's inhabitants, who were at Tier 3 on average, had an even better understanding of dragons. However, when everyone in Ancient Rock City saw the dragon in the sky, they finally understood how terrifying dragons were. The Tier 4 dragon that had just appeared above Ancient Rock City was around 500 meters long, its massive body blotting out the sun. Its aura covered a radius of several thousand yards, making every Tier 3 player in that area shudder involuntarily. Compared to the Tier 4 evil dark dragons protecting ancient rock city, this Tier 4 dragon was akin to a god. This is a fake. This must be a fake. How can a player summon a real Tier 4 dragon? The various powers experts standing atop the city walls revealed expressions of shock and horror. A Tier 4 dragon rivaled Tier 5 existences. Current Tier 4 players couldn't afford to provoke it. Likewise, it shouldn't be something players could control. Nevertheless, Shi Feng had summoned a Tier 4 dragon. How could they believe this? This situation was even more unbelievable and shocking than Shi Feng's promotion to Tier 5. After all, given enough time, a dragon would reach Tier 5 without fail. Meanwhile, a Tier 5 dragon was practically an invincible existence in God's domain. Everyone, don't panic. While a Tier 4 dragon is scary, Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array isn't weak either. Saint's Heart's guild leader, Furious Fist, shouted hurriedly when he saw the panicked defenders. It's just one more Tier 5 combatant. So long as we combine our strengths, Black Flame will still be helpless against us. Furious Fist's words calmed Ancient Rock City's experts somewhat. When they remembered how extraordinary the city's defensive magic array was, they felt that defending against Zero Wing's assault wouldn't be impossible. However, regardless of this battle's outcome, most likely nobody in God's domain would dare provoke Zero Wing anymore. Zero Wing would also officially become God's domain's #1 guild. After all, which player force in God's domain could contend against the combination of a Tier 5 player and a Tier 4 dragon? At this time, some of the dark guilds based in Ancient Rock City started regretting making an enemy of Zero Wing. While they might escape tragedy today, thanks to Ancient Rock City, what about the future? They couldn't possibly hide in Ancient Rock City forever, right? While the various dark guilds regretted their decisions, Thousand Miles' complexion turned indescribably ashen as he looked at the dragon in the sky. Noticing Thousand Miles' pallidness, Furious Fist asked, Vice Guild Leader Miles, what's wrong? Is there a problem with that dragon? No matter how many times Furious Fist inspected the dragon hovering in the sky with his ordinary identification skill, the result said this dragon was the real deal. Moreover, there was no doubt that the dragon was Tier 4, and it had reached level 65. However, he couldn't get any further information on the dragon without a higher-ranking identification skill. As a Vice Guild Leader of Miracle, Thousand Miles should have a high-ranking identification skill, so it wouldn't be strange if he managed to see some more information. A look of despair appeared on Thousand Miles' face as he said, That's not just a dragon, that's a divine dragon. A silver divine dragon. Divine? Dragon? Furious Fist was stunned. Glaring at Thousand Miles, he demanded, Brother Miles, you're not joking with me, right? If you are, this joke isn't funny at all. Divine dragons were kings among the dragon race. An ordinary dragon and a divine dragon were as different as an ordinary monster and an archaic species. The two were completely different creations. Turning to Furious Fist, Thousand Miles smiled wryly and said, I wish that were the case, but do you think I'm joking? Thousand Miles regretted using his high-ranking identification skill on the dragon. Had he not probed any further, he would have held some hope for victory in his heart. Now, though, no such hope existed. Meanwhile, when the players who had fled Ancient Rock City gazed at the distant silver divine dragon, they were flabbergasted for a long time. Is this why Zero Wing was confident in attacking Ancient Rock City? A divine dragon? I must be dreaming. That's right, this must be a dream. I just reached Tier 4, so how could Black Flame have reached Tier 5 and gained control over a divine dragon already? This is a dream. Many people began deluding themselves as they looked at the silver divine dragon, none of them willing to face reality. However, Beast Emperor, who stood atop the city gate, had no plans of giving up. Glaring at the divine dragon in the sky, he ranted with a maniacal expression, Black Flame. So what if you have a divine dragon? My ancient Grandmaster magic array can stop it. The silver divine dragon in the sky suddenly opened its maw before Beast Emperor could continue. The next instant, all mana within a 10,000-yard radius vanished, and everyone within this area felt indescribably stifled. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a beam of divine light devoured the entire Ancient Rock City. Divine Dragon's Breath. When the dazzling divine light descended upon Ancient Rock City, it forced all players within a radius of several tens of thousands of yards to shield their eyes. The divine light gradually faded away, and only then did everyone open their eyes again to inspect the breath attack's effect. This, how, impossible. When the players standing several thousand yards from Ancient Rock City saw the city again, they were utterly dumbfounded. The divine dragon's breath didn't just shatter Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array, it had even vaporized the towering city lord's mansion at the center of the city, along with almost every player and building in the city. Taking their place was a massive crater that spanned the entire city. Only the Tier 4 experts on the city walls who managed to activate their life-saving skills in time, and the two Faux Saint Slayers had survived the attack. Everything inside Ancient Rock City's perimeter wall had been reduced to a wasteland. No, no. This isn't possible. Beast Emperor fell into chaos and madness as he looked at what remained of his city. And he wasn't alone. Furious Fist's mind also stopped working at this cataclysmic scene, his body crumbling powerlessly to the ground. Crawl of the investments we've made, all of the forces we've gathered, gone, as if they were nothing but a joke. 1,000 Miles, who had also survived the ordeal, was rendered speechless for a long time. One attack. It had taken just one attack for Ancient Rock City, a city rivaling main cities, to disappear. Who could believe this? Zero Wing's members aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship were similarly stunned by this scene. This was especially true for Ji Luorong and Crimson Mask, who had been active on the Western continent until recently. An indescribable sense of shock filled the two. The Western continent had legends describing the dragon's devastating power and how a single breath attack could destroy entire cities. There were also stories of kingdoms meeting their end because they had angered a dragon. Previously, Ji Luorong and Crimson Mask treated these stories as mere folklore. Now, they finally understood that those stories weren't just legends to embellish God's domain, but facts. In reality, even Shi Feng was shocked by this outcome. This is the power of a divine dragon? When Shi Feng saw the ruin before him and Auerbach's nonchalant demeanor, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Shi Feng had seen Tier 6 God-ranked experts single-handedly destroy cities in the past. However, compared to the power displayed by those Tier 6 God-ranked experts, Auerbach's performance gave Shi Feng a much greater shock. This was because Auerbach was only at Tier 4. Originally, Shi Feng thought that Auerbach's breath attack would, at most, deplete a significant portion of the defensive magic array's energy. Yet, the entire city had disappeared. He couldn't help looking at the crazed Beast Emperor apologetically. He even wanted to tell Beast Emperor that he hadn't done this on purpose. Of course, while Shi Feng pitied Beast Emperor, he did not show the latter any mercy. Unsheathing the Abyssal Blade, he activated the Tier 4 Darkness Bind, binding Beast Emperor and the other surviving defenders. Now that Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was no more, Beast Emperor and the others were subject to the full power of Shi Feng's mana domain. Without the ability to manipulate the ambient mana, Beast Emperor and the others were basically Tier 3 players with above-average basic attributes. Hence, they were utterly incapable of resisting Shi Feng and got caught easily. And under the restraint of Darkness Bind, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. After Shi Feng destroyed Ancient Rock City and captured Beast Emperor and the others, news of this battle spread like wildfire across the entire God's domain. Chapter 2878, Ancient Rock City's Secret. Chapter 28788, Ancient Rock City's Secret Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City, Mythology's residence. A Tier 3 ranger barged into the meeting room occupied by Mythology's executives, earning the dissatisfaction of Situ Qingtian and the others in the room. Looking at the ranger, Situ Qingtian asked in a displeased tone, "Did something happen?" "It's news of Zero Wing," the ranger said hurriedly. "According to your orders, we've kept tabs on Zero Wing. However, just a moment ago, Zero Wing destroyed Ancient Rock City." Upon hearing the ranger's words, Cold Shadow responded dubiously, "Impossible. It's only been around 10 minutes since Zero Wing arrived at Ancient Rock City. Even if Black Flame is Tier 5, they can't possibly capture the city so quickly. Ancient Rock City was Beast Emperor's base, and the man had long since armed the city to the teeth. Beast Emperor also had the Evil God's Temple's backing, a powerful existence capable of going against the War God's Temple. Although Shi Feng was a Tier 5 player, capturing Ancient Rock City should be tough. No, Vice Guild leader Zero Wing didn't capture Ancient Rock City. It razed the entire city in one blow. Ancient Rock City is now a ruin," the ranger countered, shaking his head. He then took out a magic crystal recorder and placed it on the meeting table. "This is the battle video we received." Immediately, the magic crystal recorder projected the image of a dragon. With just one breath attack, this dragon leveled the entire Ancient Rock City, leaving nothing unscathed. A Tier 4 divine dragon. It managed to destroy the entire Ancient Rock City in one hit? Deathly silence enveloped the meeting room momentarily as Mythology's executives stared at the video projection with gloomy expressions. Shock and fear also surfaced in their eyes. Their astonishment was so obvious that even the reporting Tier 3 ranger could sense it. No wonder he dared refuse our two guilds' partnership. So this is the reason for his confidence. Cold Shadow looked at the Tier 4 divine dragon and the ruined Ancient Rock City in the video with complicated feelings. Shi Feng had been a minor character unworthy of her attention in the past when Zero Wing was a guild reliant on external items to defend its territories. Yet both Shi Feng and Zero Wing were now bona fide titans that even Mythology could not and would not dare to offend. What was even more laughable was that just a moment ago, Mythology's executives had been discussing how to take revenge on Zero Wing in secret. Now, however, Black Flame, I indeed underestimated you before. Situ Qingtian's gaze grew cold as he looked at the video projection. Repressing the reluctance in his heart, he uttered slowly, "Temporarily halt all retaliation against Zero Wing we discussed before." Practically every superpower in God's domain had heard about Shi Feng killing Situ Qingtian in Zero Wing City. As a result, Situ Qingtian's reputation had taken a nosedive. Although Situ King Tian yearned to take revenge on Zero Wing, he knew full well that doing so right now would be no different from suicide. With the combined strength of a Tier 5 player and such a frightening divine dragon, Zero Wing could destroy every guild city in God's domain. Damn it, are we going to let Zero Wing go just like that? A mythology executive complained in a hate-filled voice. Situ King Tian shook his head. Looking at Shi Feng's projected image, he sneered, "Of course not. There is only one thing we need to do now, and that is, wait. We wait until the start of the Second War. Even if Zero Wing has Black Flame and that divine dragon, it still can't stop the Outer World's advance. Also, start searching ancient ruins for clues to the Tier 5 promotion. Spare no cost at all. We must have our own Tier 5. Although Situ King Tian did not wish to admit it, the era of Tier 4 was already over. Tier 5 players would rule the future. If mythology did not have its own Tier 5 player, its position as one of the 5 great super guilds would be in danger. Shortly after Situ King Tian issued his command, the other superpowers of God's domain also issued similar commands. They frantically searched ancient ruins for clues to help their Tier 4 experts get promoted to Tier 5 as quickly as possible, while quietly awaiting the arrival of the Second War of Worlds. Meanwhile, inside the Orc Empire's ancient rock city, Fire Dance and the other Tier 4 experts of Zero Wing finally killed the 2 surviving Faux Saint Slayers. The deaths of the 2 superior mythic monsters granted everyone a generous amount of EXP, and they all managed to gain at least 1 level. However, compared to the EXP the Faux Saint Slayers contributed, Shi Feng was more interested in the pitch-black stones the 2 monsters dropped after death. Previously, whenever players killed mythic-ranked Faux Saint monsters, the player who landed the finishing blow would have a dark gray mist invade their body. This gray mist would increase the player's affinity with mana for a lengthy period. This was also why Shi Feng had not taken action against the Faux Saint Slayers and had instead allowed Fire Dance and the others to kill the 2 monsters. Yet, the 2 Slayers did not release any mist from their bodies. Instead, they each dropped a fist-sized stone. What dense soul energy! Shi Feng was surprised when he spread his senses across the 2 black stones. When his concentration had reached Tier 5, his soul had also undergone a qualitative improvement. It was akin to his soul liquefying. However, compared to the soul energy in the pitch-black stone, his soul energy was nothing. After all, these 2 stones were solidified soul energy. Guild leader, are those things useful? Kola asked curiously as he looked at the black stones in Shi Feng's hands. More than that, smiling, Shi Feng said to Zero Wing's members, they're even better than fragmented legendary items. Is there anyone here with concentration at the Tier 4 peak standard? After Zero Wing's members exchanged glances, only Violet Cloud stepped forward. Guild leader, my concentration reached the Tier 4 peak standard recently. However, the 2 vice guild leaders should have reached this standard too. Good, take this soulstone. Afterward, find a quiet place and eat it. It should increase your concentration standard. If you're lucky, you might even raise it to Tier 5, Shi Feng said as he handed one of the black stones to Violet Cloud. He then said to the others, if anyone else manages to reach the Tier 4 peak standard, you can get this soulstone from me. The other Zero Wing members nodded their heads, none of them objecting to Shi Feng's method of distribution. However, when Beast Emperor, who was restrained in a corner, saw Shi Feng's actions, he dearly wanted to strangle Shi Feng to death. Shi Feng was actually treating the 2 Faux Saint Slayers' cores as a snack and letting others eat them. This was simply outrageous. He had fed the 2 Faux Saint Slayers the souls of tens of thousands of Tier 3 players to transform their cores into a soul core. So long as he had a soul core, he could create another Faux Saint Slayer. Yet, Violet Cloud received one of these soul cores as a snack. Black Flame, you'll pay for this. Beast Emperor bellowed as he glared at Shi Feng. It doesn't matter even if you caught me. The evil god's temple's rise is already a foregone conclusion. At that time, the Faux Saint army will devour everyone from Zero Wing. Foregone conclusion? Shi Feng laughed. Looking at the restrained Beast Emperor, he pointed at the ruined Saint's Hand residence in the distance and asked, are you talking about that secret land beneath your guild residence? I don't know what you're talking about, Beast Emperor stammered in a panic. No need to pretend. Do you think Tier 5 is a joke? Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Beast Emperor. While Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was still active, Shi Feng hadn't been able to sense the secret land's existence. However, with the defensive magic array gone, nothing in Ancient Rock City could hide from his Tier 5 world creation mana domain. Moreover, Shi Feng had already been suspicious about how Beast Emperor had managed to develop Ancient Rock City to its current level. Zero Wing had poured an astronomical amount of resources into developing Stone Forest City and Zero Wing City. Yet, the 2 cities were still stuck as intermediate cities, far from becoming advanced cities. So, how did Ancient Rock City develop into an advanced city that was close to becoming a main city? Only a fool wouldn't suspect there was a secret behind this achievement. Black Flame. Beast Emperor was momentarily enraged at Shi Feng's ridicule. However, he soon calmed down and said, so what if you've discovered the evil god's secret land? Do you think you can defend it? Even if you've captured me, I will still spread this information to the entire God's domain. At that time, even the outer world forces will be drawn here. Do you think you can stop all of them? The evil god's secret land was originally his biggest secret and something he had invested heavily in. This secret land was also why he had gained his current power. Although the evil god's secret land would be of significantly less help to those not belonging to the evil god's temple, the benefits were still enough to drive everyone in God's domain wild. How would I know if I don't try? Suddenly, Shi Feng executed a slash at Furious Fist, instantly killing him. As Furious Fist collapsed reluctantly to the ground and transformed into countless particles of light, 2 items appeared in his place. Of the 2 items Furious Fist dropped, one was a piece of epic equipment, while the other was a token. Beast Emperor's complexion paled when he saw the token. This token was none other than Ancient Rock City's City Lord's token. With this token, one could take control of Ancient Rock City. Only, Beast Emperor couldn't figure out how Shi Feng knew Furious Fist had held the City Lord's token. It seems my luck is good. Shi Feng was a little surprised when he saw the City Lord's token. It dropped on the first kill. Beast Emperor nearly fainted when he heard Shi Feng's words. What Beast Emperor didn't know was that aside from Beast Emperor, everyone else held no value as prisoners in Shi Feng's opinion. Meanwhile, the City Lord's token couldn't be taken out of the city. Otherwise, it would be automatically teleported back to the City Lord's mansion after some time. And with how precious the City Lord's token was, Beast Emperor naturally wouldn't leave it to just anyone. The person holding the token would have to be a Tier 4 guild executive of Saint's Hand at the very least. Hence, if Furious Fist hadn't dropped the City Lord's token, Shi Feng would have killed Saint's Hand's Tier 4 experts one by one until it dropped. The instant Shi Feng picked up the City Lord's token, a system notification rang in his ears. Chapter 28799, Colossal Wealth. Chapter 28799, Colossal Wealth System. Congratulations. You have obtained Ancient Rock City's City Lord's token. Do you wish to bind the token? Once bound, you will become Ancient Rock City's ruler and obtain full authority over the city. Shi Feng chose to bind the token without hesitation. System, binding in progress. You will have full authority over Ancient Rock City after 4 hours. You should not move beyond 1,000 yards from the city during these 4 hours. If you leave this area or get killed during this time, the binding process will be cancelled, and you may not make another binding attempt for 1 natural day. Says 4 hours? Shi Feng was a little surprised by the notification. Has it reached the main city standard already? When one tried to bind the City Lord's token of a guild city, the binding time would depend on the city's rank. Main city-level guild cities normally took 4 to 6 hours to bind. Guild leader, did something happen? Firedance asked when she saw Shi Feng's strange expression. It's nothing. I just didn't expect Ancient Rock City to be this special, Shi Feng said, glancing at the raging Beast Emperor. Smiling, he continued, since we have to wait for 4 hours, let's pay that evil god's secret land a visit. Black Flame, don't get too delighted just yet. It's useless even if you've obtained Ancient Rock City. That secret land isn't a place you can touch. Without my means of entering, you can't obtain anything inside that secret land. Beast Emperor sneered. I'll spread the secret land's entry methods to all your enemies and even those outer world people. At that time, you can only watch as they take all of the secret land's treasures right before your eyes. Zero Wing could indeed better defend itself after acquiring Ancient Rock City. However, Beast Emperor also knew very well that the outer world forces had already deemed Zero Wing an eyesore. Once the outer world's army arrived, neither Star Moon Kingdom nor the Orc Empire would survive. At that time, the outer world forces would snatch the evil god's secret land from Shi Feng, and Shi Feng would be helpless to resist them. However, Shi Feng ignored Beast Emperor and led Zero Wing's members to Saint's Hand's residence. Although Ancient Rock City was now in ruins and Saint's Hand's residence had been leveled, the guild warehouse was situated on the first underground floor, so Saint's Hand's guild warehouse remained intact. After Shi Feng's group took care of the one Tier 4 NPC and several Tier 3 NPCs guarding the warehouse, they gained full access to it. Everyone from Zero Wing salivated when they stepped into Saint's Hand's guild warehouse. The warehouse, which was the size of 2 sports stadiums, was packed with all sorts of items. Gold coins covered the floor, and magic crystals formed numerous mounds. At a glance, they estimated it held at least 3 million gold coins and 4 million magic crystals. This stockpile of magic crystals was only slightly inferior to Zero Wing's. We're rich, guild leader, we're rich, Firedance exclaimed in excitement as she looked around the warehouse. With all these coins and magic crystals, we won't have to worry about upgrading the buildings of our cities anymore. Zero Wing City's public opening had indeed generated a lot of additional income. Unfortunately, the guild's expenditure still exceeded that amount. This was because Zero Wing City's public opening necessitated an increase in the city's security. The city had to recruit many NPC soldiers to fill as many of the 30,000 slots as possible. While Zero Wing could skim on the benefits provided to the hired soldiers by virtue of Zero Wing City being a main city, the cost of employing level 150 plus Tier 3 NPCs was still high. With everything taken into account, maintaining a Tier 3 NPC cost 5 gold coins. If Zero Wing City filled all 30,000 of its soldier slots with Tier 3 NPCs, the NPC soldiers' daily upkeep alone would total 150,000 gold. Moreover, this still did not include the NPCs' weapons and equipment or the maintenance cost for the Tier 4 NPCs hired. Simply put, Zero Wing's daily expenditure had skyrocketed after Zero Wing City's public opening. At this time, the guild's stockpile of coins was close to empty. Fortunately, thanks to Saint's Hand's contribution, Zero Wing's warehouse would soon be rich again. Seeing Fire Dance's joy, Shi Feng chose to hide the fact that Ancient Rock City's reconstruction would probably eat up all of this money. Zero Wing might even need to provide additional funds. Guild leader, come here quick. There are 7 luminaries crystals here, Blackie said after opening a chest as tall as he was. With glittering eyes, he continued, there are at least 50,000 units here. That's even more than what we have. Before Shi Feng left for the western continent, he had tasked Blackie with acquiring as many 7 luminaries crystals as possible. Hence, Blackie placed particular importance on the crystals. However, Zero Wing's warehouse currently had only around 30,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal despite his efforts. And if it weren't for Zero Wing having a monopoly over the Arctic Canyon, this amount would be even lower. Yet, Saint's Hand's warehouse had more than 50,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. That's nothing. Blackie, come over to my spot. I'll let you know what real wealth is, shouted Kola, who stood in another corner of the warehouse as he pointed at the several hill-sized chests beside him. All of these chests here are full of epic materials or above. From what I can tell, there are at least 300,000 epic materials, 20,000 inferior legendary materials, and 3,000 legendary materials. Everyone, including Shi Feng, was stunned when they heard Kola's words. This was on the level of a kingdom's treasury. Ordinary kingdoms might not even reach this standard. Only high-ranking kingdoms would have so many rare materials. However, upon hearing Kola's words, Beast Emperor, who had been dragged along to the warehouse, turned livid, his eyes becoming bloodshot. He had accumulated these materials by ransacking multiple kingdoms with the Fosang army and destroying numerous NPC cities. Yet, all his efforts had ended up benefiting Zero Wing. Afterward, Shi Feng tasked Blackie with sweeping through the warehouse and transporting everything back to the guild warehouse in Zero Wing City. He then brought Fire Dance and the others to a secret room on the second underground floor. The secret room was only the size of a basketball court with a pitch-black door in the middle of it. Upon entering the room, Fire Dance and the others felt an incomparably powerful pressure enveloping their bodies. Fire Dance had unlocked her mana body beyond the 1110% completion rate already, yet even she had difficulty walking inside the secret room. After 3 steps, the pressure was so strong that she couldn't move her body. If an ordinary Tier 4 player were to enter this room, they would most likely crumple to the floor, unable to advance even a single step. Ha ha ha! I already said that you people would never be able to touch the evil god's secret land. Beast Emperor laughed when he saw Fire Dance and the others immobilized. He then looked at Shi Feng and taunted, Black Flame, it's the same even if you're Tier 5. Without my special method, none of you should think of entering. Beast Emperor had reached the peak of Tier 4 already. He also had the benefit of being an evil god worshipper. Nevertheless, he still struggled to enter the evil god's secret land. This was why Beast Emperor was confident that Shi Feng would be helpless against the evil god's secret land, even though he had discovered its existence. Is that so? Shi Feng stepped into the secret room after glancing at the laughing Beast Emperor. Chapter 2880, God Mode Secret Land. Chapter 2880, God Mode Secret Land. What bold words. I want to see just how far you can go. Beast Emperor watched with ridicule and complacency as Shi Feng entered the secret room. He was fully confident that the evil god's secret land would repel Shi Feng. However, after Shi Feng entered the room, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, apparently unhindered by the oppression the pitch-black door exerted, Shi Feng advanced 20 steps without stopping. He showed no signs of discomfort whatsoever. It was as if the pressure that rendered even experts at the peak of Tier 4 helpless was nothing to him. Confusion flooded Beast Emperor's heart as he looked at Shi Feng. What's going on? When Shi Feng arrived before the pitch-black door, let alone Beast Emperor, even Fire Dance and the others were stunned. How did you do it, Guild Leader? Fire Dance asked, unable to contain her curiosity. The intensity of the pressure she felt from the secret room was unprecedented. Even the divine might she experienced in Lightforge City could not compare. After taking 3 steps into the room, she could no longer advance by even another inch. She couldn't even lift her feet. While Tier 5 players were indeed stronger than Tier 4 players, the disparity shouldn't be so significant. Logically, there was no way Shi Feng would remain unaffected by the room's oppression. At Fire Dance's question, the other Zero Wing members also looked at Shi Feng curiously. How did I do it? Seeing everyone's curious expressions, Shi Feng smiled faintly and said, I just walked here, of course. However, I did use a little technique. Technique? The Zero Wing members were momentarily stunned. They hadn't seen anything peculiar about Shi Feng's gait. He had merely walked to the door in a normal fashion. Moreover, how could a technique completely mitigate such terrifying pressure? However, when Beast Emperor heard Shi Feng's words, he stared at the latter as if he had just seen a ghost. No, impossible. Who are you? How can you know such a technique? There was indeed a trick to approaching the pitch-black door. However, Beast Emperor had never told anyone this trick. He was the only player in God's domain who knew it. Moreover, even if one knew the trick, one still couldn't approach the door without the evil god's blessing. Shi Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes at Beast Emperor. The technique required to approach this door is indeed complicated, but do you think the fundamental technique to manipulate the various elements of mana is unique to the evil god's temple? When Shi Feng saw the pitch-black door and the hurdle fire dance and the others faced after entering the secret room, he quickly noticed a similarity between the secret room and the Dragon Temple's trial area. In the Dragon Temple's trial, players had to construct a bridge using mana's various elements. The secret room, on the other hand, was filled with chaotic mana. The closer to the pitch-black door, the more chaotic the ambient mana was. What players needed to do was return this chaotic mana to its original state. Only by doing so could players approach the door. Simply put, both places tested players' usage of the various elements of mana. For Shi Feng, who had already mastered the basic usage of the various elements of mana, approaching the pitch-black door was a walk in the park. It was much easier than the trial in the Dragon Temple, which had required him to expend a lot of concentration and manipulate a significant amount of mana. The secret room, on the other hand, did not put a burden on his concentration or require him to manipulate a lot of mana. The secret land aside, this room is quite a good training spot for those seeking to learn the basic usage of the various elements of mana. Scrutinizing the secret room, Shi Feng said happily, "I was worrying about how to help everyone accomplish this, so this saves me a lot of time." It wasn't easy to learn to manipulate the various elements of mana independently. Even if he provided Zero Wings members with an explanation, the learning process would be highly inefficient without a reference. They could be taking a dead end for all they knew. The secret room just so happened to provide players with an environment for testing their application of the various elements of mana. It was undoubtedly a precious training ground. One would also have an easier time getting promoted to Tier 5 if they trained here, as having the ability to manipulate the individual elements of mana was crucial in constructing a Tier 5 mana body. When Beast Emperor heard Shi Feng's words, he promptly fainted. Ignoring the unconscious Beast Emperor, Shi Feng set his sights on the pitch-black door. The door was 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide, made of a material Shi Feng didn't recognize. When he opened the door, a pitch-black whirlpool greeted him. The vortex exuded divine might, and players at Tier 4 or below shouldn't even think of setting foot into this whirlpool. After Shi Feng inspected the whirlpool with omniscient eyes, a few lines of information appeared before him. Evil God's Secret Land God. Mode Secret Land Raid, level 150-200. What a powerful secret land. The displayed information astonished Shi Feng. Now, he understood why Beast Emperor was confident he couldn't obtain the evil god's secret land. Secret lands were like dungeons in God's domain. The higher their ranking, the higher their raid difficulty. God mode was the highest difficulty for secret lands. Unlike dungeons though, secret lands would not reset. According to Shi Feng's memories, there were less than 10 level 150 plus God mode secret lands in the entire God's domain. Meanwhile, even Tier 6 God-ranked experts could fall in a level 150 plus God mode secret land. However, countless player forces would seek to enter a level 150 plus God mode secret land. It was also a place all Tier 5 players had to enter. This was because these secret lands held clues to the Tier 6 promotion. Which player who had climbed to Tier 5 wouldn't wish to advance further and reach Tier 6? Hence, God's domain's various forces would fight over any level 150 plus God mode secret land that appeared. It seems I'll now have to defend Ancient Rock City no matter what. Shi Feng sighed as he looked at the evil god's secret land. Due to the Outer World Force's invasion, he had intended to defend Ancient Rock City only temporarily. After all, Zero Wing had limited combat power. In its current state, just defending the guild cities it already had from the Outer World's player and NPC forces would be difficult. Adding Ancient Rock City to the list would only make things even more difficult for the guild. However, the evil god's secret land was extraordinary. Shi Feng might have ignored it if it were only an Asura mode secret land, but a level 150 plus God mode secret land was something he had to protect at all costs. After all, finding another secret land of such caliber wouldn't be easy, even for him. The entrances of level 150 plus God mode secret lands typically appeared at random locations and existed for only a set period. Thus, none of the superpowers in his previous life had ever managed to occupy a level 150 plus God mode secret land. On the other hand, the entrance to the evil god's secret land in Ancient Rock City was fixed. This increased the entrance's value drastically. Moreover, this evil god's secret land might very well hold the key to Shi Feng's promotion to Tier 6. Following this, Zero Wing's logistics members began ransacking Saint's Hand's warehouse, while Shi Feng taught Fire Dance and the others the fundamental technique to manipulate mana's various elements. Like so, 4 hours went by in the blink of an eye, and Shi Feng received a notification. System, congratulations. You have become Ancient Rock City's ruler. Do you wish to reconstruct Ancient Rock City? Reconstruct, Shi Feng said in a determined tone. System, a God mode secret land has been discovered. Do you wish to integrate the secret land with Ancient Rock City? Chapter 2881, Integration. Chapter 2881, Integration, Integrate. Shi Feng grew confused as he read the system notification. This was the first time he had heard of a secret land being integrated with a guild city. He had seen many player forces constructing guild cities on top of precious secret lands in the past. However, even as these guild cities developed, they never received any opportunity to merge with these secret lands directly. For a moment, Shi Feng hesitated. The Evil God secret land was a level 150 plus God mode secret land. If he recklessly merged it with Ancient Rock City and the secret land disappeared, he would suffer a huge loss. However, before Shi Feng could ponder things further, he received another system notification. System, it is detected that you have 3 million magic crystals and 5,007 luminaries crystals on your person. You have fulfilled the conditions to reconstruct Ancient Rock City with the Evil God secret land as the core. Do you wish to integrate the secret land and upgrade the city? Agree. Shi Feng agreed without hesitation when he heard the contents of the notification. There were several holy cities in God's domain, and one of these holy cities had a God mode secret land as its core. The War God's Temple had also established its main headquarters in this holy city, Sanctuary. This sacred place was also why all Tier 5 experts sought to visit the top of the world. Sanctuary was the sole ancient city in God's domain that players had verified to hold clues to the Tier 6 promotion. The city was so old that nobody could ascertain its age in this modern day. Rumor had it that any Tier 4 player that entered Sanctuary had a 100% chance of getting promoted to Tier 5. However, what made Sanctuary amazing wasn't the knowledge it stored. Instead, the Holy City held complete control over a level 150 plus God mode secret land. Players that gained sufficient authority in the city, even Tier 3 players, could enter the secret land. It was different from the God mode secret lands found in the outside world, where the minimum entry requirement was Tier 4 because of the suppression of divine might. Although great dangers existed in a God mode secret land, they weren't everywhere. Moreover, the environment inside level 150 plus God mode secret lands was different from the outside world, resembling that of ancient times, the era abounding with gods. Hence, entering a God mode secret land was an excellent opportunity even for low-tier players. Now that Ancient Rock City could become another sanctuary, how could Shi Feng possibly turn down this opportunity? After Shi Feng voiced his approval, some of the magic crystals and 7 luminaries crystals he had acquired from Saint's Hand's warehouse vanished from his bag space. Simultaneously, Ancient Rock City shook briefly. Ancient Rock City Region System Announcement. Ancient Rock City will commence with an upgrade. All players within Ancient Rock City will be teleported out of the city in 10 minutes. Players within the city are advised to make the necessary preparations. The system announcement echoed 3 times throughout the region. Subsequently, Shi Feng received a personal system notification. System, Ancient Rock City's upgrade is estimated to take 1 natural day. As you hold Ancient Rock City's City Lord's token, you may not move more than 3,000 yards away from the city. You can also choose to log off and rest. Why is it so long? Shi Feng was rendered speechless by the notification. A guild city's upgrade would typically take only several hours. Nevertheless, Ancient Rock City needed 1 day for its advancement. By the time the city was ready, Beast Emperor would have long since spread the Evil God's secret lands information to all of God's domain. And worse, Ancient Rock City would be at its weakest after the reconstruction and upgrade process. Before the system's first major update, guild cities got a grace period whenever they underwent an upgrade. Now, guild cities no longer received that benefit. Players had to defend their cities on their own. If the outer world forces were determined, Ancient Rock City might be greeted with a battle as soon as its reconstruction ended. At this time, Firedance looked toward Shi Feng and asked, "Guild leader, we've emptied Saint's Hand's warehouse already. Should we retreat now?" "No, bring Beast Emperor and the other captives back to Silverwing City first," Shi Feng replied, shaking his head. "Also, have Liang Jing gather the necessary manpower in Silverwing City ahead of time. As soon as Ancient Rock City opens, have them garrison the city immediately." "Yes, sir." Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Firedance understood that trouble would accompany Ancient Rock City's promotion. There might even be a big battle awaiting the city. She immediately set out to execute his orders. After Firedance left Ancient Rock City, Shi Feng chose to log off and rest. He had been busy with various tasks previously, so he hadn't had a chance to take a break from the game. Now that the system had prohibited him from leaving Ancient Rock City's vicinity, he could use this opportunity to rest up. Yuantian City's upper zone, 6th Southern District, the Fearless Cabin's hatch opened slowly, and Shi Feng climbed out of the gaming cabin. The instant Shi Feng exited the cabin, dizziness assaulted him. He very nearly fell back into the cabin. What's going on? As the world spun before him, Shi Feng felt an indescribable hunger. Confused, he wondered, are my mind and body failing to adapt because I spent too much time in the Dragon Temple? However, Shi Feng dared not ponder on this matter for too long because he knew there was only one thing he needed to do right now. Eat. He had experienced this hunger once before, so he knew that his anemic symptoms resulted from his body lacking energy. Fortunately, Shi Feng had prepared for such situations. After Zero Wing partnered with the Boulder Corporation, the latter had given Zero Wing 30 bottles of life potion. Shi Feng had distributed most of them to Zero Wing's executives, but kept 5 for himself as a precaution. This situation was precisely when he needed to use those life potions. Shi Feng emptied 2 bottles of life potion in the blink of an eye. However, although the anemic symptoms he suffered eased, his mind and body still lacked energy. Only after downing the 5th bottle did Shi Feng feel himself reviving. Thank goodness I prepared 5 bottles. I wouldn't have recovered from this predicament with only 4. Shi Feng couldn't help sighing deeply as he looked at the empty bottles in front of him. These 5 bottles of life potion should have lasted him 2 months. Now, he had finished all 5 in one fell swoop. If Muxine and Karui found out about this, they would have a heart attack. After all, this was half a year's worth of provisions for them. However, while Shi Feng felt heartache over the consumption, he also felt completely reinvigorated. His physical fitness, mental strength, perception, and physical aspects had undergone tremendous growth. Now, even with both eyes closed, he could still perceive the outline of his room. He could even sense the life force of those in the entire building block if he concentrated. This was simply unbelievable. Could I have become a mental strength master already? This thought occurred to Shi Feng when he detected the life force of others in the building. He couldn't think of any other explanation for this change. Only the rumored mental strength masters might have such an ability. At this time, even his view of the world had changed. After Shi Feng immersed himself in this experience for a dozen minutes, he smiled. Although I don't know if I've become a mental strength master or not, with my current standard, I shouldn't have to worry about the mental strength master backing Lu Tiandi. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng tidied up himself and left his house. He planned to visit the Five States Corporation's mansion to replenish the resources necessary for both his and Zero Wing's development. Previously, he had been worried about Lu Tiandi's mentor targeting him, so he hadn't dared to venture too far from his residential area. Now that his strength had improved significantly, he naturally didn't have to hold back anymore. He could do his tasks without worry. Chapter 2882, Upper Zone Transaction. Chapter 2882, Upper Zone Transaction. When Shi Feng exited his home and looked at the surrounding streets and buildings, a faint smile appeared on his face. How generous. He actually sent over a dozen half-step grandmasters to keep an eye on me. He had been living in the upper zone for quite some time now. After getting more information from Muxin, he more or less understood the general situation in the upper zone. While master-level experts could be found everywhere, experts at the half-step grandmaster level were even in the upper zone. They were the mainstays of the various upper zone organizations. Normally, only the direct successors of a corporation would qualify to have an expert of such caliber accompany them. Typically, only a first-rate corporation operating in the upper zone would have more than a dozen half-step grandmasters under its command. However, Shi Feng did not pay much attention to the experts trailing him. Behaving as if he never noticed them, he made his way toward the mansion area with a smile. Butler Yi, that kid clearly noticed us, yet he doesn't seem to care about us for some reason, a black-clad middle-aged man standing on the rooftop of an apartment said as he looked at Shi Feng's departing back. He then turned to Yi Kui, who stood beside him, and asked, "Does he have some kind of backing?" The Infinity Master Fu Zhuzhong had been thoroughly enraged when he learned of his student Wang Xuanming's expulsion from the upper zone. Afterward, he had requested the elders of the several families in his debt to keep an eye on Shi Feng. And if the opportunity presented itself, they were to get rid of Shi Feng. Naturally, the elders of the requested families were more than willing to sell Fu Zhuzhong this favor. After all, according to their investigations, Shi Feng had no background. He had managed to get into the upper zone only because of the Boulder Corporation's Hongxing Yuan. The only noteworthy thing about him was some achievements in God's domain. In response to the black-clad man's question, Yi Kui shook his head and said, "From what I know, apart from the Boulder Corporation, his only other connection in the upper zone is General Manager Xia. However, her interest in him hasn't reached a level where she is willing to make an enemy of us for his sake. He might be ignoring us now because of the strength and security around him." "If that's the case, this kid's days are numbered," the middle-aged man said as he looked coldly at Shi Feng's distant figure. In a duel between two grandmasters, it would indeed be difficult to decide the match's outcome within a short time. However, their side had 6 half-step Henglian grandmasters and 8 grandmasters. 3 of the 8 grandmasters were even bona fide Henglian grandmasters. If they worked together, even an expert like Wang Xuanming would fall quickly and have no opportunity to escape. "In that case, I'll leave the rest to you all, Elder Qi. I will wait here for your good news," Yi Kui said respectfully to the black-clad, middle-aged man. Elder Qi was the elder of a first-rate corporation. Although he could no longer improve due to his old age, he was still a Henglian grandmaster. His strength even surpassed Wang Xuanming's slightly. If not for Fu Zhuzhong, Elder Qi wouldn't have paid any attention to the Starline Corporation whatsoever. No problem. Leave it to us. Once we get an opportunity, we'll cripple him, Elder Qi said as he stroked his beard. We'll teach this kid that he can't offend just anyone he wants in the upper zone. The upper zone was indeed a safe place, as even mental strength masters wouldn't dare take a life here. Otherwise, the Green God Company would investigate the matter. Even a mental strength master shouldn't think of continuing their days in the upper zone at that time because this was the Green God Company's bottom line. However, teaching someone a lesson or crippling them was a different story. If the Green God Company did not catch the culprit red-handed, it would turn a blind eye to the matter. After all, so long as a person was alive, the Green God Company could let them make a full recovery within a short time with their technology. After saying so, Elder Qi began tailing Shi Feng together with the other experts. Upper Zone, Mansion District. After strolling in the Mansion District for half an hour, Shi Feng arrived in front of a 3-story mansion that occupied an area equivalent to 4 basketball courts, as expected of the 5 States Corporation. There are only 10 such mansions in this district. Even the Boulder Corporation didn't manage to get one. No wonder Han Yifeng dares to compete for one of the middle-layer slots. Shi Feng couldn't help his surprise as he inspected the luxurious mansion before him. He had seen the pricing for such large mansions. Not only did it cost 140 million trade points, but one also had to have 100 million contribution points. While one wouldn't be required to spend the 100 million contribution points, accumulating that many points was an incredibly difficult task. Meanwhile, such large mansions were much better than the average mansion. Apart from offering more space, these mansions also stood closer to the waist of the mountain. In the base layer, they were the closest buildings to the middle layer. Hence, the mysterious energy filling the environment here was much denser than in other places. After Shi Feng took a deep breath here, his mind already felt refreshed. He felt as if he had set foot into paradise on earth. Shortly after Shi Feng pressed the doorbell, the tightly shut metal gate opened, and a person walked out. This person was none other than Zhuo Linqiu, Han Yifeng's butler. Looking at Shi Feng, Zhuo Linqiu asked, "Mr. Shi, may I know what business you have with us today?" "It's about the agreement young Master Han and I made," Shi Feng replied calmly. "As per our agreement, I have come to do business with young Master Han." "Business? Please follow me." Zhuo Linqiu nodded and led Shi Feng into the mansion. When Shi Feng entered the mansion, he immediately noticed several young men and women training under an elderly man in the mansion's outdoor training ground. The elderly man wore a martial arts robe. Although he had a head of white hair, the aura he exuded was more powerful than what Shi Feng had sensed from Wang Xuanming previously. Upon Shi Feng's arrival, the young men and women turned to look at him curiously, wondering who Shi Feng was for the 5 States Corporation to treat him as a guest. However, after getting berated by their elderly instructor, they promptly focused on their training again. "It seems I really can't underestimate the 5 States Corporation." Shi Feng was surprised when he spread his senses across the mansion. There are 6 Grandmasters and more than 10 half-step Grandmasters in this mansion alone. Even the Boulder Corporation doesn't have this many experts. After guiding Shi Feng to a reception room on the 3rd floor, Zhuo Linqiu pushed apart the wooden doors to the room and said, "Mr. Shi, the young master is waiting inside." Shi Feng nodded and walked into the room. He found Han Yifeng seated behind a solid wood desk with his eyes closed. Currently, Han Yifeng did not exude the slightest bit of aura and felt no different from an ordinary person. Compared to the last time Shi Feng had met him, Han Yifeng's aura had changed dramatically. Upon sensing Shi Feng's arrival, Han Yifeng opened his eyes. Revealing a faint smile, Han Yifeng said, "Brother Shi, I didn't think you would come to find me so soon. I expected you would wait for the last 10 days to get a better price." At this point, Shi Feng's name was already known throughout Yuantian City's upper zone. Not only was he the cause of Wang Xuanming's banishment from the upper zone, but he was even Zero Wing's guild leader. The resources he had on hand tempted many of the corporations participating in this season's contribution competition. If not for Wang Xuanming's teacher, Fu Zhuzhong, many of the corporations based in Yuantian City's upper zone would have long since visited Shi Feng and proposed a partnership. I doubt that will happen. I know I am not your only source of contribution points, young Master Han. Had I waited until the last moment, I probably would have gotten a lower price instead. You might not even have wanted my points at that time, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Originally, Shi Feng had indeed considered waiting for a better price. Now, though, he couldn't afford the delay. Zero Wing urgently needed a large amount of resources, especially life potions. The life potion was the perfect drug to improve one's physical fitness. If not for the limitation of physical fitness, Fire Dance, Lei Bao, and several other people in Zero Wing would have long since become neutralizing Grandmasters. Brother Shi, you jest. In that case, we'll proceed with the 2-to-1 ratio we previously agreed on. I'll buy however many points you have, Han Yifeng said, chuckling. However, Shi Feng shook his head and countered in a determined voice. No, I want a 1-to-1 ratio. Chapter 2883, Overnight Fortune. Chapter 2883, Overnight Fortune 1-to-1? Han Yifeng frowned. Brother Shi, isn't your asking price a little too high? At this time, Han Yifeng wasn't the only one dissatisfied. Standing by the door, Zhuo Linchu looked at Shi Feng with a hint of anger and ridicule in his eyes. A 1-to-1 exchange ratio was something no organization operating in Yuantian City's upper zone would accept. Life potions and phantom potions served as an organization's foundation. Their stockpile was also something accumulated over many years. These potions weren't items that one could obtain on a whim. Yet Shi Feng wanted to purchase these precious potions at a 1-to-1 exchange rate. Did he take the Five States Corporation for a fool? The Five States Corporation had many sources for contribution points. Meanwhile, these sources only sought a 2-to-1 ratio. On what basis was Shi Feng asking for a 1-to-1 ratio? Young Master Han, don't be in a hurry to refuse, Shi Feng said, smiling as he looked at Han Yifeng's cold expression. A 1-to-1 ratio is a fair price. A fair price? Han Yifeng laughed. May I know how you think it is fair, Brother Shi? Because I can guarantee you a slot to enter the middle layer, Young Master Han, Shi Feng said confidently. Do you think this is a fair deal now? At Shi Feng's words, Han Yifeng's cold expression changed slightly. However, he quickly recollected himself and asked, Those are some confident words, Brother Shi. If what you say is true, I can consider a 1-to-1 ratio. May I know what exactly you are counting on to help me? 600,000 contribution points? That, combined with the points you already have, while I don't know if you can secure first place, getting within the top 3 shouldn't be a problem, right? According to Muxin's information, the top 3 rankers' limit should be around 1 million contribution points. It would be difficult for them to acquire more than this because one could earn only so many contribution points through real-world resources. The only other way these top rankers could acquire more points would be to obtain many 7 Luminaries crystals in God's domain. However, 7 Luminaries crystals were incredibly precious in God's domain, and even the various superpowers barely had any. Cure Shi Feng estimated that acquiring 800,000 contribution points shouldn't be a problem for the Five States Corporation. If the corporation included his 600,000 points, it could secure one of the top 3 spots with a 100% certainty. When Shi Feng finished speaking, Zhuo Linchu couldn't help staring at Shi Feng in disbelief, his eyes very nearly falling out of their sockets. Each of the Five States Corporation's point sources could contribute only several tens of thousands of contribution points. After totaling the points from all sources, the corporation should gain around 600,000 contribution points. Not to mention, these sources would not necessarily sell all their points to the Five States Corporation. After all, the upper zone's various organizations were purchasing contribution points at a high price. The Five States Corporation would be fortunate if it could acquire 400,000 contribution points in the end. However, if the corporation could gain an additional 600,000 contribution points now, it could secure one of the top 3 spots in the competition. At this time, even Han Yifeng was visibly moved. 600,000? He has this much strength? In Han Yifeng's opinion, taking out 200,000 contribution points would be plenty impressive already. After all, 7 Luminaries crystals were not easy to acquire in God's domain. Shi Feng had even traded some with him already. With 600,000 contribution points as his base, Shi Feng could even try to fight for one of the top 3 positions himself. Shi Feng smiled when he saw Han Yifeng's reaction. He then asked, What do you think, young Master Han? If Han Yifeng had 1 million contribution points as his base, all he needed to do next was acquire another 300,000 points or so to solidify his victory. After pondering for a moment, Han Yifeng gritted his teeth and said, That is indeed sufficient qualification. However, a 1-to-1 ratio is still too much. The Five States Corporation can't take out so many potions in a short time. If converted to trade points, 600,000 contribution points would be worth 60 million trade points. And when converted to life potions, that would be equivalent to 12,000 life potions. This was by no means a trifling amount. Shi Feng didn't find Han Yifeng's words surprising either. Instead, he chuckled and said, If that's the case, how about this? I'll only ask for 2,000 potions. I'll exchange the remainder for a large mansion in the upper zone. What do you think? I recall that the Five States Corporation still has the authority to purchase another one. The base layer had only 10 large mansions and only 8 had owners. After some research, Shi Feng found that these large mansions were excellent accommodations. Not only could they house 40 people easily, but the strange energy in the air was also much denser in these large mansions. This denser energy would be of greater help in stabilizing Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's condition. Shi Feng, don't go too far, Zhuo Linchu blurted angrily. A 1-to-1 ratio is already an astronomical price. Yet, you're asking for a large mansion that's worth 140 million trade points? Do you take the Five States Corporation for a fool? The value of 10,000 life potions was equivalent to only 50 million trade points, a little more than 1/3 of a large mansion's value. Shi Feng's terms were no different from daylight robbery. My asking price is indeed a little excessive, but purchasing a large mansion doesn't require you to spend contribution points. You only need to have accumulated 100 million contribution points. Meanwhile, not only will my 7 Luminaries crystals provide you with contribution points, but they will also provide you with an ample amount of trade points. Exchanging a large mansion for these crystals wouldn't be a loss for your corporation, Shi Feng said. Of course, if your corporation isn't willing to do this transaction, I can find someone else to partner with. I believe the other people competing for the top 3 spots will be interested in my proposal. Zhuo Linchu was momentarily rendered speechless by Shi Feng. What Shi Feng said was indeed true. Contribution points were far more important than trade points, especially in the middle layer. Moreover, compared to contribution points, trade points were much easier to acquire. That's enough, old Zhuo. Han Yifeng shot a glance at his butler, silencing him. He then returned his gaze to Shi Feng and said, I agree to your offer. However, I will need time to acquire the large mansion. As for the potions, I can give you 1,000 bottles now. I will pay you the remaining 1,000 bottles and the large mansion within the next 5 days. What do you think? Sure, I don't have any problem with that. Shi Feng nodded. In Shi Feng's opinion, the 5 days Han Yifeng stated were only a ploy. Han Yifeng wanted to purchase as many contribution points as possible from his other sources during these 5 days, because once news of his acquisition of 600,000 contribution points spread, purchasing points would become much more difficult. Afterward, Han Yifeng signed a contract with Shi Feng. According to the agreement, Shi Feng would transfer 60,000 7 luminaries crystals to Han Yifeng through God's domain within half a day. At the same time, Han Yifeng would pay Shi Feng 1,500 bottles of life potion, 500 bottles of phantom potion, and 1 large mansion in return. With the contract signed, Han Yifeng had Zhuo Lingyu pass 100 bottles of life potion to Shi Feng, with the rest to be delivered secretly to Shi Feng's house. After concluding the deal, Shi Feng left the 5 States Corporation's mansion with a crate of life potions. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng left, Zhuo Linchu turned to Han Yifeng and warned quietly, Young master, your elders will criticize you if they find out you made such an unfavorable deal. Criticize? Sending Zhuo Linchu a glance, Han Yifeng sneered, so long as I get into the middle layer, do you think I'll care about what they have to say? Everyone living in the base layer wished to enter the middle layer. The environment there far surpassed the base layers. The middle layer was also home to many mental strength masters. If he could befriend even one of these masters, his position within the 5 States Corporation would become unshakable. At that time, would he have to care about the criticisms of his elders? Gazing through the window at the distant middle layer with eyes burning with zeal, Han Yifeng said, head out and purchase contribution points from those organizations immediately. It doesn't matter even if you have to offer them a 1.5 to 1 ratio. While Han Yifeng was secretly going around purchasing contribution points from various organizations, Shi Feng left the upper zone together with his crate of life potions. Previously, despite receiving the secret pavilions and Netherworld Empire's guild legacies, Zero Wing could afford to nurture only a small number of experts due to its limited resources. However, now that Zero Wing had sufficient life potions, let alone Void Realm experts, the guild could nurture even Domain Realm experts within a short time. This was something even the various superpowers couldn't accomplish. After all, when nurturing new talents, the superpowers would provide only S-rank nutrient fluids at most, not something as precious as the life potion. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng left the upper zone, Elder Qi and the others stalking him were stunned. Is this kid crazy? A Henglian Grandmaster asked when he saw Shi Feng entering the mental path. He dares to leave the upper zone at this time? Could it be that he didn't notice us in the first place? A lanky neutralizing Grandmaster wondered, there's no way he hasn't noticed us. I am certain on this point, Elder Qi declared. Looking at Shi Feng's distant figure coldly, he continued, he's looking down on us. Since he's so arrogant, I'll fulfill his wish. Everyone, get ready to take action outside. I want to see what ability this kid has. After saying so, Elder Qi promptly set off after Shi Feng. The other experts followed Elder Qi after briefly exchanging looks with one another. Chapter 2884. Ruthless Shi Feng. Chapter 2884. Ruthless Shi Feng, Fenglin City, Zero Wing's headquarters. Shi Feng stood in front of Zero Wing's headquarters. The place had undergone significant changes since his last visit. Currently, people crowded the plaza in front of the building, many of them young men and women. These people were either waiting to enter the building or taking various tests out in the plaza. This prosperous sight was even more spectacular than what could be found at the various super guilds' headquarters. As Shi Feng made his way to the entrance, he overheard these young men and women discussing Zero Wing's matters. As they spoke about Zero Wing City's training environment or the heaven-defying battle that had taken place at Ancient Rock City, their eyes glowed with anticipation. Before Shi Feng could reach the entrance, a long-haired man in his 30s approached him. Looking at Shi Feng, who was clad in sportswear, the long-haired man said in a friendly tone, "Friend, you're here to join Zero Wing, right?" Join Zero Wing? Shi Feng was stunned by the long-haired man's words. Although the long-haired man looked ordinary, Shi Feng sensed intense life force from him. In terms of physical fitness, the long-haired man could practically rival Henglian masters. However, before Shi Feng could say anything, the long-haired man unzipped his jacket and revealed a 6-winged emblem pinned on his t-shirt, proving that he was an internal member of Zero Wing. "I can tell that you're extraordinary at a glance, brother," the long-haired man said while showing off his emblem. He then pointed at the long line of people waiting to enter the building and grinned, saying, "Look at how long that line is. If you grab a ticket and join the line now, it'll take you forever before your turn arrives. However, I'm an internal member of Zero Wing. I have a recommendation slot that lets me help one person bypass the initial test. What are you trying to say? Shi Feng asked curiously. I can see that you're extraordinary, so I plan to recommend you to the guild. However, once you become an internal member of Zero Wing, you'll need to join my team. What do you think? Looking at Shi Feng with a serious look, the long-haired man said earnestly, the team I belong to is extraordinary. Although it was established only recently, it has become a second-line team already. It's only one line behind the main force. Shi Feng was at a loss for words. He never imagined such competition existed between Zero Wing's various teams. If he weren't Zero Wing's guild leader, he would have most likely been tempted by the long-haired man's words already. After all, apart from Zero Wing's main force, any other team that had a Tier 4 player leading it would be considered a second-line team. Meanwhile, all second-line teams could raid level 150, 100-man hard mode team dungeons. What? You don't believe me? Upon seeing Shi Feng's startled expression, the long-haired man said delightedly, do you know who my team leader is? You'll get a fright if I tell you. Just when Shi Feng wondered who this strange man's team leader was, the sounds of fighting came from inside the lobby. The din was like a sledgehammer pounding the ground. However, neither the long-haired man nor the other Zero Wing members present showed any concern over these loud sounds, appearing wholly accustomed to them. The newcomers, though, all expressed curiosity and tried sneaking peeks into the lobby. Ignore that. It's nothing to fuss about, the long-haired man said when he saw the curiosity on Shi Feng's face. He then added nonchalantly, it's just the experts of another superpower coming to provoke Zero Wing. I believe Master Lei Bao will take care of them in a moment. Shi Feng asked, have there been a lot of such situations happening in Zero Wing lately? It's been like this since before I joined. However, it's become much more frequent recently, the long-haired man said as he nodded in frustration. These superpowers can't bear to see Zero Wing developing. However, as they can't do anything to us in God's domain, they keep coming to our headquarters to make trouble. They keep asking us to sell them Zero Wing City's lands. I heard that the group that came here this time consists of 6 superpowers, one of them the Super Guild Mythology. Mythology's group is even led by the Feng family's young lady. That Feng Shihan really is something. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also frighteningly strong. She can take down master-level experts in practically one hit. I'm afraid only our big sis Fire Dance can take her on. The long-haired man shuddered when he spoke of Feng Shihan. It was evident he feared the latter greatly. After the long-haired man finished speaking, the lobby's door opened abruptly and a group of people stalked out of the building. These people were representatives of superpowers, and they currently had angry expressions. However, when they looked at Fire Dance and Lei Bao, who walked out of the building shortly after them, and then looked at the injured master-level experts and one half-step neutralizing grandmaster beside them, they dared not do anything. Just you wait. Don't think that, just because we are helpless against you in God's domain, you'll be invincible in the real world as well. Zero Wing will only encounter more trouble for refusing to cooperate with us. The various superpowers representatives barked arrogantly at Fire Dance and Lei Bao, their voices growing complacent as they spoke. While master-level experts might be powerless against Zero Wing, there were bound to be superpowers capable of inviting grandmaster-level experts to move for them. The corporations operating within the upper zone might even take action. After all, Zero Wing was too large a cake to pass on. According to the information the various superpowers had gathered, some forces based in the upper zone were already investigating Zero Wing, evidently interested in the guild. Hence, it was only a matter of time before Grandmaster-level experts came to find trouble with Zero Wing. Fire Dance and Lei Bao revealed somewhat grim expressions on their faces when they heard the representative's words. They had expected the battle at Ancient Rock City to have caught the attention of many organizations in the upper zone. Hence, they were certain that Grandmaster-level experts would eventually come to Zero Wing seeking trouble. While these Grandmasters might not be capable of doing anything against Zero Wing on the surface, if they came every day to pick a fight, it would ruin Zero Wing's reputation, not to mention the other unscrupulous tactics they could employ. However, when the various superpowers representatives were getting full of themselves, Feng Shihan suddenly left the group and headed toward Shi Feng. The cold gaze she directed at him made the temperature in the surroundings fall by more than 10 degrees. The long-haired man standing beside Shi Feng shuddered in fear despite himself. Looking at Shi Feng, the long-haired man asked, "Friend, did you offend her in some way before? Why do I get the feeling that she's coming for you?" In this situation, the nearby young men also looked at Shi Feng and began a quiet discussion. They all wondered who Shi Feng was to warrant such attention from a great beauty like Feng Shihan. "I don't think I've done anything to her," Shi Feng said. He likewise found it strange that Feng Shihan was walking to him. After giving the matter some thought, he added, "The only things I remember doing are killing one of her elders and telling her to get lost. I don't think I've ever done anything else to her." Shi Feng's words stupefied the long-haired man. He never thought that Shi Feng would be so ruthless as to pull such stunts with the Feng family's lady. It would be strange if Feng Shihan didn't try to take Shi Feng's life. However, when Feng Shihan arrived in front of Shi Feng, she looked at him and asked quietly, "Can I speak with you in private?" Immediately, be it the long-haired man or the other men present, they all couldn't help staring at Shi Feng with wide eyes. What was going on here? Chapter 2885, Sword Saint Black Flame? Chapter 2885, Sword Saint Black Flame? Shi Feng couldn't help taking a closer look at Fang Shihan when he heard her words. Currently, Fang Shihan looked slightly frailer than the last time he saw her. She also no longer exuded the imposing aura of before, although the ambition in her eyes still burned bright. Just the two of us? Shi Feng stole a glance at the robust Matt and an elderly man standing among the group of superpower representatives. This elderly man possessed a powerful life force. He was absolutely a Grandmaster-level expert. Moreover, judging by how respectfully Matt was behaving around this elderly man, it was easy to guess that the elderly man held an eminent position in mythology. He should be a guild elder at the very least. However, seeing as Fang Shihan was asking for a private conversation, Shi Feng could tell that Fang Shihan had her own thoughts and that these thoughts did not align with mythology's plans. That's right, just the two of us. Fang Shihan nodded, then glanced at the long-haired man beside Shi Feng and smiled sweetly, saying, "Of course, you can bring someone with you. However, it's not my fault if our relationship gets exposed." The long-haired man immediately revealed a look of shock and confusion when he heard Fang Shihan's words. Fang Shihan was the young lady of a major corporation. According to rumor, she was even an upper zone resident. In addition, not only did she possess a divine level of beauty, but she was even a vice-guild leader of mythology. Countless talented young men wished to get close to her but never got the opportunity to do so. She had an air of indifference even when dealing with Zero Wing's big shots like Cola. Nevertheless, she was taking the initiative to seek out Shi Feng. Her friendly behavior with Shi Feng made the long-haired man doubt if she was even the same person as before. Who is this guy? Questions filled the long-haired man's mind as he looked at Shi Feng. However, after snapping out of his daze, he gazed at Shi Feng with anticipation shining in his eyes. Fang Shihan was an individual of high status. If he could get close to her by even a little bit, even if he were only a third wheel, this achievement would earn him bragging rights for the rest of his life. All right, just the two of us then. Shi Feng nodded, ignoring the hopeful look the long-haired man was giving him. Fang Shihan was not at all surprised by Shi Feng's response. She pointed at a maglev limousine nearby and said, "Let's talk in my car then. Nobody will bother us there." Zero Wing's battle at Ancient Rock City had thoroughly shaken God's domain. Zero Wing City's public opening also allowed Zero Wing to rake in tons of wealth and resources every day. The resources earned even included the 7 Luminaries crystal that the upper zone's various forces sought to obtain. The city was so tempting that even the 5 great super guilds had designs on it, let alone Fang Shihan. Zero Wing was currently rejecting all partnership offers for Zero Wing City, choosing to monopolize all of the city's benefits. The various superpowers could not get even the smallest cut of this juicy pie. To make matters worse, none of the superpowers could do anything about this situation. However, Fang Shihan was confident she could accomplish what the various superpowers couldn't. With her family's position and resources in the upper zone, she should be able to get Zero Wing to agree to a partnership. After all, Shi Feng was currently in a lot of trouble because he had offended a mental strength master. Although Shi Feng lived in a different upper zone from Fuzhuzhang, the mental strength master had plenty of means to deal with him. Among the organizations operating within the 3 upper zones based in the country, those capable of protecting Shi Feng numbered very few. The Feng family just so happened to be one of them. When Shi Feng saw the maglev limousine, a hint of envy appeared in his eyes. This limousine was a global limited edition, and it was constructed with a top-tier alloy used for spacecraft. This alloy not only had excellent sound insulation properties, but could even withstand missile strikes. He had thought of buying one for Zero Wing, but lacked the connection to do so. Nodding, Shi Feng said, "Sure, let's get in the car. In that case, this way please, Guild Leader Black Flame." Fang Shihan smiled and took the initiative to lead Shi Feng to the limousine. Her words left the long-haired man stupefied. He's the guild leader? The long-haired man stared at Shi Feng's back with wide eyes. When he recalled how he had treated Shi Feng like a little brother, he suddenly felt faint. After all, Black Flame's name in God's domain was synonymous with a killing god. He would create rivers of blood because of a disagreement. He had even killed one of mythology's legendary figures without hesitation. The long-haired man wasn't the only one stunned by this revelation. The young men and women in queue also took some time to process this information. He's Guild Leader Black Flame? No way, he's that sword saint. Don't the rumors say that Guild Leader Black Flame is a man in his 30s? That guy looks no more than 22 or 23. Apart from Zero Wing's executives and a portion of the guild's core members, the only other people who knew Black Flame's actual identity and appearance in the real world were the various superpowers executives. The average player was unaware that Black Flame was only a disguise. You really know how to keep a low profile, Guild Leader Black Flame. Even the internal members of your own guild don't know who you are, Fang Shihan said, smiling when she looked back and saw the long-haired man's pale complexion. That guy will probably lose sleep for the next several days. Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Fang Shihan. Feng Shihan knew that the long-haired man was unaware of his identity as Black Flame and had deliberately revealed his identity to mess with the man. However, when Shi Feng and Feng Shihan were roughly 10 steps from the limousine, Shi Feng suddenly stopped and turned to the crowd in the plaza. Guild leader Black Flame? Feng Shihan was a little confused by Shi Feng's actions. She followed Shi Feng's gaze and looked toward the plaza. Although there were well over 1,000 people crowded in the plaza, Feng Shihan faintly sensed killing intent from that direction. Moreover, there wasn't just one source of killing intent but more than a dozen. This killing intent was well hidden. If one weren't a half-step Grandmaster expert or above, one would have difficulty noticing it. This can't be. That side is already taking action? Feng Shihan frowned. Only the Infinity Master Fu Zhuzheng could mobilize so many powerful experts. She whispered to Shi Feng, Guild Leader Black Flame, they should be experts the Infinity Master sent. The other side has a significant advantage in numbers. It's best if we pretend we didn't notice them and get into the car quickly. Even if it's them, they can't do anything against my car. A force of over a dozen half-step Grandmasters or above was indeed powerful. However, against the global limited edition limousine, even these experts could only lament their lack of strength. This was also why many major corporations wished to purchase this limousine. However, only 100 people in the world actually managed to get their hands on one. No, there's no need for that, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He then began walking toward the plaza. I initially planned to ignore them, but since they came all the way here, I'll deal with them now. It's annoying to have them constantly buzzing me like flies. Chapter 2886, Mental Strength Master. Chapter 2886, Mental Strength Master. When Feng Shihan saw Shi Feng slowly making his way to the plaza, she was stunned. She never thought Shi Feng would confront the enemy. The enemy had over a dozen half-step Grandmaster experts or better on their side. Among the sources of killing intent she sensed, a few even struck fear into her. Facing so many experts of such caliber, even a Henglian Grandmaster would suffer miserably. This crazy bastard. Feng Shihan gritted her teeth and followed after Shi Feng. She was the Feng family's young lady. Even the upper zone's organizations would have to show her some respect. If she stood up for Shi Feng, the other party wouldn't dare go too far lest they incur the Feng family's wrath. However, before Feng Shihan could catch up to Shi Feng, 14 people in the crowd approached him. They had concealed their auras so well that they looked no different from ordinary pedestrians. None of the people around them paid them any attention. Kid, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. Elder Qi said when he saw that Shi Feng had already walked into the crowd. Sneering, he commanded, everyone, attack. If Shi Feng had chosen to remain somewhere with little foot traffic, they would quickly get noticed by others if they took action. However, it was a different story in a crowded location like this plaza. With their standards, they could attack Shi Feng without anyone noticing. By the time the bystanders realized what was going on, they would have long since left the scene. The distance between both sides continuously shortened. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. When the two sides were less than 3 meters apart, one Henglian Grandmaster, one neutralizing Grandmaster, and 4 half-step Grandmasters began walking straight toward Shi Feng. The 6 experts continued moving like ordinary pedestrians, with the 4 half-step Grandmasters even chatting merrily like close friends. Nobody could tell that these 6 experts were approaching Shi Feng with hostile intentions. When the 4 half-step Grandmasters were within 1 meter of Shi Feng, both the 4 half-step Grandmasters and the 2 true Grandmasters took action simultaneously, so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see their afterimages. The 6 experts launched punches, palm strikes, and claw strikes. Aimed at Shi Feng's vitals, their attacks did not create even the slightest ripple in the air. Although the 6 experts had different strength levels, their coordination was perfect, and they moved as if they were of one body. Feng Shihan's complexion darkened at this scene. If she were in Shi Feng's shoes, she could, at best, stop 2 or 3 attacks. The rest would land on her without fail. It might be a different story if a Henglian Grandmaster received these attacks, but Shi Feng was only a neutralizing Grandmaster. He would most definitely die if he received all these attacks. However, when the 6 experts' attacks were about to land, Shi Feng's body suddenly twitched and moved like flowing water. As if his various body parts had a mind of their own, they instinctively dodged the 6 experts' attacks. Shi Feng's movements were so fine that he dodged some attacks with less than half a centimeter to spare. The 6 experts were startled by this outcome. However, before they could launch another round of attacks, Shi Feng casually scraped his shoulder past one of them and bumped into another. He then executed a punch, an elbow strike, a palm strike, and a kick against his other 4 opponents. The next moment, the 2 Grandmasters and 4 half-step Grandmasters stiffened and stopped moving. They stood still among the crowd like statues. When Shi Feng had walked 3 meters away, the 6 experts' eyes rolled back and their bodies collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? Feng Shihan's eyes widened and her jaw dropped at this scene. Of the 6 experts, 2 were bona fide Grandmasters, one of them a Henglian Grandmaster. Yet, Shi Feng had taken care of these experts in the blink of an eye. The fight had ended so quickly that she didn't even see what had happened. She might have been able to accept such an outcome if the two grandmasters were both neutralizing grandmasters. With internal force, Shi Feng could knock them out instantly when his attacks connected. However, knocking out a Hanglian grandmaster in one hit was an incredibly difficult feat. Otherwise, Hanglian grandmasters wouldn't be renowned as troublesome opponents. Feng Shihan wasn't the only person shocked by this situation. Elder Qi and the other experts similarly tensed up at this scene. Even they were incapable of defeating Hanglian grandmasters in one hit. While Shi Feng might have employed a dirty tactic, there was no denying that he had felled a Hanglian grandmaster in one hit. The remaining experts turned to Elder Qi to seek his opinion on the matter. Elder Qi was their leader this time. He also possessed incredible strength, being slightly stronger than even the well-known Wang Xuanming. If Elder Qi chose not to attack now, they naturally did not need to attack either. After all, Shi Feng's display of strength just now had thoroughly stunned them. Shi Feng's feat was even more unbelievable than a person killing an elephant with one punch. Seeing Shi Feng approaching their group, Elder Qi gritted his teeth and advanced. Although Elder Qi didn't know what method Shi Feng employed just now, he was confident he could stop any neutralizing Grandmaster's attack. After all, his mental strength was just a tad short of the mental strength master level. His perception and sixth sense were both much stronger than the average Hanglian Grandmasters. All tricks were useless against him. When the other experts saw Elder Qi moving, they quickly followed after him. However, their mentality toward Shi Feng was completely different from before. Now, they had ramped up their vigilance to the max. Elder Qi's group of 8 split up and approached Shi Feng from 8 different directions. They occasionally used the crowd to conceal their bodies and obscure their movements from Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng remained unfazed and continued approaching Elder Qi casually. What arrogance! Do you think I'll fall for your tricks like those fools? Elder Qi accelerated his footsteps when he saw Shi Feng's indifference, not wanting to give Shi Feng any more time to observe and prepare. With 6 Grandmasters in their group of 8, they could give even a mental strength master a headache if they attacked together. After all, a mental strength master's physical fitness was only slightly superior to theirs. What made mental strength masters powerful was their perception of danger and their control over their bodies. However, when Elder Qi was less than 6 meters away from Shi Feng, he suddenly lost sight of Shi Feng. He disappeared. Elder Qi was stunned as he stared at the spot Shi Feng disappeared from. Shi Feng had vanished not only from his vision but also from his perception. Elder Qi and the 7 other experts immediately began looking around frantically, searching for Shi Feng. Several seconds later, Elder Qi suddenly noticed a figure walking past him, and he was stunned once more. Shi Feng? However, before Elder Qi could turn around, he felt a stinging pain in his chest. He then found his body paralyzed and his vision darkened as if death had come for him. When Elder Qi saw Shi Feng disappearing past him, a thought appeared in his mind and fear surfaced on his face. Mental Strength Master. Apart from Shi Feng being a mental strength master, Elder Qi couldn't think of any other explanation for this situation. After all, only a mental strength master could evade his perception. However, before Elder Qi could warn the others, he noticed Shi Feng walking past his approaching companions, one after another. Unlike himself, though, his companions didn't even notice Shi Feng, and after Shi Feng passed them, their bodies abruptly stiffened. It was evident that they had suffered a similar fate to his. In the end, Elder Qi could only watch helplessly as his companions collapsed one after another. Chapter 2887, 7, Powerful Mental Strength Master. Chapter 2887, Powerful Mental Strength Master. When Elder Qi and the others collapsed, one after another, in the plaza, they quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The small plaza grew noisy for a time as the passers-by gathered around these collapsed experts and discussed among themselves. Shi Feng exited the crowd in the meantime, his departure going entirely unnoticed. He had practically zero presence, as if he was no different from the roadside trees and bushes. He's a mental strength master? Shock filled Feng Shihan's eyes as she switched her gaze between Shi Feng and Elder Qi's group. She felt like her world had just come crashing down on her. Apart from Shi Feng being a mental strength master, she could think of no other explanation for how he had defeated a force of 8 Grandmasters and 6 half-step Grandmasters so easily. Despite knowing this, Feng Shihan still couldn't bring herself to believe Shi Feng was a mental strength master. Mental strength masters were big shots even in the upper zone, and every one of them lived in the middle layer. Numerous organizations based in the upper zone tried to curry favor with these individuals. All of these powerhouses had reached the level of a mental strength master only in their 30s or later. On the other hand, how old was Shi Feng now? Not to mention, according to Feng Shihan's investigations, when Shi Feng first entered the upper zone several weeks ago, the Green God Company had evaluated his mental strength as special grade only. He had still been a long distance from master grade. When Shi Feng arrived in front of Feng Shihan, she finally snapped out of her daze. She then scrutinized him as if she was meeting him for the first time. Has your mental strength reached the master level already? Feng Shihan asked despite herself. Although she was already certain Shi Feng was a mental strength master, she still couldn't believe that someone could reach this level before 25. If news of this matter spread, it would shake the entire upper zone. Even the Green God Company's executives would take an interest in Shi Feng once they learned of his potential. Meanwhile, the Green God Company's executives were existences even mental strength masters wanted to befriend. These executives helmed the various upper zones, individuals standing at the top of the upper zone. I had the fortune of achieving a breakthrough recently. Shi Feng nodded, not bothering to conceal this fact. He then turned to look at the collapsed experts in the plaza, an indescribable feeling appearing in his heart. Previously, when he had first become a mental strength master, he had noticed that his body's physical fitness had improved significantly. The sharpness of his perception had also become far superior to before. However, only after clashing with Elder Qi and the others did Shi Feng realize how powerful and frightening mental strength masters could be. Mental strength masters might be only slightly superior to Hanglian grandmasters in physical fitness, but their control over their bodies reached an incredible level. Not only could they control the fine movements of muscles and the physical body, but they could also exert much greater control over their brains. While in combat, Shi Feng had managed to accelerate his thought processes by more than tenfold. In his eyes, Elder Qi and the others had looked like they were moving in slow motion. After including his enhanced perception of his surroundings, let alone dodging the eyesight and senses of several grandmasters, he could even replicate God's domain's void steps momentarily. It was no wonder the upper zone's various organizations feared mental strength masters so much. Shi Feng also felt fortunate that he had been cautious and stayed indoors for the past few weeks. Otherwise, he might have really ended up in trouble. After all, killing a lone grandmaster-level expert was child's play for a mental strength master. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng's admission, Feng Shihan was momentarily at a loss for words. Originally, she had hoped to acquire a portion of Zero Wing City's resources by offering Shi Feng protection. In doing so, she could increase her authority within mythology and solidify her position as the first Vice Guild leader. Now, her plan was nothing but a joke. There was no way a mental strength master would fear another mental strength master. More importantly, with how young Shi Feng was, once the Green God Company found out about his achievement, the company would undoubtedly place heavy importance on him. The status he would enjoy at that time would far exceed Fu Zhuzhong's. After all, the Infinity Master was already an old man and showed precious little signs of improvement nowadays. So long as Fu Zhuzhong wasn't a fool, he would give up on revenge against Shi Feng. On the contrary, he might even try to mend his relationship with Shi Feng. After all, the life of mental strength masters in the upper zone's middle layer wasn't as smooth sailing as others thought. Looking at the vacant expression on Feng Shihan's face, Shi Feng asked strangely, "The trouble has been dealt with already. Do you still see a problem in this, Miss Feng?" Feng Shihan recovered from her stupor at Shi Feng's words. Putting away her previous nonchalant attitude, she said respectfully, "You jest, Master Shi. The powers behind those experts will be scared stiff once they hear about your current status and identity. How could they possibly cause you any more problems? Is that so?" Shi Feng felt a little awkward when Feng Shihan suddenly spoke to him respectfully. Her passionate gaze, in particular, was as if she had just seen an absolute beauty. It gave him an uncomfortable feeling. "Master Shi, my visit this time isn't for anything significant." After observing Shi Feng a little while longer, Feng Shihan revealed a rare smile and said, "I only wish to partner with Zero Wing on a personal level." "A personal partnership?" Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised by these words. Calmly, he asked, "May I know what kind of partnership you have in mind?" Taking a deep breath, Feng Shihan said solemnly, "I am willing to invest 100 billion into Zero Wing to help develop all of the guild's necessary facilities and territories. Simultaneously, I can also provide 10 reserve slots for the upper zone and 1,000 bottles of potions of various kinds. I will also bring a large batch of peak experts and over 300 plots of land located in the NPC cities of both the eastern and western continents into Zero Wing." Shi Feng couldn't help being tempted when he heard Feng Shihan's offer. He then asked, "What are your conditions?" The funding aside, just the 1,000 bottles of various potions, the large batch of peak experts, and 300 plots of land were more than enough to elevate Zero Wing's overall strength by a large margin. Zero Wing would instantly surpass ordinary super guilds. It would be a lie to say this offer didn't tempt him. The lands of the Western Continent's NPC cities in particular were things Zero Wing needed urgently right now. With these lands, Zero Wing could maximize the use of its intercontinental teleportation array. The guild might even be able to establish a solid foothold on the Western Continent in one fell swoop. Seeing the interest in Shi Feng's eyes, Feng Shihan replied, "Simple. Become my backer?" Shi Feng was slightly stunned as he looked at Feng Shihan, his mind failing to comprehend her words momentarily. "What's going on?" Chapter 28888, Zero Wing in an uproar. Chapter 28888, Zero Wing in an uproar. Feng Shihan couldn't help a smile when she saw Shi Feng's stunned face. She then asked leisurely, "Do my conditions confuse you, Master Shi?" "Indeed, a little." Shi Feng nodded. There was no doubt that the Feng family had extraordinary origins. Moreover, Feng Shihan herself was mythology's first Vice Guild leader. No matter how he looked at it, the woman already had a boundless future ahead of her. She was an existence nobody in the outside world dared to offend. He might have become a mental strength master, but the benefits he could bring to Feng Shihan were merely limited to the upper zone's commodities. This was also the main reason the upper zone's various organizations bent over backward for mental strength masters. Apart from these trade commodities, he found it hard to imagine what other help Feng Shihan might need from him. I believe you should also understand what it means to own wealth beyond one's capabilities, Master Shi. Sighing, Feng Shihan said slowly, the Fang family used to have a mental strength master. However, along with this master's passing, the Fang family's circumstances in the upper zone have deteriorated. At this point, many of the middle layer's various organizations are even targeting the middle layer reserve slot I own. Hence, I hope you can intervene in this matter for me, Master Shi. If you do, those organizations might back off out of fear. A reserve slot for the middle layer? Shi Feng was startled by Feng Shihan's words. The reserve slots for the upper zone's base layer were already incomparably precious, and they were more than enough to tempt the base layer's various organizations. A reserve slot for the middle layer would be even more precious and tempting. Moreover, based on Feng Shihan's words, this reserve slot was transferable. It didn't bind to specific individuals after use. This reserve slot was countless times more precious than the temporary 3-month slots the base layer's organizations competed for in the contribution competitions. It would be strange if the middle layer's organizations were not interested in acquiring this reserve slot. Master Shi, would you be willing to cooperate? Feng Shihan asked, a hint of apprehension flashing across her eyes as she looked at Shi Feng. Originally, she had already decided to give up on this reserve slot because she couldn't keep it with mythology's strength. However, an opportunity had presented itself to her now. If she found the help of an ordinary mental strength master, the middle layer's various organizations wouldn't fear her at all. They would still try to snatch her reserve slot without fear. However, it was a different story if the mental strength master were Shi Feng. Shi Feng had become a mental strength master at an unprecedentedly young age. With his potential, the Green God Company was bound to place great importance on him. So long as Shi Feng was willing to stand up for her, she might be able to keep this reserve slot. After Shi Feng gave the matter some thought, he said, all right, I agree to your conditions. However, I need to add one condition. Please speak, Master Shi, Feng Shihan responded without hesitation. 100 million trade points, Shi Feng stated. What are your thoughts on this, Miss Feng? Apart from the trade points he earned from trading in 7 Luminaries crystals to the Green God Company some time ago, he hadn't made any extra points during this period. Meanwhile, apart from life potions, he also needed to spend a lot of trade points while living in the upper zone. This would only increase after he had Fire Dance and the others move into the upper zone. His expenditure of trade points would skyrocket if he had to nurture a mansion full of people. Hence, acquiring trade points was a must. 100 million? After pondering the condition, Feng Shihan gritted her teeth and answered, no problem. I can transfer them to you through my account. Once Feng Shihan agreed to his extra condition, Shi Feng made his way into Zero Wing's headquarters and signed a contract with her, assuring both sides. After signing the contract, Feng Shihan promptly left Zero Wing's headquarters to make the necessary preparations. She acted decisively and carefully on this matter. Inside the maglev limousine heading to the airport, Vice Guild leader, do you really intend to follow Shi Feng in the future? Whitefeather asked as she looked at Feng Shihan, who had her eyes closed and was deep in thought. If you leave the guild so abruptly, the guild won't spare you. Although Shi Feng is now a mental strength master, there are significant differences between mental strength masters. He won't necessarily be able to stop all the organizations operating in the middle layer. If he handles things poorly, you'll not only lose your reserve slot, but also have to face the guild's retaliation. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds. Some of the upper zone organizations that had partnered with the guild because of God's domain had the support of powerful and high-ranking mental strength masters. Feng Shihan was Mythology's first vice guild leader. Her abrupt departure from Mythology would deal a massive blow to the guild's reputation and morale. Mythology would seek revenge for this matter, both in God's domain and in the upper zone. I don't have a choice. This is my last chance, Feng Shihan replied with a wry smile. If I continue waiting, I'll lose the reserve slot for sure. Once that happens, I doubt I can get it back, even if a powerful mental strength master stands up for me. I can only pray that Shi Feng is capable of fending off those greedy organizations now. Even mental strength masters had extreme difficulty securing one middle layer reserve slot, and they treated these slots like family heirlooms. After all, these slots could allow a person to live in the middle layer unconditionally. If she couldn't retain this reserve slot, her chances of becoming a mental strength master were practically zero. In the upper zone's history, the people capable of becoming a mental strength master without ever setting foot into the upper zone's middle layer were few and far between. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 99% of the mental strength masters that had ever walked this world became mental strength masters only after living in the middle layer for some time. While Feng Shihan was making her way back to the upper zone, news of Elder Chi's group getting crippled reached Yuantian City's upper zone, shocking the various organizations based there. None of these organizations ever thought that Shi Feng possessed such frightening strength. He had single-handedly fended off the encirclement of so many Grandmaster-level experts. This unexpected development prompted many organizations looking to sell the Infinity Master a favor to shrink back. What should we do, young master? The organizations in Haitian cities and Yuantian cities' upper zones are no longer willing to assist us, Yi Kui asked worriedly after calling Lu Tiandi. Moreover, now that Shi Feng's prestige has increased, many organizations are considering partnering with him to acquire 7 Luminaries crystals from Zero Wing. Withdraw from Yuantian City's upper zone for now, Lu Tiandi said, smiling faintly. Teacher has learned about this situation. He'll most likely personally cripple Shi Feng. All we need to do now is sit back and watch. Yes, sir. Yi Kui grew joyful when he heard Lu Tiandi's words. If Fu Zhuzhang personally took action, then everything would be fine. Once Zero Wing no longer had Shi Feng backing it, Starlink would have a much easier time annexing Zero Wing. Fenglin City, Zero Wing Tower, along with Shi Feng's return, excitement filled Zero Wing's members, particularly the experts who had joined Zero Wing only recently. The reason for everyone's excitement was Shi Feng's awarding life potions to Fire Dance and a dozen other core executives in front of all of the guild's internal members. Afterward, he had announced that he would award those internal members who performed excellently with life potions. They even had the opportunity to enter the upper zone. This announcement threw the entire headquarters into an uproar. The upper zone was a dreamland countless people wished to enter. Let alone living in the upper zone, they usually didn't even dare dream of entering the upper zone. This was because the upper zone was a place only a select few organizations in the world could come into contact with. Ordinary civilians like themselves had no chance of entering the upper zone. However, the impossible had now become possible. Guild leader, is this really fine? Fire Dance asked worriedly when she saw the new reward system. In the new reward system, a Tier 4 internal member that successfully raised their mana body's completion rate to 110% would receive 3 bottles of life potion. Afterward, they would receive 1 bottle for every subsequent percent of improvement. If they reached 115%, they would receive another 3 bottles. There was also a reward for concentration standards. After one reached the Tier 4 basic concentration standard, every increase in rank would net them 1 phantom potion, 3 bottles if they reached the Tier 4 peak standard, and 10 bottles if they reached the Tier 5 standard. As for combat standards, internal members would receive 1 life potion if they reached the Void Realm and 3 bottles if they reached the Domain Realm. Most importantly, anyone in the guild who got promoted to Tier 5 would get to live in the upper zone with 100% certainty. Setting aside the upper zone's residency, just the reward of the various potions was already plenty absurd. Others might not understand how precious these potions were, but Fire Dance knew that these potions were available only in limited quantities. Relax, there won't be a problem, Shi Feng said, chuckling. On the contrary, I hope more people can claim the rewards. The life potion was of significant help for improving a person's physical fitness. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing wished to develop quickly, it wouldn't do for the guild to rely solely on him. Zero Wing needed at least several Grandmaster-level experts under its command. Only then would it no longer have to fear the provocation of other forces. Hence, he needed to increase the rewards for Zero Wing's internal members. By doing so, he could also raise the motivation of Zero Wing's members and the chances of producing Void Realm experts and Domain Realm experts. Moreover, with the life potions he provided, Fire Dance and Master Lei Bao would break through to the Grandmaster level in a few days. This was especially true for Fire Dance, who had already reached the Domain Realm in the realms of refinement and the Ascension Realm in the realms of truth. She only lacked a bit of inspiration and a boost to her brain activity to become a neutralizing Grandmaster. Afterward, Shi Feng discussed the guild's rapid development with Fire Dance and the guild's other executives. Dealing with the Outer World Forces invasion wasn't an easy task. If handled poorly, the guild might lose Silverwing City and Ancient Rock City. One day went by quickly. It's about time I returned to the game. After taking a look at his watch, Shi Feng drank a life potion, lay down in the virtual gaming cabin in his bedroom, and logged into God's domain. Chapter 28-9, Astonishing Ancient Rock City. Chapter 28-9, Astonishing Ancient Rock City Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. When Shi Feng appeared before Ancient Rock City's entrance, the city had already taken on a new look. It now had much taller walls covered with magic runes. Even though the city's core magic array was currently inactive, the magic runes naturally absorbed mana from the environment and generated a magic barrier. The magic barrier was so powerful that even a Tier 5 existence's full-powered attack might not break it. So long as there was mana within and around the city, this magic barrier would always exist. It would even automatically repair itself for free. Tall buildings had replaced the ruins inside the city, and a thin layer of fog surrounded this forest of buildings. The city's mana density practically rivaled Zero Wing cities already. When Shi Feng took to the skies to get a better view of the city, the sight that greeted him gave him a burst of ecstasy. Did it get automatically promoted to main city? The current Ancient Rock City was slightly larger than even Zero Wing City. What used to be Saint's Hand's residence had been converted into a gigantic city lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was well over 300 meters in height, and glowing divine runes surrounded the building. These divine runes didn't look man-made. Instead, the various elements of mana around the building formed them spontaneously. If players had a sufficiently high perception of the operating principles of mana, they could even learn the essence of the various elements of mana through these naturally occurring divine runes. No wonder cities with secret lands as their cores are of significant help to players in their tier promotions. Just these naturally occurring divine runes can already provide a significant boost to Tier 4 players. When you factor in the environment inside the Evil God's secret land as well, a Tier 4 player's chances of getting promoted to Tier 5 here should be 20 to 30% higher than in the outside world. Shi Feng fell into a daze as he looked at the majestic City Lord's mansion. While Shi Feng was quietly observing ancient Rock City, the number of players around the city continuously increased. When these players laid their eyes on the city, they, too, were stupefied. What had originally been a ruined city was now a magnificent city much larger than even royal capitals. The mana density within the city was at a level where the mana was visible to the naked eye. Coupled with the city's proximity to the Orc Empire's inner region, it made for the perfect resting place for players seeking to raid the Orc capital city. Since more and more people were gathering, Shi Feng promptly entered the city and flew toward the City Lord's mansion. Now that cities no longer received protection from the system after undergoing an upgrade, ancient Rock City was currently at its weakest. If hostile forces attacked the city now, defending it would be incredibly difficult. Hence, the first thing he needed to do was activate the City Lord's mansion's core magic array and generate the city's defensive magic array. Now that ancient Rock City had become a main city, so long as its defensive magic array was active and had a sufficient supply of magic crystals, the city could take on even 2 Tier 5 existences without trouble. After Shi Feng entered the City Lord's mansion, he was surprised once more. Not only did the City Lord's mansion possess an environment rivaling that of the ancient god's domain, but the clarity of the operating principles of mana's various elements in this place surpassed even that of the secret underground room in Zero Wing City. Zero Wing City's secret underground room only managed to gain such an environment thanks to the ancient beast sculpture and the expenditure of a ton of magic crystals. Even then, the secret room could accommodate only several dozen people at a time. On the other hand, ancient Rock City's City Lord's mansion possessed an even better environment and could allow more than 10,000 players to train in this environment simultaneously. When Shi Feng arrived inside the core control room, he saw a fully opened set of pitch-black doors. The evil god's secret land's mana continuously flowed out of the open doors and into the City Lord's mansion. The secret land itself had also undergone significant changes. Previously, the evil god's secret land prevented all outsiders from approaching. Now, there was a flight of stairs with 49 steps leading into the secret land. These steps tested players on their ability to stabilize their surroundings. The higher one climbed on this staircase, the higher the requirement would become. By the time players reached the top, they would have gained basic mastery over the various elements of mana. Another staircase from the control room's second floor led directly into the evil god's secret land. However, players needed to be at least level 150, Tier 4, to use this entry method. They also had to pay 1,000 mana stones per player to enter. In other words, there were 2 methods to enter the evil god's secret land. One method was free but required players to have basic mastery over the various elements of mana. The other method had much more lenient entry requirements, but players had to pay 1,000 mana stones. This method was a huge benefit for Tier 4 players. After all, Tier 4 players could obtain significant help in their Tier 5 promotion from a level 150 plus God Mode secret land. Not to mention, monsters inside a God Mode secret land were filthy rich. According to the rumors Shi Feng had heard, the mythic monsters inside level 150 plus God Mode secret lands provided at least 5 times more EXP and 3 times better loot than mythic monsters in the outside world. They were walking treasure troves. Of course, securing these walking treasure troves wouldn't be easy either. This was because even the weakest monster inside these secret lands rivaled Refinement Realm experts in combat standards, with the more powerful ones on par with Void Realm experts. And worse, all of these monsters moved in groups. If an ordinary Tier 4 expert entered a God Mode secret land by themselves, they wouldn't even know how they died. And while Tier 5 players could survive in a God Mode secret land by themselves, they would still die if they came across a Tier 5 legendary monster. All legendary monsters in a God Mode secret land possessed combat standards rivaling peak experts at the very minimum, as well as powerful basic attributes. The average Tier 5 player would have difficulty facing a legendary monster by themselves. Normally, raiding a legendary monster would need 3 Tier 5 players. Moreover, these 3 players needed to fill the roles of MT, healer, and damage dealer. Only with all 3 roles filled would they have a chance at killing a legendary monster. If players wished to guarantee a kill on a legendary monster, they would need to add 2 more Tier 5 damage dealers to their party formation. Shi Feng felt a little tempted as he looked at the evil god's secret land's entrance. This was because the monsters inside level 150 plus God mode secret lands had a chance of dropping God crystals, materials essential to upgrading many fragmented legendary items, as well as tier 5 skill and spell books, which all tier 5 players needed to raise their combat power. However, Shi Feng quickly calmed himself. He knew full well that he couldn't take on a level 150 plus God mode secret land by himself. Even if he brought Fire Dance and the others with him, they could, at best, kill a bunch of tier 4 superior mythic monsters. A tier 5 legendary monster was out of the question. Afterward, Shi Feng spent 300,000 magic crystals to activate the control room's core magic array, which created a barrier of divine runes around ancient Rock City. The city's defensive magic array was significantly stronger than before. With the core magic array's activation, ancient Rock City woke up like a slumbering beast. The city drew all mana within a 20,000-yard radius toward itself, depleting the mana in the vicinity. Now, only Tier 3 players who had activated their mana bodies could survive in the surroundings, and Tier 4 players in the area saw their flight speed plummeting. If a Tier 5 existence attacked ancient Rock City now, they would also find the power of their attacks diminished by a significant margin. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Shi Feng was dumbfounded by the sight before him. What a powerful core magic array! Initially, he had thought to strengthen ancient Rock City's core magic array using the 12-array magic world. However, he dared not interfere with it now. This was because countless divine runes made up the core magic array. He could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary core magic array, and even the slightest of modifications could have catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, with this core magic array, ancient Rock City's defensive standard was probably close to that of Zero Wing City, which had the protection of a world mirror, and this was when the core magic array was operating in normal mode, not at maximum capacity. After activating the core magic array, Shi Feng contacted Fire Dance and had her begin transferring the manpower gathered in Silverwing City to ancient Rock City. In less than 20 minutes, over 200,000 Tier 3 members and over 30 Tier 4 members from Zero Wing arrived at ancient Rock City's empty streets. As an added precaution, Fire Dance also mobilized 3 Crimson Dragon flying ships, 6 Tier 4 Fine Gold Guards, and 2 Tier 4 Dark Gold Guards. The assembled combat power in ancient Rock City could already rival that in the various superpowers headquarters. After reading an update from her subordinate, Fire Dance asked Shi Feng, guild leader, "We've completed the basic setup. Should we open ancient Rock City now?" "Open it," Shi Feng replied without hesitation. "Set the entrance fee to 1 magic crystal or 40 silver coins. Only after a guild city had opened its doors to the public could it recruit NPC soldiers and strengthen its defenses at a much faster rate. Moreover, if Zero Wing wished to keep ancient Rock City operating normally, it would have to spend at least 100,000 magic crystals per day. If the guild tried to operate the city privately, it would eventually run out of magic crystals." When ancient Rock City opened, many scouts from guilds and adventurer teams flooded in. Adventurer teams that made a living from raiding the Orc capital city even entered the city in full despite the high entrance fee. The Orc capital city was a huge treasure trove. Moreover, all players raiding the Orc capital city were frontline experts in the current god's domain. Even the weakest among them possessed peak Tier 3 combat power. Currently, these players could reap a significant harvest just by farming the monsters in the Orc capital city's outer and inner regions. With luck, they could even get their hands on level 150 epic equipment. Meanwhile, as ancient Rock City was the closest guild city to the Orc capital city, it was only natural these players would choose it as their base of operations, even if they had to pay an exorbitant entrance fee. Over 600,000 players flooded into ancient Rock City in less than 2 hours, and every one of these players was a Tier 3 expert. Upon entering ancient Rock City, all of these experts were stunned by the city's splendorous view and wonderful environment. Not only could they recover from the corrosion of foreign energies extremely quickly here, but they could even store up to 2 whole levels worth of the double EXP buff just by resting in the city. The accumulation rate for the buff was even a staggering 30% per 24 hours. While 30% might not seem like much, Tier 3 players couldn't even earn 30% worth of EXP by grinding non-stop for 24 hours. Players who had reached level 140 would be considered grinding freaks if they could gain even 20% per day. Meanwhile, by resting on the streets of ancient Rock City, not only could players avoid delaying their leveling progress, but they could even level up faster than normal. The effect would be even better if they rested in hotels. News regarding ancient Rock City spread throughout the entire eastern continent. When the superpowers that were planning on attacking ancient Rock City heard about the city's defensive standard, they gnashed their teeth and abandoned their notions. Now, they had no choice but to wait for the outer world forces to take revenge for them. While the vast number of Tier 3 experts were exclaiming over ancient Rock City's environment, Shi Feng brought Beast Emperor to Star Moon City's War God's Temple. Previously, because the system prevented Shi Feng from leaving ancient Rock City's vicinity, he could only imprison Beast temporarily. Now that he had settled ancient Rock City's matters, he naturally couldn't spare Beast Emperor. Not to mention, because the War God's Temple abhorred the Evil God's Temple, it offered extremely generous bounties for the capture of high-ranking Evil God envoys like Beast Emperor. After Shi Feng entered the War God's Temple's lobby with Beast Emperor in tow, a level 180 senior administrator promptly approached him. "Greetings, sir. You are here to collect a bounty, right? Please follow me." The Temple Lord is currently present in the War God's Hall. The level 180, Tier 3 senior administrator said respectfully as he looked at Shi Feng. "Okay, lead the way." Shi Feng nodded. Chapter 2890, War God's Temple's Reward. Chapter 2890, War God's Temple's Reward. War God's Temple, War God's Hall. In a hall enveloped by starlight, a middle-aged man wearing a white divine robe and a turquoise crown sat on a throne made entirely of 7 luminaries crystals. The man slowly opened his eyes when he sensed the arrival of Shi Feng and the senior administrator. After reaching the middle of the hall, the senior administrator reported respectfully, "Lord Temple Lord, this person is here to claim the bounty on an evil god envoy." The robed man took a closer look at Shi Feng and the restricted Beast Emperor upon hearing the senior administrator's words. He then nodded and said, "Administrator Roa, you may take your leave." Normally, a lofty Temple Lord wouldn't need to handle the bounty of an evil god envoy. However, Shi Feng was a Tier 5 individual, an existence standing at Star Moon Kingdom's apex. Hence, even the Temple Lord had to treat this matter with care. Shi Feng likewise curiously scrutinized the Temple Lord. Star Moon City's War God's Temple was the headquarters for the War God's Temple's branches in Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Howard Ragewind, the Temple Lord of this branch headquarters, also happened to be the War God's Temple's strongest combatant stationed in Star Moon Kingdom. After taking a look at Howard Ragewind, Shi Feng had to admit that the War God's Temple deserved to be called the strongest force in God's domain. This was because even the Temple Lord of a kingdom's branch headquarters was a level 200 Tier 4 NPC, a half-step Tier 5 NPC to be precise. Not only did Howard Ragewind possess an incredibly high life rating, but his mastery over the various elements was also considerable. He was only a short distance from creating his Tier 5 mana body and getting promoted to Tier 5. Moreover, the staff and crown Howard Ragewind owned were both legendary items. Even an actual Tier 5 existence would struggle against him. Looking at Shi Feng, Howard Ragewind asked, "Lord Sword Saint, may I verify that evil god envoy?" "Certainly." Shi Feng waved his hand. Beast Emperor's body immediately flew toward the Temple Lord. However, because Beast Emperor had forcibly logged out of the game already, his body was merely an empty shell. After Beast Emperor's soulless body arrived in front of Howard Ragewind, its restraints disappeared. Simultaneously, the magic arrays set up around the hall activated and bound Beast Emperor's body with golden chains covered with divine runes. Even if Beast Emperor were a Tier 5 player, he wouldn't be able to break these divine chains. "You are amazing, Lord Sword Saint. You actually caught an evil god envoy. This is a subordinate the evil god has spent much to nurture. Now that you've captured one, the continent will be in peace for quite some time," Howard Ragewind said, his eyes glowing with joy when he finished inspecting Beast Emperor's body. The evil god was incapable of descending onto the main continent. At most, he could only plague the continent through the legacies he left on the continent. Meanwhile, people who had acquired and utilized the evil god's legacies were known as evil god envoys. Compared to evil god apostles, the capture of an evil god envoy was many times more valuable. This was because only evil god envoys could use the power of the evil god's legacies. There was a limited number of evil god legacies on the continent, so the loss of an envoy meant the disappearance of one evil god legacy. "You overpraise me, Lord Temple Lord," Shi Feng said calmly. Shi Feng had long since known that Beast Emperor was an evil god's envoy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have visited the War God's Temple in such a hurry. Afterward, Howard Ragewind chanted an incantation, and Beast Emperor's body gradually disintegrated under the power of the golden chains. When Beast Emperor's physical body disappeared, Shi Feng saw a translucent soul appear in its place. However, under the magic array's effects, the translucent soul also dissipated quickly. The entire process lasted no more than 20 seconds. When Howard Ragewind stopped chanting, Beast Emperor's existence had been expunged from God's domain. Beast Emperor would have to start from scratch if he wished to enter God's domain again. Meanwhile, without the evil god's legacy, Beast Emperor would pose no threat to Zerowing. He might even have problems reaching Tier 4. After Beast Emperor disappeared, Shi Feng received a notification from the system. "System, congratulations. You have captured an evil god envoy, rewarding 100,000 War God's Temple merit points, 3,000 War God's Temple reputation points, 5 levels, and 50 legacy skill points. System, your War God's Temple reputation has reached 6,700 points. Rewarding War God's Envoy. Title. You will enjoy status and authority equivalent to a War God's Temple Elder with this title." Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the rewards. Although he had expected a generous reward, he never dreamed it would be this generous. Setting aside how many items he could exchange from the War God's treasury with 100,000 merit points, just the War God Envoy title more than justified his efforts. While the War God's Temple had countless branches across God's domain, it had a limited number of elders. The status of elder exceeded even that of branch temple lords in the War God's Temple. With this status, Shi Feng could directly recommend Zero Wing be one of the top 10 rookie guilds of God's domain. Zero Wing would no longer have to go through the coming year's selection competition. Instead, it could directly participate in the competition for the 12 reserve seats. Moreover, God's domain's top 10 rookie guilds also got to enjoy a portion of the 12 reserve seats authority, including having a guild garrison a kingdom and enjoy the worship of this kingdom. Seeing Shi Feng in deep thought, Howard Ragewind approached him and said respectfully, "Lord Sword Saint, because of your contributions, you are now the War God's Temple's envoy. If you encounter any trouble in the future or need help with something, I will be more than happy to help." "That's great." Upon hearing the Temple Lord's offer, Shi Feng asked, "I wish to recommend my guild as a candidate for the top 10 rookie guilds. I also wish to have my guild garrison Star Moon Kingdom. May I know what I need to do to accomplish this?" This was his first time enjoying an elder's privileges in the War God's Temple, so he had no clue how to recommend a guild become a top 10 rookie guild. Howard Ragewind was undoubtedly the perfect candidate to answer this question. "This is simple. All you need to do is write a recommendation letter, and I'll pass it on to the main headquarters elders. Afterward, you just need to wait. I believe that news of your guild becoming one of the top 10 rookie guilds will spread across the continent in a few days, Lord Sword Saint," Howard Ragewind replied, smiling. "Having your guild garrison Star Moon Kingdom is even easier. I am good friends with the king. Once the War God's Temple makes its announcement, the king will be more than happy to let your guild garrison Star Moon Kingdom. So long as you give your approval, your guild can become Star Moon Kingdom's representative guild on the same day." "I will have to trouble you with that then, Lord Temple Lord," Shi Feng said joyfully. He initially thought he would face a troublesome process. The top 10 rookie guilds enjoyed extraordinary status in God's domain. Although they didn't have the authority to decide the development of an entire country, the benefits of becoming the representative guild of a country were massive. Representative guilds would receive precious resources from their respective countries upon taking the position, and these resources included 7 luminaries crystals and various legendary materials. With luck, a guild might even receive inferior divine artifact-ranked materials. After writing the recommendation letter, Shi Feng went to the temple's core treasury, a place only those at the branch temple lord status or above could enter. Sure enough, it's impossible to exchange for legendary weapons and equipment directly. Shi Feng sighed in disappointment when he scanned the exchange list at the treasury. Although the War God's treasury offered legendary weapons and equipment for exchange, only NPCs could use these items. The weapons and equipment usable by players were limited to the fragmented legendary rank or below. Of course, the divine artifacts that cost over 200,000 merit points were the exception. However, it was practically impossible for anyone to accumulate that many points. At this point, Shi Feng switched to browsing the treasury's materials. When he saw the list of materials, he couldn't help sighing in admiration. After all, the treasury housed over 500,000 legendary materials and 10,000 divine artifact materials. This is a divine power source. Shi Feng was stunned when he read the description of one divine artifact ranked material, Scorching Eye. Divine artifact rank material. An eye of flame naturally formed from a divine power source. The Scorching Eye can be merged with a person's body to improve their life rating significantly. Required merit points 70,000. Shi Feng had investigated divine power sources on multiple occasions. However, he never managed to find any information on them. He never thought that he would come across one in the War God's Temple. However, he gasped involuntarily when he saw how many merit points the Scorching Eye cost. The average fragmented legendary weapon only cost around 40,000 merit points, yet the Scorching Eye cost 70,000 merit points despite being only a material. For comparison, God crystals, which were also considered materials, only cost 7,000 merit points. There are 4 divine power sources in the War God's treasury, but I can afford only one with my current points. If I exchange for God crystals instead, I would probably have enough to upgrade fragmented legendary equipment to legendary rank already. Shi Feng hesitated over the Scorching Eye. There was no way he could acquire more merit points within a short period. After all, there was no second evil god envoy waiting for him to catch. Meanwhile, the Scorching Eye was the cheapest of the 4 divine power sources available for exchange. The others cost around 80,000 points. If he chose to exchange for enough god crystals to upgrade a piece of fragmented legendary equipment, he wouldn't be able to afford any divine power sources at all. Finally, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and said, "I'll exchange for the Scorching Eye and 4 god crystals." "Please wait for a moment," the receptionist in front of Shi Feng said, smiling before leaving to find the items he chose. Sometime later, the Scorching Eye and 4 god crystals entered his hands. Simultaneously, the merit points he had also plummeted. However, Shi Feng did not regret his decision. Based on how few divine power sources the War God's Temple owned, he could tell that these items were incredibly rare and precious. Obtaining even one divine power source in the outside world would already be close to impossible, let alone 2. God crystals, though, were a different story. While god crystals might be rare, Shi Feng still had ways to obtain them. "I wonder how much the Light of 2 Worlds will improve?" Looking at the fist-sized scorching eye in his hand, Shi Feng drew the Light of Two Worlds. System, Divine Power Source detected. Do you wish to let the Light of Two Worlds absorb it? Absorb. Chapter 2891. Upgrade to Legendary. The moment Shi Feng chose to have the Light of Two Worlds absorb the scorching eye, the latter transformed into a bundle of flames and merged with the fragmented legendary weapon. The crimson flames made the sword spontaneously ignite, and the cracked divine runes engraved on it began mending. Several seconds later, crimson divine runes lit up all over the sword, followed by a significant increase in the Light of Two Worlds' aura. What a powerful aura! Shi Feng was astonished as he looked at the weapon in his hand. The aura the Light of Two Worlds now exuded was more than enough to deter ordinary Tier 4 players from approaching it. A Tier 4 player would need to break through the 100% threshold of their mana body to withstand the devastating power overflowing from the sword. However, compared to the Light of Two Worlds' external changes, the changes to its statistics were much more remarkable. The upgrade had boosted the basic attributes that the weapon provided by 15%. With the weapon, Shi Feng's strength finally exceeded the 70,000 threshold. Now, he was only slightly inferior to level 150, Tier 5 legendary monsters in the strength attribute. In addition, the Light of Two Worlds' 3 additional skills had been upgraded to Tier 5. World Breaker in particular could now increase an attack's power up to the Tier 6 basic rank. The skill's cooldown had also decreased from 1 hour to just half an hour. After Shi Feng got over his joy of upgrading the Light of Two Worlds, he shifted his attention to his Nightwalker's cape. Now that I've upgraded the Light of Two Worlds, there's no hurry to improve my weapons anymore. However, as a Tier 5, the life-saving skills I have are far too few. I wonder how much the Nightwalker's cape will improve if I upgrade it. Shi Feng took out 3 more God Crystals from his bag as he looked at the Nightwalker's cape, completing the 7 God Crystals required to repair the fragmented legendary equipment. Initially, he had planned to upgrade the Abyssal Blade to Tier 5 once he had saved up enough God Crystals, so he never bothered using the 7 leftover God Crystals from the Dragon Trial. However, now that he had upgraded the Light of Two Worlds, he wasn't in as much of a rush to upgrade the Abyssal Blade. This meant there was no need for him to reserve those remaining God Crystals. Instead, he could use them to raise his survivability. After all, Tier 5 players might be powerful, but they weren't invincible. It might be fine if he died in a dungeon, but if he died in the outside world, he would suffer immense losses. After players reached Tier 5, they wouldn't just lose a level when they died. Their mana bodies would also suffer damage, and a full recovery would take at least 3 or 4 days. Either that or players could spend 7 Luminaries crystals to speed up the recovery process. Because of this significant death penalty, all players would try to raise their survivability as much as possible after reaching Tier 5. System, sufficient God Crystals detected. Do you wish to let the Nightwalker's cape absorb them? Absorb. Shi Feng agreed to the prompt without hesitation. The 7 God Crystals in Shi Feng's hands gradually disintegrated into 7 streams of light that lingered around the Nightwalker's cape, then merged with the cape's tattered divine runes, repairing them. When the 7 God Crystals were gone, the Nightwalker's cape's divine runes suddenly lit up. A layer of black fog then appeared around the ordinary-looking cape, reducing Shi Feng's presence significantly and preventing others from inspecting his information. Now, Shi Feng could even erase his presence completely if he wanted to. Apart from the cape's hidden effects, its statistics had also undergone earth-shattering changes. Nightwalker's cape legendary rank, cape equipment requirement, strength 8,000, agility 5,000. When equipped, all resistances increased by 300%, all damage received reduced by 60%, strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 20%, endurance increased by 20%, endurance increased by 20%, ignore levels plus 80, movement speed increased by 100%, attack speed increased by 100%, reaction speed increased by 100%, reaction speed increased by 100%. Additional passive skill 1 Nightwalker. When the cape is equipped, no information about the player can be examined. Physique improved by 60%. Additional passive skill 2, Divine Speed. Player's starting movement speed increased to 100% of player's maximum movement speed. Additional passive skill 3, Void Walk. Players can freely enter the void and traverse it. Void Walk significantly weakens the oppression exerted by the void. Additional active skill 1, Divine Steps. Summons 36 doppelgangers before a maximum of 36 targets for 5 seconds. Doppelgangers do not possess any attack capabilities and are invulnerable to attacks. Player can switch positions with any doppelganger freely. Maximum cast range of 2,000 yards. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2 Void Shield. Forms a shield with an HP 10 times the player's maximum HP for 10 minutes. As long as the shield exists, the player's HP recovery speed increased by 500% and movement speed increased by 300%. Damage from Tier 5 sources or below is reduced by 90%, and damage from Tier 6 sources is reduced by 60%. Cooldown, 15 minutes. The blacksmith god Bayer crafted this cape for the Tyrant of Destruction. It possesses the power to traverse the void. No wonder they say legendary weapons and equipment grant players the power to transcend tears. This Nightwalker's cape is simply preposterous. Shi Feng was thunderstruck when he read the Nightwalker's cape's information displayed before him. Although the Nightwalker's cape still couldn't let Tier 5 players stand toe-to-toe with Tier 6 players, it at least provided Tier 5 players with a certain degree of survivability against Tier 6 players. The skill Void Walk was especially excellent for escapes. If Shi Feng escaped into the void, even a Tier 6 player would have difficulty searching for him. After all, even Tier 6 players would be subject to a powerful oppression when traversing the void. If a Tier 4 player were to equip the Nightwalker's cape, their strength would approach that of Tier 5 players. Unless a Tier 5 player could counter the Nightwalker's cape's abilities, or the Tier 4 player in question did something stupid, it would be impossible for a Tier 5 player to kill a Tier 4 player equipped with the Nightwalker's cape. Meanwhile, after upgrading the Nightwalker's cape, Shi Feng's strength attribute skyrocketed once more, hitting the 90,000 mark. Now, he had 10,000 more strength than the average level 180 Tier 5 NPC. In terms of basic attributes, he already stood at the peak of Tier 5 existences, inferior only to Tier 5 NPCs wielding legendary weapons. I thought I would have to wait a little longer before I could challenge the evil god's secret land, but now it seems that won't be necessary. Fighting spirit flared in Shi Feng's eyes as he thought about the god mode's secret land. An ordinary Tier 5 player would not have the ability to challenge the evil god's secret land. However, with the Nightwalker's cape, combined with his above-average basic attributes, he was more than qualified to enter the god mode's secret land. Moreover, he had to raid the secret land no matter what. After all, the wealth it contained surpassed the treasuries of several kingdoms combined. But I'll need to make preparations first before challenging it. Other people in God's domain might be ignorant of the situation inside God Mode's secret lands, but not Shi Feng. Although he had never entered a God Mode secret land in his previous life, he had heard many stories of Tier 5 players rashly entering a God Mode secret land and meeting an untimely death. A God Mode secret land had an excellent environment rivaling that of ancient times, and the concomitant dangers of ancient times. The poison fogs and extreme weather found inside God Mode secret lands were more than enough to claim a Tier 5 player's life. Hence, before entering a God Mode secret land, the various superpowers would always gather many Master and Grandmaster alchemists to craft magic resistance potions and potions that strengthened the user's physique. These potions were essential for Tier 4 players seeking to enter the secret land. Without these potions, they could die at any given moment. After thinking up to this point, Shi Feng contacted Melancholic Smile and had her prepare the necessary potions, particularly Grandmaster potions. The more Grandmaster potions they had, the better. Acquiring Grandmaster potions wasn't difficult for Zero Wing now, as Silent Wonder had recently become a Grandmaster alchemist. Time passed quickly. 2 days after Zero Wing began preparing to raid the evil god's secret land, shock and fear suddenly swept the Eastern Continent's various forces. Just a while ago, the Eastern Continent's various forces received news that a large number of players had emerged from the World Passage. Their numbers were unprecedented, with many Tier 4 players among them. According to the reports of scouts and insider information from Outer World players, more than 20 superpowers had entered God's domain from the Outer World. The Outer World's NPC conquest army had also finished gathering its forces, and this army consisted of NPCs from over 30 kingdoms and 6 empires. One could say that the Outer World's NPC forces were adamant in conquering the Eastern Continent this time. This conquest army had already gathered on the other end of the World Passage and was steadily making its way to the Eastern Continent. The advent of the Second War of Worlds was here. In response, the Eastern Continent's native forces began frantically raising their defenses, recruiting experts, and increasing their levels. They also banded together, forming a coalition to defend against the Outer World forces. At this time, though, an equally jaw-dropping incident took place in God's domain. Mythology's first Vice Guild leader, Cold Shadow, left Mythology and joined Zero Wing with a large number of experts and resources, becoming one of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. Chapter 2892, All Sides Shaken. Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. Starlink's residence had once been brightly lit and crowded with people. However, after Zero Wing's rise, the number of players visiting Starlink's residence had steadily decreased. Now, apart from guild members, almost nobody visited Starlink's residence. Starlink was now the least prosperous of the Dark Knight Empire's top 4 guilds, not even comparable with first-rate guilds. However, many people had gathered in the residence's top-floor meeting room, including representatives from the various superpowers and executives of many dark guilds. These people were here to discuss how to oppose the increasingly powerful Zero Wing in secret and the Outer World's invasion. Only, after everyone present read the report they just received, their complexions turned indescribably ashen. Has Cold Shadow lost her mind? She left Mythology for Zero Wing? Is she not afraid of Mythology's retaliation? Hasn't Cold Shadow always been at loggerheads with Zero Wing? What's up with this situation? It seems Mythology is also stunned by this development. According to the reports I received, Cold Shadow seems to have planned this betrayal with her subordinates long ago. Not only did they annex hundreds of shops simultaneously, but they also exchanged all their GCPs for resources. She took Mythology completely by surprise. Although the importance of Cold Shadow's betrayal was insignificant compared to the Outer World's invasion, the various superpowers present were still shocked and confused by this situation. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds. Cold Shadow herself also possessed extraordinary strength and status within the guild. She had a high chance of becoming Mythology's guild leader. With such a bright future ahead of her, there should be no reason for her to leave Mythology. Moreover, Zero Wing was currently in a terrible situation. The guild's ability to facilitate teleportation between the 2 main continents had made it an eyesore for the native superpowers, and also a priority target for the Outer World forces. Now that the Second War of Worlds had begun, everyone was steering clear of Zero Wing. Despite that, Cold Shadow had taken the initiative to join Zero Wing. The various representatives present simply couldn't wrap their heads around this situation. Some of them even suspected Cold Shadow of having a secret relationship with Shi Feng. Otherwise, why would Cold Shadow, a woman with a promising future, join Zero Wing, a guild in a precarious situation? All of you, be quiet, Lu Tiandi shouted as the babble in the room reached unbearable levels. Standing up, he said, although Cold Shadow's betrayal has increased Zero Wing's strength substantially, our plans remain unchanged. According to the information I obtained, over 10 Outer World superpowers will lead a portion of the NPC Conquest Army to the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom. To ensure the swift destruction of these 2 kingdoms, we must get the experts there to leave as quickly as possible. We must also get the players of the neighboring kingdoms and empires to distance themselves from these 2 kingdoms. Without the help of expert players, the 2 kingdoms will fall with only their NPCs and Zero Wing to defend them. The various superpowers representatives and the various Dark Guilds executives nodded in agreement with Lu Tiandi's words. Guild leader Lu, rest assured, we will mobilize all available personnel to lure the independent experts of those kingdoms and empires away. We won't let them assist Zero Wing. That's right. We can also commission those experts to join the armies of other kingdoms and empires. I believe those independent experts will be more than happy to do so for an appropriate price. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom will have nobody to help them. In the current era where Zero Wing dominated the eastern continent, the superpowers and dark guilds hostile to Zero Wing were having an incredibly bad time. Moreover, with Shi Feng defending Zero Wing, even the 5 great super guilds could do nothing against Zero Wing. Nevertheless, Zero Wing couldn't stop them from secretly carrying out small schemes. Players played a significant role in the War of Worlds. This remained true even for Tier 3 players because players could resurrect continuously even after falling in battle. While NPCs could also be resurrected, the process was much more complicated. Moreover, the battlefield spanned far and wide. Even if an individual possessed heaven-defying combat power, they could affect the outcome of only a limited area. Winning the war still required the cooperation of a large number of expert players. In the First War of Worlds, the only reason the Eastern Continent's forces managed to stop the Outer World NPC army's advance was the large number of expert players who had participated in the war. Otherwise, the Eastern Continent would have long since fallen. Hence, the various superpowers and dark guilds present were confident of destroying the 2 kingdoms serving as Zero Wing's backbone in the upcoming war. While the various superpowers and dark guilds were secretly colluding against Zero Wing, a large number of Tier 4 experts had gathered in the distant Orc Empire's ancient rock city. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going on the main street, the female guardian knight White Feather exclaimed, Vice Guild Leader, this city is absurd. Not only does it have stronger defenses than a royal capital, but the number of Tier 4 NPCs here also surpasses even that of certain imperial capitals. White Feather had been living and developing in the Fire Dragon Empire all this time, so she was accustomed to the prosperous and powerful Flame Dragon City. Hence, no guild city had ever managed to catch her eye. However, after arriving at Ancient Rock City, White Feather had to acknowledge the city's magnificence. The number of Tier 4 NPCs visiting Ancient Rock City was especially amazing, practically comparable to Flame Dragon cities. Meanwhile, the presence of Tier 4 NPCs would greatly impact a guild city's defensive standard and the fortuitous opportunities available within it. It is indeed well developed. Even Mythology's main headquarters can't compare, Cold Shadow said, nodding in agreement. Originally, she still had some misgivings about her decision to join Zero Wing. However, seeing Ancient Rock City had considerably alleviated her worries. With Ancient Rock City's advantages, the city could repulse the various superpowers' attacks even if Shi Feng were absent. It also wouldn't have any problems fending off Mythology's retaliation. Moreover, given enough time, Ancient Rock City would not only attract a large number of players from the surrounding kingdoms and empires, but also acquire increasingly better resources from the Orc capital city. Afterward, so long as the Eastern Continent succeeded in fending off the Outer World's army, it wouldn't be difficult for Zero Wing to become God's domain's strongest guild. Her only concern was that fending off the Outer World's conquest army wouldn't be an easy task. If the defense were mishandled, Zero Wing might even perish in the upcoming war. After thinking up to this point, Cold Shadow couldn't help frowning. She couldn't understand why Shi Feng had suddenly called for Tier 4 members like herself to gather in Ancient Rock City. Now that the Second War of Worlds was imminent, there was a lot of work to be done. It was especially important for them to recruit expert players from the neighboring kingdoms and empires. If they acted slowly, the other superpowers would definitely interfere with their plans. When Cold Shadow and her team of nearly 10 Tier 4 experts entered the City Lord's mansion, they were instantly stunned by the environment inside the building. Why are the operating principles of mana so clear here? The clarity inside Mythology's special secret land doesn't even come close, White Feather exclaimed. The special secret land Mythology had found and secured after paying a great price had an excellent environment that provided players with greater insight into the operating principles of mana. However, only a limited number of people could enter the secret land at a time, resulting in fierce competition among the guild's many Tier 4 experts and the Tier 3 experts seeking to get promoted to Tier 4. Moreover, even after one clinched a slot, they still needed to fork out a lot of resources to enter the secret land. One had to pay for these resources out of one's own pockets, the total cost of which was enough to make even Tier 4 experts wince. Yet, not only did Ancient Rock City's City Lord's Mansion's environment surpass that of Mythology's special secret land, but there was hardly an entry limit. With the size of the City Lord's Mansion, thousands of players could enjoy this wonderful environment simultaneously. If Mythology's many Tier 4 experts found out about this, they would probably die of envy. While Cold Shadow and the others were in a daze, Shi Feng, who had been waiting in the City Lord's mansion for some time now, suddenly said, "All right. Now that everyone's here, let's enter the Evil God's secret land." Chapter 2893, Natural Holy Land. Entering the secret land at this time? Cold Shadow was stunned when she saw Shi Feng instructing Zero Wing's executives to enter the Evil God's secret land's entrance located on the second floor. She couldn't understand what was going through Shi Feng's mind. It wouldn't be long before the Outer World's NPC conquest army launched its invasion of the Eastern Continent. Meanwhile, even 10 Zero Wings wouldn't be enough to stop the advance of these armies. Zero Wing's top priority should be the recruitment of a large number of expert players to fend off the Outer World's players and NPCs. Otherwise, only annihilation awaited the guild. Even without conducting any investigations, Cold Shadow was certain that the Eastern Continent's various superpowers had already begun recruiting expert players themselves. If Zero Wing did not hurry, it would fall behind them. Hence, this was no time for Zero Wing's Tier 4 members to be raiding a secret land. However, when Cold Shadow saw Zero Wing's members entering the secret land one after another, she had no choice but to enter the secret land together with White Feather and the others. After all, not only was this the guild leader's arrangement, but the other Zero Wing executives did not voice any objections either. It wouldn't be appropriate for a newcomer like herself to express her views in such a situation. What Cold Shadow didn't know was that Fire Dance and the others had previously reminded Shi Feng of Zero Wing's situation. However, Shi Feng still insisted on carrying out this raid. His insistence on this raid was because he was certain that Apex combatants would play the main role in deciding the upcoming war's outcome. While low-tier expert players could indeed play an important role in wars involving kingdoms, empires, and even entire worlds, they were still significantly weaker than higher-tier players. Several thousand Tier 3 players were no match for one Tier 4 player in a large-scale battle. Similarly, several hundred Tier 4 players couldn't compare with one Tier 5 player. In a situation where the NPC combatants of both worlds were roughly equal, the player's Apex combatants would play a vital role. If the Eastern Continent's player forces lacked sufficiently powerful Apex combatants to influence the battlefield, no amount of Tier 3 players could change the war's outcome. There was no way a bunch of Tier 3 players could defend against Tier 4 and Tier 5 players in the long run. Hence, at this critical moment, Zero Wing needed to increase its Apex combatants. Otherwise, Shi Feng wouldn't have decided to enter the Evil God's secret land after preparing potions for just 2 days. After Cold Shadow and the others entered the Evil God's secret land, Shi Feng took the other entrance, leaving behind only 4 Tier 4 NPCs to guard the control room. Upon entering the Evil God's secret land, a wave of nausea assaulted everyone's brain and everything around them appeared pitch black. After this situation lasted for 10 seconds, they gradually recovered and they found themselves standing in a primitive forest. What's with this situation? White Feather gaped in shock when she saw the forest around her. She had visited many secret lands before, so she had long since become familiar with them. Even if it was a secret land she had never visited before, she was confident she could cope with whatever situation she came across. However, the sight before her was a first for her. A dark sky enveloped the entire secret land, and only a blood moon served as a faint light source. The trees in the forest were hundreds of meters tall, with some even towering over 1,000 meters. Compared to the trees here, the trees in the outside world were saplings. Players like themselves were practically ants when standing beside these gigantic trees. However, the blood moon and gigantic trees still weren't the most astonishing part about this secret land. Instead, the greatest shock was the monsters here. At a glance, Whitefeather spotted over 100 level 150 plus mythic monsters in the vicinity, outnumbering the entire team. These monsters stood in groups of 10 to 20, and a level 160 plus superior mythic monster led each of these groups. The aura these superior mythic monsters radiated was also significantly more powerful than that of superior mythic monsters in the outside world. Evil Blood Soldier, Evil Creature, Mythic level 153, 35 million Evil Blood Stalker, Evil Creature, Superior Mythic, level 160, 80 million 2. Whitefeather's Horror, all of these mythic and superior mythic monsters had already noticed the team's presence. However, instead of charging at the team like wild beasts, these monsters stood still and appeared to be observing the team. They would also grunt occasionally. Evidently, these monsters were communicating with each other and were in no hurry to take action. However, amid her horror, Whitefeather also sensed the evil god's secret land's incredible environment. Even without deliberately focusing her senses, Whitefeather could tell that the secret land's mana density was incredible. She felt as if she was drinking a mouthful of water with every breath she took. The clarity of the mana's operating principles was also unprecedented, surpassing even that of the City Lord's mansion by a large margin. She even felt that if she could stay here, she could improve her mana body before long. Perhaps she could even try to reach the 115% completion rate, a threshold very few people had reached in mythology. The space here is unique. The suppression it imposes on our bodies is significant, Cold Shadow said, frowning slightly after she tried moving her body. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to fight these monsters under these conditions. The number of mythic monsters was already more than what their team could handle. With their mobility restricted on top of that, there was no way they could survive, let alone enjoy the mana environment here and improve themselves. Upon hearing Cold Shadow's deduction, Fire Dance tried moving her body as well. She instantly created 3 after images around her, her speed so fast that the Tier 4 players could barely keep her in sight. She then nodded and said, "It will indeed be slightly difficult, but it is still within an acceptable range." Still within an acceptable range? Whitefeather gaped in shock when she saw Fire Dance's ghost-like movements. Whitefeather had already developed her mana body to the 105% completion rate. However, when she tried moving in this secret land, she felt as if someone had replaced her blood with lead. She couldn't move her body freely, let alone create afterimages like Fire Dance. However, Fire Dance wasn't a unique case. When the other Zero Wing members tried moving, the effects the suppression from the surrounding space had on their mobility and combat power were limited and almost negligible. Whitefeather and the other Tier 4 experts from mythology were dumbfounded. Even Cold Shadow was astonished. Are they all monsters? It was understandable for Fire Dance to negate the secret land's suppression, as she was the commander of Zero Wing's main force. However, what was up with the others? Cold Shadow herself faced a significant reduction in combat power in this secret land, yet Zero Wing's 60-plus Tier 4 members fared better than her. In particular, Violet Cloud, Gentle Snow, and Aqua Rose appeared utterly unaffected by the secret land's suppression. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng arrived in the secret land and tried moving his body, he smiled and thought to himself, "This evil god's secret land truly is paradise. The air is filled to the brim with powerful mana. Someone without sufficient control over the elements will face suppression from the space here. But if they stay here for a while, they'll receive great help in developing and creating mana bodies." Originally, Shi Feng had planned to rely on the ancient god's domain's environment to improve Zero Wing's members. However, he didn't need to do so anymore. The evil god's secret land was the perfect replacement. Moreover, players wouldn't have to waste time on training. Fighting the monsters in this secret land would more than suffice to let players familiarize themselves with mana's operating principles. This was because players could even sense the operating principles of mana's various elements in the secret land with their bodies. Hence, players simply had to fight and experience the ambient mana's operating principles repeatedly to improve their control over mana's various elements. However, when Shi Feng arrived, the surrounding mythic monsters immediately grew alert. Shortly afterward, a 40-meter-tall evil bloodstalker clad in exquisite armor and holding a spear let loose a roar, inciting all of the monsters to charge at Zero Wing's members. Damn it, why are they charging at us all of a sudden? Cold Shadow frowned when she saw the oncoming monsters. Because of the secret land's suppression, they might not even be a match for these monsters in a one-on-one situation. Over 100 of these monsters charging at them en masse was an absolute nightmare. Among those present, only Shi Feng could cope with the attacks of multiple mythic and superior mythic monsters simultaneously. However, Shi Feng wasn't an MT but a damage dealer. In front of high-intellect monsters, dealing high damage wouldn't be enough to attract their aggro. Only the mock skills of MTs could forcibly secure the aggro of these monsters. Shi Feng couldn't aggro all of these monsters to himself. So, they've decided to get rid of everyone else before targeting me? How smart of them. Shi Feng smiled when he saw the evil blood soldiers and stalkers splitting up and targeting different players. Unfortunately, group tactics are useless against me. He immediately unleashed his mana domain and caught the evil blood soldiers and stalkers within it. The instant he did so, Cold Shadow and the others were dumbfounded. This was because Shi Feng was practically a god descending onto the mortal world at this time. Despite the mana domain holding no hostility to them, they still had their breath stifled. As for the oncoming evil blood soldiers and stalkers, Shi Feng's mana domain reduced their mobility by at least 50%. Some evil blood soldiers even had difficulty taking a step. Compared to the time Shi Feng unleashed his mana domain against Saint's Hand's Tier 4 experts, his current mana domain was significantly more powerful. Chapter 2894, Rapid Improvement. This is a real Tier 5? Cold Shadow and her subordinates were all deeply shocked by the strength Shi Feng displayed. The evil beast soldier's basic attributes far surpassed those of the average Tier 4 player. Even Tier 4 players wielding fragmented legendary weapons and had mana bodies developed to the 110% completion rate would have difficulty going up against these mythic monsters. Yet, Shi Feng had immobilized the 100+ evil blood soldiers after deploying his mana domain. If this mana domain were used against players, the results would be unimaginable. Cold Shadow and the others had already gotten a solid understanding of how powerful Tier 5 existences were from watching Shi Feng's fight against Beast Emperor and Saint's Hand. But it was only after experiencing Shi Feng's power in person that they understood the terror of Tier 5 existences. When subject to Shi Feng's mana domain, they would be fortunate if they could even move their bodies to launch an attack at him, let alone trade blows with him. Truthfully, this outcome gave even Shi Feng himself a bit of a surprise. He never thought that his mana domain would improve so much after equipping one legendary equipment. If it were before he had upgraded the Nightwalker's cape, his mana domain would reduce the mobility of monsters like the evil blood soldiers by 60% at most. It couldn't have lowered these monsters' combat power by over 70%. I'll keep those 4 stalkers busy. You guys deal with those soldiers, Shi Feng commanded after seeing that the evil blood monsters didn't halt their charge. He then activated Blade Domain, created 4 magic swords, and launched them at the 4 evil blood stalkers. Although Blade Domain was only a Tier 4 legacy skill, in Shi Feng's hands, every magic sword carried power close to the Tier 5 advanced standard. Even superior mythic monsters couldn't take such powerful attacks. When the 4 magic swords collided with the evil bloodstalkers, they pierced through the monster's armor like a hot knife through butter. The 4 stalkers let loose agonized cries on the spot, and a damage value nearing 300 million appeared above each of their heads. Their HP bars also fell by a visible chunk. Apart from dealing significant damage, Shi Feng's attacks had also inflicted serious injuries to the 4 stalkers, further reducing the superior mythic monster's combat power. Upon seeing this, the nearby evil blood soldiers shuddered involuntarily. If this weren't a secret land but a forest in the outside world, they would have most likely turned tail and fled already. This scene stunned Cold Shadow and the others. Given this ability to inflict such frightening damage, Shi Feng could easily kill all of the evil blood monsters present by himself. After Shi Feng pinned down the 4 evil blood stalkers, he shouted, "It's your turn now." Fire Dance and the others immediately split up and charged at the slowly advancing evil blood soldiers. The members of Cold Shadow's group also snapped out of their daze and went into action. However, instead of tackling the evil blood soldiers in groups, everyone found a specific evil blood soldier to take on alone. Everyone knew that Shi Feng had created an opportunity for them to familiarize themselves with the evil god's secret land's environment. If they didn't maximize this opportunity, they were unlikely to receive another one later on. After all, they were currently at the secret land's entrance, which was typically the safest place in a secret land. Once they moved deeper into the secret land, they would face more challenging situations and wouldn't necessarily have the leeway to familiarize themselves with the environment then. While Shi Feng could still take control of the situation, they naturally had to make the most of these evil blood monsters. For a time, Zero Wing's members fought separate battles in the forest. All of them took on at least one evil blood soldier, while Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Yan Tianxing, Yi Luofei, and Cold Shadow, among others, took on 2 or more evil blood soldiers simultaneously. Everyone placed themselves at the edge of danger to familiarize themselves with the operating principles of mana. Time passed quickly, 4 hours going by in the blink of an eye. Yet, even after 4 hours had elapsed, the evil blood soldiers' HPs remained above 99%. They were practically intact. Even the 4 evil bloodstalkers Shi Feng fought had hardly lost any HP. All 4 of them retaining more than 80% of their HPs. However, while the evil blood monsters might have sustained barely any damage, all the Tier 4 players had made significant improvements. Initially, everyone's movements when fighting the evil blood soldiers had been awkward. Now, their movements were as smooth as flowing water, evidence that they had acclimatized to the ambient mana. However, they still would occasionally feel a sense of disharmony or blockage when using skills, spells, or combat techniques. So, this is how the various elements of mana work. While evading and blocking the attacks of 4 evil blood soldiers, White Feather had an epiphany. Her aura immediately skyrocketed in intensity, and she started having a much easier time dodging the mythic monster's attacks. Her mana body's completion rate had finally reached the 110% threshold. At this moment, Whitefeather felt as if all the questions she had accumulated before had received answers in one fell swoop, and a burst of power flooded her body. Whitefeather wasn't the only one to achieve a breakthrough. Many others did so as well. Cold Shadow had successfully pushed her mana body to the 11.5% completion rate roughly an hour ago. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose achieved even more astonishing results. Before entering the evil god's secret land, the two had already developed their mana bodies to the 115% completion rate. Now, they had reached the legendary 120% threshold. They were truly monsters. At this time, Shi Feng even suspected that Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose could get promoted to Tier 5 should they wish. After all, the two of them were having too easy a time against the evil blood soldiers. Their grasp of the operating principles of mana had reached perfection. They were entirely capable of creating their Tier 5 mana bodies. After Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose was Violet Cloud. While she hadn't reached the 120% completion rate yet, she was very close. And after Violet Cloud were Fire Dance, Yan Tianxing, and Yi Luofei. While Zero Wing's Tier 4 members were frenziedly sparring with the evil blood soldiers, large batches of NPCs came through the world passage one after another. Their arrival terrified the scouts the various superpowers had sent to monitor the world passage. It's over. It's over. Why are there so many Tier 4 NPCs? When the Tier 4 assassins saw the NPC army emerging from the world passage, despair filled their hearts. This was because Tier 4 NPCs composed roughly 1% of the NPC army. In other words, there was one Tier 4 NPC in every 100 NPCs in the army. At this time, the portion of the NPC army that had crossed over to the eastern continent already exceeded 10 million. This meant that more than 100,000 Tier 4 NPCs had crossed over to the eastern continent, and more NPCs were yet to come. Moreover, the average kingdom had only a little over 1,000 Tier 4 NPCs operating within its borders. Even if hidden Tier 4 NPCs were included, this number would only hover around 2,000 or 3,000. Tier 4 NPCs were not cabbages that one could find anywhere. Nevertheless, the Outer World forces had dispatched 3 times more NPCs than they had previously. During the First War of Worlds, the Eastern Continent had lost nearly 20 kingdoms to the Outer World forces. In this upcoming war, even empires wouldn't be safe. After the Eastern Continent's various forces received this piece of news, they all fell silent. The Outer World's NPC latest army thoroughly exceeded the various forces' expectations. If they factored in the Outer World's player forces, it wouldn't be impossible for the Outer World forces to conquer the entire Eastern Continent. Meanwhile, the threat posed by the Outer World NPC army had the Eastern Continent's various player forces frantically recruiting helpers. Many superpowers even contacted the Western Continent's player forces, and upon receiving the request for help, the Western Continent's player forces agreed without hesitation. After all, once the Outer World forces took over the Eastern Continent, their next target would be the sea and the Western Continent. For a time, anxiety enveloped both players and NPCs native to the Eastern Continent. However, Shi Feng and the others inside the Evil God's secret land were wholly unaware of the situation outside. They were still sparring with the evil beast stalkers and soldiers. After everyone had sparred for over a dozen hours and resolved most of their problems, Shi Feng gave the command to start culling the evil blood soldiers. The mythic monsters of a God mode secret land were unquestionably powerful. Even when working together in groups of 20, Fire Dance and the others took over a dozen minutes to kill just one evil blood soldier. If not for Shi Feng's mana domain, they might have taken more than an hour. Shi Feng fared much better. In the time Fire Dance and the others took to kill one evil blood soldier, he had already killed all 4 evil blood stalkers. Due to the 4 evil blood stalkers' deaths, everyone in the team leveled up twice. Even Shi Feng had reached level 57, and after he landed the killing blow that finished off all 4 evil blood stalkers simultaneously, the loot that appeared made Cold Shadow and the others rub their eyes in doubt. Chapter 2895, Treasure Trove, like Secret Land. The loot of the 4 evil blood stalkers rained down from the sky. At a rough glance, the 4 superior mythics had dropped a combined total of over 300 items, including at least 30 epic items and 2 fragmented legendary items. The evil Bloodstalker's loot was significantly better than that of the outside world's superior mythics. Even Shi Feng was slightly surprised by this situation. Although he had already expected the God Mode Secret Lands monsters to drop significantly better loot, he was still shocked when he actually saw the loot. Past level 150, epic weapons and equipment would have significantly reduced drop rates. One would be fortunate to get even 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment from a level 150 plus superior mythic. Nevertheless, the 4 evil Bloodstalkers had dropped more than 30. Moreover, these were all level 150 plus epic items. However, Shi Feng did not rush to collect the loot. Instead, he joined the others to clear out the evil blood soldiers. Only after fighting for close to an hour did the team finish off the 100 plus evil blood soldiers. Although the deaths of the evil blood soldiers did not raise anyone's level, everyone still saw their experience bar increase by a sizable chunk. Moreover, the total number of epic items the evil blood soldiers dropped was not the slightest bit lower than that of the evil blood stalkers. Guild Leader, I found some epic weapons and equipment. They can all be used up to level 180. Moreover, one of them is even part of level 180 epic set equipment, Cola said excitedly as he ran up to Shi Feng while waving a plate armor glove in his hand. Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the glove Cola held. The 8-piece level 180 Saint's Heart set? Level 180 epic sets were rare in God's domain, and 8-piece sets were even rarer, rivaling fragmented legendary items. Typically, even the guild leaders of large guilds would have difficulty getting themselves an 8-piece set. However, so long as one completed a set, the basic attributes they received from the set would be only slightly inferior to equipping 8 discrete pieces of fragmented legendary equipment. The set could be used up to level 200 without any problems. It wasn't an exaggeration to call an 8-piece level 180 epic set equipment a graduation set in God's domain. In his previous life, Shi Feng had owned only a 6-piece set of level 180 epic set equipment. An 8-piece set had been something he could only dream of owning. Rather than trying to get an 8-piece set, it had been more realistic to try to obtain 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items. He never thought that these evil blood monsters would drop 8-piece level 180 epic sets. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. A complete set would be the best set equipment available in the current God's domain. It could let an ordinary Tier 4 player gain Tier 5 combat power. Unless a real Tier 5 player appeared, this Tier 4 player would be invincible. Shortly afterward, Yan Tianxing also picked up a part for an 8-piece set of level 180 set equipment. However, this wasn't for the Saint's Heart set, but for the Spirit Abyss set, a cloth armor set. Moreover, this wasn't the only piece their team got for that set. Violet Cloud also found one. When all of the loot had been tallied, everyone couldn't help their excitement. They had obtained 71 level 180 epic weapons and equipment, including 5 pieces for 8-piece level 180 sets, 1 for the Saint's Heart set, 2 for the Spirit Abyss set, and 2 for the Magic Dragon set of leather armor. They also had 2 fragmented legendary items. One of them was a shield called Wind's Protection, and the other was a ring called the Spectral Ring. Most importantly, there was also 1 God Crystal among the loot. Upon seeing the evil blood monster's loot, Cold Shadow and the others were exhilarated. Although current superpowers had already acquired a substantial number of fragmented legendary items, with some powerful super guilds having up to 30, these were still far from enough to sate demand. With how many experts there were in a superpower, even core executives would be fortunate to obtain 1 fragmented legendary item. Moreover, the drop rate of fragmented legendary items did not increase along with the level of players. Players had only so many sources of fragmented legendary items. The God Crystal, on the other hand, was crucial for the upgrade of many fragmented legendary items, and practically all superpowers sought to obtain a God Crystal. Unfortunately, nobody knew of any reliable sources of God Crystals. After Shi Feng took a look at the 2 fragmented legendary items, he said, "White Feather will take the Wind's Protection. The Spectral Ring is suitable for assassins, so Fire Dance will take it. The GCPs for these 2 items will be gradually deducted from you 2 afterward. Does anyone have a problem with that?" Upon hearing Shi Feng's decision, White Feather hurriedly tried to reject his offer, saying, "Guild Leader Black Flame, I'm just a newcomer. Isn't it inappropriate to let me have this shield?" She would be lying if she said she didn't want the Wind's Protection. However, fragmented legendary items served as a guild's foundation. They would normally be passed to the most trustworthy members of the guild. Meanwhile, she had joined Zero Wing just recently. If she were to receive a fragmented legendary shield out of the blue, many people within the guild would surely have opinions about it. When White Feather tried to refuse the shield, Fire Dance said, "Little Sister White, you should take it. The guild leader naturally has his reasons for assigning the shield to you. Moreover, it's just a fragmented legendary shield. The other Tier 4 MTs in our team already have one. If you don't use this one, it'll just end up in the warehouse. Rather than let it collect dust, we would be better off increasing our team's combat power." Cola, Yewumian, and Turtledove nodded in agreement. Only 4 MTs were participating in this raid, and White Feather was one of them. If she didn't have a fragmented legendary shield, she would be in for a tough time later. Seeing that none of the 3 other MTs objected to Shi Feng's and Fire Dance's words, White Feather decided to accept the shield. Although she didn't voice her feelings, the sense of belonging she felt for Zero Wing increased significantly. She also secretly admired Zero Wing's generosity. Following this, Zero Wing's members continued exploring the evil god's secret land after an hour's rest. The team encountered many ambushes throughout the expedition, with some ambush parties having more than 200 evil blood soldiers. The combat tactics these evil blood monsters employed also became increasingly subtle. Initially, they only blindly charged at Zero Wing's members. Afterward, they began launching sneak attacks and relying on healers in combat. At one point, they even set traps for Shi Feng, incapacitating him for short periods. Fortunately, thanks to Shi Feng's presence, Zero Wing's team never suffered a catastrophic loss. After every battle, the dead were resurrected, and the team's combat power returned to peak condition. The team fought in the evil god's secret land for 4 consecutive days. Apart from logging off to rest and receive updates on the outside world situation, everyone spent the rest of their time exploring the secret land until they reached the inner region. By the time the team arrived in the inner region, everyone was at least level 65 already. Shi Feng had even reached level 67. Their leveling speed was astonishing even for Tier 4 and Tier 5 players. Past level 150, every level up required an astronomical amount of EXP. Tier 4 players would be fortunate if they could gain a level a day. Yet, Zero Wings members had gained over 10 levels in the past 4 days. However, compared to their levels, what excited everyone more were the weapons and equipment they got. At this point, everyone in the team had already replaced their old items with level 180 epic weapons and equipment. The team had also obtained a total of 45 fragmented legendary items. Even Shi Feng was astonished by this harvest. He never thought that a level 150 plus God mode secret land would be such an amazing place. It was no wonder the various superpowers in the past had been so desperate to enter these secret lands. In addition to this harvest, the team had also completed 6 8-piece level 180 epic sets, 1 Saint's Heart set, 3 Spirit Abyss sets, and 2 Magic Dragon sets. The sight of these sets rendered Cold Shadow and her subordinates utterly speechless. In the current God's Domain, level 150 epic sets obtained by players numbered less than a handful, let alone level 180 epic sets. After some deliberation, Shi Feng had decided to give the Saint's Heart set to Gentle Snow, the Spirit Abyss sets to Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, and Yi Lua Fei, and the Magic Dragon sets to Fire Dance and Yan Tianxing. Upon equipping these sets, the 6 players saw their combat powers skyrocket. Now, their basic attributes were only second to Shi Feng's. Gentle Snow, in particular, had her strength attribute near the 70,000 mark, surpassing even ordinary level 150 Tier 5 NPCs. Lastly, Shi Feng had given the 24 God Crystals they acquired during these past 4 days to Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, and Fire Dance, to upgrade their fragmented legendary equipment to legendary rank. Even Cold Shadow's eyes had grown bloodshot at this sight, envy filling her heart. At this time, Fire Dance, who was scouting ahead of the team, suddenly reported through the team chat, "Guild Leader, I found a primordial ruin. Chapter 2896, Primordial Ruin. A primordial ruin?" Shi Feng's interest was piqued when he heard the words, primordial ruin. Ruins were commonly found in secret lands, and they could be differentiated into ancient ruins and primordial ruins depending on their era of creation. Of the two, primordial ruins were much rarer because they predated ancient ruins, and the ancient era's residents had already explored and dismantled many of them. Primordial ruins that managed to last until the modern era were as rare as legendary items. Meanwhile, the primordial era was a time when gods flourished and ancient gods still wandered the land. With luck, one might even come across an item left behind by an ancient god inside a primordial ruin. "Where are you?" Shi Feng asked through the team chat. "A canyon stream in the south. There are many evil blood soldiers wandering here, probably more than 3,000. They seem to be guarding that primordial ruin," Fire Dance reported quietly as she observed the patrolling evil blood soldiers around her. "I also saw quite a few level 160 plus superior mythic ranked evil blood priests walk into the ruin just now. I suspect they'll conduct some kind of ritual inside. However, the place is heavily guarded, so it'll be difficult for us to sneak into the ruin. The only way we can enter is by breaking through from the front." Over 3,000 evil blood soldiers? Shi Feng frowned. If their opponents consisted of only several hundred evil blood soldiers, their team could still secure victory under his leadership. However, 3,000 evil blood soldiers was a number even he couldn't stop. Not to mention, there were bound to be many superior mythics as well. Even if he could withstand their assault, the others on his team couldn't. After all, these evil blood monsters weren't idiots. If all 3,000 evil blood soldiers used their tier 4 skills simultaneously, even Shi Feng wouldn't dare take them head on. He would have to evade their attacks and kite them. After all, a tier 5 player would still take significant damage if a tier 4 mythic monster's attack struck him. Naturally, it would be even more impossible for tier 4 players to dodge and block so many tier 4 skills. It wouldn't matter even if a tier 4 player were at the world creation standard. This was because mythic monsters could keep up with the speed of tier 4 players, and thus could precisely aim and time their attacks. Let alone hundreds or thousands, just a few dozen evil blood soldiers working together would be more than enough to take down a tier 4 MT at the world creation standard. A team would need at least 3 or 4 tier 5 players to take on 3,000 mythic-ranked evil blood soldiers adequately. Relying only on one tier 5 player and several dozen tier 4 players was simply impossible. Such a team would have to expend all its efforts just dodging and blocking the tier 4 skills and spells of the mythic monsters. In other words, while Zero Wing's team could defend itself against the army of evil blood monsters, it had no chance of defeating the army. "Guild leader, how about we take them on in batches?" Cold Shadow suggested. "Those soldiers might be numerous, but they aren't grouped up closely. It'll take some time for all of them to gather at a single point. We can use this time to kill some of them and retreat once their combatants have gathered. With sufficient repetition, those soldiers are bound to fall." After listening to Cold Shadow's suggestion, Shi Feng shook his head and said, "That is one way to do it. However, that assumes that the other side doesn't have any healers. Those evil blood priests are all capable of healing. Moreover, as superior mythics, their healing range should be massive. If I'm not mistaken, the soldiers are patrolling within the healing range of the priests. Once we attack the soldiers, the priests will heal the injured soldiers immediately. Unless we can one-shot those soldiers, there is no way we can outdamage a superior mythic's healing. Cold Shadow fell silent at Shi Feng's words. Choosing to kill the evil blood soldiers or the evil blood priests first didn't matter. Neither was a viable option. The evil blood priests' healing capabilities were simply too powerful. If the team didn't have the strength to kill several evil blood priests instantaneously and simultaneously, they couldn't deal with so many evil blood monsters. Are we going to give up just like that? White Feather grew anxious. That's a primordial ruin we're talking about. Even mythology had never found a primordial ruin. It had only ever explored ancient ruins. Even so, the guild had still reaped significant harvests from those ruins, particularly regarding the improvement of the mana body. Those harvests were the reason mythology's old monsters managed to develop their mana bodies so quickly. Meanwhile, a primordial ruin was far more precious than an ancient ruin. It wouldn't be strange if it contained treasures that could help players reach Tier 5 more easily. After all, primordial ruins dated from the era of the ancient gods. The legacies left behind in these ruins would be far superior to the legacies created during ancient and modern times. We're not completely out of options. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng said, however, this will be very risky. We might even suffer a team wipe. All secret lands had entrance limits. Depending on a secret land's rank, the entrance limit imposed on players would also differ. In the case of God Mode secret lands, players could enter only once every 10 days. If a player team suffered annihilation, they would be resurrected outside the secret land and would have to wait 10 days to re-challenge it. Meanwhile, the team's significant harvest in the evil god's secret land meant they didn't have to risk their lives for a primordial ruin. They could just continue hunting in safer parts of the secret land and raising their strength. Upon hearing Shi Feng's statement, Cold Shadow asked curiously, Guild leader, how confident are you? Roughly 30%, Shi Feng said. Of course, that's assuming nothing unexpected happens inside the ruin. 30? Cold Shadow did a double take at Shi Feng. This was already a very high success rate considering their opponents consisted of 3,000 plus evil blood soldiers and priests. She then said, I think we can give it a try. While it would indeed be unfortunate if we failed, in our current state, achieving further qualitative improvements in the evil god's secret land would be difficult unless we ventured deeper into the inner region. However, there should be plenty of Tier 5 legendary monsters roaming there, and we don't know if we can defeat such a monster. Rather than take our chances against a legendary monster, we might as well risk our lives for a primordial ruin. It'll be a huge jackpot for us if we succeed. Tier 5 legendary monsters weren't easy opponents to defeat even if they had a Tier 5 player on their team, just like how Tier 4 players had great difficulty soloing a Tier 4 mythic monster. Moreover, a fight with a legendary monster inside the evil god's secret land would easily attract more legendary monsters. If 2 legendary monsters appeared, a team wipe was all but guaranteed. Only Shi Feng might escape alive. When Blackie, Cola, and the others heard Cold Shadow's reasoning, they too nodded in agreement. Their team's equipment standard had improved by leaps and bounds already, and further significant improvements would be difficult within a short time. Only 8-piece level 180 epic sets and fragmented legendary items could provide them with such improvements. Upgrading fragmented legendary items into legendary items was also highly dependent on luck, as not every fragmented legendary item needed only god crystals for their upgrade. Not to mention, the drop rate of god crystals was completely random. These weren't items that could be obtained on demand. Since you all see no problem with it, let's give it a try then, Shi Feng said when he saw everyone's willingness to risk their lives. Entering the primordial ruin is actually a very straightforward process. I just need someone to attract the evil blood monster's attention. So long as a sufficient number of them get lured away, I will be able to enter the ruin. However, you must also make sure to pin down those lured monsters. Otherwise, if they flood into the ruin after me, I won't be able to do anything. Leave it to us, guild leader, Cola said, confidently patting his chest. If we 4 MTS take turns using our mock skills and life-saving skills, we can keep them busy for 5 minutes without any problem. We magical classes can also use our magic barriers to trap those monsters for some time, Xiao Yuru said, nodding. After hearing everyone's suggestions, Shi Feng nodded and said, all right, I'll leave it to you. I'll try to explore the ruin as quickly as possible. When Shi Feng finished speaking, Fire Dance, Cold Shadow, and Yan Tianxing split up, moving in different directions. The 3 assassins attracted the evil blood soldiers' attention and lured them toward the appointed location. However, after attracting the attention of a certain number of evil blood soldiers, the 3 assassins had to activate their berserk skills and all sorts of life-saving skills to stay alive. Fortunately, they eventually succeeded in luring over 70% of the evil blood soldiers to the appointed location. There, Cola, Yewumian, Turtledove, and White Feather used their mock skills on the lured evil blood soldiers, forcefully shifting the monster's aggro to themselves. The 4 MTs then activated their life-saving skills and began kiting and dodging the monster's attacks. The healers standing in the distance also showered healing spells on the 4 MTs, repeatedly dragging them back from the jaws of death. Once the four MTs had the evil blood soldiers pinned down, Shi Feng, who was hiding near the primordial ruin, entered the void and dashed toward the ruin. With the Nightwalker's cape's ability, Shi Feng could cross several hundred yards with just one step. As if he had activated instantaneous movement several times consecutively, he crossed a distance of several thousand yards in just 2 seconds and arrived at the primordial ruin's entrance. And before the evil blood monsters standing guard there could react to his arrival, he had already dashed inside. The instant Shi Feng entered the primordial ruin, the evil blood monsters in the vicinity went into a frenzy and swarmed toward him. The several evil blood priests kneeling inside the ruin's main hall also began chanting incantations and bombarded Shi Feng with tier 4 curses one after another. However, now that Shi Feng possessed a piece of legendary equipment, this degree of offensive was nothing to him. He easily evaded the oncoming attacks. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the main hall and entered the tunnel leading underground. Although he came across various magic traps along the way, they were practically non-existent to him, as he was a grandmaster magician. In less than a minute, Shi Feng arrived in the primordial ruin's deepest section. The deepest part of the ruin was like an empty void. A majestic ancient temple stood in this void. Despite the corrosion of countless years, the temple still radiated an unbelievably powerful divine might. If Shi Feng had come here before reaching tier 5, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this divine might. What a powerful temple! If I hadn't upgraded the Nightwalker's cape to legendary rank, its divine might would have had a significant effect on me. Shi Feng was astonished as he looked at the temple before him. The Nightwalker's cape didn't just hide his aura. It also functioned to resist the auras of others. It acted as an isolation barrier that prevented the user's aura from interacting with other auras. However, despite the Nightwalker's cape's isolation effect, the temple's divine might still reduced Shi Feng's mobility by 30%. Even a true tier 6 god's divine might couldn't compete with this ancient temple's divine might. Apart from ancient gods, there should be no other existence capable of creating such a powerful construct. When Shi Feng arrived in front of the temple, the several hundred evil blood monsters that had been frenziedly chasing him suddenly stopped. They simply stood at a distance and worshipped the temple, none of them showing any intention of approaching it. Shi Feng sighed in relief at this sight. Now, all he needed to do was figure out how to enter the ancient temple. However, when Shi Feng entered the temple, what greeted him inside the brightly illuminated hall was the sight of a cloaked, scholarly young man. The youth was piecing together several golden tablets using magic arrays so complex that they gave Shi Feng a headache. The instant Shi Feng laid eyes on this youth, his soul shuddered. "It's you?" Shi Feng's eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at the scholarly youth. This was because this youth was none other than the mysterious youth who had caused a huge commotion in Blackwing City and bound his soul using soul chains during the early stages of the game. "Oh? It's you?" The mysterious youth was slightly surprised when he saw Shi Feng behind him. "You actually survived until now, even after getting hit by my soul chains? What a surprise. Should I be honored that you remember me?" Shi Feng eyed the mysterious youth cautiously. Back when he encountered the mysterious youth in Blackwing City, he had already thought the NPC was extraordinary, definitely not your average tier 5 NPC. Otherwise, this mysterious youth couldn't have escaped Blackwing City after causing such a huge scene. In fact, Shi Feng still couldn't glean much information from the mysterious youth despite being tier 5 himself. The only thing he found out from inspecting the mysterious youth was that the latter was also at tier 5. Moreover, the mysterious youth gave off a weird vibe. Shi Feng felt an inexplicable fear when standing in the youth's presence. Not bad. Not only are you blessed by this world, but you also managed to get promoted to tier 5 so quickly. You just barely qualify to become my puppet, the mysterious youth said, a delighted smile appearing on his face as he looked at Shi Feng, like a child who had just found a new toy. "Since you took the initiative to come find me, let me liberate you from your suffering." After saying so, the mysterious youth raised his arm and pointed a finger at Shi Feng. A black ball of mana shot toward Shi Feng. In mid-flight, the ball of mana shattered and enveloped the surrounding space in darkness. Tier 5, Curse, Dark Wonderland. Chapter 2897. Terrifying scholar Shi Feng tensed when he saw the mysterious youth's tier 5 curse activate. He immediately unsheathed the Light of Two Worlds and counterattacked. World Breaker. Suddenly, a blinding beam struck at the endless darkness. The two powers entangled for a moment, neither side gaining an advantage over the other until a second later. Boom. Accompanied by an explosion, an intense shockwave sent Shi Feng stumbling 2 steps back. His HP also instantly fell by over 9 million. Besides reducing Shi Feng's HP by more than 20%, the shockwave also left his entire body trembling. The hand he used to wield the Light of Two Worlds was numb. In contrast, the mysterious youth came out unscathed from the clash. He still stood quietly in his original position. He also maintained the incomparably complex fourfold magic array he was using to manipulate the several golden tablets with his other hand throughout the attack. As expected of an existence daring enough to cause a scene in Blackwing City, he not only cast a tier 5 curse without chanting, but even maintained such a complex magic array while doing so. Shi Feng frowned when he looked at his trembling right arm. This was undoubtedly the most dangerous situation he had ever come across since entering God's domain. Shi Feng had long since known that the mysterious youth was incredibly powerful and that the youth could cast Tier 5 curses without chanting. However, only after facing the youth's Tier 5 curse did he understand just how frightening the mysterious youth was. If Shi Feng hadn't upgraded the Light of Two Worlds, the Tier 5 curse would have killed him just now. Meanwhile, the powerful shockwave from their clash also shattered the space some distance behind the youth, revealing a woman with 8 black wings. Numerous chains bound this woman's body, and her HP was below 10%. However, despite being practically at death's door, she radiated an aura that sent shivers down Shi Feng's spine. How is this possible? Shi Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the 8-winged woman, a fallen angel, moreover, a fallen archangel, a fallen angel of the highest order. Fallen angels possessed life ratings close to those of dragons. Meanwhile, fallen archangels' life rating surpassed even that of ordinary dragons. They almost rivaled divine dragons. Yet, the mysterious youth had incapacitated a level 180, Tier 5 fallen archangel with one hand. The fallen archangel was even losing HP and gradually approaching death's door. While Shi Feng was in a daze, the mysterious youth also looked with surprise at the Light of Two Worlds Shi Feng wielded. It seems you are incredibly lucky. You actually got your hands on a weapon lost during the ancient era. Looking at the Light of Two Worlds, the youth evaluated calmly. It's a pity that this Light of Two Worlds is damaged. Otherwise, you might have been able to injure me with its power. Although the mysterious youth's words sounded arrogant, Shi Feng did not think so at all. On the contrary, his mood grew even heavier after hearing the mysterious youth's statement. The mysterious youth could strangle even a Tier 5 fallen archangel to death. Even if the Light of Two Worlds were at its peak, Shi Feng doubted he could injure the mysterious youth. After all, a weapon's performance depended heavily on its user. Shi Feng had only recently reached Tier 5. He didn't even know how to go about getting promoted to Tier 6. Even if he wielded the undamaged Light of Two Worlds, he could, at most, exchange one move against a Tier 6 God-ranked player who didn't possess any legendary weapons and equipment. Moreover, just like the mysterious youth had said, Shi Feng was indeed very lucky. If the mysterious youth weren't focusing a significant portion of his strength on dealing with the fallen archangel guarding the temple's entrance, Shi Feng would have long since died already. However, our little game ends here. I'm busy. I don't have much time to waste on you, so can you please die? The mysterious youth waved his hand in annoyance once more. This time, though, he also chanted an incantation. Shi Feng sensed the mana around the temple vanishing. Moreover, it wasn't limited to just the mana in this plane of existence. Even the mana in the void was disappearing, making Shi Feng feel stifled. In the meantime, silver magic arrays appeared one after another before the mysterious youth's hand, layering to create a fourfold magic array. The Tier 5 Curse Space-Time Disintegrator? Shi Feng's complexion darkened like never before when he saw the gradually forming fourfold magic array. There were significant differences even among Tier 5 curses. Dark Wonderland was a Tier 5 Intermediate curse, but the Space-Time Disintegrator was a Tier 5 Peak curse. This attack could heavily injure even a Tier 6 god if it landed. Die. The mysterious youth gently pushed the fourfold magic array with his free hand. Suddenly, the space in front of Shi Feng began distorting and disintegrating. With the Tier 5 curse's speed and AoE, Shi Feng had no way to dodge or escape it in time. Moreover, even a Tier 5 defensive curse wouldn't have the power to stop this attack. Don't even think of killing me so easily. Looking at the oncoming attack, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and took out the greatest trump card in his bag, the Dragon Summoning Flute. He then injected the 3,000 advanced magic cores he had prepared into the flute. Immediately, space around Shi Feng began distorting as well. 5 gigantic figures flew out of the warp and instantly occupied a significant portion of the space around the ancient temple. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, the sight of 5 level 180, Tier 5 dragons entered Shi Feng's eyes. The brief invulnerability Shi Feng received from using the Dragon Summoning Flute had helped him resist the space-time disintegration, allowing him to survive the ordeal. However, Shi Feng's situation did not change for the better even after the 5 dragons appeared. When the mysterious youth looked at the 5 Tier 5 dragons, his expression remained completely unfazed, as if only 5 harmless lizards had appeared in front of him. He placed no importance whatsoever on their existence. The scholar? This summoner has found a troublesome opponent for us. If I knew this would happen, I would never have agreed to the Dragon Summoning Flute's contract. This is a massive loss. The 5 dragons with bodies measuring several hundred meters in length revealed traces of frustration and helplessness in their eyes when they saw the mysterious youth. Their voices also carried hints of dissatisfaction directed at Shi Feng. Meanwhile, after briefly scanning the 5 dragons, the mysterious youth asked calmly, "Are you 5 going to become my enemies? Scholar, how about we talk this out? If you help us fulfill our contract by letting this heaven-blessed individual go, then we won't have to clash," the leading bronze dragon said. The bronze dragon's suggestion completely ignored Shi Feng's will. However, Shi Feng didn't have any opinions on it either. He simply observed the mysterious youth and awaited the latter's decision. Is he one of the three existences Phoenix Rain warned me to avoid? As Shi Feng scrutinized the mysterious youth, he faintly understood why Phoenix Rain had given him such a warning. The mysterious youth's strength was simply unbelievable. Shi Feng couldn't even inspect his level. Moreover, even Tier 6 gods would have a headache when facing 5 Tier 5 dragons. Nevertheless, the mysterious youth showed no reaction whatsoever. When the bronze dragon made its suggestion, the mysterious youth remained unchanged. In a calm tone, he asked, "Do you think that's possible? You are merely a bunch of ghosts from the past, yet you dare speak conditions with me?" After saying so, the mysterious youth took action. A golden staff appeared in his hands, and Shi Feng's pupils shrank at the sight of this weapon. This was because Shi Feng was incredibly familiar with the golden staff, the world staff, one of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons. "It seems a battle is inevitable," the bronze dragon sighed helplessly. It then looked at Shi Feng and said, "Once the fight begins, find an opportunity to escape. The 5 of us can't stop him for long. Outside this secret land, he cannot act without restraint. So long as you get out, he'll have a much more difficult time dealing with you." After the bronze dragon finished speaking, the 4 other dragons unleashed their auras. All 5 dragons were prepared to duke it out with the mysterious youth. Act without restraint? The bronze dragon's words clued Shi Feng in on the mysterious youth's weakness. The mysterious youth most likely couldn't act freely in the outside world due to certain restrictions. This would also explain why he had fled Blackwing City previously instead of clashing with Charlene. Logically, with the mysterious youth's strength, he shouldn't fear Charlene. After all, the mysterious youth remained fearless and still insisted on killing Shi Feng despite facing off against 5 Tier 5 dragons. Yet, he had fled Blackwing City back then. However, before Shi Feng could properly process the information, the 5 dragons began clashing with the mysterious youth. The dragons did not hold anything back, utilizing their breath attacks right off the bat. Meanwhile, the mysterious youth waved his staff. A barrier appeared before him, stopping the breath attacks completely. As a result, the 2 sides entered a stalemate. "You damnable things! If I wasn't occupied with something important here, do you think you 5 little bastards can stand up against me?" The mysterious youth grew dissatisfied when he saw the stalemate. Ignoring the mysterious youth's words, the leading bronze dragon shouted at Shi Feng, "Run now." Although the 5 dragons had pinned down the mysterious youth with their breath attacks, the mysterious youth's barrier was also steadily advancing toward the dragons. He held a clear advantage over the dragons. "Do I leave?" Shi Feng hesitated as he looked at the mysterious youth and the golden tablets beside him. He had a hunch that if he let the mysterious youth achieve his goal, something very troublesome would happen in the near future. He might even get swept up in this big problem. Despite facing the all-out attacks of 5 Tier 5 dragons, the mysterious youth still split a significant portion of his attention into manipulating the golden tablets to unravel the divine runes wrapped around the fallen archangel. Shi Feng was certain that the fallen archangel had a big secret hidden on her body. Gritting his teeth, Shi Feng chose to spend his legacy skill points to learn the Tier 5 legacy skill Returning Blade, the sole Tier 5 Berserk skill available to him. Even after players reached Tier 5 in God's domain, the legacy skill points they earned through leveling up wouldn't be enough to learn even one Tier 5 legacy skill. Typically, they would still need to accumulate more points through quests. Fortunately, Shi Feng had acquired a lot of legacy skill points from handing Beast Emperor over to the War God's Temple. Those, combined with his leftover points, were just enough to learn one Tier 5 legacy skill. Shi Feng had previously chosen not to learn a Tier 5 legacy skill first to have more options in future predicaments. However, he no longer had the luxury of waiting. Immediately after learning Returning Blade, Shi Feng activated the Berserk skill, causing the Light of Two Worlds he wielded to vibrate and let out a low hum. Simultaneously, incomparable power flowed into Shi Feng's body, elevating his basic attributes and life rating to a whole other level. The next moment, Shi Feng's strength attribute broke through the 200,000 threshold. His HP also exceeded 100 million. Now, even if he didn't rival Tier 6 God-ranked experts, he was very close already. 30 seconds. I need to foil his plans in 30 seconds. If I fail to do so, I must leave immediately. After taking a look at Returning Blade's description, Shi Feng found that the skill had a 45-second duration and a cooldown of 1 natural day. He estimated that escaping the evil god's secret land within 15 seconds shouldn't be difficult with his current basic attributes. After thinking up to this point, Shi Feng charged straight toward the restricted fallen archangel. Shi Feng didn't have the slightest thought of dealing with the mysterious youth. If even 5 level 180 Tier 5 dragons were helpless against the mysterious youth, then his chances were even less. The only thing he could do in this situation was kill the fallen archangel and foil the mysterious youth's plans. After all, he had long since formed an irreconcilable grudge with the mysterious youth. If he didn't kill the mysterious youth, or the mysterious youth did not take the initiative to dissolve the soul chains binding his soul, he would still perish sooner or later, despite being a Tier 5 player. In that case, he might as well use this opportunity to weaken the mysterious youth. For all he knew, he might even get to live longer. You bastard. The mysterious youth's complexion sank when he saw what Shi Feng was trying to do. Immediately he began chanting an incantation. Tier 5 Curse, Dark Space. Numerous pitch-black chains emerged from the space above the temple and shot toward Shi Feng, preventing him from approaching the fallen archangel. Upon seeing the several hundred chains raining down toward him, Shi Feng immediately activated Divine Steps. Suddenly, 36 doppelgangers emerged from Shi Feng's body and dashed toward the fallen archangel from different directions. As these doppelgangers were invulnerable to attacks and Shi Feng could swap positions with any of them at any time, the mysterious youth had a headache dealing with Shi Feng. Catching Shi Feng alone using several hundred chains might be easy, but catching 37 individuals of Shi Feng's caliber was not. In less than 2 seconds, one of Shi Feng's doppelgangers reached the fallen archangel and executed an attack. However, before the doppelganger's attack could connect, several dozen chains immediately bound its body. Afterward, 6 more doppelgangers arrived before the fallen archangel, and the several dozen chains in the vicinity were insufficient to stop all of them. In the end, one of the doppelgangers successfully evaded the chains and executed a ruthless attack on the fallen archangel. The moment the doppelganger's sword was about to connect, Shi Feng, who had been preparing for an attack in the distance, swapped positions with this doppelganger. Second sword, Holy Devour. Now that Shi Feng had a life rating and basic attributes close to rivaling Tier 6 God-ranked players, he could perfectly execute Holy Devour. The next moment, scorching flames capable of devouring even space itself enveloped the defenseless fallen archangel. 5,416, 541,412, a damage value exceeding 5.4 billion appeared above the fallen archangel's head as she lost more than 2% of her HP. This development ignited some hope in Shi Feng. You little bastard. You've angered me now. A cold gleam flashed in the mysterious youth's eyes as he shook his staff. The barrier he summoned shoved back the 5 dragons' dragon breath completely, and the golden staff he wielded released a blinding radiance. Then, the space around the fallen archangel shattered. Countless beams of light shot out of the shattered space and pierced every one of Shi Feng's doppelgangers, leaving an irrecoverable wound on them. If Shi Feng hadn't swapped positions with his distant doppelganger immediately, he would have most likely lost his life to this attack. However, Shi Feng did not stop despite this situation. Without hesitation, he used the Light of Two Worlds' Spatial Slash. Shi Feng swung his blade, his attack instantly cutting through the fallen archangel. The attack was so fast that the mysterious youth, whom the 5 dragons pinned down, failed to stop it. Meanwhile, this attack had reaped nearly 3% of the fallen archangel's HP. That's enough from you. The mysterious youth began chanting another incantation for a defensive curse when he saw the fallen archangel's dwindling HP die. Knowing that once the mysterious youth completed his incantation, all hope of success would be lost, Shi Feng immediately executed the strongest move his mana technique had to offer. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. Holy Annihilation was an unostentatious technique. There was no giant blade of light or a scorching sea of flames. All that could be seen was Shi Feng executing a simple downward slash. However, when this modest slash connected, it plundered all of the fallen archangel's remaining HP. Following the fallen archangel's death, Shi Feng's level skyrocketed and several hundred items appeared around her corpse. The mysterious youth's eyes turned bloodshot and he went into a frenzy. Shi Feng immediately grabbed a few of the strongest items he saw, swapped positions with his doppelganger again, entered the void, and dashed for the temple's exit. Chapter 2898, Mana Advances. The instant Shi Feng made for the temple's exit, the mysterious youth took action. Now that the mysterious youth no longer had most of his strength and attention tied up with the fallen archangel, he had recovered to his peak condition. With a wave of his staff, he summoned 3 fourfold magic arrays around him. Tier 5 Curse, World Severance. Tier 5 Curse, Space-Time Seal. Tier 5 Curse, Holy Spirit, Collapse. Triple Silent Casting. Shi Feng was thunderstruck when he saw the 3 magic arrays. In God's domain, the difficulty of silent casting a spell increased along with the tier of the spell. Even Tier 5 Divine Mages would have difficulty silent casting one Tier 5 spell, while double silent casting Tier 5 spells was something only the best among Tier 5 magical classes could accomplish. Moreover, this applied only to Tier 5 spells, not Tier 5 curses. Only Tier 6 gods could double silent cast Tier 5 curses. As for triple silent casting Tier 5 curses, Shi Feng had no recollection of anyone ever accomplishing this feat in his previous life. Nevertheless, the mysterious youth had accomplished this feat. Before Shi Feng could reach the exit, he suddenly found himself immobilized inside the void. In the end, not only was he forced to exit the void, but his mobility was also severely restricted by the surrounding space. A distorted barrier enveloped the entire temple hall. 6 pillars of light then appeared around Shi Feng, forming an intricate magic array that caged him. Afterward, the ground lit up with a divine glow, causing the mana within the affected space to disintegrate rapidly. Just as the mysterious youth was about to obliterate Shi Feng, the 5 dragons simultaneously chanted an incantation in the language of dragons. A 5-colored disk of light formed around Shi Feng, isolating him from the outside world. When the divine light dissipated, Shi Feng remained perfectly intact. However, the brightness of the disk of light protecting him had dimmed significantly as a result. Evidently, it could withstand only a limited number of attacks from the mysterious youth's Holy Spirit collapse. It wasn't an invincible defensive spell. The mysterious youth glared at the 5 dragons hatefully and said coldly, "A futile struggle. All of you will die here today." After saying so, the mysterious youth waved his staff, and the space within the temple darkened. Countless dark purple chains emerged from the void and instantly bound 3 of the 5 dragons, thoroughly immobilizing them. Only the leading bronze dragon and a fire dragon had managed to evade the chains' initial assault by relying on their skills. Shi Feng had also managed to evade the chains thanks to his 36 doppelgangers. However, now that chains surrounded the entire hall, he was in a tight spot. With World Severance and Space-Time Seal acting on the hall, even a Tier 6 God-ranked player would have trouble breaking out, let alone a Tier 5 player like Shi Feng. It's all or nothing. Looking at the nearby distorted barrier, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and used the Light of Two Worlds' second skill, Golden Soul. After he had reached Tier 5, the skill had also undergone a qualitative transformation. Instead of providing a boost to his perception and control of mana, it now upgraded the quality of his soul. Activating the skill would grant him a soul bordering that of Tier 6 gods. However, activating this skill came with risks. When activated at Tier 5, Golden Soul would leave his soul in a weakened state for a short period once the skill's duration ended. A side effect like this would significantly impact a player's performance. This made Golden Soul a skill reserved for last-ditch stands. After Shi Feng activated Golden Soul, his perception of the world around him changed completely. As if he was a 3-dimensional being looking at a 2-dimensional world, he could see everything around him with incredible clarity. The ambient mana also became an extension of his body, and he could freely manipulate it at will. It was much better than when he manipulated it using his mana domain. He had finally reached the level of actually manipulating mana. Immediately, Shi Feng brandished the Light of Two Worlds at the distorted barrier before him, Third Sword, Holy Annihilation. Compared to the Holy Annihilation Shi Feng executed before, the one he executed now had undergone a heaven-defying transformation. Now, even the space around him had become one with his sword. He felt as if he was swinging space itself at the distorted barrier. Boom! The distorted barrier shook violently from Shi Feng's Holy Annihilation. A small crack also appeared on the barrier, although the barrier quickly repaired this damage. Now, this is the true Holy Annihilation. I was mistaken when I tried to guide ambient mana using my own mana. Instead, I should have converted the ambient mana into my own mana. Only by doing so can I maximize my attack's power. Shi Feng didn't despair when he saw the distorted barrier repairing itself. On the contrary, excitement burned within him. He finally understood how to progress to the next step of mana manipulation. Initially, he had used his own mana to force ambient mana into doing his bidding, an incredibly crude method of manipulating mana. Afterward, he had learned to guide ambient mana into doing his bidding. While this method had indeed significantly increased the power he could exert, it still wasn't the best method of utilizing ambient mana. Instead, the optimal way of utilizing mana was to convert ambient mana into his own mana. However, accomplishing this feat was easier said than done. Firstly, players needed to have an in-depth understanding of mana's operating principles. Secondly, players' concentration needed to be close to the Tier 6 standard. Only by having a near-solid mental will could players perfectly integrate their mana with the ambient mana. Players needed to have such a powerful concentration that they could project their will beyond their physical bodies and exert it over the mana surrounding them. Thirdly, players needed the ability to multitask to the extreme. The more mana players tried to influence, the more multitasking they had to do. If players wished to improve their ability to integrate and manipulate ambient mana, they had to keep refining their understanding of mana to reduce the mental burden from controlling mana. Meanwhile, after finding a clear path of advancement, Shi Feng began frenziedly executing Holy Annihilation against the distorted barrier. Every time he executed Holy Annihilation, his control over mana also became increasingly smoother. Simultaneously, admiration for the heavenly blue Saint Eliade filled his heart. Holy Annihilation's use of mana far exceeded the basic standard. The basic use of mana only allowed one to create inanimate objects like the mana bridge. However, Eliade's usage allowed her to create living objects. Her technique, Holy Annihilation, basically modified ambient mana into a true extension of the body. If Shi Feng hadn't reached the Grandmaster Magician standard, he would have never understood this concept. After he gained this understanding, every subsequent Holy Annihilation he executed was more powerful than the previous one. By the time he had executed 24 attacks, the colorful disk of light was close to dissipating. Fortunately, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. The next time Shi Feng executed Holy Annihilation, a white light enveloped the world around him. Mana, space, and even the void disappeared. The next moment, a 30-meter-long gash appeared in the previously invincible barrier. The barrier failed to repair the damage and collapsed. So, this is what it feels like to employ the advanced method of using mana. Shi Feng was startled when he saw the barrier generated by World Severance crumble. The attack he just executed had undoubtedly reached the Tier 6 standard, far stronger than even an attack using the Light of Two Worlds' World Breaker. However, after executing this attack, Shi Feng felt his mind stagnate slightly. In his current state, he definitely couldn't execute the complete Holy Annihilation. Unless he upgraded his concentration to the Tier 6 standard, he could only keep this move as a trump card. As the distorted barrier shattered, the mysterious youth finally restricted all 5 dragons. He then sent his remaining chains after Shi Feng. Upon seeing this, Shi Feng promptly activated Void Shield, his last trump card, increasing his movement speed by 300%. Even under the suppression of the mysterious youth's space-time seal, he still managed to escape from the temple instantly and flee the primordial ruin. However, the mysterious youth did not give up. Several hundred dark purple chains relentlessly tried to hinder Shi Feng's escape. Every collision with a chain inflicted over 10 million damage. If not for Void Shield's protection, he would have died after receiving a few hits. After exiting the primordial ruin, Shi Feng contacted Zero Wing's members, who were close to dying to the evil blood monsters, and commanded them to leave the evil god's secret land immediately. If they got caught by the mysterious youth's chains, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. Although everyone was confused by Shi Feng's command, they still obeyed it without hesitation and were out of the evil god's secret land in no time. As for Shi Feng, because the mysterious youth's space-time seal stopped affecting him after he left the primordial ruin, none of the dark purple chains could do anything to him. In less than 10 seconds, he exited the secret land. 2 seconds later, the mysterious youth appeared by the secret land's exit with an indescribably cold light in his eyes. When the mysterious youth failed to kill Shi Feng, the restrained, leading bronze dragon laughed and said, "Scholar, how pitiful of you. Not only did your many years of planning come to naught, but you even let the cause of your failure escape. Do you think I can't do anything to him outside?" The mysterious youth did not get angered by the bronze dragon's words. Sending a calm glance at the bronze dragon, he said, "I will settle his debt with me eventually. So long as he is inside this cage, he will not escape my hands. I will also escape this cage sooner or later." After saying so, the mysterious youth waved his staff and turned the 5 dragons into ash. On the other side, Shi Feng finally arrived back in the City Lord's Mansion's control room. After staring at the evil god's secret land's entrance for some time, he breathed out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Seeing as there's no reaction after all this time, I should be fine now." Shi Feng did not wish to meet the mysterious youth a third time. The mysterious youth's combat power exceeded common sense. If not for the 5 dragons' assistance, Shi Feng would have perished just now. Guild leader, what did you do inside the ruin? How are you level 72 already? Firedance asked in confusion after seeing Shi Feng exit the secret land. Shi Feng had only been level 67 when he entered the primordial ruin, yet he was now level 72. He had gained 5 whole levels in a matter of minutes. His leveling speed was out of this world. When Shi Feng took a look at his own level, he, too, was slightly surprised. He never thought that killing a level 180 Tier 5 Fallen Archangel would grant so much EXP. Not to mention, he hadn't killed the Fallen Archangel by himself. What he had done was basically kill steal, so he hadn't received all of the EXP the Fallen Archangel granted. Yet, he still leveled up 5 times. Through this, he could tell just how powerful the Fallen Archangel was. If he had come across her under normal circumstances, he would have died without a doubt. "You killed a level 180, Tier 5 Fallen Archangel? Guild leader, you're not lying to us, right? That's a Fallen Archangel we're talking about." Everyone was momentarily stunned when they heard Shi Feng's explanation. They couldn't help doubting his words. Fallen Archangels were existences rivaling divine dragons. A Tier 5 Fallen Archangel was an existence standing at the apex of the current god's domain. A Tier 5 player would be fortunate to escape a Tier 5 Fallen Archangel, let alone kill one. Of course not. Shi Feng chuckled when he saw the skeptical looks they all gave him. What good would lying to you do? Moreover, I also grabbed some items that Fallen Archangel dropped. After saying so, Shi Feng took out the 4 items he looted from the Fallen Archangel. As soon as he did so, the mana in the control room froze, and everyone gasped inadvertently. They all felt their hearts palpitating in fear in the presence of the 4 items, and they stumbled back despite themselves. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng took a look at one of the items he took out of his bag, he too was stunned. Astonishment filled his eyes as he stared at the rainbow-colored crystal ball before him. An ancient god's eye? Chapter 2899, Ancient God's Legacy. When Shi Feng brought out the ancient god's eye, he wasn't the only one surprised by the item's identity. Cold Shadow, who stood nearby, also widened her eyes in shock. She couldn't help looking at Shi Feng, who had acquired this item, as if he was some kind of alien. An ancient god. Ancient gods were the oldest gods in God's domain. They were existences that had come into being along with God's domain. The many gods of later generations only managed to gain their strength because of the legacies from these ancient gods. However, after God's domain transitioned from the primordial era to the ancient era, ancient gods had suddenly disappeared from the world. In the modern era, barely any records mentioned ancient gods. However, according to those found in the modern era's libraries, A large part of the reason humans managed to rise up during ancient times was the ancient gods' legacies, which allowed the human race to give birth to many gods. Although the rainbow crystal ball Shi Feng held was named an ancient god's eye, it wasn't actually an eyeball. Instead, it was an ancient god's legacy. It was a legacy that could help players reach Tier 6. It was much stronger than the legacies of ordinary gods. No wonder that mysterious youth wanted to deal with the fallen archangel, let alone a Tier 5 existence. Even Tier 6 gods would covet an ancient god's eye. Realization dawned upon Shi Feng as he looked at the crystal ball he held. Ancient god's eye, divine artifact rank, consumable. This is a legacy item left behind by an ancient god. It records the ancient god's many legacies. Each activation of the ancient god's eye requires 1007 luminaries crystals. It can be activated up to 9 times. Once the activation limit is reached, all information recorded within the ancient god's eye will disappear. Current usage count, 0. Out of all the legacies available in God's domain, an ancient god's legacy belonged to the strongest category. If a player managed to grasp even a portion of the legacy, becoming a Tier 6 god wouldn't be difficult. If a player managed to grasp a significant portion, becoming a god was practically inevitable. It was no exaggeration to say that this single ancient god's eye was worth more than 10 legendary weapons and the loss of the dragon summoning flute. However, Shi Feng quickly suppressed his excitement and turned his attention to the 3 other items he looted. Although these 3 items were not as powerful as the ancient god's eye, they still radiated incredibly potent divine might. Even Fire Dance felt pressured by them. What more the other Tier 4 players present? That mysterious youth definitely won't let me off the hook after this. Shi Feng chuckled when he saw the 3 other items' identities. All 3 items were extraordinary. 2 were inferior divine artifact ranked materials, and 1 was an inferior divine artifact ranked consumable. One of the 2 materials was even a divine power source. As for the consumable, it was the ancient god's blood, an item that could elevate a non-player creature's growth potential and life rating. It was undoubtedly the most powerful enhancement item Shi Feng had ever seen in God's domain. The total value of the 4 items Shi Feng got from killing the fallen archangel was something he couldn't get even if he killed 3 or 4 Tier 6 gods. Shi Feng was also certain that these were all items that Mysterious Youth wanted. Now that he had acquired them instead, the Mysterious Youth would definitely take action against him at all costs. After a brief silence fell in the hall, Fire Dance reported to Shi Feng, guild leader. According to Liang Jing, the Outer Worlds NPC army has arrived on the eastern continent. Currently, it has split into 6 groups of over 30,000 Tier 4 NPCs and 4 million Tier 3 NPCs each. All of these NPCs are above level 150. As we expected, one of these groups is marching toward the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom. At their current speed, it'll only take them another 3 or 4 days to reach the Twin Towers Kingdom's vicinity. In the case of the Outer World superpowers, their forces have already gathered outside the Twin Towers Kingdom. They have even dispatched many scouting teams to invade the kingdom, and the kingdom's forces have already clashed with these scouting teams. Although the 2 sides are at a stalemate now, it is only a matter of time before the kingdom's side loses. According to Melancholic's investigations, Starlink and many other superpowers are offering excellent incentives to independent experts to have them head to the Dark Knight Empire and the Black Dragon Empire. They plan to resist the Outer World forces together with the 2 empires. Because of this, many independent experts have decided to abandon Twin Towers and Star Moon. When Fire Dance finished speaking, Cold Shadow frowned and said, "How foolish these people are. Sticking with an empire's defensive line might be a good choice, but abandoning all resistance in the various kingdoms will inflict a severe loss to the various kingdoms' armies. All they're doing is giving the Outer World forces an advantage." Unlike for players, resurrection was a very troublesome process for NPCs. The Outer World's NPC army wasn't endless either. Hence, if players worked together to defend the various kingdoms, repelling the Outer World forces was entirely possible. In the worst-case scenario, they could, at least, weaken the Outer World forces. Abandoning the various kingdoms outright and choosing to fight a decisive battle at the defensive lines of empires was an absolutely foolish decision. However, Shi Feng wasn't too surprised by this situation. Calmly, he said, "This is normal. Although players can recover the levels they lose with a little effort, finding replacements for the weapons and equipment they lose is very difficult. Given a choice, they will naturally prefer a more stable battle. Not to mention, with Starlink and the other superpowers' interference, it's only natural for independent players to abandon resisting in kingdoms and choose to fight in empires instead." In his previous life, the most astonishing aspect of a war between countries wasn't the number of player deaths. Instead, it was the weapons and equipment lost. Many kingdoms and empires had suffered annihilation because the player forces in those countries had depleted their stockpile of weapons and equipment. As a result, the players of those countries became weaker and weaker as they fought. In the end, they could only watch their enemies annex their nations bit by bit until the country disappeared completely. The current War of Worlds was a similar situation. After realizing this fact, All Starlink and the various superpowers needed to do was put out appropriate bait, and the various independent players would automatically swarm to the bait. Guild leader, how about I bring the main force to the Twin Towers Kingdom and participate in the battle there, Cola suggested. I refuse to believe that we can't kill a bunch of scouting teams. So long as we secure a few victories, I believe many players will be willing to stay and fight with us. Although Cola didn't understand much about battles on the scale of countries, he knew that without the support of a large number of independent players, the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom would fall to the Outer World forces. The reason many independent experts were abandoning the two kingdoms was simply their belief that defending against the Outer World forces in an empire would be easier. Meanwhile, all Zero Wing needed to do was suppress and repel the Outer World players plaguing the Twin Towers Kingdom. Then, the independent players who had left would see hope for successfully defending the kingdom. Once that happened, they would definitely return to help in the kingdom's defense. After all, abandoning one's roots and restarting development in a foreign country wasn't easy. That won't be necessary. Shi Feng shook his head. Smiling calmly, he said, dealing with those scouting teams will only be a waste of time. If we're going to do something, we should go for something bigger. Bigger? Cola parroted in confusion. Fire, bring a team and look into the Twin Towers Kingdom's current situation. Make sure to find the base camp of the Outer World players invading the Twin Towers Kingdom. Once you do, notify me immediately, Shi Feng instructed. When Cold Shadow heard Shi Feng's words, she turned to Shi Feng with a stunned look. Guild leader, are you thinking of wiping them out? Nodding, Shi Feng said earnestly, of course. If Starlink and the other superpowers want to waste their time, let them. However, Zero Wing doesn't have that much time to waste. The real role of high-end combatants wasn't in defending strongholds but attacking the enemy's core combatants. In his previous life, any player force that dared to gather their troops into one big army was simply asking for death. However, be it the Eastern Continent's players or the Outer World's players, neither had a clear understanding of truly large-scale battles in God's domain yet. They were still acting as if they were playing traditional virtual reality games, entirely ignorant of just how much power a single individual could wield. I'll head out right away. Firedance grew excited at Shi Feng's affirmation. After saying so, Firedance activated a guild transfer scroll and teleported to the guild residence at Skyspring City. As for everyone else present, Shi Feng had them take a break and dismissed them. After all, their continuous battles in the evil god's secret land had taken a huge toll on their minds and bodies. After settling his affairs here, Shi Feng made his way to the City Lord's Mansion's secret room to rest and recuperate. Shi Feng had exhausted his concentration during his fight with the mysterious youth. Now, even his soul was in a weakened state. To recover quickly, he had to rest in the City Lord's Mansion's underground secret room, which held the densest mana in ancient Rock City. This environment should be enough. Now, all I need to do is recover my concentration. After setting up a simple mana-gathering magic array, Shi Feng took out a crystal of souls from his bag and ate it. Immediately, a wave of comfort spread across his soul. Once his soul had fully recovered, Shi Feng fished the ancient god's eye from his bag. He then took out 1007 luminaries crystals from his dwindling stockpile and injected them into the ancient god's eye. During his fight with the mysterious youth, Shi Feng had come to understand just how feeble he was. Now that Shi Feng had the threat of the mysterious youth and the outer world forces looming over him, it was best if he increased his strength as quickly as possible. Hence, he did not intend to strengthen himself before receiving the legacy guidance in the ancient god's eye. Instead, he would inherit it now to maximize his current strengths. After Shi Feng injected the 1007 luminaries crystals, the ancient god's eye suddenly released purple fumes, which gradually seeped into his body and merged with his soul. The moment his soul came into contact with the purple fumes, Shi Feng suffered a splitting headache, and an unprecedented heat spread throughout his body. He felt as if someone was trying to cram an endless amount of knowledge into his brain, and his brain was working overtime and heating up as it tried to process all this information. This sensation lasted for several minutes before it gradually dissipated. When all of the purple fumes from the ancient god's eye had merged with Shi Feng's soul, the legacy guidance finally ended. Chapter 2900, Legendary Weapon. Even after the purple fumes in the secret room disappeared, Shi Feng remained seated, unmoving like a statue. Only after more than a dozen minutes had gone by, did he slowly open his eyes and take a deep breath. How close! Shi Feng celebrated inwardly as he looked at the ancient god's eye. Had my concentration not reached the Tier 5 intermediate standard already, I would have most likely failed to absorb 100% of the legacy guidance. The ancient god's eye conveyed a massive amount of information. If his soul hadn't recovered to peak condition, he wouldn't have been able to accept all of the information. Meanwhile, if he missed out on even a small portion of the legacy, he would have failed and obtained nothing at all. But this is a surprise. I never thought that the key factor in getting promoted to Tier 6 would be 7 luminaries crystals. Shi Feng sighed as he recalled the information he received. 7 luminaries crystals had always been a rare resource in God's domain, and this was true even in the ancient era. Although Shi Feng had long since known that all organizations with Tier 6 God-ranked experts would frenziedly collect 7 Luminaries crystals, he had thought that they had done so mainly to exchange for the Green God Company's products and construct their personal virtual space in God's domain. He never imagined 7 Luminaries crystals had such a use as well. Now, Shi Feng slightly regretted selling his 7 Luminaries crystals. According to the ancient god's legacy, apart from having Tier 6 concentration and an excellent grasp of the world's laws, players seeking to get promoted to Tier 6 also needed an enormous amount of 7 Luminaries crystals to construct a divine body. Each attempt at creating a divine body required at least 50,000 7 Luminaries crystals. Moreover, this was only for the most common divine body. According to the ancient god's legacy, divine bodies had 2 categories, ordinary divine bodies and superior divine bodies. Ordinary divine bodies were the most common in God's domain. Over 99% of gods and God-ranked players had an ordinary divine body. Superior divine bodies, on the other hand, were much rarer. The divine bodies of the 3 goddesses rumored to have saved God's domain, as well as those of the war god, the god slayer, and many ancient gods, were at this level. Superior divine bodies were that rare because their creation required an individual to have ultimate mastery over a certain world law. This was also why individuals titled saints possessed the strength to contend against gods. Saints were mortals who had achieved ultimate mastery over a certain world law but did not become gods. In addition to this requirement, constructing a superior divine body cost 100,000 7 Luminaries crystals. And worse, players would lose all of the invested crystals if they failed even once. In contrast, the construction of an ordinary divine body occurred in stages. Even if players failed, they would lose only the crystals they invested in that particular stage. This gradual method also allowed them to know where they went wrong. However, that wasn't the case for the construction of a superior divine body, which was an all-or-nothing attempt. Players were required to spend all 100,000 7 Luminaries crystals in one fell swoop to construct their divine bodies. If they succeeded, then good. If not, then all of the 7 Luminaries crystals they invested would disappear. Currently, though, Shi Feng couldn't afford even the construction of an ordinary divine body. For current player forces, 7 Luminaries crystals are merely a commodity for the construction of personal virtual spaces or the acquisition of resources from the Green God Company. It shouldn't be difficult to obtain a large amount right now. Shi Feng fell into deep thought as he recalled the information from the ancient god's legacy. Constructing an ordinary divine body shouldn't be a tough challenge, but a superior divine body is still far out of my reach. Achieving ultimate mastery in one world law is already extremely difficult. Not to mention, I also need to create the divine body itself. From the information he inherited, Shi Feng already knew what a world law was. The so-called world law was basically a type of advanced usage over the various mana elements. An example would be the Heavenly Blue Saints' mana technique Holy Annihilation. However, only after one could manipulate the various elements of mana at an advanced standard would one master a world law. Simply being able to execute Holy Annihilation didn't cut it. Currently, apart from his inadequate concentration standard, so long as Shi Feng collected enough 7 Luminaries crystals, he could already get promoted to Tier 6. The Heavenly Blue Saints' world law was the law of destruction, which covered the destruction of everything, even the most basic elements of mana. This was why Shi Feng managed to break through the mysterious youth's space-time seal and world severance with Holy Annihilation. Had Holy Annihilation been based on any other world law, he wouldn't have escaped the evil god's secret land with his life. The bottleneck many demigods faced after mastering a world law was in the creation process of a superior divine body. This was because there were many methods to create a superior divine body, with the core principle being the integration of the mastered world law into their divine body. Of course, while this problem was incredibly challenging for others, the difficulty for Shi Feng had been reduced significantly. The ancient god's legacy he absorbed recorded a basic flowchart for creating a superior divine body. So long as he followed this flowchart, his success rate would increase by 30 to 40%. One could say that the most important information recorded in the ancient god's legacy was this flowchart. Roughly 90% of the recorded information was related to it. In fact, 90% out of this 90% was the superior divine body's flowchart itself. This was also the amazing aspect of the ancient god's legacy. It was completely different from an ordinary god's legacy. While I currently don't have any methods to improve my concentration, I can focus on achieving ultimate mastery over the law of destruction. Although Shi Feng wasn't yet confident of creating a superior divine body, he was optimistic about his chances of gaining ultimate mastery in a world law. After all, he could already utilize Holy Annihilation. So long as he perfected his use of the technique, he should reach ultimate mastery in the law of destruction. Moreover, his world authority had already reached level 1. He would have a much easier time perfecting the Holy Annihilation technique than other players. After Shi Feng finished processing the information from the ancient god's eye, he took out the divine power source he had obtained. Shi Feng grew a little hesitant as he looked at this divine power source. According to the ancient gods' legacy, divine power sources were birthed by the world and carried the world's power. They were incredibly useful in helping one understand world laws. In other words, by merging the divine power source with his body using a special technique, he could elevate his world authority. This would, in turn, allow him to understand world laws more easily. The ancient gods' legacy also recorded this integration technique. Now that war is imminent, I should prioritize increasing my strength above all else. Gritting his teeth, Shi Feng had the light of two worlds absorb the divine power source. Shi Feng still wasn't fully confident of defending the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom against the Outer World forces. After all, his enemies weren't limited to just the Outer World's players, he also had to face the Outer World's NPCs. While the Outer World NPCs might not have Tier 6 gods in their ranks, they were bound to have quite a few Tier 5 NPCs. And in the case of Tier 5 NPCs, so long as their status in society was sufficiently high, acquiring a legendary weapon or equipment wouldn't be difficult. Take the Branch Temple Lord of Star Moon Kingdom's War God's Temple for example. Despite being a Tier 4, he owned 2 legendary items. Meanwhile, the difference between having and not having a legendary weapon or equipment was massive for Tier 5 NPCs. Once the Light of Two Worlds perfectly absorbed the icy cold tree branch Shi Feng held, it released a dazzling golden glow. The divine runes on the weapon's blade also lit up gradually. After several minutes, the divine runes on the sword's blade and hilt connected and became one. Boom. The next moment, the Light of Two Worlds released a pulse of energy that made Shi Feng stumble. The magic barrier enveloping the secret room also shuddered violently and nearly crumbled. As expected of one of the 10 great legendary weapons, it's strong. Shi Feng was stunned when he read the Light of Two Worlds' details displayed before him. Light of Two Worlds, one-handed sword, legendary rank. Equipment requirement, strength 20,000. Tier 3 attack power 450% of strength, attack speed 4% of agility. All attributes increases according to the user's level. When equipped, attacks gain the mana annihilation effect, causing a spatial collapse in an area of 400 yards. Attacks have a 50% chance to deal 300% damage. Attacks have a 20% chance to deal 500% damage. Attacks deal 300% damage to targets under Tier 6. Attacks carry the mana destabilization effect, strength increased by 204%. Agility increased by 210%, intelligence increased by 18%, endurance increased by 18% up to Tier 6 peak, power of all attacks increased by 2 ranks up to Tier 6 peak, effective mana increased by 150%. Additional passive skill world power increases the user's life rating. Additional active skill 1, spatial/Tier 6, for 6 attacks, increases strength by 1,500%, power by 2 ranks up to Tier 6 peak rank at maximum, and attack range to 5,000 yards. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Additional active skill 2 Golden Soul Tier 6, upgrades the user's soul by 1 rank and world authority by 1 level, up to level 3, and reduces concentration consumption by 90%. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Additional active skill 3 World Breaker, Tier 6. Consumes 10% of the user's concentration and mana to enhance the Light of Two Worlds, granting the weapon the power to break worlds for 1 attack. Forcibly increases the power of attack by 1 tier, up to Tier 6 peak rank at maximum. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Created by the ancient god of light. The Light of Two Worlds possesses the power to cut all things. Looking at the basic attributes the Light of Two Worlds provided, Shi Feng finally understood why people wielding legendary weapons could transcend tiers. A Tier 3 player wielding this thing could probably beat up Tier 4 players. While holding the Light of Two Worlds, Shi Feng inadvertently recalled the several heaven-defying feats that had taken place in his previous life. Back then, players who had been lucky enough to get their hands on legendary weapons while still at Tier 3 had actively hunted all sorts of Tier 4 players. While the legendary weapons those players wielded weren't as strong as the Light of Two Worlds, the basic attributes those weapons provided had still been more than enough for Tier 3 players to trounce Tier 4 players. Only Tier 4 players with highly developed mana bodies and several fragmented legendary items could contend against a Tier 3 player wielding a legendary weapon. After Shi Feng equipped the Light of Two Worlds, his strength attribute instantly skyrocketed to 190,000. Now, he was only slightly inferior to the average Tier 6 God-ranked player. Now, I can put up a fight even against Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Shi Feng's confidence rose as he looked at the weapon in his hand. Now, even if he had to go up against the mysterious youth, he wouldn't be completely powerless to resist. Following this, Shi Feng began familiarizing himself with the fully recovered Light of Two Worlds. After training for 5 hours, he received a call from Fire Dance. Guild leader, I've found their base camp. They're hiding in the Shadow Forest, outside the Twin Towers Kingdom.